Chapter 1, Cloud Mountain Empire. Cloud Mountain Empire, Cloud Mountain Military Academy. In the era of interstellar exploration, the Stargate technology is vital for any empire's survival. Using the Stargates, an empire's fleet can freely travel between star systems, even across entire star regions. Star systems are synonymous with endless resources, so the more Stargates a power controls, the greater its influence. Currently, the Cloud Mountain Empire controls only 5 Stargates, placing it third within the Federation. In a technologically advanced lecture hall, the professor's holographic projection stood at the podium, eloquently delivering the lesson. Meanwhile, sitting in the back row, Feng Mo was deep in thought. As a transmigrator, he had arrived in this era of interstellar exploration. Orphaned, an only child, and the sole heir of a fallen noble family, Feng Mo's starting point was enviable by transmigrator standards. As the saying goes, even a dilapidated ship still has thousands of nails. Despite their decline, the Feng family still controlled 3 planets within the Xianyun star system, bringing in an annual income of nearly 1 million Cloud Mountain credits, even after expenses. One of those planets was a life-supporting world that required constant investment, rather than generating profit. Additionally, maintaining a fleet and the territorial defense systems didn't leave much left over. Furthermore, the tuition at the Cloud Mountain Military Academy wasn't cheap. Feng Mo's annual expenses were at least 100,000 credits. The academy was the top military institution in the empire, and Feng Mo was enrolled in the elite command department's junior class. With no major worries and a lifelong fascination with starships, coupled with a typical transmigrator's cheats, Feng Mo had already passed the exam to become a junior starship engineer during his university years, granting him the authority to design and build starships. The tuition might be steep, but admission to this prestigious academy required one to rank among the top 300 in the empire, both in theoretical knowledge and genetic aptitude. With only a year until graduation, Feng Mo planned to assemble an interstellar fleet, venture into the wild Starsea, and perhaps even search for his parents, who had gone missing over a decade ago. The Federation's empires were currently promoting space exploration, known as pioneering, offering generous rewards and, most importantly, military merit. For natural planets with life, discoverers could report to the empire and receive 30% of the profits, or capture the planet themselves for 80%. For resource-rich planets, reporting them yielded 50% of the profits, while self-mining could net up to 90%. Class dismissed. The semester is ending, and next year, you'll begin your practical internships, the professor announced. You may be sent to the front lines to face space orcs, insectoids, or the mechanical race. Alternatively, you might head to the wild Starsea for interstellar exploration. As cadets in the Starship Command Department, you're required to have your own starship by the start of next semester. There are no restrictions on ship type or grade. You may buy one or use academy credits to exchange for one. As for your ship's captain and crew, you can recruit from other departments within the academy or purchase personnel from the slave market, as long as it's legal under imperial law. With that, the professor's hologram vanished, and the class erupted into animated discussions about their starship preparations. The Starship Command Department admitted only 100 students across 2 classes each year. Most cadets came from wealthy or noble families, though a few were exceptionally talented commoners. The Empire's highest starship grade was Tier 5. Most students' families provided them with Tier 2 ships, though some nobles prepared Tier 3 ships. The Academy's exchange program offered mostly Tier 1 ships, occasionally Tier 2, but these were century-old models refurbished by the Starship Maintenance Department. Despite being overhauled, they couldn't escape their outdated designs and materials. Ah, it's a shame. I'm just a concubine's son, so the family only got me a Tier 2 interstellar destroyer. A destroyer is decent, but real men should pilot a battleship. Giant ships with massive cannons are a man's romance. Well, those nobles have it good. Me? I'm just a commoner. I'll exchange for a frigate, finish my studies, and join a fleet as a worker after graduation. Listening to his classmates, Feng Mo pondered his own first starship. After all, what man hadn't dreamed of soaring across the universe? Mo, have you decided what starship to get? You should hurry, break is coming up, and you'll also need a crew. Wang Chongsheng, sitting nearby, leaned in. How about you, old Wang? Show me what you've got. Feng Mo replied. Grinning, Wang Chongsheng lifted his arm to project a hologram from his smart terminal, revealing an ancient-looking starship model. A Tier 3 Bald Eagle-class interstellar destroyer, market price, 26 million Cloud Mountain credits. My dad ordered it for me, and even hired a crew of retired veterans from the military, all with over 30 years of service. Wang hesitated, then continued, Mo, I've got some extra funds. How about we pool resources and get you a Tier 3 ship too? My dad could get a discount. No worries. I've got plans for my starship. You'll see it after break. Feng Mo smiled. Wang Chongsheng's family was incredibly influential. His uncle led the Empire's interstellar trade, and his father held the rank of Earl. The family's power ranked among the top 10 in the Cloud Mountain Empire, so a 26 million credit ship was hardly surprising. The two friends chatted as they headed to the academy cafeteria. Wang noticed Feng Mo's pensive expression and assumed he was still contemplating starship options. In reality, Feng Mo's status wasn't low. He had inherited the title of Viscount after his parents' early deaths and still owned 3 planets in the Xianyun star system. The planets had been in Feng's family for generations. His great-grandfather, once a fleet commander for the Cloud Mountain Empire, had been awarded the rank of Earl and a fiefdom for his military achievements. But with each generation, the family's accomplishments dwindled, and by the time Feng Mo inherited, the title had downgraded to Viscount. According to imperial law, ducal titles were hereditary, but Marquis, Earls, Viscounts, and Barons needed military achievements to maintain their status across generations. Feng Mo's parents had made one last desperate attempt for military merit when he was 8, selling off resource planets to fund a Tier 3 fleet led by a Tier 3 battleship to explore the wild Starsea. They never returned. Feng Mo, come on, let's sit over there, Wang suggested, trying to steer him away from a certain group. But it was too late. Feng Mo had already seen them, Zhang Wei and Zhao Zixin. The two were longtime rivals of Feng Mo and Wang Chongsheng, though they maintained a facade of brotherhood. The animosity dated back to their grandfather's era. Wang rolled his eyes. Just our luck. These two idiots are everywhere. Chapter 2, The Duel Challenge. When Feng Mo's great-grandfather was still alive, he held a significant position in the imperial military, with numerous protégés and loyal subordinates. However, the elders of these two pests standing before him belonged to a rival faction of his great-grandfather's. Back then, skirmishes between the factions were frequent, and this rivalry trickled down to the next generation. Ever since Feng Mo's parents went missing, the intensity of this feud had somewhat diminished. Both Zhang Wei and Zhao Zixin were third-year cadets in the command department's Class 2, which meant that run-ins between them and Feng Mo's Class 1 weren't frequent. However, whenever they did meet, a war of words was inevitable, a well-known rivalry among their cohort. Wang Chongsheng was aware of the inevitable. These two would undoubtedly seize the opportunity of the starship purchase to mock Feng Mo. Let's go. We have to confront them head-on, otherwise, by tomorrow, they'll be running their mouths on the interstellar forums, Feng Mo said, rejecting Wang Chongsheng's suggestion to avoid the confrontation. He confidently headed toward the floor-to-ceiling window area. To bystanders, it seemed like a confrontation was about to unfold. Heads turned eagerly to watch, because no matter the era, people loved a good spectacle. It was practically embedded in human DNA. Well, if it isn't young Master Zhao. How I've missed you. Wang Chongsheng called out, giving Feng Mo a look as if to say, watch this. He then strode up to Zhao Zixin with exaggerated enthusiasm. This caught Zhao Zixin off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. Begrudgingly, he stood up to greet Wang Chongsheng. The two embraced like long-lost friends who couldn't bear to meet, each using the hug to apply as much discomfort as possible. Zhao Zixin squeezed Wang Chongsheng with all his strength, pounding his back 3 times hard enough to make Wang's tongue stick out in pain. Wang Chongsheng retaliated with a stomp on Zhao Zixin's foot, causing him to wince. They continued to exchange unspoken insults in hushed tones, all the while putting on a display of camaraderie for onlookers. The friendly interaction lasted a full 5 minutes, ending only when both had tears in their eyes from the pain. They reluctantly separated, each nursing their bruises, though trying to keep smiles on their faces, albeit strained ones. Old Wang, this spot has a nice view of the docked starships outside, Feng Mo said, pointing to a table by the window overlooking the starport, cleverly diverting the tension. Wang Chongsheng slowly made his way over, muttering, damn, that bastard hits hard, but I got his foot good. Forget him, Mo. Today's on me. Let's eat. Feng Mo chuckled. It was a blessing to have a wealthy childhood friend who respected his pride and took care of him. Before Feng Mo could respond, Wang Chongsheng had already ordered food from his smart terminal, selecting all of Feng Mo's favorite dishes. After the brief interruption, the two sat and discussed the docked starships outside, ignoring the seething glare of Zhao Zixin behind them. Feng Mo had always had an intense passion for anything related to starships. The sight of various models lined up in the starport filled him with excitement. What man could resist the allure of massive warships and colossal cannons? Using the knowledge he had acquired, Feng Mo mentally identified each ship type docked at the starport. Most were Tier 1 or Tier 2 starships, with a few rare Tier 3 models. Tier 4 ships were never seen at the Academy, as none had yet retired from service. Currently, the 3 main fleets of the Cloud Mountain Empire utilized Tier 5 starships as flagships, supplemented by Tier 4 ships in mixed formations. Tier 1 ships were civilian-class vessels, while military fleets were generally composed of Tier 3 flagships, supported by Tier 2 ships. Feng Mo spotted a Tier 2 class battleship docked near the starport's edge, a true relic likely older than his missing father. Battleships and carriers were among the most expensive starship classes. Battleships were the kings of space combat, synonymous with brute strength, while carriers were mobile fortresses, packed with starfighters and mechas, true behemoths of the interstellar battlefield. There were, of course, special starships above these, such as missile ships, warp ships, bombers, and planet killers. The ancient Tier 2 battleship bore 3 emblems, the insignia of the Starsea Human Federation at the front, the Cloud Mountain Empires in the middle, and the Academy's crest at the rear. Soon, a robot arrived with their meals. Just as they were about to dig in, an annoying voice interrupted. "Zish, I heard that the school will be organizing practical internships for all command cadets in our senior year," Zhang Wei's voice rang out. "We're lucky to have Tier 3 starships from our families, so we're safe. Unlike a certain fallen noble who can't even afford a Tier 3 starship." It was Zhang Wei speaking, and Feng Mo couldn't deny it. He indeed couldn't afford a Tier 3 ship. Most of his family's assets had been sold off by his parents, leaving him with just over 8 million Cloud Mountain credits in his account. Buying a Tier 3 starship worth tens of millions would mean selling off the family's remaining planets, something Feng Mo would never consider. Fortunately, he had a secret edge, a cheat that should make acquiring a Tier 3 starship feasible. Zhang Wei loved belittling others, a trait likely stemming from a sense of superiority. Feng Mo had encountered people like him often in his previous life. To Zhang Wei, Zhao Zixin was his lackey, and it was his duty as the big brother to avenge any perceived slight from Wang Chongshan. Feng Mo sighed, setting down his chopsticks. He stood and addressed Zhang Wei. "I've got a busy schedule ahead, so let's cut the nonsense. How about a starship duel at the start of our senior year, Zhang Wei? Let's see how well that Tier 3 starship your daddy bought you performs." "A starship duel? You against me? Are you serious?" Zhang Wei looked stunned, then burst into laughter. He approached Feng Mo, finger raised, but Wang Chongshan intervened, pushing the hand aside. Zhang Wei glared at Wang Chongshan, who remained unfazed, standing protectively by Feng Mo's side. Wang was ready to support his friend, even if it meant letting Feng Mo take the spotlight. "Are you a man or not? Yes or no?" Feng Mo demanded. "Of course I'm in." Zhang Wei yelled. "Great. September 3rd at 1 p.m. at the Academy Starport. If I lose, I'll drop out. What about you?" Feng Mo's eyes were cold, locking onto his rival. "If I lose, I'll drop out too." Zhang Wei spat out. "Deal." Feng Mo activated his smart terminal, sending an official duel challenge through the Academy's version of the Star Network. Ignoring Zhao Zixin's protests, Zhang Wei accepted the challenge on his terminal. A holographic projection materialized between them, displaying both class mentors. Third-year cadet Feng Mo has challenged third-year cadet Zhang Wei to a starship duel. Do both class mentors confirm? The mentors looked to their students for confirmation. Feng Mo nodded, as did Zhang Wei. Confirmed. The duel is set. Both cadets are to report to the Academy Starport at 1 p.m. on September 3rd. Hearing that the duel was official, Feng Mo relaxed and sat back down. Zhang Wei felt a sense of unease but couldn't pinpoint why, and Zhao Zixin had to drag him away. As the commotion ended, Wang Chongshan whispered, "Mo, you were a bit impulsive there. I'm not doubting you, but use my starship for the duel if you need to. Don't go back to your estate over the break. Come with me, I'll get you familiarized with my ship." Feng Mo waved off the offer. "Thanks, old Wang, but I've got this. My starship's already sorted. You'll see it when school starts. Don't worry. Zhang Wei won't know what hit him." Chapter 3, Tier 3 Storm-class interstellar battleship. After finishing lunch with old Wang, the two friends parted ways. Feng Mo returned to his dorm, while Wang Chongshan boarded a transport starship to head home. Feng Mo's dormitory was located in the villa complex behind the main teaching building. This area housed the dorms of all 4 years of Starship Command cadets, with each cadet having their own luxurious villa. During freshman year, students could even customize the interior decor to their liking if they were willing to pay an additional fee. Feng Mo arrived at the door of his Villa 369. The smart terminal at the entrance scanned and verified his identity. "Welcome home, Master." The door opened, and 2 smart robots greeted him with a bow. Feng Mo entered and collapsed onto the plush sofa. A sky blue screen appeared in front of him. Name, Feng Mo. Level 1 Gene Warrior. Occupation, Junior Starship Engineer, Lord of Xianyun Prime Planet. Special talent, half the sky. When your fleet's female soldiers outnumber male and non-humanoid male soldiers, your fleet receives a luck bonus. Starship, 0, mission, build your first starship. Reward upon completion, access to the points shop and 100 points, inventory, Tier 2 Black Bear class interstellar frigate blueprint, Tier 3 Storm class interstellar battleship blueprint. Feng Mo had been born with a flame-shaped birthmark on his chest, which turned out to be his cheat, Xinhuo. It could be described as a system or an intelligent life form that remained dormant. It first became active when he turned 18, leaving him with a simple interface and random tasks with rewards but no penalties for failure, offering significant freedom. With the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, Feng Mo had always been exceptionally bright. At 18, he was accepted into the Cloud Mountain Military Academy, where he received the genetic enhancement serum and became a level 1 gene warrior, awakening a rather peculiar talent. His talent, Half the Sky, required that his fleet have more female warriors than males to gain a luck bonus. As strange as it seemed, he had to admit it was quite impressive. Becoming a gene warrior not only granted a unique talent but also increased lifespan. According to the Cloud Mountain Daily, ordinary citizens of the Human Federation lived to around 180 years. At age 18, everyone received free genetic enhancement from the Empire, extending their life expectancy by a century and awakening their unique talent. Further gene upgrades, achieved through cultivation, could extend one's life even more. The daily newspaper reported that there were 33 level 5 gene warriors in the Cloud Mountain Empire, and their lifespans supposedly spanned millennia. However, everyone's talent had a limit, and without breaking through genetic barriers, aging would eventually catch up. Feng Mo planned to build a starship using the Tier 3 Storm-class interstellar battleship blueprint he had received as a mission reward last semester. Currently, a Tier 3 battleship had a market price of no less than 50 million Cloud Mountain credits, and he had calculated that building one would cost at least 13 to 14 million credits. With his current budget, he didn't have enough money, but he did have Academy points. He planned to exchange points for essential materials at the Academy, supplementing them with purchased supplies. Feng Mo estimated that he could complete the project for around 8 million credits. Starship companies sold ships at these approximate prices: Tier 1 starships, around 1 million credits; Tier 2 starships, between 4 million and 10 million credits; Tier 3 starships, around 50 million credits; Tier 4 starships, over 100 million credits; Tier 5 starships, priceless, as only the Human Federation's empires possessed the blueprints and did not permit production by starship companies. Among starship classes, carriers and battleships were the most expensive, followed by destroyers and frigates. Support ships had highly variable prices and were equally rare. At precisely 2 p.m., Feng Mo arrived at the Academy's starship warehouse, just in time for the administrator's afternoon shift. "Hello, Professor. I am here to exchange materials for a starship," Feng Mo said at the counter, uploading a detailed list via his smart terminal. "Here is the list of parts I need. Could you also assign me a shipyard?" The administrator scanned the materials list and asked, "Do you need to hire any starship engineers or repair workers?" "No, Professor," Feng Mo replied with a shake of his head. The administrator, assuming Feng Mo had already arranged for engineers, didn't press further. "All the requested components and materials are available in the warehouse. They'll be delivered to shipyard number 3 within 30 minutes. You now have 16 Academy points left." "Thank you, Professor," Feng Mo said, leaving the warehouse. He then took an Academy shuttle to shipyard number 3, spending 0.01 points on the ride. The Cloud Mountain Military Academy, as the top institution in the Empire, had an impressive points system, where 1 point was equivalent to 10,000 Cloud Mountain credits. Across 3 years of university, Feng Mo had accumulated just over 300 points, all of which he had now spent. A notification pinged as he rode to the shipyard. Ding. Third-year Command Cadet Feng Mo has been granted access to shipyard number 3 for 2 months. Upon arrival, the shipyard's doors recognized him and opened automatically, revealing a vast, 3-square-kilometer space. Feng Mo waited at the entrance as a convoy of transport vehicles arrived, unloading materials with the help of massive smart robots. Once the transporters left, Feng Mo closed the doors and headed to the central control console. He summoned a series of holographic screens and began inputting data rapidly. Finally, he uploaded the Tier 3 Storm-class interstellar battleship blueprint into the control system. A detailed blue 3D model of the battleship appeared on the main holographic screen, rotating in midair. Feng Mo had 2 blueprints registered in a Human Federation's database, ensuring legal usage. Even if someone tried to steal them, they wouldn't dare use them openly for profit, given the Federation's stringent copyright laws. The Academy's shipyard came equipped with an intelligent construction system. As mechanical noises filled the space, the construction process began. Materials were cut and shaped, the ship's sections were assembled, and the weapons and other components were integrated. This wasn't Feng Mo's first experience building a starship, but it was his first time constructing a Tier 3 class vessel. His actions were precise and confident, like a seasoned engineer. Time flew by, and soon it was August 27th, just 4 days before the start of the new semester. Feng Mo had spent nearly 2 months living in the shipyard. Standing in the assembly area, he admired the completed Tier 3 Storm-class interstellar battleship. The sleek design and a black and red armor gave the ship a powerful and imposing look. Exhausted but satisfied, Feng Mo took a deep breath, finishing the final inspection. Chapter 4, Recruiting the Crew. Stumbling slightly, Feng Mo nearly collapsed in exhaustion. He had finally completed the construction of his Tier 3 Storm-class interstellar battleship. The next step would be the shakedown cruise to test everything. Ravenous, he grabbed some food nearby and ate hastily, not caring that his hands were still dirty. Only he knew how he had managed to get through the past 2 months. He hadn't had a decent night's sleep the entire time. Fortunately, the advanced medical technology of the interstellar era and the availability of nutrient solutions had kept him from succumbing to exhaustion or even sudden death. His hard work had paid off, though. After nearly 2 months, he had successfully built his Tier 3 battleship. Throwing the empty food container aside, he left the control room and headed to the entrance of the battleship. Entering the ship, he found himself in the main corridor. Walking down the hallway to the end, he reached the bridge, essentially the brain of the battleship and its most vulnerable point. The bridge wasn't large, about 200 square meters, and remained pitch dark as the ship hadn't yet been fully activated. Feng Mo made his way to the captain's chair and sat down. A red scanning beam swept over him, followed by a mechanical voice from the main control console. Highest authority detected. Initiating identity verification. Identity confirmed. Welcome home, Captain Feng Mo of the Tier 3 Storm-class interstellar battleship. A black crystal control panel rose in front of him. Storm-class activating. Initializing main control system. Power system online. As the starship officially powered up, the bridge lights turned on, and the entire vessel began to come to life. Starship self-diagnostic system online. Weapon systems initializing. All systems operational. Mechanical voices echoed throughout the control room, marking the rebirth of the battleship. Feng Mo pumped his fist in excitement. Despite having blueprints and a system to guide him, the pressure of building a Tier 3 class battleship for the first time had been immense. Yet, he had succeeded. With all essential components, hull, main cannons, secondary weapons, armor, engines, radar, and the star shield, functioning correctly, the ship was ready for space travel. But now, he needed to recruit a crew. A vessel of this size couldn't be operated by one person alone. There were 3 main sources for recruiting crew members. 1. Other academy students, typically, senior students in related fields. While knowledgeable in theory, they lacked practical experience and needed extensive training. 2. Retired Imperial soldiers, highly skilled in both theory and practice, but expensive to maintain, as they required regular salaries. Missing payments would result in severe consequences, as the Empire would intervene. 3. Less conventional options, such as former space pirates or slaves, who were easier to manage and required only a one-time purchase fee. Slaves, in particular, were cost-effective, needing only basic provisions for upkeep. Feng Mo preferred recruiting slaves, as they were easy to control and involved no recurring expenses. Opening his smart terminal, he connected to the Academy network and navigated to the crew recruitment channel, selecting the slave market. The list was long, but Feng Mo patiently examined the options. The top listings featured beautiful female slaves of various races. There were cat-eared girls, fox-tailed maidens, snake-bodied beings, and even those resembling humans, each stunning in their own way. The market clearly understood the desires of its target audience. Despite the tempting options, Feng Mo knew this wasn't the time for indulgence. The battle hadn't even begun yet, so he refocused on his goal. As he browsed, his eyes lit up when he discovered a particular treasure. That's the one. She'll make a perfect vice captain. Feng Mo muttered, eagerly making his selections. His hands flew over the terminal, selecting a total of 150 crew members. The final bill came to over 3 million Cloud Mountain credits. With no academy points left, he had to use real currency. To cover the cost, he mortgaged one of his family's resource-rich planets through the Academy's internal loan platform, securing a loan of 10 million credits at an annual interest rate of just 1%, payable within 10 years after graduation. The vice captain alone cost a staggering 1 million credits, equivalent to the price of a Tier 1 starship. Expensive, but worth it, Feng Mo thought. After making the down payment, he received a notification that the crew would arrive in an hour. Taking the opportunity, he caught a short nap. When his alarm rang, he washed up and changed into clean clothes. Stepping outside the shipyard, he saw the arrival of his new crew. "Good day, Cadet Feng Mo. Here are the 151 slaves you ordered," said a young man with a professional smile, standing by a transport vehicle. Behind him, A dozen soldiers in combat uniforms, armed with electromagnetic pulse rifles, escorted the slaves. The cover on the transport was removed, revealing a massive cage. The slaves, dressed in fresh uniforms, knelt inside, looking weary and frightened. Most of them were half-beast species, with a higher number of females than males. These half-beasts had become outcasts in the Human Federation due to the ongoing war with the interstellar orc race. The female slaves were primarily cat girls and fox girls, while the males were bear men and tiger men. Captured from conquered outer star systems, these slaves were highly experienced, each with at least a year of starship operation. The best among them had 10 years of service experience. Of the 150, 130 were equivalent to level 1 gene warriors, and 20 were at level 2. The cage opened, and the slaves were herded out, forming 15 rows of 10 in front of the shipyard. Leading them was a tall, striking woman. She had fair skin, an alluring face, and looked almost human, except for the 2 sharp horns on her head and a long tail trailing behind her. She was an interstellar succubus, a rare species. Though not physically powerful, with strength comparable to a level 2 gene warrior, her mental prowess was formidable. Her psychic energy was on par with a level 3 gene warrior, and she possessed telekinesis, making her an ideal candidate for a vice captain. The 1 million credits spent on her felt worth it. This kind of slave was hard to come by, even in the open market, and being able to get her through academy connections was a huge advantage. Once all the slaves were lined up, the young man tapped a few buttons on his smart terminal. Instantly, the slave's eyes lost focus. A red light scanned Fengmo, and the slave's eyes regained clarity. "Master." They called in unison, bowing deeply with deference. "All set, Cadet Fengmo." Each slave has a microcontrol chip embedded in their brain, unbreakable except by the psychic power of a level 5 gene warrior. I've transferred the control system to your smart terminal. They are now under your full authority. Fengmo nodded, then finalized the payment. The deal was complete, with no chance for disputes afterward. Chapter 5, Vice Captain, Elplan Hello, General L. The succubus looked at Fengmo in surprise. Not only had he pronounced her name correctly, but he had also addressed her as General. Elplan of the Demon Star System, of the Succubus clan. You rebelled against the oppressive rule of the local warlords and founded the Anti-Demon Legion. Unfortunately, your resistance lasted only 2 or 3 years. After the final battle, you disappeared, only to end up in the slave market. During those 2 years, you led over 100 battles, commanding a fleet of 100 starships, with a Tier 3 flagship at the helm. You have extensive combat experience. Fengmo recounted her history, word for word. Elplan seemed lost in thought, as if reliving those past events. So, General, how about having a chat? Fengmo invited. Elplan's lips curled into a smile, her voice husky but composed. If you know my past, why would you choose me? Aren't you afraid I'll betray you? Afraid? Of course, I am, Fengmo admitted. But I'd like to propose a deal. Her curiosity piqued. Elplan asked, what kind of deal? My name is Fengmo. My main profession is Starship Commander, and on the side, I'm a Starship Engineer. I'm capable of hand-building Tier 3 class battleships. I'm only 21. What do you think, General? Do you want revenge? Do you want to rebuild the Succubus Kingdom? Seeing Elplan deep in thought, Fengmo pressed on, take a gamble on me. The Demon Star System's overall strength isn't that great. 3 fleets, each composed of 100 Tier 4 class starships, would be enough to sweep through them. Do you have faith in me? I know words alone mean nothing. General, bring the crew and follow me, Fengmo said, scanning his identity to open the starship dock. He led the group inside. Elplan's eyes widened as she took in the massive ship before her. You built this? On your own? Without any help? Her voice was filled with disbelief. Absolutely. That's one of my secrets. So, General, are you willing to take a chance on me? I promise that once we have the power, our first mission will be to destroy the Demon Star System. How about it? Deal. From now on, I am your subordinate, Commander. Elplan declared, without hesitation. In the dock, over 100 crew members sat on the ground, devouring the meals before them. The artificially cultivated food was delicious, a luxury they hadn't tasted since becoming slaves. Even before their enslavement, eating such meals had been rare. They had subsisted on flavorless synthetic nutrition packs. Despite her past as a fleet commander, Elplan ate gracefully, savoring each bite. Her composure and elegance set her apart from the others. Captain L, once you finish eating, I want you to organize the crew. Get everyone familiar with this Tier 3 class battleship. It's brand new and hasn't undergone any test flights, Fengmo instructed. I came across records of your battles while studying at the Academy Library and analyzed your combat strategies. That's how I recognized you. I hope we can work well together, Feng Mo added. Elplan nodded, realizing Feng Mo was not just a paper pusher. She had spent 2 years in the slave market, never bought because potential owners feared her past as a rebel leader and her audacious battle tactics. Conservative aristocrats preferred predictable and stable subordinates, and she was anything but. After the meal, Elplan efficiently organized the crew, leading them aboard the Storm. She selected the 20 level 2 gene warriors to join her and Feng Mo in the control room. Seated in the captain's chair, Feng Mo handed Elplan a box of smart terminals. I've registered your information. On this ship, you have the highest command authority next to me. From now on, you are the vice captain of the Storm. Distribute these terminals to the crew, he said. Elplan placed a terminal on her slender wrist, a beautiful smile playing on her lips. Thank you for your trust, Commander. I won't let you down, she vowed. Pleased, Feng Mo nodded. Here are the crew assignments. Operating the Storm requires only 100 crew members. The remaining 50 will serve as reserves and familiarize themselves with the ship. He transferred 1 million Cloud Mountain credits to Elplan's account. I've already requested clearance from the interstellar port and rented a dock space for a year. Use these funds to buy supplies after the shakedown cruise. From today on, you are no longer slaves but members of my crew. Meals will be served 3 times a day, and each crew member will receive a monthly food allowance of 100 credits. The crew members murmured in disbelief. 100 credits per month was a generous amount. During their time as slaves, they had only received 1 meal per day, and a monthly food allowance of 5 credits would have been considered decent. Now, their rations had increased 20-fold. All right, Vice Captain L, let's begin the shakedown cruise. Feng Mo ordered, cutting off the murmurs. Yes, Commander. Elplan responded. The shipyard's flight corridor opened, and a mechanical voice announced, Storm is cleared to enter Sea Line 3. Feng Mo sat in his captain's chair, watching the crew take their positions. Calmly, he commanded, let's go. Elplan relayed his order. Engage Storm's engines. Proceed into Sea Line 3. The crew members, though slightly inexperienced, operated the Storm with determination. Minutes later, the massive battleship exited the shipyard and entered the designated flight path. Since the bridge was fully enclosed, the ship relied on radar imagery to project the external view onto the control room screens. Seeing the vast expanse of space from the captain's seat, Feng Mo felt a surge of excitement. The Storm followed the flight path away from Cloud Mountain, accelerating to 100 knots. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a rocky asteroid field within Academy territory, the perfect place for performance tests. Commander, we're ready to commence the shakedown drills, Elplan reported. Proceed, Vice Captain L, Feng Mo instructed. Having a seasoned second-in-command was a relief. Elplan took over smoothly, leaving Feng Mo free from worry. Maintain this course. Engines at full power, speed up to 200 knots. All compartments, monitor ship data closely and report any anomalies immediately. The shakedown cruise had officially begun. Chapter 6, The Shakedown Cruise. The Storm was now pushing its engines to maximum speed, a true test for a newly built battleship. High-speed travel could easily expose any structural weaknesses or system malfunctions, and if anything went wrong, Feng Mo's ship would have to be sent back for major repairs, a possibility that had been his greatest worry. 10 minutes later. Report. The engine system is stable, the hull structure integrity field is holding, energy reserves are sufficient, and the ship is sailing smoothly with no anomalies detected. The integrity field around the hull is particularly robust, on par with Tier 4 class interstellar battleships, came the updates from the various compartments. Feng Mo let out a deep sigh of relief. It seemed everything was in order. Commander, shall we proceed with testing the starshield and weapons systems? Vice Captain Elplan asked. 3 hours later, Elplan stood, saluting Feng Mo. Commander, the Storm has completed all shakedown tests. There are no issues. Among all Tier 3 class battleships I've seen, this one stands unrivaled in its class. Especially the weapons system. Who would have thought you'd use Tier 4 class battleship secondary cannons as the main guns for the Storm? She added, impressed. Let's head back, Feng Mo said, grinning. His anticipation for the upcoming starship duel was growing, he couldn't wait to give his opponents a beating. In the following days, Feng Mo and the crew stayed aboard the Storm, familiarizing themselves with the ship's operations and overseeing the loading of supplies. Over 3 days, he spent over 400,000 Cloud Mountain credits, and though it pained him, it was necessary. Feng Mo's financial situation wasn't looking great. He had started with just over 8 million credits, then borrowed 10 million. Building the Storm had cost over 8 million, buying Elplan and the crew had taken another 3 million, and various supplies and equipment had cost more than 400,000. Altogether, he had spent over 12 million credits, leaving only 6 million in his account. It was clear he needed to find a way to make more money soon. September 1st, the first day of the new semester, Feng Mo arrived early at the classroom. Wang Chongsheng was already there, craning his neck to watch for his friend. When he saw Feng Mo, he waved eagerly. "Mo, how's the starship? If it's not ready, you can still use mine," Wang Chongsheng offered. Feng Mo walked over and playfully punched his shoulder. "Don't worry, it's all set. By the way, old Wang, I need a favor." "Sure thing, but I'll need some payment. Remember that secret network we stumbled upon? You owe me the address so I can go and critique it," Wang Chongsheng joked, grinning. "You really love to learn, huh? Fine, I'll copy it for you," Feng Mo replied with a chuckle, then grew serious. "Here's the deal. Your aunt deals in starship weapons trade, right? I've designed a Tier 2 class starship, and I want to meet with her to discuss selling the blueprint. I'm running short on funds. But don't worry, it's not urgent. Let's handle it after the duel on the 3rd. I've got a big surprise for you then." Wang Chongsheng knew Feng Mo had passed the exam to become a junior starship engineer but was still skeptical about him designing a Tier 2 class ship. Yet he didn't question his friend and nodded seriously. "So you just want me to set up a meeting? No need for any extra help." "Exactly, just set up the meeting. No need to smooth things over," Feng Mo replied. He knew that if he asked, Wang Chongsheng would pull strings to sell the blueprint, but Feng Mo was confident in his design. This blueprint, which Feng Mo had exchanged for 100 points from the Zine Huo Points shop, had came to mind just before the semester started. He had almost forgotten about his mission reward, and the Points shop had opened right before the semester began, giving him access to various blueprints and resources. With limited funds, selling the Tier 2 starship design was his best option to make money. Wang Chongsheng visibly relaxed. "No problem. After the duel, I'll bring my aunt to the academy so you two can meet in person." September 3rd, 1 p.m. The interstellar dock of Cloud Mountain Military Academy was bustling. The area for Feng Mo and Zhang Wei's duel had been designated in the asteroid field where Feng Mo had conducted his shakedown cruise. This area, under Academy jurisdiction, was reserved for starship tests and combat exercises. The duel was also being broadcast live, a standard practice for Academy starship duels. In the senior class of the command department, the teacher had suspended the lesson, instead streaming the duel and encouraging the entire class to watch. The duel served as both a show of support for Feng Mo and an opportunity to teach practical starship combat tactics. When does Feng Mo's duel with Zhang Wei start? The Academy announcement says it starts at 1 p.m., so it should be soon. According to the rules, both ships should have already left the dock. Look, that's Zhang Wei's ship. A Tier 3 Peregrine-class interstellar destroyer. It's one of the flagship Tier 3 ships of our Cloud Mountain Empire, with a top speed 20% higher than comparable ships. I heard the official price is 42 million credits, and only companies under Imperial control can sell it. Regular people have to wait 3 years just to get in line. This doesn't look good for Feng Mo. Can he hold his own? The cadets whispered among themselves, some cheering for Feng Mo, while others were skeptical. The camera feed shifted to Feng Mo's ship, and the class erupted in shock. They had never seen this battleship before, and it wasn't listed in the Imperial database. Judging by its length and the caliber of its main guns, they could deduce that it was an unfamiliar Tier 3 class interstellar battleship. "Is this the surprise you were talking about?" Wang Chongsheng thought, watching the broadcast in disbelief. The unfamiliar ship made his heart race with anticipation. The broadcast then cut to the duel organizers, who established contact with both ship captains. 2 video feeds appeared on the live stream. On one side was Zhang Wei, lounging in the luxurious bridge of his Tier 3 Peregrine-class destroyer. He wore extravagant noble attire, a glass of red wine in hand, and had one leg crossed over the other. "What a show-off," Wang Chongsheng muttered, rolling his eyes. Zhang Wei's theatrics annoyed him, but it was clear that some people found the act impressive. Standing beside Zhang Wei was a middle-aged man in a military uniform, a recently retired officer judging by his demeanor. On the other side was Feng Mo, dressed in his academy uniform, sitting confidently in the captain's chair. Behind him stood Elplan, clad in a sleek black combat suit, looking elegant yet imposing. "A succubus? My friend's got some luck," Wang Chongsheng whispered, chuckling. Little did he know of Elplan's past, otherwise, he might not have been so amused. "Senior Command Cadet Feng Mo, Senior Command Cadet Zhang Wei, the rules of the duel will now be read," the official announced. "Both ships must remain within the designated asteroid field. Other than that, there are no rules. The duel ends when one side surrenders or loses combat capability. Once the judges declare the result, both sides must cease all attacks immediately. Are both parties clear on the rules?" Chapter 7, Starship Duel. Understood, Zhang Wei replied, taking a sip of his red wine with a smug expression. He barely regarded Feng Mo as a threat. With one of the Empire's top Tier 3 class destroyers and an experienced retired officer as his vice-captain, victory seemed inevitable. In Zhang Wei's mind, there was no way he could lose this duel. Feng Mo, on the other hand, responded seriously, understood. He was ready, his heart pounding with excitement at the thought of crushing Zhang Wei. Very well. The duel begins now, announced the referee. A red circle appeared on the star maps of both starships, marking the area within which they were allowed to engage. The video feeds from both bridges were then cut off, signaling the start of the battle. Zhang Wei turned to his vice-captain with a sneer. Captain Zhang, our objective is to destroy the enemy starship. If any accidents happen along the way, both my father and I will be quite pleased. We might even promote you to a commanding position in our family fleet. Despite his playful and arrogant demeanor, Zhang Wei was ruthless. He understood that if he didn't crush Feng Mo now, he might regret it later. Captain Zhang, a retired officer whom Zhang Wei's father had specifically recruited, nodded with confidence. He had previously served as the vice-captain of a Tier 4 class battleship in the Imperial fleet. Don't worry, young Master Zhang. I guarantee that the enemy starship won't make it back to the interstellar port. Meanwhile, aboard the Storm, Feng Mo turned to Elplan. What do you think? Their vice-captain is probably a seasoned Imperial officer. Are you confident? Commander, I'll make sure we destroy that ship, Elplan replied confidently. She had complete faith in the Storm. Feng Mo's adrenaline surged. Though he had never experienced a starship battle before, he felt secure in granting Elplan full command of the Storm. Maintain a speed of 50 knots, Elplan ordered, setting the stage for the upcoming confrontation. Feng Mo used the time before engagement to review the Storm's specifications on his smart terminal. Tier 3 Storm-class interstellar battleship, armor strength, 330 units, dimensions, 800 meters in length, 180 meters in width, 148 meters in height, speed, 200 star knots, warp engine, level 3, Starshield energy, level 3, 100% efficiency, weapons, a Tier 3 turbine laser main cannon, 3 Tier 3 laser cannon secondary guns, 30 Tier 2 close-in defense laser cannons. The Storm was equipped with formidable firepower. Its main and secondary guns were heavy weapons capable of devastating an enemy's shields with a single shot. Feng Mo then glanced at the specs of the Tier 3 Peregrine-class destroyer. He couldn't help but smirk at the comparison. The Peregrine only had 170 units of armor strength and was armed with a single laser cannon main gun and 20 close-in defense laser cannons. In essence, its main weapon was equivalent to one of the Storm's secondary guns. The Peregrine's specs were publicly listed on the Imperial database, giving Feng Mo a strategic advantage since his Storm was a complete mystery to the enemy. Elplan's initial order to maintain a slow speed was a clever ruse, designed to lure the enemy in. The strategy was simple: bait the enemy, then deliver a surprise attack. Understanding Elplan's tactics, Feng Mo relaxed in his chair, eager to see the plan unfold. Soon, the two starships entered each other's radar range. The Peregrine suddenly accelerated to its top speed of 180 knots. Feng Mo nearly burst out laughing, knowing this reckless move had to be Zhang Wei's idea. Their instructors had repeatedly emphasized that charging at full speed was a rookie mistake. Clearly, Zhang Wei had underestimated the Storm. This was precisely why Feng Mo had positioned the Storm in the asteroid field rather than at the port, to catch Zhang Wei off guard. Both ships closed the distance rapidly. The Peregrine's main gun charged, ready to fire. Warning! Enemy starship's laser weapons detected. The alert rang out. Gotcha, Elplan whispered, a smirk forming on her lips. Full speed to port, now. The Storm suddenly accelerated from 50 to 200 knots in just 5 seconds, performing a sharp turn to the left. On the live broadcast, viewers watched in amazement as the Storm drew a wide arc around the Peregrine, evading its main gun's laser blast by a hair's breadth. The broadcast showed the speed data. The Storm had reached 200 knots, the theoretical maximum speed for a Tier 3 class starship. The entire Academy erupted in shock. No Tier 3 starship in the Empire had ever reached this speed. The Peregrine had previously held the record, which was why Zhang Wei had been so confident. But now, the Storm was outmaneuvering him. The Storm completed its arc and charged straight at the Peregrine. Elplan gave the next command, her voice cold and precise: activate the turbine laser main cannon. Prepare the laser cannon secondaries. Charging turbine laser main cannon. 10. 9. 1. Ready to fire. The bow of the Storm glowed with the energy of its 2,600 mm cannon. Even the judges watching the live broadcast jumped out of their seats. That's a 2,600 mm turbine laser main cannon. Those are typically equipped on Tier 4 class battleships. This Tier 3 starship is terrifying. One judge exclaimed. Impossible. How can a Tier 3 starship have a 2,600mm main gun? Another judge shouted in disbelief. On the Peregrine, Captain Zhang's face turned grim. Full evasive maneuvers. All close-in defense cannons, intercept that shot. Maximize star-shield energy output. Sweat dripped from his clenched fists. Zhang Wei, who had been so carefree just moments before, was now pale and panicked. His grades were decent, and he knew exactly what a 2,600mm turbine laser main cannon could do. Their Peregrine had just become prey under the barrel of a hunter's gun. On the Storm's bridge, Elplan turned to Feng Mo with a smile. Commander, it's been over 2 years since I last commanded a starship. I couldn't resist showing off a bit. Hard stop. Fire. Elplan ordered, her voice icy and authoritative. Chapter 8, Blasting the Tier 3 Peregrine. Thanks to the superior speed of the Storm, it easily closed in on the Peregrine. Within seconds, the Storm executed an emergency stop, coming to a halt just 100 kilometers from the enemy ship, a dangerously close range for starships. At that moment, the 2,600mm turbine laser main cannon unleashed its fury. Thanks to the Storm's structural integrity field, the sudden deceleration and massive energy release from the cannon caused no disruption to the ship. The scene appeared calm and controlled, without the chaotic recoil one might expect from such a powerful shot. Meanwhile, aboard the Peregrine, the bridge was filled with the blaring sound of alarms. Deploy all close-in defense turrets. Fire interceptive barrages. Captain John commanded, trying to mitigate the damage. But he knew full well that no defense could completely neutralize the blast from a weapon of this magnitude. A brilliant beam of light shot forth from the Storm, striking the Peregrine's green energy shield. Warning. Starshield energy remaining, 28%, reported the Peregrine's system. The impact rocked the Peregrine, and though the shield held, the immense force was more than its structural integrity field could handle. Commander, Vice Captain, all 3 laser cannon secondaries are charged and ready for orders. A crew member reported. Elplan gave a cold command, activate the starboard engine. The Storm will circle the enemy at 200 knots and engage in high-speed hunting mode. Target the enemy bridge with the laser cannons. Fire each one in 10-second intervals. Her gaze turned predatory as she issued the orders. Elplan's aggressive grin made her intentions clear, her starship was out for blood. Feng Mo couldn't help but admire Elplan's commanding presence. She was clearly enjoying herself, first showcasing the Storm's emergency stop, followed by this high-speed hunting maneuver. The Storm's strategy was to circle the Peregrine and maintain a constant barrage, exploiting their superior speed. It was a classic kiting tactic, where the faster ship harasses a slower, crippled opponent from a safe distance. On the Peregrine's bridge, everyone looked grim. Captain Zhang knew they were being toyed with, as the Storm displayed its superior capabilities. Full speed ahead. Prepare to fire the laser cannon. Captain Zhang ordered. But, sir, the cannon needs more time to cool down. Firing it again could damage the barrel. A crew member protested. It's a matter of life and death. We have no choice. Captain Zhang barked. The Peregrine accelerated and the laser cannon began to glow, ready to fire again. The live broadcast showed the desperate struggle between the 2 massive starships. The Storm fired first. The first laser cannon beam slammed into the Peregrine's shield, which barely managed to hold. The second shot followed 10 seconds later, and this time, the shield shattered, leaving the Peregrine vulnerable. The beam scorched the bridge, dealing significant damage but not enough to destroy it. Then, the third laser cannon beam struck, right at the moment when the Peregrine's own main gun was charging. The beam hit the cannon directly, causing a massive secondary explosion that rocked the entire ship. Feng Mo was stunned at the perfect timing. The second shot had already depleted the enemy's shield, but the third shot hitting the charging cannon was pure luck. The resulting explosion left a gaping, 30-meter-wide hole in the Peregrine's bow, with fires raging within. Elplan, ever the opportunist, immediately issued another order, all close-in defense turrets, fire at will. Finish them off. The Peregrine was now on the brink of total destruction. The secondary explosion had critically damaged its systems, and any more hits would spell doom for the crew. On the Peregrine's bridge, alarms blared continuously. Warning. Hull integrity down 30%. Warning. Warning. Captain Zhang sighed, releasing his clenched fists. Turning to the ashen-faced Zhang Wei, he said, Young Master Zhang, we can't fight back anymore. If this continues, the ship will be destroyed, and you might get seriously hurt. It's time to surrender. Zhang Wei, feeling the cold sweat soaking through his clothes, swallowed hard and shouted, I surrender. I surrender. The referee team swiftly announced, the winner is Cadet Feng Mo in the Storm. Cease all attacks immediately. Hell yeah. That's my brother. Wang Chongshen, who was watching the live broadcast from the classroom, jumped to his feet and cheered, fists pumping in the air. In the corner of the same classroom, a sweet-looking girl with twin ponytails also sprang up in excitement. Her adorable face would make anyone call her cute, but her figure would make any admirer gasp in amazement. She was nearly 1.8 meters tall, with an hourglass shape that contrasted with her innocent, youthful face. "Did you see that? Big guns and big ships are the best. That's exactly the kind of starship I dream of having," she gushed, her eyes sparkling with admiration for the storm. Tears of joy even formed at the corners of her eyes. Meanwhile, the teachers and students watching were left in disbelief. "Wait. Is it over already?" someone muttered. The entire engagement had lasted less than 10 minutes, a time frame typical of one-sided curb stomps in starship duels. While L-Plan's brilliant maneuvers had left everyone speechless, Feng Mo sat back in his captain's chair, pumping his fist in triumph. "Nicely done, L-Plan. One volley, and we nearly obliterated them." L-Plan analyzed the battle calmly, saying, "Luck played a role. All 4 shots hit their mark, and the final one striking their charging cannon was pure chance. It triggered a chain reaction, damaging multiple systems." "Luck?" Feng Mo echoed, suddenly remembering his talent. If the starship had more female crew members than male, it would trigger a luck bonus. Did that mean his shots were always going to hit? Could it be that his talent was a hidden gem, one that made every shot count? The thought thrilled him, but he knew it needed further testing. If it worked as he hoped, it would be a game changer. "Cadet Feng Mo, the storm has won a duel. Cease all hostilities and return to the interstellar port," came the referee's voice over the intercom. "Understood," Feng Mo replied, grinning. With the duel over, it was time to return. The Academy would handle the towing of the crippled Peregrine, leaving Feng Mo and his victorious crew to sail back triumphantly. Chapter 9, The Big Showdown at Cloud Mountain Interstellar Military Academy's starship dock. The storm glided smoothly into Dock 3. Feng Mo, sitting in the captain's chair, sighed deeply. The fallout from the starship duel was far from over. He knew Zhang Wei wouldn't let this defeat slide, and their rivalry would likely escalate into more confrontations, both overt and covert. Zhang Wei's father might even get personally involved. Still, Feng Mo welcomed the challenge. Strength was honed through hardship. Thankfully, the storm had sustained no damage during the duel. After a quick energy recharge, it was ready for action again without needing any repairs. He dismissed the crew, giving them time to rest and enjoy some free time, before descending alone from the ship. At the dock, Wang Changsheng stood at the front of a crowd, looking exasperated as he conversed with a tall girl with twin ponytails. When he saw Feng Mo, his expression brightened, and he hurried over, grinning from ear to ear. "That was incredible, brother. You put that arrogant Zhang Wei in his place. He needed that." Wang Changsheng cheered, embracing Feng Mo. Feng Mo gave his friend a pat on the shoulder. Together, they glanced at the Peregrine, now docked at Bay 4, where a towing ship had just parked it. Zhang, the vice-captain, was helping Zhang Wei disembark. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with fury. Zhang Wei's face flushed red with rage as he saw Feng Mo and Wang Changsheng laughing together. Shoving Zhang's supportive hand away, he stormed over to Feng Mo. "Feng Mo, are you brave enough to fight me again?" Zhang Wei challenged, his voice shaking with anger. Feng Mo knew there was no avoiding this conflict. He turned to face Zhang Wei with a smirk. "How do you want to do this?" Zhang Wei clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking with tension. "Right here, right now. Both of us are level 1 gene warriors, and there are plenty of teachers and students to witness. Let's settle this with our fists." Feng Mo gently nudged Wang Changsheng aside and crossed his arms. "Zhang Wei, I've always believed in not starting trouble unless provoked. You've been a thorn in my side for too long, constantly picking fights. Fine. Let's end this today." Zhang Wei sneered and took a step closer. "You think an orphaned, low-born wretch like you deserves to end anything with me?" Slap. Feng Mo delivered a powerful slap across Zhang Wei's face, sending him reeling. His head snapped to the side from the force. "Such a filthy mouth," Feng Mo said coldly. "Does your family know you talk like this? If they won't discipline you, I'll do it in your father's place." "Discipline me in my father's place?" Zhang Wei spat, his face contorted with humiliation. The pain was secondary, the shame was what cut deepest. Yet he managed to keep a shred of self-control. Feng Mo's speed and strength in that slap told Zhang Wei everything he needed to know. Feng Mo was already at the peak of a level 1 gene warrior. "I'll kill you." Zhang Wei roared, pretending to be consumed by rage. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, silver electromagnetic pulse gun, aiming it directly at Feng Mo. The sudden appearance of the weapon sent adrenaline coursing through Feng Mo's veins. His earlier confidence was gone, replaced with raw panic as his body tensed. Danger. Everything happened in an instant. Feng Mo saw Zhang Wei's twisted grin and heard Wang Chongsheng's alarmed shout. But before the gun could fire, a black blur moved in front of Feng Mo, absorbing the crimson pulse blast. The shadow flickered, and in the next moment, the electromagnetic gun shattered into pieces, falling uselessly to the ground. Pant, pant, pant. Feng Mo caught his breath, his heart pounding as he took in the figure before him, a combat exosuit, an exoskeleton armor designed for Gene warriors. Made from the same materials used to build starships, the armor incorporated memory metal that could self-repair when damaged. These armors were expensive and not widely available, with no public market access. They were reserved for those with significant connections or wealth. Feng Mo's gaze shifted to Zhang Wei, who stood frozen in disbelief. This was a harsh lesson. Zhang Wei had shown Feng Mo what true ruthlessness meant. Without parental guidance since the age of 8, Feng Mo had never fully understood the brutal world of nobility and power. Now, he was beginning to learn. Zhang Wei was quickly subdued, forced face down on the ground by 2 academy enforcers. Wang Chongsheng rushed to Feng Mo's side, whispering urgently, "Are you okay, Mo? That bastard dared to pull a gun on academy grounds. His father's going to have to pay big time to get him out of this one. Think carefully about what you want as compensation." Feng Mo nodded. As Wang Chongsheng said, Zhang Wei would likely escape serious punishment, but only after his powerful father paid a hefty price. It was unrealistic to think he could completely ruin Zhang Wei. Better to use the situation to his advantage. The academy director, who had been wearing the exosuit, dismissed the crowd with a wave of his hand and turned to Feng Mo. "Cadet Feng Mo, this incident is a serious breach of academy regulations. We will investigate thoroughly and get back to you within 3 days. In the meantime, please return to your dormitory and wait." Feng Mo nodded, his back soaked with sweat from the close encounter with death. He needed to change clothes and discuss the Starship blueprint deal with Wang Chongsheng. Back at dorm 369 after showering and changing into fresh clothes, Feng Mo sat in his living room, sipping hot tea to calm his nerves. He looked at Wang Chongsheng, who was lounging nearby. "So, any news on the business deal we discussed?" "Relax," Wang Chongsheng replied with a grin. "My aunt wanted to meet you on the StarNet, but when I showed her the duel video and told her you designed and built that ship yourself, she insisted on meeting you in person. She's on Cloud Mountain Star right now and should be here soon. Seriously, man, you've been hiding these skills from me for too long. How are you going to make it up to me?" Feng Mo laughed. "Don't worry, I owe you one. Here's my promise, when you're ready to form your own fleet, I'll personally design your flagship. Sound good?" Wang Chongsheng clapped Feng Mo on the shoulder, practically bouncing with excitement. "That's more than good. I'm aiming to set up my fleet in 3 years, so get ready to draw up plans for a Tier 4 class battleship." He knew Feng Mo's abilities were growing rapidly, and 3 years was plenty of time for his friend to reach new heights. Wang Chongsheng felt grateful to have such a capable and loyal friend. Beep beep. The sound of a notification on his smart terminal made Wang Chongsheng jump. "That must be my aunt. I'll go get her. Wait here." He shot Feng Mo a grin before hurrying out the door. Chapter 10, 50 million, deal closed. "Master, your old friend Wang Chongsheng is at the door, knocking. Should I open it?" came a mechanical voice. "Open the door, little Wai," Feng Mo called out as he walked toward the entrance. The door slid open, revealing Wang Chongsheng, who was following behind an elegant, poised middle-aged woman. She had a refined and dignified presence, dressed in a simple but elegant long dress that accentuated her graceful figure. In her hand, she carried a red leather-wrapped gift box. Her mere presence exuded a noble aura that commanded respect. "You must be Mr. Feng Mo. I'm Chongsheng's aunt, Zhang Yu. You can just call me Zhang Yu," she greeted in a warm, melodic voice. "Chongsheng always speaks of your intelligence and talents. It's an honor to finally meet you. I brought a small gift to mark the occasion, I hope you will accept it." Feng Mo quickly took the gift, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Aunt Zhang. Chongsheng often praises your grace and elegance. He and I are like brothers, so there's no need for formality. Please, make yourself at home, and if it's alright, I'll call you Aunt Zhang." He led them into the living room. Once they were seated, Feng Mo asked a smart robot to prepare some tea. Getting straight to the point, he said, "Aunt Zhang, I believe you know about my family's struggles. Times have been tough, and with graduation approaching, I need funds to establish a fleet. So, I'm selling a Tier 2 starship design I created." Zhang Yu nodded, and Feng Mo continued, "The main selling point of this Tier 2 starship is its durability, something that appeals greatly to civilians. As you know, starship technology evolves rapidly, and even wealthy families are starting to use Tier 2 starships for everyday purposes, making this design's ruggedness particularly valuable. But enough talking. I'll send you the specs and blueprint now, so your research team can review them, Feng Mo said, transmitting the data via his smart terminal. He kept the core technical details back, intending to share them only after the contract was signed. Zhang Yu made a call to her research team. Please review this starship design and give me a reliable report in an hour, she instructed before ending the call. Thanks to Wang Changsheng's humor, the wait wasn't awkward. Zhang Yu even watched the starship duel video, commenting insightfully on Vice Captain Elpat's tactical maneuvers. Feng Mo was impressed. Zhang Yu was clearly a savvy and knowledgeable noblewoman, not just a figurehead. An hour later, the call from her research team came right on schedule. Madam Zhang, the Tier 2 starship design is impressive, even without the core details. This Zebra-class interstellar destroyer is highly cost-effective. Its standout feature is its durability, and it performs well too. It could definitely become a bestseller, the lead researcher, an elderly man in a lab coat, reported excitedly. Zhang Yu hung up the call and looked at Feng Mo with an approving smile. I'll take this design. What price are you asking? Feng Mo took a moment to think. Starship design prices are quite standard. They're usually based on the projected sales of 1,000 units. A Tier 2 interstellar destroyer sells for around 4 to 5 million each. Using an average of 4.5 million, the total sales would be 4.5 billion. The company's profit is 18% of that, and 5% of that profit goes to the designer, which comes to about 40.5 million. Feng Mo paused strategically, and Zhang Yu filled the silence. Let's round it up. I'll give you 50 million Cloud Mountain credits. This way, the design rights for the Zebra-class destroyer will belong to me. How does that sound? Feng Mo admired her sharp negotiation skills. He had been aiming to raise the price, and she had expertly countered. Thank you so much, Aunt Zhang. This money will make a huge difference. I won't be formal about it, then. Let's sign the contract, he replied. He took the contract printed by a smart robot and handed it over. They signed 3 copies, one for Feng Mo, one for Zhang Yu, and one for the Intellectual Property Office to record the transaction. Once the paperwork was complete, Feng Mo transferred the full blueprint data to Zhang Yu. She then sent him the 50 million credits, sealing the deal. After some more conversation, Zhang Yu and Wang Changsheng took their leave. Feng Mo escorted them to the door, thanking them once more. Closing the door, Feng Mo felt a wave of relief. With this money, he could upgrade the defenses of his territory significantly. Since his parents' disappearance when he was 8, the fleet and defense systems had not been updated. His domain, once an Earl's territory, now a Viscount's, still relied on outdated Tier 1 and Tier 2 starships. The Academy had announced that real combat internships would begin on October 1st, so Feng Mo knew he needed to make preparations and return home. But before that, he had to resolve things with Zhang Wei. Hopefully, Zhang Wei's family wouldn't make him wait too long. September 5th, 9:00 a.m. Feng Mo received a message from the Academy director, asking him to come to the main building's office. The Zhang Wei matter had been resolved surprisingly quickly, a sign of Zhang Wei's influence in his family. Feng Mo put on his Academy combat uniform and headed to Office 907. Knocking on the door, he heard, "Come in." Entering, he saw 2 groups in the office. On the left sat Director Liu and the class advisors for both Feng Mo and Zhang Wei. On the right sat Zhang Wei, along with a middle-aged man in a meticulously tailored suit, who had the look of a dignified butler. Director Liu, Mr. Xing, Professor Zhang, Feng Mo greeted each teacher respectfully before sitting down on the left side. Director Liu smiled warmly at him. Let me introduce Feng Mo, a 4th-year cadet in the command department and a certified junior starship engineer. He designed and built a Tier 3 interstellar battleship on his own over the break. He is one of our brightest students and a true asset to the Academy. Chapter 11, 3 Resource Planets. Dean Liu rambled on for a while, with the main point being that the Academy considered Feng Mo an exceptional talent, a high-value asset, unlike that troublemaker Zhang Wei. As for compensation, anything less than substantial wouldn't be considered. Feng Mo felt immense gratitude toward Dean Liu, especially since the man had saved his life and was now fighting for his interests. Naturally, Feng Mo was fully supportive, nodding attentively to every statement the dean made, as if taking it all in with the utmost seriousness. Catching a glimpse of Feng Mo's earnest expression out of the corner of his eye, Dean Liu was even more pleased, silently labeling him a modest genius worth nurturing. For nearly 10 minutes, the office was dominated by Dean Liu's continuous persuasion. Only when he finally took a sip of his tea did his relentless monologue came to an end. The steward from the Zhang family, clearly relieved, paid no attention to Dean Liu. Instead, he addressed Feng Mo directly, saying, Lord Feng, greetings. I am Zhang Tanren, the chief steward of the Zhang family. Let me outline the compensation Zhang family is offering, 10 million Yanshan credits and 1 resource planet in the Xian Yun system. Hearing this, Feng Mo's brow furrowed slightly. It was obvious that this offer was inadequate. However, he didn't object immediately. Instead, he shot a discreet glance at Dean Liu. Picking up on the silent cue, Dean Liu straightened, exclaiming, "Not enough. What do you think you're offering here? A mere 10 million credits? It should be at least 100 million credits, plus 5 resource planets." This was certainly a bold demand, practically extorting a small family's entire fortune. Even a family like the Jiangs would feel the sting. Together, the resources were worth more than 200 million Yunshan credits, enough to buy 2 Tier 4 class starships. If Feng Mo built them himself, it could finance 20 Storm-class warships. Impossible. That compensation amount is beyond my authority. I don't even need to report it to the master of the house, it won't be approved. Zhang Tanren refused outright. Negotiations continued, with each side haggling fiercely until Dean Liu and Zhang Tanren finally reached an agreement: 10 million Yunshan credits plus 3 resource planets in the Xianyun star system. These 3 resource planets held particular significance. They were located right next to Feng Mo's territory, forming a line with the 3 planets already under the Feng family's domain. Once upon a time, these planets had also belonged to the Feng family, sold off by his parents. Reclaiming them now restored his realm's territorial integrity. With the deal sealed, the steward led a dejected Zhang Wei out of the office. Zhang Wei hadn't uttered a single word, his head bowed, the slap mark still visible on his face. Feng Mo sneered internally. What an act. This was the interstellar era. A slap mark? With modern medical advancements, even broken limbs could be seamlessly reattached, or prosthetics could be created from biosynthetic materials. Still, this incident served as a reminder. Silent threats are the most dangerous. The quieter Zhang Wei was, the more ferocious his eventual retaliation would likely be. Under Dean Liu's guidance, Feng Mo escaped the office. Checking his smart terminal, he saw that the Zhang family had already completed the transfer of the 3 planets on the star network, and the credits had been deposited into his account. Impressive efficiency. No wonder they were a powerful family. Elated, Feng Mo returned to his dorm to pack his things, heading straight to the spaceport. Bridge of the Tier 3 Storm-class starship. The coordinates are set for Dock F001 in the Xianyun system. We'll first head to the Stargate in the Yunshan system, use the gate to travel to the Xianyun Stargate, and then proceed to Dock F001. Estimated travel time is 2 hours and 40 minutes, Vice Captain Elpan reported, standing beside him. Activate the Level 3 warp engines. Preparing for warp travel. All crew, enter deep sea mode, Elpan commanded. Technically, the storm's structural integrity field and sealed bridge's subspace environment, combined with the crew's physical enhancements, meant they didn't need deep sea mode. But safety always came first. It was only a couple of hours, after all. Besides, deep sea mode allowed consciousness access to the starnet for leisure. Course plotted. Initiating acceleration in 3 minutes. All crew, enter deep sea mode. Throughout the ship, a mechanical voice issued the alert, blue lights flashing. Next to each seat, hibernation pods emerged, ready to protect the crew from the rigors of warp travel and prepare them to resume their posts swiftly. 90% of the storm's energy was being diverted to the warp engines, with only minimal power left to maintain ship functions. Lying flat in his hibernation pod, Feng Mo felt a cool, blue liquid envelop him. 2 floating icons appeared before his eyes, Starnet, and Hibernation. Selecting Starnet, Feng Mo materialized inside his virtual dorm room, a perfect replica of his real-world quarters in the academy, designed to accommodate him until graduation. Instead of wandering, Feng Mo made himself comfortable on the soft couch, indulging in a movie, served by the ever-attentive virtual eye assistants. Time flew by. When his vision flashed red, it was a reminder that they were nearing the Stargate. Storm-class starship systems report, warp travel complete. Destination reached. Now in autopilot mode. The hibernation pods in the bridge opened simultaneously, and Vice Captain Elpan was the first to step out. All crew, return to your stations within 1 minute and run diagnostics on all ship systems, she commanded. Feng Mo, while rich in theory, lacked practical experience and thus continued to observe Elpan, learning from her command. Request passage through the Stargate to Xianyun system, Feng Mo instructed. Request sent. Usage fee is 50,000 Yunshan credits, discounted to 40,000 for Academy personnel. Fee paid. Permission granted. Guided by instructions from the Yunshan Empire's Gate Authority, Elpan navigated the storm to Gate 3, where several starships queued for passage. Unlike warp travel, Stargate jumps didn't require deep sea mode. Stargates enabled interstellar transit, shrinking the galaxy with near-instantaneous jumps. In mere seconds, the ship was surrounded by dazzling colors before emerging into the dark expanse of space once more. Arrival in Xianyun system confirmed. Initiating warp travel to Dock F001. Estimated time, 45 minutes, Elpan declared. The bridge dimmed once more. Hibernation pods emerged. Feng Mo reclined, re-entering the StarNet. His movie was still waiting. Chapter 12, Homecoming. In the vast expanse of the universe, all star systems seemed similar, composed of ordinary matter, and dark energy. Ordinary matter included celestial bodies like galaxies, stars, satellites, and planets. As for dark matter and dark energy, Feng Mo didn't know much about them. However, he was aware that dark matter was linked to the armor of Tier 5 class starships, while dark energy powered their engines, concepts far beyond his current reach. Commander, the storm has arrived at Dock F001, Vice Captain Elpan reported as she watched Feng Mo emerge from his hibernation pod. Feng Mo gazed at the slightly run-down spaceport ahead, feeling a twinge of emotion. Ever since his parents had vanished, the entire territory had depended on his old steward, Feng Qinying, to hold things together. Balancing the expenses of maintaining the territory, funding Feng Mo's education, and even setting aside profits to buy starships had been no easy task. But now, he had returned. Things were going to change for the better. The Feng family used to be the undisputed ruling family of the Xianyun system. However, after selling off much of their property, they had fallen into decline. The Xianyun system had always been a moderately resource-rich system within the Empire, consisting of 1 third-tier habitable planet, 9 second-tier planets, and 37 first-tier planets. All habitable planets were classified into 5 tiers based on their livability index. The Feng family's ancestral land, F001, also known as the Xianyun Prime, was the only third-tier habitable planet in the system. It had breathable air, fertile land, and a stable climate, making it ideal for human settlement without a need for protective energy domes. The Xianyun system was home to nearly 1 trillion people, with 80% of the population being humans and the rest made up of humanoids and beast folk. Xianyun Prime was Feng Mo's dominion, although most of the land had been leased out to other noble families for centuries. Reclaiming it would be a monumental challenge. Today, the Feng family's mansion was brightly decorated. Their young lord, Feng Mo, had returned. Rumors had spread that he had expanded their territory from 1 habitable planet and 2 resource planets to 1 habitable and 5 resource planets. Such an expansion meant an improved quality of life for everyone in his domain. Feng Mo had deliberately asked his steward to spread this news to lift the spirits of the people. The Feng family had been in decline for too long, and it was time to give them something to celebrate. At Dock 3 of the Xianyun spaceport, the storm slowly came to a stop. Feng Mo led Vice Captain Elpan off the starship, spotting his steward and a welcoming crowd from afar. "Uncle Yang, you've worked so hard all these years." Feng Mo hurried over, feeling a pang of guilt at the sight of Feng Qinying's graying hair. Feng Qinying, once a guard for Feng Mo's grandfather and a third-tier gene warrior, had devoted his life to the Feng family. He had raised Feng Mo's father and, after his parents disappeared, raised Feng Mo himself. Now, at just over 200 years old, the man's age was beginning to show, and Feng Mo felt his heart ache. "It was no hardship, young master. Rest assured, as long as I am here, your domain will remain safe," Feng Qinying declared with a resolute bow. Uncle Yang was always like this, dignified and respectful. He never used his emotional bond with the family to overstep his boundaries but was fiercely loyal in his dedication. Despite their relationship, he insisted on maintaining the proper distance and authority between master and servant, so Feng Mo called him Uncle Yang instead of grandfather, as a sign of respect. The Feng family's ancestral estate was a sprawling complex in the southern part of Xianyun Prime, taking up 1/10 of the planet's surface and housing nearly 1 billion people. It was like a small kingdom, with the Feng family reigning over it as absolute monarchs, though Feng Mo's authority only extended to a fraction of the land. In the study, Feng Mo listened intently to Uncle Yang's report on the territory's income and expenses over the past 3 years. The Feng family's finances were in dire straits, with only a little over 3 million Yunshan credits remaining in their accounts. "Uncle Yang, I will inject 10 million Yunshan credits into the territory's account. This money will go toward maintaining our fleet and upgrading the defense systems," Feng Mo instructed. "We can't afford a Tier 3 class planetary defense system right now, as it costs over 1 billion Yunshan credits. So, we'll start with the fleet instead," Feng Mo continued. "I'll send you a list of necessary raw materials and transfer another 20 million credits. Use it to purchase everything we need to build new starships. As for the old Tier 1 ships, we'll decommission them and repurpose them for civilian use. And one more thing," Feng Mo added. "Send out a notice to all starship engineers and shipbuilders we've sponsored, especially those currently studying at universities. Tell them to drop everything and return to Xianyun Prime immediately. Have them report to the shipyard by 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow. We've trained them for years, and it's time they put their skills to use. They'll thank me for the experience." With that, Feng Mo transferred 30 million credits to the territory's account and sent Uncle Yang the list of materials. The steward nodded and left to carry out his orders. Feng Mo slumped into a couch, bringing up his blue interface panel. Name, Feng Mo. Level, first-year Gene Warrior. Profession, Junior Starship Engineer. Special ability, Half the Sky. When female and non-male humanoid crew outnumber male crew, fleet gains a luck bonus. Starship, Tier 3 Storm-class interstellar battleship. Points, 0. Mission, form a starship fleet. Requirements, 1 flagship, multiple auxiliary and escort ships, 0 out of 30. Rewards, 500 points, perfect second-tier gene serum recipe. Inventory, Tier 2 Black Bear-class interstellar frigate blueprint, Tier 3 Storm-class interstellar battleship blueprint. Building a fleet would not only secure his domain's defenses but also complete his mission, earning him valuable rewards. After reaching the first-tier Gene Warrior level at 18, he had trained diligently, but he had hit a bottleneck. He could either grind it out over time or use a gene serum to advance to the second tier. The standard gene serums had only a 75% compatibility rate for his genes, which would work but wouldn't yield optimal results. A serum with a 90% or higher compatibility would be far more effective. Those 500 mission points would be crucial, as the newly unlocked points store offered a range of items, including perfect gene serums. A second-tier serum cost a steep 3,000 points, far beyond his reach, but at least the mission reward would provide what he needed. Chapter 13, The Frenzied Starship Construction. Currently, Feng Mo only had 2 starship blueprints, the Tier 2 Black Bear-class interstellar frigate and the Tier 3 Storm-class interstellar battleship. It was nowhere near enough. To build a full-fledged fleet, he needed additional blueprints for destroyers, carriers, and even Titan-class warships. However, acquiring these blueprints required points, lots of them. The higher the starship class, the more points were needed. Tier 1 to Tier 4 blueprints cost 10, 100, 500, and 2,500 points, respectively. As for Tier 5 or higher, including starships and gene serums, they were currently out of his reach. The store interface indicated that higher permissions would be required, which likely meant that future missions would unlock these capabilities. The current mission's reward suited Feng Mo perfectly, but time was short. He needed to finish the fleet upgrades within 20 days. He recalled the fleet list that Uncle Yang had provided earlier. The Feng family's fleet currently had 36 active starships. This fleet included 1 Tier 2 interstellar battleship, 8 Tier 2 destroyers, and 8 Tier 2 frigates. The remaining 19 vessels were outdated Tier 1 class ships. Feng Mo's plan was to keep the 17 Tier 2 ships and retire the 19 Tier 1 class ships, converting them for civilian use. He intended to build 22 new Tier 2 frigates and 1 Tier 3 class battleship, rounding out the fleet to 40 starships. With 2 battleships serving as flagships, he would organize the fleet into 2 divisions for cross-sector patrols, greatly enhancing territorial security. For the next few days, Feng Mo stayed at home, enjoying a rare period of relaxation. The tension that had built up over the previous months finally eased. September 7th, 9:40 a.m. Feng Mo, accompanied by Uncle Yang and Vice Captain El Pan, left the ancestral estate and took a hovercar to the space dock. This shipyard was originally constructed by Feng Mo's great-grandfather. It began with just 1 dock, but after expansions by his grandfather and father, it now featured 5 docks capable of simultaneously building 5 starships. Feng Mo entered Dock 1, which was slightly smaller than the Academy's shipyard but still sufficient for constructing Tier 3 class ships. At the dock entrance, nearly 200 people were waiting. Uncle Yang checked his terminal and approached Feng Mo. "Your lordship, 287 of the 304 people on the list are present. 12 are on deep space exploration missions and have taken leave, while 5 refuse to return," Uncle Yang reported. In public, Uncle Yang always addressed Feng Mo as your lordship, a habit he had maintained since Feng Mo inherited the title at the age of 8. Only in private would he refer to him as young master. Feng Mo nodded and addressed the gathered group. "You've all been supported by the Feng family, which gave your parents jobs and funded your education. Now, it's time to repay that debt. This is your opportunity to gain practical experience by participating in the construction of starships. Seize it and learn well," Feng Mo declared. As for the 5 who refused to return, he added quietly to Uncle Yang, "Cut off their sponsorships, investigate their families for 5 generations, and place all relatives under discreet surveillance. If any of them commit crimes, punish them severely." Uncle Yang nodded and left. He noticed that Feng Mo had become much sterner since his return, which was for the best. Only a shrewd and decisive leader could secure the future prosperity of their domain. In the interstellar age, only the strong survived. Feng Mo didn't care about the reasons behind the 5 absentees' refusal to return. Results were all that mattered. Feng Mo then organized the workforce, distributing 50 people each to Docks 2, 3, 4, and 5. The rest stayed with him at Dock 1. He uploaded the starship blueprints into the control systems of each dock and then led the group at Dock 1 in beginning the construction. The starship construction began in earnest, with materials Uncle Yang had ordered arriving in steady shipments. With nearly 100 helpers, progress was swift. Within just 3 days, the keel of the new Storm-class battleship was complete. Feng Mo also found time to visit the other docks, correcting any errors he found. The workers, who had initially grumbled about being called back, soon became enthralled by the project and came to admire Feng Mo's dedication. By September 28, after over 20 grueling days, each of the 5 docks held a newly built Tier 2 Black Bear-class interstellar frigate. Exhausted, Feng Mo made his final inspections, ensuring everything was in perfect condition. "Everyone, we've done an incredible job," Feng Mo announced, voice heavy with fatigue. "Each of you will receive a 10,000 Yanshan credit bonus. Now, go get some well-deserved rest." He waved them off, and Vice Captain Elpan oversaw the frigates being moved to the spaceport. Feng Mo boarded a hovercar, barely making it inside before collapsing into a deep sleep. When he awoke, it was already the afternoon of September 29. The smell of a delicious meal wafted through the air, making his stomach growl. Rubbing his groggy eyes, he stumbled out of bed and found a table laden with 8 sumptuous dishes: chicken, beef, lamb, and fresh seafood. As he dug in, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," he called. Uncle Yang entered, followed by a service droid holding a pristine set of combat gear. "Uncle Yang, good timing," Feng Mo said, swallowing a mouthful of food. "I've set the permissions on the new fleet. You have the highest authority. Without your approval, no ship captain can activate the vessels. I trust you to keep everything secure," Feng Mo continued, his tone serious. "Our territory has doubled in size, and the 2 fleets must patrol it without fail." Uncle Yang bowed solemnly. "Rest assured, young master. I will defend this home with my life. During your construction efforts, I began preliminary surveys of the new resource planets. They're rich in minerals and have numerous medicinal plants. With these new resources, our annual income will double," Uncle Yang reported. Feng Mo nodded, satisfied. The development of his domain was critical to his future. "On October 1, the Academy starts combat training exercises," he said. "I'll leave tomorrow to return to the Academy. Take care of our home, Uncle Yang." Chapter 14, The Tier 3 Bronze Hammer Class Industrial Starship. Time to check out my latest gains. After seeing off Uncle Yang, Feng Mo leaned back against his bed and opened up his interface. With the successful construction of 23 starships over the past 20 days, the system had updated to reflect his progress. Task: assemble a starship fleet. Requirements: 1 flagship, additional ships and escorts, 30 out of 30 complete. Reward: 500 points and a customized second-level perfect gene serum recipe. Feng Mo clicked to claim his rewards. Rewards claimed: 500 points and a second-level perfect gene serum recipe, Feng Mo edition. After skimming the recipe's details, Feng Mo frowned. He consulted his terminal and did some research, only to grow more anxious. Even after scouring the Academy's internal star network, he hadn't fully resolved his concerns. The serum required 16 main ingredients and 184 auxiliary extracts. Of these, 12 primary ingredients and all 184 auxiliary ones were available on Xian Yun Prime, with some even stocked in the Feng family's inventory. Those were easy to handle. He quickly sent Uncle Yang a list, instructing him to purchase everything overnight so that he could take the materials with him when he departed. What troubled Feng Mo were the 4 remaining ingredients, unavailable on Xian Yun Prime. Fortunately, he found them listed on the Academy's internal market. The bad news? Each of these rare components cost over 1 million Yunshan credits, with a total bill exceeding 6 million. Spending that much made his heart ache. It was enough to buy a Tier 2 classed starship or build 5 Tier 2 Black Bear frigates. After burning through a hefty sum, Feng Mo checked his finances. His remaining balance stood at just 24 million Yunshan credits. "Money just evaporates these days," he muttered. "Time to make some more." With the ingredients taken care of, he turned his attention to the points shop. The idea of acquiring a Tier 3 destroyer blueprint tempted him, but as he browsed through the Tier 3 options, something else caught his eye. Tier 3 Bronze Hammer Class Industrial Starship, Armor Strength, 145 units. Dimensions, 2000 by 500 by 369 meters. Speed, 60 knots. Space speed, Warp Engine, Tier 3 Shield Energy, Tier 3, 100% weapons, 50 Tier 3 point defense laser cannons. The Bronze Hammer was a massive vessel, several times larger than the Storm-class battleship. It was lightly armed, with only basic defensive systems, no heavy weaponry. As its name suggested, the industrial starship was built for construction and maintenance. With this vessel, Feng Mo could construct starships directly in space, as long as he had the necessary raw materials. The ship was highly automated, needing only a small team of skilled engineers to operate efficiently. Using it, he could reduce the construction time for a ship like the Storm from 2 months to 6 weeks. Its greatest advantage was secrecy. The crew would only know the technical details of their specific roles, while core technologies, like engines, could remain under Feng Mo's control. This is a must-have, Feng Mo decided, eyes gleaming. He spent all 500 of his newly earned points to claim the blueprint. But after calculating the construction costs, Feng Mo was stunned. Too expensive, he thought. The Storm class, at 800 meters long, had cost over 11 million Yunshan credits to build. Its market price would easily exceed 50 million. But the Bronze Hammer, a 2,000-meter behemoth, would cost a staggering 30 million to construct. Feng Mo could only imagine the astronomical selling price. No wonder support ships like this were notoriously costly. Still, the investment would pay off. With a Bronze Hammer, he could construct any Tier 4 starship except for carriers. I'm broke again, Feng Mo groaned, scratching his head. With only 5 million in emergency funds, he still needed 11 million more to build the industrial ship. Maybe I can swindle another bet out of Zhongwei? No, he'd be too wary now. Maybe Zhao Zixing is a better target? The next morning, Feng Mo collected the medicinal ingredients from Uncle Ying and boarded the Storm-class battleship with Vice Captain Elpan. His new task had already appeared. His mission interface always refreshed the day after completing a task. Task: create the second-level perfect gene serum and use it to advance to a second-level gene warrior. Reward: 500 points and Tier 3 battle armor blueprints, Tier 3 battle armor. An exciting prize. The armor worn by Director Liu was of this tier, and it allowed an ordinary third-level gene warrior to dominate a fourth-level one. In Liu's case, his gear let him briefly hold his own against a fifth-level gene warrior. Feng Mo's initial excitement gave way to concern. The cost of manufacturing Tier 3 battle armor was exorbitant, even higher than most Tier 3 starships. September 29, Academy Dormitory. Feng Mo sat at a lab table, flanked by 2 service droids extracting the essences from his precious ingredients. He had returned to the academy that afternoon, paying off the balance for his purchases before racing back to his dorm with 2 boxes of medicinal components. On the lab bench, various flasks bubbled as the essences were distilled, refined, and filtered. Finally, a vial of thick, cerulean liquid was ready. Taking a deep breath, Feng Mo gulped down the serum. The moment it hit his tongue, his body seized up. His face paled, and a burning sensation tore through his throat and stomach, as if he had swallowed molten lava. His skin flushed a bright, unhealthy blue, veins bulging and twisting beneath. Muscles tensed and spasmed uncontrollably, and every fiber of his being felt like it was being scorched. The pain was excruciating. Seeing this, the droids hurriedly carried him to the bathroom, submerging him in an ice bath. Steam rose from the freezing water as it worked to cool his overheated body. Gradually, the pain subsided, and Feng Mo's contorted features relaxed. Color returned to his cheeks, and his mind cleared. The droids dried him off and laid him on his bed, tucking him in. His muscles were still sore and weak, but mentally, he felt sharper than ever. As a second-level gene warrior, his lifespan had increased by nearly 200 years. His interface flashed with a notification: task: create the second-level perfect gene serum and use it to advance to a second-level gene warrior. Reward: 500 points and Tier 3 battle armor blueprints. Feng Mo claimed his reward. Rewards claimed: 500 points and Tier 3 battle armor blueprints. Perfect, he thought, even as his mind turned to the costs. Constructing the armor would drain his coffers yet again, but the benefits were undeniable. I need more money. A lot more. Chapter 15, The Frontline Battlefield. Unable to sleep, Feng Mo immersed himself in studying the blueprints for the Tier 3 battle armor and calculating the costs. The results were jaw-dropping. Building a set of Tier 3 battle armor would cost close to 40 million Yunshan credits, more than 3 times the expense of constructing the Storm-class battleship. The primary reason for the exorbitant cost wasn't the armor's engines, shell, or weaponry, which only ran a few million credits. The real expense came from the memory metal, a cutting-edge material priced at nearly 1 million credits per pound. Crafting the armor would require over 30 pounds of it. Shocked by the price, Feng Mo put the thought aside. As fatigue set in, he slowly drifted off to sleep. On October 1st, Feng Mo arrived early at the classroom, habitually punching Wang Chongsheng's shoulder before taking his seat. Mo, here's the latest intel, Wang said. This time, the senior year field training for all 72 military academies across Yunshan Empire will be directly supervised by the military department. That means we'll be participating in real combat together with students from the entire empire. Where exactly are we headed? Feng Mo asked, startled by the implication of being deployed to the front lines. I wore down my old man for 4 hours to get the details. We're probably heading to the front lines, Wang revealed. The front lines? In the interstellar era, the Human Federation wasn't without its enemies. Quite the opposite, the galaxy was rife with hostile forces. The Federation faced threats from all directions. To the north were the Zerg, to the south the Mechanical Legion, to the east the Beastmen, and to the west lay the chaotic Starsea, a region plagued by space pirates who pillaged and killed without mercy. It was also where Feng Mo's parents had gone missing. The battlefield wasn't a playground. It was a place of extreme danger where even a small mistake could lead to shipwreck and death. Yet, despite the risks, Feng Mo had one thought. Old Wang, if we're really heading to the front lines, does that mean we learn military merits? Feng Mo asked eagerly. Of course. Wang confirmed. You know there are only 2 ways to earn military merit nowadays, going to war or space exploration. If we're fighting, there will definitely be merit to gain. Feng Mo felt a surge of excitement. Military merit was essential for elevating one's noble rank, and Wang was right about the 2 options. The battlefield was incredibly dangerous and restrictive. Any loot collected belonged to the military, redeemable only through points, though the military merits were abundant. Space exploration, while less dangerous, was more lucrative. Discovering an unclaimed planet could yield a fortune in both military merit and Yanshan credits. Each path had its own advantages and drawbacks, depending on one's ambitions. The 2 continued their conversation until a distinct tapping sound interrupted them. Their homeroom teacher entered the classroom in person, not as a projection, signaling the importance of the announcement. Students, senior year field training has officially begun. Let me explain the details, the teacher began. This time, the training will be co-hosted by the military department and the academy, lasting for 6 months at the Northern Defensive Front. Participation is entirely voluntary. Students who wish to join can sign up on the Academy's Star Network. Departure is scheduled for October 3rd at 8 a.m. Now, let me outline the benefits of participating in this training, the teacher continued. First, the military department has promised that participants will receive a half-rank promotion upon graduation, with priority in recruitment. Second, the same military merit rules apply as on the battlefield. Exceptional performance will be rewarded with significant military merit and military points. Third, the military department will establish a ranking system, where students who destroy enemy Zerg starships and troops will earn points. The top 100 students on the leaderboard will receive additional military rewards. If any of you wish to join the military department after graduation, this is an invaluable opportunity. Those who choose not to participate will be assigned to logistical roles by the academy. The homeroom teacher left no room for coercion, leaving the choice entirely up to the students before departing. As soon as the teacher stepped out, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of voices. The excitement was palpable, as if the energy alone could lift the roof. Wang Chongshan pulled Feng Mo aside into the hallway. Mo, when we get to the front lines, let's team up. We can even recruit a few reliable classmates to form a temporary fleet, Wang suggested. Feng Mo pondered for a moment before agreeing. Sounds good. There's strength in numbers, but reliable people are hard to come by. An idea suddenly struck him. What about Moxu? He asked, watching Wang's face fall in mock exasperation. Moxu was Wang Chongshan's fiancée, arranged in a childhood betrothal. Her family's roots lay outside the Yanshan Empire, and they had specifically enrolled her in Yanshan Interstellar Military Academy to strengthen her bond with Wang. Despite her sweet-sounding name, Moxu was a no-nonsense, authoritative figure, a complete dominatrix. Most importantly, she could easily overpower Wang, who dreaded their hand-to-hand combat classes where he was perpetually the victim. As Wang's close friend, Feng Mo only had a passing acquaintance with Moxu. He made a point of keeping his distance, adhering to the code that you should never get too familiar with a buddy's future wife. Count me in for the team. And, Feng Mo, can I check out your big cannon? Came a voice from behind, startling both boys. Turning, they saw a girl nearly 6 feet tall, with an eye-catching figure and an innocent, baby doll face. It was none other than Yu Xiaomeng. Big cannon? Wang raised an eyebrow, smirking at Feng Mo, as if to ask when he had started flirting with her. Feng Mo was just as confused, shaking his head. He hadn't had much interaction with Yu Xiaomeng. Ever since starting university, his time was consumed by studies related to starships, leaving little room for a social life. I mean your 2600mm turbo laser cannon on your Tier 3 battleship, of course. Yu Xiaomeng clarified. Feng Mo sighed with relief. Yu Xiaomeng had a knack for making innocent comments sound suggestive. You're welcome to check it out anytime, Feng Mo replied. As for teaming up, that's fine, but you'll have to follow orders. Don't worry, Feng Mo. I'm very good at following orders. Just tell me what to do, she chirped in her sweet, teasing voice. Trying to change the subject, Feng Mo turned to Wang. Don't forget to tell Moxu. With Xiaomeng joining us, the four of us can form a solid temporary fleet. I'm heading out now. See you on the 3rd. Feng Mo's decision to include Yu Xiaomeng wasn't arbitrary. Her family had equipped her with a Tier 3 class star carrier, the priciest ship in their class. Used wisely, it could be a game changer in critical moments. Plus, it aligned with Feng Mo's new task, destroy 100 Zerg Hive motherships. Progress, 0 out of 100. Reward, 1,000 points and a Tier 3 star mech blueprint. Chapter 16, Arrival at the Frontline October 3rd, 8:00 a.m. The starport of Yunshan Interstellar Military Academy. The 4th-year command departments, classes 1 and 2, gathered to embark on their field training. Students stood in small groups, clearly having formed teams already. At the back of the crowd, Feng Mo and his team of 4 wore their black combat uniforms. Wang Chongshan glanced around, then leaned in and said in a low voice, Mo, there are 100 people in classes 1 and 2 combined, but only 63 showed up today. It's hard to believe so many skipped out on this opportunity to join the military department. Feng Mo dismissed Wang's comment with a wave. It's not surprising. You're a young master with a Tier 3 starship and a team of seasoned veterans. What do the civilian students have? You can't blame them for not wanting to become cannon fodder. He's right, Moxu chimed in. The front lines aren't a game. Not everyone has the courage to risk their lives. And some of the 60 who did come are civilians, which means they're the ones really putting it all on the line. Standing next to Feng Mo, Yu Xiaomeng wasn't paying attention to the conversation. Instead, she was busy taking selfies with her terminal, much to Feng Mo's bemusement. Over the past few days, he'd learned more about her through their chats. Yu Xiaomeng was a mix of a Chaunabiu and a gun-obsessed, selfie-loving big girl with a cutesy face. A commotion at the front of the group caught their attention. Director Lua, along with the 2 class teachers, strode over in their combat uniforms. It's time to board the interstellar transport. Please proceed in an orderly fashion, Director Liu announced. Once aboard, the instructors will assign you to your stasis pods, and we'll discuss the current frontline situation in a virtual classroom on a star network. Director Liu led the way to Dock 1. All the starships that had once been docked there had been moved to make way for a true behemoth, an 8,000-meter-long, 2,000-meter-wide Tier 4 class interstellar transport ship. This massive vessel was one of only 4 in the entire Yunshan Empire, a testament to how seriously the Empire was taking this exercise. With a ship like this, all the students and accompanying instructors' vessels could fit inside with room to spare. Feng Mo and his team followed the crowd aboard the colossal ship. Moments later, notifications from the vice captains of their ships appeared on their terminals. The transport crew was requesting permission to bring Feng Mo's storm into the transport stocking bay. Once they'd given their consent, the 4 joined the crowd entering the interior. The inside of the transport ship was simple, almost Spartan, with visible wear and tear. Feng Mo estimated it had been in service for no more than 30 years. He couldn't help but feel envious. Who wouldn't want to own such a powerful vessel? But for now, he couldn't even afford to build a Tier 3 industrial ship or Tier 3 battle armor, so acquiring a transport ship like this would have to wait. This voyage will span 4 star systems and take approximately 3 hours and 50 minutes, announced a mechanical voice. The warp engine is ready. We will enter warp mode in 10 minutes. All crew members, please enter deep sea mode. Repeating, all crew members, please enter deep sea mode. Once everyone was aboard, the announcement concluded. Feng Mo and his friends climbed into their stasis pods, preparing for the journey. When they reappeared on the star network, they found themselves in the familiar classroom setting. Director Liu was already at the podium, waiting for everyone to assemble. The front line we're heading to is the northern defense line, adjacent to the Zerg, Director Liu began. As you know, the Zerg are a warlike species that instinctively devour all life within their sensory range, even engaging in cannibalistic behavior among their own kind. Wherever they go, they bring utter devastation to all living beings on a planet. The best way to stop a Zerg invasion is to destroy their hive motherships, Director Liu continued. In space, where there's no oxygen, these motherships function like life support ships for the Zerg. Destroying them exposes the Zerg to the vacuum of space, where they suffocate and die. Zerg hive motherships are equivalent in strength to our starships. The main Zerg hive is a Tier 5 class behemoth, lurking deep in space. Despite several deadly missions by the Federation, it remains undefeated. One of the Zerg's most significant advantages is their rapid reproduction. As long as the main hive survives and has enough nutrients, it can continuously spawn lower-tier hive motherships, which in turn create more Zerg troops. Our mission is to assist the Northern Defense Fleet and destroy as many hive motherships as possible to earn military merit. Director Liu lectured for 2 hours, providing valuable insights into the Zerg's weaknesses and behavior. Transport ship systems report, we have arrived at our destination, Fengshan Star Port. The ship is now in autopilot mode, a mechanical voice announced. Feng Mo logged out of the star network and opened his stasis pod, stepping out with the others. They quickly donned their combat uniforms and formed ranks, completing the process in under 2 minutes, a testament to their 4 years of training. Director Liu led the students off the transport ship and divided them into groups. He, along with the Class 1 and 2 teachers, each took a group of students under their command. Fengshan Star was the closest planet to the northern defense line. Being here meant they had officially entered the battlefield. Feng Mo's team was assigned to Director Liu's group. The director had a strong impression of this academy genius and was more than willing to give him extra guidance. The 3 groups were soon greeted by 3 young officers in military department combat uniforms. Each wore the rank of lieutenant colonel, which meant they commanded small fleets. The officer assigned to Director Liu's group was a nearly 2-meter-tall, muscular man exuding a menacing aura, a warrior through and through. I'm Yu Mingao, captain of the first squad under the Moxu fleet. Welcome to the front lines, fellow students, he said with a grin. Captain Yu, it's an honor to be greeted by you personally, Director Liu responded politely. No need for formalities, Director Liu. I may have graduated, but I'm still a proud member of Yunshan Academy, Yu Mingao replied, his demeanor softening as he smiled. Director Liu turned to the students. This is Yu Mingao, a graduate from 4 years ago. He now leads the first squad under the Moxu fleet, commanding a 100-ship fleet centered around a Tier 4 class main battleship. He is also an exceptional Tier 3 gene warrior. Hello, Senior Yu. Feng Mo and the others greeted him in unison. Yu Mingao, displaying no airs, led them to Dock 3, where their starships awaited. From here, they'd have to rely on their own ships for the journey ahead. Feng Mo returned to the command center of the Storm. Vice Captain Pan was already waiting for him. Sitting in the captain's chair, Feng Mo faced a large projection screen displaying 27 video feeds, one for each of the instructors and fellow students, including Director Liu and Yu Mingao. Chapter 17, Target, Bishanmen Space Station. The 27 starships linked their radars, ensuring no one would fall behind, as the Tier 4 White Shark-class interstellar destroyer under the command of Yu Mingao led them into the depths of space. Their destination, a planet designated as Z-139, located to the right of Bishanmen Space Station, on the northern outskirts of Fengshan Star. This was the front line against the Zerg, and even with warp engines engaged, it would take an hour and a half to reach. The distance was equivalent to that between the Xianyun Prime Star and the Xianyun Stargate. After an hour and a half of travel, the fleet arrived at the designated coordinates. Feng Mo quickly regained full awareness and, seated in his captain's chair, issued battle preparation orders. Yu Mingao's fleet was stationed at Z-139, establishing a defensive line to ensure that no Hive mothership would break through. Z-139 was home to only 2 million residents and served as a frontline logistics planet, perpetually under threat from Zerg invasions. All personnel were military department appointees. Cadets, your timing is unfortunate, Yu Mingao announced over the video feed. Our forward scout fleet just reported that the Zerg are less than 0.0001 light-years from Z-139. I have to go to the front line to command the defense. Director Liu will take over from here, so prepare for battle. Feng Mo couldn't help but notice that Yu Mingao seemed a bit too excited at the prospect of combat. Most people would look grim in this situation, but Yu seemed to relish it. However, there was no time to dwell on this, it was time to prepare for battle. All cadets, follow the White Shark and form the second line of defense behind the Moxu squad, which will be the first line of defense, Director Liu ordered. This is your first battle. Make it count. Starting now, your actions will be recorded for military merit. At Director Liu's command, everyone readied themselves for combat and proceeded to follow the White Shark. 20 minutes into the journey, Storm's radar indicated a massive assembly of starships ahead, Yu Mingao's fleet. Suddenly, red blips began flooding the radar. Feng Mo looked at the live video feed from the White Shark and saw a horde of Hive motherships advancing. PFFT, over 500 Hive motherships, but only 10 are Tier 3 class. The rest are small fry, Yu Mingao announced. Tier 3 Rhino-class interstellar frigates form the first line of defense. Maximize your star shield output and prepare the close defense laser turrets. Wait until they're in range before firing. Battleships and destroyers, charge your main cannons. Tier 3 Hive-class interstellar carriers, deploy the drones and give those bugs a taste of our firepower, he added with a grin. Hearing Yu Mingao's calm and confident commands, Feng Mo felt a surge of adrenaline. Pan, activate storm surveillance probes. We're about to get a masterclass in warfare. Surveillance probes activated, Commander, Pan reported. A projection screen materialized in Storm's command center, displaying a massive carrier deploying 500 Tier 3 drones and 50 enormous Tier 3 bomber drones, which charged into the swarm. The Tier 3 drones formed a vast web of firepower, engaging thousands of Hive motherships in a crossfire. Meanwhile, the 50 bomber drones unleashed seismic missiles, setting off a spectacular series of explosions. As the 550 drones unleashed a barrage of firepower, several lower-tier Hive motherships were shattered into pieces. Feng Mo clenched his fists, exhilarated. This was the harsh reality of war. However, the Hive motherships retaliated with swarms of green energy beams, destroying numerous drones. After expending their payloads, most of the drones retreated to the carrier for rearmament, with only 300 making it back safely. Despite the heavy losses, the presence of 8 Tier 3 industrial ships in the rear meant resupply would not be an issue. Feng Mo had studied the Zerg extensively, and Director Liu had briefed them on the journey, but witnessing their tactics in person was something else entirely. The relentless onslaught of the Zerg forces was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. For anyone with a fear of dense patterns, the sight of the swarm would be enough to induce a breakdown. The Hive motherships were enormous biological starships, not particularly agile but bristling with organic lasers and biotorpedoes. They were unmatched in durability and had no qualms about ramming enemy vessels in suicide attacks. Worse, the Hive motherships could churn out endless waves of bioweapons like suicide bugs and corrosive insects, which clung to the mothership's surfaces. Each Tier 1 Hive mothership carried 1,000 suicide bugs and 10,000 corrosive insects. The suicide bugs could briefly survive in space and had propulsion systems that allowed them to self-destruct upon impact with Federation ships. The corrosive insects were even deadlier, spewing acid capable of melting through Tier 4 starship armor. The Federation had initially suffered heavy losses against these insects. It was a brutal reminder that the Zerg evolved and adapted just as the Federation's technology advanced. The Zerg were fearless, mindlessly obeying the Hive mothership's commands to attack in waves. Their tactics bore a resemblance to carrier-based drone warfare, with the insects acting as living drones. The screen showed a swarm of suicide bugs launching from the Hive motherships, hurtling toward the defense line like a flood. Drones have resupplied and are ready for a second assault. Someone reported over the comms. Deploy the drones again, Yu Mingao ordered. After 3 waves of attacks, the drones will pull back. Inform all ship captains to have their main cannons ready to fire after the 3rd drone wave. Yes, sir. The drones carried out 3 more bombing runs. Feng Mo counted the numbers. After the 3 waves, the carrier had lost 300 drones, but nearly 100 Hive motherships had been destroyed. All ships, prepare to fire main cannons. Charge the secondary cannons. Yu Mingao's voice rang out. Hundreds of starships unleashed a coordinated barrage of laser fire, creating an immense web of destruction that engulfed the remaining Hive motherships. Explosions erupted across the battlefield, lighting up the void of space. But the Zerg were far from finished. Green energy beams streaked from the remaining Hive motherships. Calmly, Yu Mingao issued new orders: frigates, activate close defense laser turrets and intercept those attacks. Maximize star shield output. Battleships and destroyers, fire the secondary cannons. Main cannons to recharge for another volley. Yu Mingao's commands were precise and confident, and the tide of battle began to turn in their favor. The Zerg were steadily being pushed back. Director Liu, Yu Mingao said, these are just cannon fodder. Let the cadets take over and gain some real combat experience. Chapter 18, First Battle. Yu Mingao's voice had barely faded before the video screens of the cadets lit up with excitement. Opportunities like this, where they could easily rack up combat merits, were rare and highly coveted. Originally, there had been nearly 500 or 600 Zerg Hive motherships. After the Moxu squad's 3 rounds of drone bombardment and coordinated laser cannon strikes, only fewer than 100 motherships remained, many of them already damaged. This presented an excellent chance for real combat experience, and Director Liu wasn't going to let it slip by. However, he didn't issue commands for formations, allowing the cadets to organize themselves in squads, ensuring the training's effectiveness. Everyone, I know you've all formed teams privately. You'll have 2 hours of free combat as squads. Regroup after 2 hours. Director Liu announced. Cheers erupted from the cadets. Those who made it into the command department of Yanshan Military Academy were the cream of the crop, and they carried a natural pride. Choosing to go to the front lines showed that these cadets were driven, understanding what they wanted from this experience. Storm will take the lead, Feng Mo instructed. Old Wang and Moxu, your Tier 3 White Eagle-class destroyers should keep an eye on Zhao Meng. This time, she'll be the main force. I've heard her Tier 3 Hyena-class interstellar carrier packs more punch than the Moxu squad's Tier 3 Hive-class carrier. Let's see what it's got. Sure thing, Captain. Watch closely. My Hyena might not have as many drones as the Hive, but they pack a much bigger punch. Zhao Meng chirped confidently. Good. We'll avoid the main battlefield and flank from the left, Feng Mo planned, a spark of excitement in his eyes. We're going to pull a Zhao Zilong and charge in and out 7 times. Let's do it, he declared, his gaze blazing with determination. Reporting, the fleet has arrived at the battlefield, Elpan, the vice captain, informed. But as your vice captain, I suggest we remain on the periphery for safety. Facing the Hive motherships head-on is riskier, even if the potential for destroying more motherships is high. As a seasoned interstellar commander, Elpan's advice was sound. That's unnecessary, Feng Mo countered. If we want to grow, we can't stick to easy victories. Full speed ahead. Elpan, understanding the danger, personally controlled Storm's navigation, managing every angle and trajectory. Though starships had autopilot capabilities, the unpredictability of battle often demanded a pilot's quick thinking. Elpan knew that one misstep could lead to disaster, so she took command. Storm and both White Eagles, raise the star shields to maximum power. Charge the main cannons but hold fire. Let's give Zhao Meng the stage first, Feng Mo ordered. Got it, boss. Watch me work. Zhao Meng replied. Her Tier 3 Hyena-class carrier, positioned in the center of their formation, opened over 100 side cannon hatches, releasing a swarm of Tier 3 interstellar bombers. The drones sped toward the nearest Hive motherships. Upon arrival, they unleashed a barrage of cannon fire and missiles, blowing apart clusters of suicide and corrosive insects clinging to the motherships. The drones then left behind cloaked antimatter-timed bombs and retreated. The attacked motherships reacted violently, spewing bioplasma and organic laser fire in a desperate counterattack. However, Zhao Meng's drones drew them toward the edge of the battlefield, far from their reinforcements. As the motherships gave chase, the cloaked bombs detonated one by one, obliterating 3 of the 5 motherships. Nice work, Zhao Meng. Feng Mo cheered. All right, everyone, time for our turn. Aim the main cannons and fire. Upon his command, the 2 White Eagle-class destroyers fired their laser cannons, striking the sides of the 2 remaining motherships. Storm's massive 2,600mm turbo laser cannon, with its luck-boosting effect, punched clean through the hull of a mothership, splitting it in half. You're the best, Captain. Big guns really are the best, Zhao Meng gushed, her eyes sparkling. I wish I had a 2,600mm laser cannon like that. Feng Mo chuckled, shaking his head. Little did she know he envied her Hyena-class carrier just as much. Despite her innocent, soft appearance, Zhao Meng had a serious obsession with big ships and big guns, making her a charming mix of cuteness and chaos. With 5 motherships destroyed, Feng Mo's small fleet caught Director Lua's attention. Watching through his surveillance feed, Director Lua nodded approvingly. As expected of one of our Academy's top talents, he thought. The tide of the battle began to turn. The Zerg forces, seeing their losses mount, started to retreat. Feng Mo noticed this and seized the opportunity. Full speed ahead, he commanded. Intercept their retreat and cut them off. Previously, it was mentioned that the Hive motherships were massive but slow. Relying on the fact that most of the retreating motherships were Tier 2 and Tier 1 class, Feng Mo ordered his fleet to accelerate to 160 star speed, tracing an arc around the battlefield to cut off their escape. He refrained from using Storm's full 200 star speed to keep pace with Wang and Moxu's ships. The initial swarm of nearly 100 Hive motherships had been whittled down to 70 during the cadets' bombardment. Despite being outnumbered, Feng Mo's 4-starship formation exuded a formidable aura, as if it could hold back an entire fleet. Storm's bow faced a Tier 2 Hive mothership, which seemed to sense danger. It unleashed a relentless stream of bioplasma, but Storm's close defense laser turrets intercepted most of the blasts. Any shots that got through were absorbed by the star shield. Charge the 3 auxiliary laser cannons and fire at will once ready, Feng Mo commanded. The 2 starships were close enough that accuracy was a given. 10 seconds later, the 3 cannons roared, sending beams straight into the Hive mothership's bioplasma storage. The resulting explosion split the mothership into 3 pieces, scattering its remains across space. That was lucky, hitting the plasma reserves, Feng Mo laughed, marveling at his innate talent's usefulness. He had doubted it at first, but it had proved invaluable in battle. Despite their success, the small fleet was quickly surrounded. Or, one could argue, Feng Mo had surrounded the enemy. Faced with overwhelming odds, he remained unfazed. Full speed ahead. Ram them if you have to. We have shields, and they don't. This is our chance to rake in some merits. Let's see how many we can take down. Feng Mo's right, Moxu chimed in. Charge. Don't worry about repairs, if the military doesn't cover them, I'll pay for everything. The Moxu family is filthy rich. This is so thrilling. Old Wang sighed, feeling exasperated. That's my fiancé, he thought, watching Moxu revel in the action. A complete battle maniac. Moxu's declaration was no idle boast. The currency she referred to, star coins, was the Interstellar Federation's standard, accepted even by alien species. And the exchange rate? 1 star coin to 100 Imperial Cloud coins. Chapter 19, The Soaring Dragon. Release the engine speed limit and continue accelerating to match storm speed. Moxu made a swift decision, but Wang Chongsheng went one step further, immediately issuing the command to override the engine restrictions. The deputy captains of the 2 Tier 3 White Eagle-class destroyers were taken aback, nervously voicing their concerns. Removing the speed limit and sustaining this acceleration puts a tremendous strain on the engines. There's a high risk of failure. It's an order. Remove the restrictions. Wang Chongsheng insisted firmly. Yes, sir. Engine speed limit removed. Maintaining acceleration. Speed at 170. 180. 190 stars. As for Xiamen, there was no need to convince her. She had eagerly overridden her own ship's speed restrictions as soon as the plan was laid out. Every starship's engine comes equipped with a speed limit, calibrated for optimal operation and engine longevity. Exceeding this speed may drastically shorten the engine's lifespan. These limits are password protected, and only the captain or a senior officer can authorize their removal. Report. Engines are overloading. Power systems are under extreme strain. Speed now at 197 stars. The self-destructing and corrosive insects guarding the Tier 2 Hive mothership sensed the incoming threat and transformed into a dense black swarm, moving to intercept Feng Mo's fleet. Meanwhile, nearly a dozen Hive motherships began charging their bioplasma cannons, glowing with an ominous green light. Under Feng Mo's lead, the fleet charged headlong into the Zerg forces. From Director Lu and Captain Yu Mingao's perspective, it looked as if the 4 starships were fearlessly plunging into the heart of the insect swarm. The fleet's extreme speed and protective star shields allowed them to crash into the Zerg ships with devastating force. The resulting impact was catastrophic for the Tier 2 Hive motherships. As colossal bodies collided at high velocity, the enemy ships were shredded, scattering chunks of flesh and alien matter into the void. Feng Mo's strategy exploited the enemy's lack of star shields, but it was a brutal experience for his own fleet. The storm's bridge was filled with the sound of constant, bone-rattling thuds, and the entire ship shook violently from the collisions. Report. Star shield energy at 52%. 44%. 36%. The crew kept announcing the star shield's energy depletion. Prepare to fire all main and auxiliary cannons. Don't bother aiming, just blast everything ahead. Feng Mo commanded. He needed to cut a path through the Zerg fleet. Their charge had split the enemy formation, isolating the Hive motherships for easier elimination. If the motherships were allowed to regroup, the cadets would have a much harder time scoring any significant victories. Some might call Feng Mo's actions reckless, as his bold strategy would benefit his classmates by opening up opportunities for them to pick off weakened enemies. But he didn't mind. On the battlefield, small ambitions could be set aside. With great power came great responsibility, and all he cared about was maximizing his gains in battle merits. At his command, the 3 starships unleashed 8 massive energy beams, while nearly 200 close defense laser cannons roared to life. The concentrated fire obliterated 3 Hive motherships, clearing the way for the fleet to charge through. Storm's star shield was now critically depleted, its energy reserves down to single digits. Destruction was imminent if they didn't break through soon. Finally, the black swarm parted, and the fleet burst out into open space, emerging from the darkness. That was like a soaring dragon. I like his spirit. Sure, it's a bit reckless, but young people should be daring. No use being gloomy and cautious. Yu Mingao roared with laughter. His deputy joked, "Of course you'd like a wild daredevil who loves ramming starships, you brute." Yu Mingao's eyes flared with mock anger. "You little." He nearly burst out, remembering an ancient nursery rhyme unearthed over 1,000 years ago during an archaeological dig. Feng Mo had his reasons for choosing such aggressive tactics. Storm was a battleship, one of the sturdiest vessels in its class, second only to armor-plated heavy frigates. With a top speed of 200 stars, Storm could become a high-speed projectile, turning collisions into devastating attacks against unshielded Hive motherships. Supported by the firepower of the White Eagle-class destroyers and Zhao Meng's relentless drone assault, they carved through the Zerg formation. But without the star shield, another charge would risk critical damage to Storm's hull. Report. Star shield energy depleted. Front armor sustained 8% damage. 8% hull damage was considerable. The ship's armor bore visible dents and scorched marks from the impacts. Parts of the hull were mangled, and Zerg corpses and pools of acidic bile covered the exterior. Cleaning up this mess would be a grim task. Alright, let's change tactics, Feng Mo decided. Pursue at high speed but maintain a safe distance. Target their motherships with precision strikes. Zhao Meng, deploy every drone you've got. Don't worry about losses, I'll cover the replacements after the battle. Feng Mo's strategy was simple: when armored, go all out; when unarmored, play it safe. Thanks to Storm's Tier 3 grade turbo laser cannon and his luck-boosting ability, every shot landed with devastating precision. It took time for the cannons to cool between volleys, though, 5 minutes for the main cannon and 3 minutes for the auxiliary cannons, due to the extreme heat generated. Some might wonder why cooling was an issue in the vacuum of space, which hovers around absolute zero. But the problem lay in heat transfer. Space has no medium for conduction or convection, so heat dissipation relies solely on radiation, which is highly inefficient, much like a thermos bottle. Even in the freezing void, high-tech weapons still require time to cool. The battle turned into a one-sided pursuit. The cadets chased down the remaining Hive motherships, relentlessly pounding them until Director Lui called for them to regroup. Back on the Storm's bridge, Feng Mo and Wang Chongsheng slumped into their captain's chairs, utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Moxu and Zhao Meng bounced around excitedly, seemingly brimming with energy. Both men could only marvel at the mystery of women's stamina. Despite complaining about minor exertions in peacetime, they could outlast anyone when it really mattered. During the journey back, Feng Mo reviewed their performance. Initially, with Zhao Meng's drone support, they had destroyed 5 Tier 2 Hive motherships. The subsequent flanking charge added 4 more kills. And finally, they managed to finish off 7 more during the pursuit, though it had cost over 100 drones. In total, they had destroyed 16 Tier 2 Hive motherships. According to Director Lui's military merit report, each mothership was worth 100 merit points and 100 military credits. Military merits were crucial for promotions and noble titles, while military credits could be exchanged for valuable resources from the military's internal reserves. Chapter 20, Triumphant Return. The military's internal warehouse was filled with tantalizing resources, including memory metal used for crafting battle armor. This material was extremely expensive and scarcely available outside, yet Feng Mo discovered that it was stored in the warehouse by the ton. The sight alone made his mouth water. After their return, the 4-person fleet docked at Starport 6 on planet Z-139. In the bridge's control room of the Storm, the crew gathered to review the battle results. Captains, Vice Captain Elplan reported, "I am Elplan, the Storm's deputy. Allow me to summarize the battle results. Our fleet destroyed 16 Hive motherships, earning 1,600 military merit points and 1,600 military credits. The commander has decided to split these equally among everyone. I've already submitted the report to the military, and the credits should have been distributed to your accounts. As for the Zerg remains, we will have to wait until the military deploys transport ships to clean the battlefield. The remains will then be exchanged for military credits and transferred to your accounts. In this battle, the energy shields of the Storm and both Tier 3 White Eagles were completely depleted, consuming 70% of our power reserves. We sustained 34 injuries, but no casualties. The Storm's hull damage is at 8%, while the 2 White Eagles are at 17% and 21% respectively. The Tier 3 Hyena-class star carrier lost 100 Hyena-class unmanned bombers. Additionally, 3 of our starships had their engine speed limits removed. We won't be able to override these limits again for the next month. All 4 ships require immediate maintenance and repairs, which will be reimbursed by the military. However, Commander, you'll need to write a report for the reimbursement." Feng Mo listened attentively until he heard the word report, and his face fell. Writing military reports was a nightmare for cadets at the academy. The reports were long and tedious, akin to the old saying, as long and stinky as a grandmother's foottrap. He really didn't want to do it. He glanced at Wang Chongsheng and the others, only to find them avoiding his gaze, clearly not wanting to volunteer. Frustrated, Feng Mo turned to Elplan with a pleading look. Elplan, seeing her commander's pitiful expression, couldn't help but soften. After all, she had already committed to serving him. With a sigh, she relented. "Fine, I'll draft the report. But don't expect me to help with ship maintenance afterward, I won't have time." Feng Mo nodded eagerly, like a pecking chicken. With the small meeting concluded, everyone went their separate ways. The 2 women, claiming exhaustion, snuck off to their quarters for some rest. Feng Mo silently grumbled. After all, they had been so energetic while ramming enemy ships, but now they were suddenly tired. That left Feng Mo and Old Wang to oversee the repair and maintenance of the 4 starships. They headed to the logistics department, curious to see how many valuable items could be exchanged with their military credits. When they arrived, they were greeted by a long line of fellow cadets, all eager to cash in on their victories. Feng Mo accessed his terminal, connecting to the military's internal network, and pulled out the warehouse exchange list. His eyes lit up when he found memory metal. He vividly recalled how Director Lua had used battle armor to withstand electromagnetic pulse rifles, and now he was determined to craft his own Tier 3 battle armor. However, upon seeing the exchange rate, he was left dumbfounded. Memory metal was priced at 100 credits per pound. With a requirement of at least 40 pounds, he would need 4,000 credits. Feng Mo checked his military account, only 670 credits, including 270 credits from the Zerg remains. It was nowhere near enough. He desperately needed more credits. Hey, what's this? An escort mission? Feng Mo muttered to himself. It seemed that whenever he needed something, fate presented an opportunity. Star escort mission, difficulty, medium-low, requirements, a fleet of at least 5 starships, including 1 Tier 3 or higher battleship or star carrier. Reward, 5,000 credits, 5,000 merit points, 300,000 star coins. The mission was rated as moderately challenging but offered incredibly generous rewards, far more than Feng Mo had earned from 2 entire battles. He was intrigued. The mission involved escorting a starship convoy from Base 4 in the northern war zone to Xuanwu Fortress on the front lines. The journey would take about half a month, with initial sections covered at warp speed. However, once they reached Beshanman space station, they would need to travel at standard speed, which could attract ambushes from the Zerg. The final stretch would be fraught with danger, but the mission also presented opportunities for additional rewards. Destroying enemy hive motherships would yield more merit points and credits, and any necessary repairs or resupplies would be fully covered by the Northern War Zone. We're taking this mission, Feng Mo announced, immediately calling Wang Chongsheng, Mok Su, and Xiamen. Old Wang's video connected quickly, while the other 2 women took their time. When the videos connected, Feng Mo was greeted by the sight of the 2 women lounging comfortably on plush beds. They had plates of fruit and glasses of red wine beside them and were watching a Star Wars movie, looking completely relaxed. Hey, that's not fair. Old Wang complained. We guys are out here dealing with maintenance and repairs, and you ladies are just chilling with wine and movies. What a huge gap in treatment. The women rolled their eyes, and Feng Mo cleared his throat. Enough jokes. I've found a lucrative mission on the internal network. Let me explain. After detailing the mission, he looked at his companions expectantly. Moksu considered for a moment. I'm okay with taking the mission, but we're still 1 starship short. Should we recruit another classmate? It won't be easy to find someone now. Also, will Director Lu approve? Feng Mo had anticipated these questions. I'll handle Director Lu. As for the missing Tier 3 ship, leave it to me. Old Wang's eyes widened in realization. Mo, you don't mean building another ship? Feng Mo snapped his fingers. Bingo. We currently have a battleship, a star carrier, and 2 destroyers. I plan to build 2 Tier 2 frigates to round out our fleet. It'll diversify our lineup and make us better prepared for the escort mission. With 9 days left, that's plenty of time to build 2 frigates. He didn't plan to build them alone. The academy and the military could loan him engineers, leaving Feng Mo responsible only for the critical components. Once his friends agreed, Feng Mo called Director Lua to explain the plan. As expected, the director had no objections, advising only to be cautious and stay in contact. The academy aimed to nurture cadets, not restrain them. Everyone was responsible for their own choices. With approval secured, Feng Mo officially accepted the escort mission online, entered the codes for 6 starships, and set the review date for 9 days later. Chapter 21, Shipbuilding and Departure. Once everything was set in motion, Feng Mo and Old Wang parked their starships in the logistics department, where they would undergo maintenance and repairs for a week. After leaving the starships behind, they took a hovercar back to their temporary dormitory. There, Feng Mo logged onto the internal network and ordered materials for building 2 Tier 2 Black Bear-class frigates, spending nearly 3 million credits. Previously, when constructing ships on his territory, the cost of a single Tier 2 Black Bear was around 1 million credits, with discounts for bulk orders. However, these 2 frigates were customized, with enhanced armor thickness and strength, making them more expensive. As Feng Mo was finalizing the order, the doorbell rang. A holographic screen popped up, showing Old Wang and the other 2 members of their team. Zhao Wei, open the door. Feng Mo called out, and the door slid open automatically. Old Wang entered, shouting loudly, Mo, I've got something to discuss with you, and you must agree. Feng Mo was curious. What was so important that he had to agree to it? Jokingly, he thought, is it Mo, do you want a wife? Maybe I'm overthinking things. He asked, what's up? Just say it. I discussed it with Moksu and checked with Xiamen, and we all agreed that while splitting our previous military merits and credits equally was fair, we can't keep doing that for the escort mission and future gains, Old Wang said, glancing at Feng Mo to gauge his reaction. Seeing Feng Mo wasn't upset, he cleared his throat and continued, from now on, We'll divide everything into 5 shares. You'll take 2, and the rest of us will each take 1. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair to you." Feng Mo chuckled. "That's it?" Old Wang nodded earnestly. Feng Mo continued, "All right, I agree. I desperately need those merits and credits, so I won't be polite. Just remember this agreement." Over the next 8 days, Feng Mo, with the help of 10 junior starship engineers and hundreds of shipbuilders and mechanics lent by the military, began constructing the 2 Tier 2 Black Bear-class frigates. It was a bit excessive, but necessary. Initially, when Feng Mo had asked Yu Ming'ao for assistance, Yu had pretended to decline. However, once Feng Mo explained to Director Liu that he had independently designed and built a Tier 3 warship, things escalated. Yu Ming'ao eagerly reported this, and the military quickly sent people to observe and learn. Thus, Feng Mo hardly needed to worry about the construction process. In just 2 days, the frigate's keels were completed. The interstellar era had long done away with traditional welding, relying instead on high-strength alloy adhesives, which sped up the construction significantly. Some large-scale shipyards could produce a batch of over 1,000 Tier 3 ships in just 7 days, though they still struggled to meet demand. The junior engineers enthusiastically rolled up their sleeves and took over the construction platforms, even pushing aside the professional shipbuilders to get hands-on experience. Feng Mo couldn't help but laugh at the sight. When they arrived, Feng Mo had generously shared the Tier 2 Black Bear-class frigate blueprints, except for the engine specs, which had been officially registered with the Human Federation's Copyright Office. Even this amazed the engineers. The Black Bear was incredibly durable and robust, especially with the addition of claw-like structures on the bow, designed specifically for ramming attacks, and made from the best Tier 3 grade materials. In just 7 days, ahead of schedule, the 2 Tier 2 Black Bear-class frigates were completed. Feng Mo spent half a day conducting thorough inspections. Once everything was confirmed to be in order, he dismissed the hundreds of helpers, making sure to exchange contact information with many of them for future use. Elpan, select 2 of the most promising trainee captains to command the new Black Bears and transfer 40 crew members from the reserve pool, Feng Mo instructed. "Yes, sir." Elpan replied, heading off to fulfill the order. Earlier, Feng Mo had purchased 150 slaves from the Academy's internal market, training them as his crew. The Storm, as an intelligent warship, only needed around 100 crew members, so the extra 50 served as reserves, rotating with the main crew as needed. Feng Mo had also established a captain training program, identifying 5 talented individuals to groom as future leaders. Now it was time to give 2 of them a chance to prove themselves in action. On October 12th, the mission reviewer arrived on planet Z-139. Feng Mo led the reviewer to the starport, showcasing his fleet's impressive array of combat-ready ships, which passed the inspection smoothly. On October 13th, the 6-ship fleet departed from planet Z-139, heading for Base 4. Located in the Bass Star system, the base lay to the northwest of the Human Federation's territory, bordering both the western and northern fronts. To get there, Feng Mo's fleet had to traverse 3 stargates. The Bass Star system was best known for the infamous Chaos Planet, which was a hub for both the slave trade and refueling operations. Its strategic location made it a crucial junction for transporting slaves from the western front to the north and for refueling ships headed to and from the Bass system. The western war zone bordered the chaotic Starsea, home to countless interstellar pirates and exploration fleets. These forces frequently attacked inhabited planets, capturing various species to sell into slavery across the Federation. This trade had become an integral, albeit controversial, part of the economy. Elpan herself had been captured from Starsea's chaos and sold here, a reminder of the region's dangerous reputation. The fleet's journey to Base 4 required a stop at Chaos Planet for refueling. Despite the dangers of the wider universe, the interior of the Federation remained relatively secure. After 7 hours of warp travel, the fleet finally reached Chaos Planet. As the ship docked at the starport, Feng Mo witnessed a sight he would never forget, a true interstellar battleship. The colossal warship measured 4.7 kilometers in length, with a majestic lion head emblazoned on its bow. It boasted over 300 massive guns, each turret larger than a Storm's main laser cannon. This was the Tier 5 Lion King-class interstellar battleship, one of the 3 great pillars of the Yunshan Empire, and the flagship of the Lion King fleet. The ancient Tier 5 warship had been in service for 322 years, earning countless honors and solidifying the Yunshan Empire's status as one of the 4 northern empires of the Federation. Finally seeing it in person, Feng Mo understood why it was said that anything below Tier 5 was mere child's play. This was the true might of the Empire. Chapter 22, The Slave Market. One day, I will own not just one, but multiple Tier 5 warships, Feng Mo declared, staring obsessively at the massive ship in the distance. He found himself lost in a fantasy, imagining what it would be like to command an entire fleet of Tier 5 warships. "Commander, We've arrived at Chaos Starport, Elpan's voice broke through Feng Mo's reverie. Standing nearby, Elpan, the vice captain, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of her commander looking like a complete fanatic, his eyes filled with endless desire. It was the first time she had ever seen him so enraptured, and it amused her. Yet, it also left her feeling somewhat defeated. After all, she, Elpan of the royal succubus lineage, couldn't compete with the allure of a starship. Take care of refueling and resupplying the ships with Maksu's vice captain. Since we're in chaos, we might as well check out the slave market, Feng Mo suggested. Everyone eagerly agreed. Since they were in chaos, a visit to the North's largest slave market was a must. It was a perfect opportunity to unwind before the coming challenges. Yes. Let's hit the slave market. Old Wang agreed enthusiastically. Old Wang even called down 20 personal guards from the ship, 10 men and 10 women, all third-level genetic warriors, assigned as bodyguards by his family for him and Maksu. The large party boarded a driverless aerial shuttle that transported them to Chaos Planet's surface, heading for the Chaos Market, commonly referred to as the Slave Market. Chaos Planet was a lush and habitable life planet, home to around 20 billion permanent residents. In the southern part of the planet stood the massive, modern complex of buildings, with the tallest reaching over 300 stories high, the headquarters of the Slave Market. Here, with enough Yunshan credits, you could buy almost anything, though the Tier 5 Lion King warship wasn't on that list. As they entered the complex, a graceful human woman approached them. Welcome, honored guests from afar, to Chaos Tower. I will be your host, Ninai, she greeted. Ninai led them to a luxurious conference room and left briefly to prepare. Mo, look at the VIP treatment we're getting. A fancy conference room and personal service, Old Wang said smugly. Feng Mo rolled his eyes. Anyone would get this treatment if they showed up with 20 bodyguards. Stop bragging, Old Wang. Soon, Ninai returned, accompanied by several women in cheongsams, each carrying trays of exquisite desserts and fruit. Ninai then pulled up a large holographic screen displaying detailed slave information. What species of slaves are you interested in, honored guests? She asked. Feng Mo first looked at Old Wang and Maksu. When they both shook their heads, he said, I want female slaves who are at least second-level genetic warriors, not ugly, with the potential to become starship captains. Ninai nodded and brought up a list of suitable candidates. Would you like me to provide recommendations? She asked. Feng Mo shook his head, so Ninai stood quietly to the side, awaiting further instructions. Browsing the extensive listings, Feng Mo was impressed by the variety available. The market truly lived up to its reputation as the North's largest slave trading hub, offering a range of species from dwarves, elves, and beastfolk to mechanical beings and dryads. After reviewing several pages, Feng Mo selected 2 slaves and examined their profiles. The first was an elf named Huayan. Her full name was too long and difficult to remember, so the market shortened it. She was a second-level genetic warrior and a former captain under the Elven Kingdom's 3rd Fleet. Standing 1.7 meters tall, she was beautiful but not as voluptuous as Elpan. The second was a dwarf named Elisa, a member of a wandering star race captured by an exploration fleet in the Chaos Starsea. She was also a second-level genetic warrior and an accomplished starship engineer. Elisa had a petite, 1.3-meter tall frame, twin ponytails, and a completely flat chest. Both were adults, aged 33 and 49, respectively, though still considered young compared to the race's lifespans. Elpan, over a century old, had only just reached young adulthood. I'll take these 2. How much? Feng Mo asked. Ninai locked in the 2 selections on her terminal and replied, Huayan is priced at 1.3 million Yunshan credits, and Elisa, being a special talent, is 3 million. Feng Mo calculated quickly. The slave market was renowned for its variety, but the prices were steep. Still, these 2 were worth the investment. Deal. I'll take them now, he said, transferring 4.3 million Yunshan credits with a pang of financial pain. He couldn't help but think about how much he still needed to fund the Tier 3 interstellar industrial ship, which required 30 million Yunshan credits. Old Wang, contact your aunt and offer her the Tier 2 Black Bear-class frigate blueprints. Set the price at 3 million Yunshan credits. You know how well it performs, I think that's fair. She'll get the rights, but I need authorization to continue building it for our fleet without commercial distribution. Old Wang grinned. He knew that Feng Mo's previous designs, like the Tier 2 Zebra-class destroyer, had sold exceptionally well. His aunt had already recouped her investment and had even rewarded Old Wang with 1 million Yunshan credits as a referral bonus. Eager to profit again, Old Wang quickly called his aunt, and within minutes, the deal was done. Feng Mo signed the contract, and 30 million Yunshan credits were deposited into his account, securing the funds for the industrial ship. Just as the transaction concluded, Ninaya returned with the 2 slaves. Huayan wore a green combat uniform, while Elisa was dressed in red. The tall and short duo stood side by side, drawing a teasing look from old Wang, who gave Feng Mo a knowing glance. Feeling awkward under old Wang's gaze, Feng Mo cleared his throat, prompting Moxu to intervene. She grabbed old Wang's ear in a playful but firm grip, making him wince. Meanwhile, Xiaomeng muttered quietly to herself, "Great, now we have 2 more beauties. What's left for me?" With the purchase complete, Feng Mo handed Huayan and Elisa over to El Pan for management. He had plans for them. Elisa would captain the Tier 3 industrial ship, while Huayan would serve as the Storm's vice-captain. As they left the conference room, Elisa lingered for a moment, eyeing the remaining desserts. Unable to resist, she pulled a cloth pouch from her uniform and quickly packed her favorites before happily skipping off to catch up with El Pan. Chapter 23, The 4th Military Base Cloud Mountain Empire, Baz System, 4th Military Base. The fleet departed from Chaos Planet and arrived at the 4th Military Base after a 3-hour journey. This military base was actually an entire planet, designated solely as a military asset. It had no formal name, only a code, and no ruling lord. The fleet has entered a controlled military zone. Please report all personnel and fleet information, as well as the purpose of your visit, came the electronic voice in the Storm Riders command center. Military base regulations were notoriously strict. Feng Mo promptly submitted the required information, and the voice responded shortly after. Information confirmed. Welcome, Viscount Feng Mo of the Cloud Mountain Empire. Fleet composition, 4 Tier 3 class warships and 2 Tier 2 class warships. Welcome to the 4th Military Base, Your Lordship. Your fleet has been assigned to dock at Starport 6. Your route has been designated. Please ensure your fleet does not deviate from the assigned path, Viscount. The fleet followed the designated route. The idea of deviating from the path never crossed Feng Mo's mind. He wasn't some privileged troublemaker, and even if he were, he knew that kind of recklessness would be fatal. The fleet docked at Starport 6, where Feng Mo found himself once again admiring the colossal Tier 5 class Lion King battleship. Standing in its shadow, even his Storm Rider seemed unimpressive by comparison. El Pan, familiarize Elisa and Huayan with the Storm Rider. Wang and I will handle things on the ground, Feng Mo ordered. Feng Mo and old Wang disembarked from their warships, where a contingent of soldiers was waiting at the dock. The leading officer, bearing a colonel's insignia, quickly stepped forward to greet Feng Mo, extending both hands for a hearty handshake, which he punctuated with 3 enthusiastic pumps. Viscount Feng Mo, I presume? I'm Ji Xianzhao, a college friend of Earl Yiding. Feng Mo was taken aback. He hadn't expected to meet one of his father's university friends here. Before heading off to the chaotic Starsea, Feng Mo's parents had left him a network of connections, with clear instructions not to disturb these contacts unless absolutely necessary. These connections represented years of relationships built by his family, including older aristocrats, beneficiaries of the Feng family's support, and loyal allies. This was the heritage of an old noble family. Despite the Feng territory being modest and the fleet lacking strength, few would dare provoke Feng Mo. Doing so could awaken people willing to go to extreme lengths for him, be it out of friendship, gratitude, or reputation. Whatever the reason, the reaction would be fierce. Hello, Uncle Ji. Just call me Little Mo, Feng Mo said with a smile. This is Wang Chongshen, the son of Earl Wang. Ji Xianzhao offered a polite nod to Wang Chongshen, though his demeanor clearly indicated he wasn't fond of the Wang family. Feng Mo quickly intervened to smooth things over. Uncle Ji, my father spoke of you often. He said he respected only 2 people in the military, you and Uncle Gu. The Uncle Gu Feng Mo referred to was his father's closest friend, who had looked after Feng Mo on many occasions. When Feng Mo started his first year at university, it was Uncle Gu, already a major general at the time, who personally saw him off. No one dislikes genuine flattery, and Feng Mo's gesture of comparing Ji Xianzhao to Uncle Gu had clearly struck the right chord. Ji Xianzhao laughed heartily before waving a dismissive hand in mock humility. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly compare myself to General Gu. Despite his words, Ji Xianzhao's eyes softened considerably. Little Mo, I know why you're here. I personally came to meet you. Follow me, there's been a slight change in the mission I need to discuss. He led Feng Mo and Wang Chongshen to a conference room. Inside, 3 people awaited them, 2 men and a woman. The middle-aged man at the head of the table was short and slightly shifty-looking. To his left sat a tall, muscular, bald youth with a fierce expression, and to his right was a captivating woman with a beauty mark beneath her eye. When Ji Xianzhao entered, all 3 quickly stood up, visibly tense. Take your seats, Ji Xianzhao instructed. There have been changes to the escort mission. 3 additional interstellar transport ships have been added, so instead of 1 fleet, there will now be 2. But don't worry, the rewards remain unchanged. Now, let's discuss the mission details. The transport fleet will depart at 8 a.m. on October 15th. Your task is to ensure its safe arrival at the Xuanwu Interstellar Fortress. You have a day and a half to rest and resupply. You may procure any needed resources here, with prices matching those in the outside world. One final point, I care only about results. Escort the transport fleet to Xuanwu Fortress without incident. Ji Xianzhao then approached Feng Mo, his demeanor warm and paternal. Little Mo, I have other matters to attend to. Should you ever need assistance in the Baz system, don't hesitate to reach out to your uncle. With that, he left the room. The demeanor of the two men and the woman across from Feng Mo instantly shifted, their expressions betraying a hint of shock. They took a more serious look at Feng Mo and Wang Chongxin. As soon as Ji Xianzhao was gone, the short middle-aged man put on a fawning smile. Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Kui Xiao, commander of the Fire Leopard Fleet. We have 7 Tier 2 class warships and 3 Tier 3 class warships. Naturally, this escort mission will be led by you. We'll follow your orders. Feng Mo nodded. With Ji Xianzhao's obvious favoritism, he didn't have to worry about bureaucratic headaches, making the mission simpler. Commander Kui, pleased to meet you. I'm Feng Mo, Fleet Commander, with 4 Tier 3 class and 2 Tier 2 class warships. I look forward to working together on this mission. Absolutely, absolutely. Kui Xiao replied, bowing slightly. Feng Mo smiled. Then let's rest up and meet the day after tomorrow, Commander Kui. With that, he led Wang Chongxing out of the room. Boss Kui, are you sure about giving that kid command? What if something happens during the escort? The alluring woman purred, running a finger up Kui Xiao's thigh. She hadn't dared act so provocatively while Ji Xianzhao was present. You don't understand, Kui Xiao replied. He's just a young noble out gaining experience, but with Colonel Ji backing him, he's untouchable. Trust me, nobles like him always have experienced vice commanders to handle the real work. The woman nodded, her hand continuing to slide upward. Kui Xiao inhaled sharply, grabbing her and pulling her close as they hurried back to their ship, the bald man trailing behind with a wicked grin. Back aboard the Storm Rider, Feng Mo gathered everyone for a quick meeting. He projected the data Ji Xianzhao had provided. This is intel from Uncle Ji. It includes details on the Fire Leopard fleet and our mission objectives. The transport fleet has increased from 5 to 8 ships, so we'll have 2 escort fleets. The rewards remain unchanged. Here's the breakdown of the Fire Leopard fleet: 10 warships, 7 Tier 2 class and 3 Tier 3 class. Specifically, 7 Tier 2 Beetle class interstellar frigates, 2 Tier 3 Grey Wolf class destroyers, and 1 Tier 3 Cheetah class battleship. These are fairly standard fleet configurations. The Grey Wolf and Cheetah are known for their speed, so combined with our fleet, this mission should be manageable. Chapter 24, Escort Mission October 15th. A convoy of 7 3-kilometer-long Tier 3 class interstellar transport ships departed from the 4th base, navigating toward the Stargate of the Baz system. 2 escort fleets consisting of 16 warships flanked the convoy. A Tier 3 class carrier was positioned centrally, flanked by 2 Tier 3 class battleships, one leading at the front and the other guarding the rear, each shielded by 2 Tier 3 class destroyers. The remaining 9 frigates formed a protective perimeter around the convoy. This is our escort route, Elpan began, outlining the strategy. Since the fleet is a mix of Tier 3 and Tier 2 ships, we'll be using synchronized secondary warp drives and shared radar systems for coordinated hyperspace jumps. We'll travel in 3 separate warp jumps over 3 days, crossing 3 star systems. Once we reach the front lines, we'll switch to conventional navigation. It will take 3 days to reach the Northgate space station, and from there, another 6 days to reach the Xuanwu Fortress. This stretch is the most dangerous. Altogether, we should arrive at Xuanwu Fortress on October 27th. Any revisions needed? Elpan scanned the room. Seeing no objections, she continued, very well, we proceed as planned. Huaqian, alert the fleet to synchronize radar systems. We'll initiate synchronized warp travel in 10 minutes. Understood, Captain. Huaqian replied. The synchronized radar and warp mode transformed the fleet into a cohesive unit, sharing radar data from the battleships. They would enter and exit warp space simultaneously, maintaining formation and combat readiness. The fleet of 23 warships followed this routine for the first 3 days, half a day in warp travel, followed by half a day of rest at designated starports. On the 4th day, they arrived at the main planet of the Fengshan system. Once there, the fleet had to halt hyperspace travel. The route from the Northgate space station to Xuanwu Fortress was lined with warp disruptors. These devices distorted space, preventing the compression and expansion necessary for hyperspace travel, designed to stop any stray hive motherships from warping directly to the station. Deploying these disruptors was costly, so the Human Federation only used them in frontline sectors. They affected all ships below Tier 5 class. Feng Mo's fleet, therefore, had to switch to conventional navigation from Fengshan onward, especially since this leg of the journey involved frequent checkpoints. Over 3 days of conventional travel, the fleet was inspected 3 times before finally reaching the Northgate space station. The security measures there were even more stringent. After a brief half-day rest at the station, the fleet embarked on the final leg of their journey, hoping the next 6 days would be uneventful. However, fate had other plans. On the 3rd day of travel, alarms blared across all command centers. Warning! Hive motherships detected ahead. All crew, prepare for combat. The alert rang out, jolting the fleet into action. Gun ports on the warships opened, and massive laser cannons emerged, ready for battle. Zhao Meng. Deploy all drones from the Tier 3 Rottweiler-class interstellar carrier. All warships, charge primary and secondary laser cannons. Feng Mo commanded, and the ships lit up, readying their weapons. Damn it! What is Xuanwu Fortress even doing, letting this many Hive motherships slip through? Kusagakure cursed over the command network, his frustration palpable. All frigates, scatter and scout. The alluring woman in his fleet dropped her flirtatious demeanor, her voice tinged with urgency. No need, Feng Mo interjected. Radar shows 17 Tier 3 Hive motherships. We can't let them get near the transport ships. We must intercept them now. He issued orders swiftly. Zhao Meng, your carrier and the 9 Tier 2 class frigates will form Team 1. Use a fish-scale formation to intercept 12 of the Hive mothers. Your goal is to hold them off. Kusagakure, your 2 Tier 3 battleships and 2 Tier 3 destroyers form Teams 2 and 3. Concentrate your fire on the remaining 5 Hive mothers. You take 2, we'll handle 3. Make it quick, Team 1 can't hold forever. The bewitching woman opened her mouth to object, but Kusagakure cut her off. Understood. We'll handle 2 of the Tier 3 Hive mothers. Zhao Meng's excitement was palpable. Don't worry, Feng Mo. I'll make sure those bugs get blasted to hell with my drones. Zhao Meng's vice captain had anticipated Feng Mo's strategy and tried to object, but Zhao Meng had overridden the concerns. Team 1, move to intercept. Teams 2 and 3, stand by. We're lucky it's an ambush and not a full-scale encirclement. That would have been far worse, Feng Mo said. 16 warships split from the convoy, moving forward to engage. Feng Mo's plan was to divide the enemy forces, with Team 1's drones holding off most of the Hive mothers. The frigates formed a defensive line in front of the carrier, giving it time to reload drones and sustain the fight. This strategy would buy enough time for Feng Mo and Kusagakure to focus fire on and eliminate a few Hive mothers quickly. As expected, the Hive mothers zeroed in on the carrier, ignoring the frigates. They surged forward, intent on overwhelming the defense line and destroying Zhao Meng's Tier 3 carrier. It was a logical strategy. Carriers and battleships were always priority targets in any fleet engagement. Teams 2 and 3, pick your targets and fire at will. Focus on taking out 2 Hive mothers first. Feng Mo barked. The 9 Tier 2 class frigates in Team 1 formed a barrier, intercepting bioplasma and suicidal drone attacks from the Hive mothers. The frigates quickly sustained damage, their armor battered by the relentless assault. The drones from Zhao Meng's carrier arrived just in time, providing critical relief to the frigates and launching a devastating counterattack. The sky lit up with orange-red explosions as the drones carpet-bombed the enemy. Fire! Feng Mo roared, and 20 laser beams converged on 2 of the Hive mothers. The concentrated barrage was too much, and the bioships shattered into floating debris, becoming the first casualties of the battle. Chapter 25, Divide and Conquer. During this intense battle, the drones from Zhao Meng's Tier 3 class interstellar carrier had not been idle. Although the Hive mother ships weren't completely destroyed, the continuous bombardment had inflicted significant damage on them. However, the 9 Tier 2 class frigates shielding the Tier 3 carrier had taken a severe beating. Fighting against Tier 3 class ships with Tier 2 class frigates was like facing a higher dimensional threat. It was a miracle they had managed to hold out this long without total annihilation. Team 1, fall back slowly. Teams 2 and 3, divide the battlefield. Feng Mo commanded. Team 1, comprising 10 warships, began to retreat under heavy fire. The remaining 15 Hive mother ships pursued aggressively, intensifying their attacks. Bioplasma cannons and swarms of suicide drones covered the sky, bombarding the retreating frigates. Finally, one of the frigates under Kusagure's command could hold no longer. Its armor had been compromised, and the hull suffered critical damage, leaving the ship immobilized. Tragically, this immobilization led to the ship's crew being overrun and consumed by the relentless spaceborne insects, leaving no survivors. Space warfare was no game, it claimed real lives. Complete victories without any losses were rare, especially when facing an opponent of superior class. Feng Mo's tactics were the best he could devise in the moment, but losses were inevitable. The ship's durability and the skill of its captain determined its fate. Feng Mo's two Tier 2 Black Bear frigates had also sustained significant damage to their armor, but they still had fight left in them. The Black Bear frigates were renowned for their resilience and durability, proving their worth in this moment. The carrier had successfully baited the enemy into pursuit. Now, it was time to split and conquer. At Feng Mo's command, Teams 2 and 3 accelerated, flanking the battlefield from both sides. Their primary and secondary laser cannons, now fully charged, unleashed 20 brilliant beams of light that tore through the darkness. 2 more Hive Mother ships were obliterated, reduced to floating debris. The remaining 13 Hive Mother ships faced a dilemma. Continuing their assault on Team 1 would mean total annihilation of the frigates but at the cost of their own destruction. Splitting their forces to defend against Teams 2 and 3 would mean abandoning their pursuit of the interstellar carrier. They quickly chose the path of mutual destruction, pressing forward with their attack on Team 1. The Hive Mother ships aimed to decimate Zhao Meng's Tier 3 class interstellar carrier, showing no intention of backing down. Team 1, keep falling back. Zhao Meng, recall all drones, reload, and then redeploy them. Set the energy shield to maximum and accelerate. Lead these bugs on a chase. Feng Mo commanded, unfazed by the sight of 2 more frigates being immobilized under the intense enemy onslaught. Leaders must remain cold and calculating in battle. Even Old Wang, Mo Zhu, and Zhao Meng didn't see anything wrong with sacrificing frigates in such circumstances. Roger that. Watch me show off my drifting skills, Feng Mo. Zhao Meng replied excitedly, treating the space battle as her playground. Merlo sisters, it's your turn to shine. Show them the true power of the Tier 2 Black Bear. Feng Mo called out. The 2 Tier 2 Black Bear frigates, specially reinforced with Tier 3 grade armor and equipped with massive claw-like appendages at the bow, were ready. Feng Mo had paid double the construction cost for these enhancements. Yes, sir. Disabling speed limiters, entering overdrive. The Merlo sisters responded, and the 2 frigates surged forward like raging black bears, claws extended. Under the momentum of their accelerated charge, the Black Bear's claws tore deep into the hull of a Tier 3 Hive Mother ship. The engines of the Black Bear frigates roared at full throttle, shoving the bioship across the battlefield. The cracks from the impact spread throughout the Hive Mother's structure. The point defense laser cannons of the Black Bear frigates fired relentlessly, overheating and even cracking from the stress. The damage spread, and the Hive Mother ship was soon a wreck. As the Black Bears disengaged, both frigates looked barely functional, their engines damaged and their hulls shattered. They wobbled away from the battlefield, victorious but crippled. That destroyed Hive Mother ship was a testament to the Black Bear's sacrifice. Feng Mo watched with a heavy heart. The damage to his frigates pained him, but at least the repair costs wouldn't come out of his pocket. As long as his crew survived, it was a victory. After the Black Bears withdrew, Zhao Meng's Tier 3 carrier began its dance, deftly evading attacks from the 12 remaining Hive Mothers. The carrier's Tier 4 energy shield absorbed the occasional plasma blast, rippling but holding strong. Hundreds of drones from the carrier peppered the Hive Mother ships with relentless bombardments. When the drones ran out of ammunition, Zhao Meng ordered them to kamikaze into the enemy, crippling 2 more Hive Mother ships. Feng Mo observed the Tier 3 carrier's shield with interest. Elpan noticed his curiosity and began to wonder about Zhao Meng's background. A Tier 3 carrier equipped with a Tier 4 shield was highly unusual, a luxury reserved for scions of powerful families. Even Old Wang didn't have such protection. With the Tier 4 shield identified, Feng Mo felt reassured. Teams 2 and 3's laser cannons had cooled, and they fired a 3rd round, destroying 2 more Hive Mother ships. The Hive Mothers were at a disadvantage in space combat. As bioships, they lacked the energy shields of human battleships. Their biological force fields were no match for the main cannons of Tier 3 battleships, leaving them vulnerable to focused fire. Haha. This is exhilarating. Fighting under our commander is truly a thrill. Quizua's face was flushed with excitement, as if he were drunk on adrenaline. The bounty for destroying this many Hive Mother ships would be generous, enough to fund a new fleet. The remaining 8 Hive Mothers soon fell under the combined fire of the fleet. The battle ended, and the cleanup began. Half a day later, Elpan stood behind Feng Mo, reporting to the fleet commanders via video, "Victory. We have destroyed 17 Tier 3 Hive Mother ships. The battle footage has been uploaded to the military network. Headquarters will distribute rewards once we reach Xuanwu Fortress. In this battle, we lost 4 Tier 2 class frigates along with their entire crews. The wreckage will be collected under Captain Kui's command. The remaining 5 Tier 2 class frigates have varying degrees of damage, with the 2 Tier 2 Black Bears being the most severely affected, effectively non-operational. They will be towed by the Storm Bearer with tractor beams, and the crew has been transferred aboard. I've uploaded detailed damage reports to the internal network. All commanders can review them at their convenience. Report complete. Chapter 26, Arrival at Xuanwu Star Fortress. When Elpan finished the report, Feng Mo cleared his throat and said, Commander Kui, both of our fleets suffered losses during this mission. How about we split the spoils from destroying the Hive mother ships evenly? Kuizua's grin widened ear to ear as he gave Feng Mo a big thumbs up and showered him with flattery. Despite his fleet's efforts, it was clear that without the bait provided by the Tier 3 class interstellar carrier, annihilating the Hive mother ships would have been impossible. Kui knew full well what his fleet was capable of and was grateful for Feng Mo's fairness. Commander, you can count on me. If you ever need anything, just call. If I ever refuse, may the stars curse me, he declared, slapping his chest in a show of sincerity. Feng Mo didn't believe a word of Kui's grand promises. A man like Kui, who would follow wherever the benefits lay, could handle small tasks, but nothing major. Still, Feng Mo smiled and nodded politely. Following the decisive victory over the insectoids, the next 3.5 days were uneventful. The fleet safely reached Xuanwu Star Fortress without further incident. You've entered a military-controlled area. Please report your identities, fleet details, and the purpose of your visit, a mechanical voice announced in each ship's control room. Elpan transmitted the fleet's information, and 3 minutes later, a response came. Identification confirmed, Viscount Feng Mo of Yunshan Empire. Fleet composition, 7 Tier 3 class warships, 5 Tier 2 class warships, and 7 Tier 3 class transport ships. Welcome to Xuanwu Star Fortress, Viscount. Please dock your fleet at Dock 12. The course to Dock 12 has been marked. Viscount, please ensure your fleet stays on the designated route. The fleet docked smoothly at Dock 12, which was filled with warships, the smallest being Tier 3 class. Several massive Tier 4 class vessels loomed nearby, but this time, they weren't fortunate enough to glimpse a Tier 5 Imperial juggernaut. A group of officers awaited them on the ground. Leading them was a major. Feng Mo sighed slightly, disappointed there wasn't a more senior reception, and descended from his ship. The major stepped forward and gave a crisp salute, a proper salute of the Starsea Federation military, the left fist clenched and struck against the right chest, a gesture of solemnity and respect. Feng Mo and his entourage returned the salute. Welcome to Xuanwu Star Fortress, Viscount. Please proceed to the strategy office. Advisor Zhang is expecting you, the major informed them. Feng Mo nodded, understanding that the military was likely taking the insectoid situation very seriously. It was a critical matter. Xuanwu Star Fortress, the first line of defense against the insectoids, could usually handle 1 or 2 Hive mother ships slipping through, but 17 Tier 3 class ships. That was a major oversight, and someone would need to take responsibility. Sure enough, in the strategy office, tempers were flaring. Old Lee, this is clearly a failure of your radar special operations division. The fortress radar didn't detect a single Hive mother ship. Where did they come from? Did they fall out of the sky? A colonel sitting on the left side of the rectangular table slammed his fist down, glaring at another colonel across from him. Bullshit. We're always the scapegoat. Your mobile unit is equally to blame. The entire zone between Beshan Gate Station and Xuanwu Fortress is under your patrol jurisdiction. What were you doing? Slacking off? Lazy bastards. The accused colonel fired back, raising the room's tension. It was like poking a hornet's nest. The officers on the left side of the table leaped to their feet, shouting in anger, while those on the right weren't any less aggressive. The room was full of heated arguments and even some choice curses. Thump, thump, thump. Come in, a stern voice called. A communications officer entered the room and saluted. Report, Viscount Feng Mo of Yunshan Empire has successfully completed his escort mission, destroying 17 Tier 3 class Hive mother ships. Our transport fleet remains unharmed. Viscount Feng Mo's fleet is now docked at Xuanwu Fortress, Dock 12. The middle of the 3 senior officers at the head of the room cleared his throat. Instantly, the room fell silent. Every officer sat up straight, their postures stiff with attention. First, the sudden appearance of 17 Tier 3 class Hive mother ships in the buffer zone between Beshan Gate Station and Xuanwu Fortress is a grave failure of the entire fortress, the senior officer declared, setting the tone of accountability. Second, each department will conduct thorough inspections. This must never happen again. If it does. The officer let his unspoken threat hang in the air. Every officer in the room looked even more solemn. Third, we need to discuss how to compensate that young man. Viscounts of Yunshan Empire carry weight, and that fleet included the eldest son of Earlwing and the granddaughter of the Marquis of Meteor from the Yingxing Empire. Plus, they're students at Yunshan Military Academy. This won't be easy. Even the general found this situation tricky. Feng Mo's connections were formidable, and the general hadn't even mentioned the most sensitive one, Zhao Meng's true identity. Her background was powerful enough to give a Starsea Federation general headaches. The compensation had to be substantial to avoid making a laughingstock of themselves. The general scanned the room, his eyes lighting up as he turned to an officer on his left. Advisor Zhang, I understand you're a distinguished graduate of Yunshan Military Academy. You're their senior, and you're even from the same region. I'll leave this matter to you. Don't worry, I'm not stingy. As long as the compensation isn't excessive, I'll approve it. But keep it discreet. I don't want this becoming public knowledge. Advisor Zhang forced a smile. This was a difficult task. Gauging what would satisfy Feng Mo without overspending was the challenge. Yes, General Zhu. I'll take care of it. Meanwhile, Feng Mo and his companions were being escorted to a hovering maglev bus outside the starport. Mo, what do you think the military is planning? Maybe they'll try to silence us. Wang Changsheng joked, only to earn a glare from Feng Mo. They knew that such things weren't out of the question, but given their backgrounds and connections, there was little chance of that happening here. With Yunshan Military Academy behind him and their influential families, the military wouldn't dare. Yunshan Empire was the third most powerful of the 17 Starsea Federation empires, and many top military officials were Yunshan Academy alumni. They were being summoned to discuss terms and compensation, not threats. Chapter 27, Need More Compensation. The maglev bus stopped in front of a military fortress, and Feng Mo and his companions stepped out, noticing a senior colonel standing at the entrance. Although the man wore a military uniform, his gentle face and warm smile exuded a scholarly aura. You must be Viscount Feng Mo, and this is Wang Changsheng, Mo Zhu, and Yu Xiaomeng, correct? I'm Zhang Guanxiao, your senior from the command department, class of 213. Class of 213? Already a senior colonel? Feng Mo's class was 232, making it only 19 years since Jiang's graduation. Rising through the ranks so quickly was unheard of. Feng Mo instantly recognized Zhang Guanxiao's significance and made a mental note to regard him with even more respect. Greetings, senior. If I had known this was your territory, I'd have visited much sooner, Feng Mo said, taking a friendly tone. Having a connection through the academy brought a sense of relief to the group, as it was always easier to deal with a fellow alum. Come, juniors, let's have a meal together first. You must try the food here at the strategy department, Zhang Guanxiao said, leading them to a private dining room where a table full of exquisite dishes awaited. Without hesitation, Xiaomeng and Mo Zhu picked up their chopsticks and began eating. The recent escort mission had left everyone longing for flavorful food. Zhang Guanxiao didn't seem to mind. He encouraged Feng Mo and Wang to join in and even shared the meal with them, chatting casually. After enjoying the food, Zhang Guanxiao wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and turned to Feng Mo. No need for pleasantries, Junior. I'm sure you guessed why I'm here. The military's negligence caused you a lot of trouble, and compensating you is only fair. Let me lay out what the military is willing to offer, and you can decide. First, the military will cover all your fleet's damages, and the mission rewards will be doubled. Second, we'll provide a travel allowance, which is negotiable. And lastly, each of you will receive an energy crystal. Of course, this last reward doesn't apply to Commander Kui. I hope you understand. I'll give you a moment to discuss while I visit the restroom, Zhang added, excusing himself. Note, 1 star coin equals 100 Yunshan coins. Zhang Guanxiao's words were carefully chosen, but it was clear he didn't consider Kui Zua worth mentioning. Kui wasn't offended. He knew his place and was aware that, without Feng Mo, he wouldn't even be in this room. Kui didn't recognize the value of the energy crystal, but Feng Mo did. In Chapter 12, it was explained that dark energy crystals are related to Tier 5 starship technology. These crystals are vital for constructing Tier 5 class engines. Embedded in a starship engine, a dark energy crystal could boost speed by at least 10 knots and prevent the engine from overheating when its speed limits were lifted. The compensation was indeed generous, and only those with military connections knew the true value of such a crystal. Jiang's offer was more than fair. When Zhang left, Wang Changsheng's excitement was palpable. Mo, we hit the jackpot. Double rewards mean 10,000 points, 10,000 military merits, and 600,000 star coins. Plus, they're offering a travel allowance. I'm going to flaunt this like crazy when we get home, no more begging for money. Wang Changsheng, calm down. Have some dignity, Mo Zhu scolded, rolling her eyes at Wang's outburst. Wang defended himself, not everyone's like you, rich and spoiled. You saw how cheap my dad was when you visited. He really is the stingiest man alive. Mo Zhu seemed to remember the incident and reluctantly nodded. Feng Mo chuckled, realizing there was probably an amusing story behind it. After a bit of light-hearted teasing, they returned to the matter at hand. Senior Zhang really laid out a solid offer, Feng Mo said seriously. That dark energy crystal alone is worth it. It's restricted military-grade material, not something money can buy. That's the whole point of compensation, Wang said, nodding. If it were ordinary folks, the military might just hand out some cash. But with us? We're far from ordinary. They have to invest a bit. Still, let's ask for more on the travel allowance. The military has deep pockets. Feng Mo agreed. Of the four of them, Xiaomeng only cared about big guns and starships, while Mo Zhu, despite her friendly demeanor, was proud and distant, as seen in how she ignored Kui. Wang, on the other hand, seemed carefree but was sharp when it mattered. And Feng Mo himself? Well, he was the leader, and he had to make the best decision. A knock on the door signaled Zhang Guanxiao's return, carrying a secure case. We've made our decision, Feng Mo said. We're fine with the first and third points. Thank you for the support, senior. But we'd like to negotiate the second point. Zhang instantly understood and proposed, how about 300,000 star coins? Feng Mo smiled but shook his head without saying a word. Fine, 500,000 star coins. That's a fair offer, right? Feng Mo still shook his head, raising his right hand and showing one finger, then tapping his left fist 3 times. A million? Zhang exclaimed, nearly losing his composure. That's outrageous. The doubled mission rewards alone convert to 260 million Yunshan coins. Adding another 10 million Yunshan coins? The military would bleed money. I don't have the authority to approve that, Zhang added. The cap they gave me is 1 million star coins. Deal. Feng Mo agreed quickly. Jiang's heart sank. He knew he had offered too much. But he composed himself quickly. It wasn't his personal money on the line, after all. All right then, juniors. I trust you'll keep this matter discreet. Your rewards and compensation will be in your accounts within 10 minutes. The dark energy crystals are here. I need to report back, so I'll leave you to it. Thank you, senior. We'll stay here a bit longer. No problem. I've arranged for you to have this room as long as you need, Zhang replied, leaving the box and taking his leave. 10 minutes later, Feng Mo checked his account. The mission rewards and compensation had been deposited. Chapter 28, Splitting the Spoils and Returning Home. Once the mission rewards and compensation had been deposited, Feng Mo turned to Kui Zua and said, Old Kui, the 4 dark energy crystals are ours to keep. As for the remaining merits, points, and star coins, we'll split them 50 out of 50 as we agreed. He then used his smart terminal to transfer 5,000 military merits, 5,000 points, and 800,000 star coins to Kui Zua's account. Following the original agreement, he also transferred 1,000 merits, 1,000 points, and 160,000 star coins to each of Wang Chongsheng, Mo Zhu, and Yu Xiaomeng. Feng Mo's account now held 2,400 merits, 2,670 points, 320,000 star coins, and 47 million Yunshan coins. This mission had been a significant gain, and it was time to start planning the construction of a Tier 3 interstellar industrial ship. For a standard interstellar fleet, having a battleship or a carrier as the flagship, 2 to 4 destroyers, and several escort ships was essential. Moreover, having specialized ships like industrial ships for repairs and construction and transport ships for carrying supplies and fuel was crucial. Feng Mo had aspirations of venturing into the wild Starsea for interstellar exploration after graduation, making these specialized ships indispensable. He was also eyeing the Tier 3 battle armor that cost a staggering 4,000 points. With the distribution of spoils completed, the group returned to their ships to prepare for the journey home. Feng Mo and his fleet were headed to Z-139, while Old Kui's fleet was returning to the best star system. Before parting ways, Kui Zua once again expressed his gratitude to Feng Mo and the others. The rewards he had received were enough to expand his fleet's size significantly, making the escort mission well worth the risk. He could now accept more challenging missions in the future. After bidding farewell, Feng Mo ordered the crew of the 2 heavily damaged Tier 2 Black Bear ships to transfer to the Storm. With everyone ready, they set off. The return journey was uneventful, and the military's patrols along the route from the Xuanwu Fortress to the Northgate Space Station ensured their safety. It took another 6 days to reach the Northgate Space Station, where they could resume warp speed travel. An hour and 30 minutes later, the fleet successfully arrived at Z-139, docking at the planet's number 7 spaceport. It was already November 2nd, so Feng Mo contacted Director Liu. The call connected quickly, and Director Liu's hearty laughter filled the air. Well done, kid. You made the Academy proud by taking down 17 insectoid motherships. The Academy knows about it and is following up with the military for more compensation. Now that you're back, take a few days to rest. Feng Mo wasn't surprised that the Academy had found out. As the premier military academy of the Yunshan Empire, Its extensive network and influence were unparalleled. The Academy's support for its exceptional students was unmatched, and Feng Mo's talent for designing and building starships only increased their investment in him. True to Director Liu's word, 2 days later, each of the 4 received a transfer of 10 million Yunshan coins, courtesy of the Academy's reward fund. In a world where connections mattered, having a solid backer made all the difference, provided you had the power to negotiate as equals. Feng Mo sent all the fleet's ships to the logistics department for repairs and finally took a well-deserved day off. On November 4th, he headed to the logistics department early in the morning. "Good morning, Captain. I am here to purchase ship materials," Feng Mo said to the officer at the front desk, handing over a list through his smart terminal. "I'll also need a large dock and some personnel on loan from the military. I'm planning to build a Tier 3 interstellar industrial ship." The officer quickly called Yu Mingao over. "Feng Mo, my junior. Why didn't you tell me in advance you were going to build a ship? I could have arranged for some ship engineers to learn from you." "Thank you, senior, but this was a sudden decision." "Just send over the engineers and builders stationed on planet 139, Feng Mo replied, hoping to avoid a crowd of onlookers like last time. "All right then. Head to dock number 1, and I'll have the team report to you there," Yu Mingao said. "Thanks, senior," Feng Mo responded, then left the logistics department and boarded a maglev car bound for dock number 1. Compared to building the Storm, which had taken 2 months, the construction of the Tier 3 Copper Hammer interstellar industrial ship, even with ample manpower, still took a month and a half. This was the largest starship Feng Mo had built to date, stretching 2 kilometers long. The ship's green-hued hull gleamed in the dock, dwarfing the Storm at 2.5 times its length. Once the final hull inspections were complete, Feng Mo's excitement was uncontainable. Building this industrial ship meant he no longer had to worry about pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion. This ship would be handed over to Elisa, the Star Dwarf engineer. During their time together, Feng Mo discovered that Elisa only had 2 hobbies, working on starships and eating. She would snack continuously while working on ships, and it was a mystery how someone less than 1.4 meters tall could eat so much. Since Elisa loved starship engineering, Feng Mo decided to let her manage the Copper Hammer. He would also give her all his design schematics and recruit a team of builders to support her, entrusting her with future ship construction. On April 3, Federation Year 7491, it had been over 6 months since Feng Mo and his crew arrived on Z-139. Their internship had officially came to an end. Time had flown by. In those 6 months, Feng Mo had completed a mid-level escort mission and participated in 33 insectoid defense battles on Z-139. The system quest on his XH panel had been completed by the 17th battle. The once calm teenager had transformed into a fierce and seasoned interstellar commander. The experience of warfare had left an unmistakable mark on him. His fleet had also grown from a single battleship to a formidable force of 11 starships. This expansion was all thanks to Elisa's hard work. Since moving on to the Copper Hammer, Elisa had immersed herself in her work, alternating between schematics and snacks. In just 5 months, Elisa had developed a bit of baby fat on her adorable face, but she had also accomplished a lot. While Feng Mo and the others fought on the front lines, she not only repaired damaged ships but also built 6 new Tier 2 Black Bear escort ships and 2 Tier 3 Mantis-class destroyers. These destroyers were not just ordinary ships. Feng Mo had used 500 points from the XH store to acquire their schematics. As the phrase goes, destroyers are the armed guards of any fleet, and the Tier 3 Mantis class were elite specialists. These destroyers broke past the 200-knot speed limit of typical Tier 3 ships, reaching 220 knots. They were equipped with 4 weapon systems, laser cannons, close-in defense guns, Tier 3 shockwave missiles, and proton torpedoes, both of which were renowned as carrier killers in space combat. Chapter 29, 6 months later. Mo, are you really not planning to join the military with me and Mozu after graduation? With your talent and my decisiveness, together we'd be an unstoppable force in the universe. In Dormitory 369 of Yunshan Military Academy, Feng Mo, Wang Chongshen, Mozu, and Zhao Meng were seated together, and Wang Chongshen immediately began berating Feng Mo. It was the 3rd day since they had returned from planet Z-139. With only 2 months left until graduation, the question of their future loomed large over all the 4th-year students. But for these 4, the future was already bright, even if they didn't forge their own paths, because their families would ensure it. Wang Chongshen and Mozu had both been specially recruited by the military to serve as vice-captains in the Moyu fleet, one of Yunshan Empire's 3 great fleets. Mozu. Moyu. That's right, the previous commander of Moyu fleet was none other than Mozu's grandfather, Lord Mo of the Meteor Star Empire. The name of the Moyu fleet was even given by Lord Mo himself. Although the Mo family wasn't originally part of Yunshan Empire, they had a tradition of sending every generation to Yunshan Military Academy for their education. This was why Lord Mo had such a close relationship with Wang Chongsheng's late grandfather, because they had been university classmates. "I'm not joining," Feng Mo replied. "You know, old Wang, I've always dreamed of interstellar exploration. The Chaos Starsea is a place I have to visit someday. With the Federation's Tier 5 warships holding strong on 3 fronts, you two gaining experience in the military is the best path." Wang Chongsheng could hear the unresolved pain in Feng Mo's voice about his parents. "If that's your decision, then, brother, let me give you a piece of advice," Wang said earnestly. "Don't build any Tier 4 or higher starships in the near future. Keep your talents at Tier 3 for at least 3 to 5 years. Stay safe out there, and keep your talents hidden. According to my grandfather, a lot of people are curious about your abilities. If it weren't for warnings being issued, some less honorable individuals might have already come looking for you." Feng Mo took this heartfelt warning seriously. In just a year, he'd already designed 5 different types of starships, attracting considerable attention. So far, he'd managed to justify this with claims of talent and years of accumulated research, and his connections had kept him safe. But if he suddenly unveiled Tier 4 starship designs, it would definitely stir the hornet's nest. In the face of overwhelming profit, some people might choose to act recklessly. Publicly, they wouldn't dare, but hidden threats were harder to defend against, and Feng Mo understood this all too well. "If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to reach out," Mo Zhu added. "The Mo Yu fleet will protect you at least once." This was a promise, an agreement that, if necessary, Mo Yu fleet would come to Feng Mo's aid unconditionally. Having a Tier 5 fleet's support at his disposal was like holding a massive trump card. It spelled certain doom for anyone foolish enough to provoke him. And with Wang Chongsheng's personality, this promise would soon be spread as a warning to any factions tempted to cross the line. "Save the sentimental talk," Feng Mo said with a smile. "When you two set up your fleet, come find me." "Boss, I wish I could go to the Chaos Starsea with you, but my grandfather won't allow it," Zhao Meng said with a sigh. "I have to return home for training after graduation. But you, old Wang, and Sister Zhu better visit me in the Central Federation's Danqi Empire someday." Over the past 6 months, the trio had come to know the true Zhao Meng behind her mature exterior. Despite her commanding presence and doll-like face, she was deeply attached to them. The Yu family was an ancient lineage from the Central Federation's Danqi Empire, where they openly held 2 noble titles, a duke and a marquis. Their hidden influence was even more terrifying. The Danqi Empire itself was the strongest in the human federation, spanning 7 star systems and boasting formidable power. It possessed 5 Tier 5 fleets and worked with the glorious empire to protect the central territories. Bidding farewell was hard. Though they all had bright futures and would cross paths again, Feng Mo knew these connections would serve him well one day. After watching his friends leave, Feng Mo returned to the dormitory he'd called home for 4 years. A sense of nostalgia washed over him, but he knew he had to look forward. "Zhao Wei, come along. I've got enough points left to buy you from the academy," Feng Mo said to his intelligent robotic assistant. Zhao Wei had been with him for 4 years, and Feng Mo had grown used to its care. So he decided to purchase it outright. "Dear master, Zhao Wei will gladly follow you for the rest of its days," the robot replied. And with that, Feng Mo and Zhao Wei left the dormitory they had known for so long, stepping onto a new journey. Standing nude on a scanning platform, Feng Mo's body was bathed in a pale red light. "Scan complete. Battle armor model in production," announced the system. Feng Mo was in the main control room of the Tier 3 Copper Hammer. Even before they had returned from planet Z-139, he had already used 4,000 points to purchase memory metal. He had spent the rest of his points on the deadly proton torpedoes for his Tier 3 Mantis Blade-class interstellar destroyers. After dozens of battles, Feng Mo had accumulated over 13,000 military merits, still far from the amount needed to raise his title. In Yunshan Empire, a Viscount needed 1 million merits to advance to Earl and 10 million to become a Marquis. As for a Duke, that required more than just military accomplishments, it needed the approval of 60% of the Imperial Council. He was now focused on crafting his Tier 3 Black Radiance battle armor. This power armor, also known as exoskeletal armor, was reminiscent of ancient full-body suits. The process began with a complete body scan to create a personalized model, followed by integrating memory metal and attaching smart systems, engines, and weaponry. Using robotic arms, Feng Mo meticulously assembled the armor. He embedded the memory metal and installed an energy engine, fusing in the dark energy crystal he had received as military compensation half a year ago. This crystal could boost engine efficiency and protect it from damage when operating under extreme conditions. Feng Mo had poured his heart into this armor because it was his ultimate safeguard. After half a month of work, With help from Elpan, the armor was finally complete. Standing on the workbench, the black armor exuded an imposing aura. Feng Mo placed his right hand on the chest, where the engine was housed. Highest authority detected. Commencing identity verification. Verification successful. Greetings, Master. Little you reporting for duty. With a mechanical voice, the black armor transformed into a liquid state, flowing over Feng Mo's body and solidifying into full combat mode. Feng Mo tested its mobility, flight capabilities, weapon systems, and deployment mechanisms. To his satisfaction, the armor was lightweight and moved as if it was a part of him. He tapped twice on the chest plate, and the armor retracted into a black liquid, flowing back into a bracelet around his wrist. This was the magic of memory metal. But as incredible as it was, it didn't come cheap. This battle armor had cost him nearly 50 million Yunshan coins. Chapter 30, the Tier 3 Zircon-class interstellar meshes. In the Storm flagship's meeting room, Feng Mo sat at the head of the table, surrounded by over a dozen female crew members. Among them were various species, interstellar succubi, dwarves, elves, and beast folk. Commander, reported, the fleet currently consists of 11 starships, 1 Tier 3 class interstellar battleship, 2 Tier 3 class interstellar destroyers, and 8 Tier 2 class interstellar frigates. Our resources and energy reserves are fully stocked, ready for departure at any time. Feng Mo nodded, then turned to Elisa, the dwarf captain. Captain Elisa, I've uploaded the blueprints for the Tier 3 Zircon-class interstellar meshes to the control panel of the industrial ship. Once we reach the Xian Yun star system, I'll transfer 60 million Yunshan coins to your account. These funds will be used to order materials for 4 more Tier 2 Black Bear-class interstellar frigates, 10 Zircon-class interstellar meshes, and 2 Tier 3 Mantis Blade-class interstellar destroyers. Don't worry about personnel. Once we arrive in Xian Yun, I'll recruit an additional 50 engineers for you. You have 2 months to complete construction of these ships and meshes. He continued, next, let me announce our fleet assignments. The Storm flagship remains our command ship, and Plan will be promoted to Fleet Vice Commander and Deputy Captain of the Storm. Elisa of the Dwarf race will be Captain of the Tier 3 Copper Hammer class industrial ship. Huikin of the Elf race will captain the first Tier 3 Mantis Blade class interstellar destroyer. The Marrow sisters of the Beast Folk will captain the 2nd and 3rd Mantis Blades, and Cilia, also of the Beast Folk, will command the 4th Mantis Blade. As for the 12 Tier 2 Black Bear class frigate captains, they will be chosen from our reserve officers under Ryer's supervision. Lastly, we'll name the fleet Storm Fleet after our flagship. That concludes our meeting. Dismissed. Yes, sir. Over the past 6 months on the front lines, Feng Mo had focused heavily on recruiting talent and converting surplus points into ship materials and funds. He had built 2 Tier 3 Mantis Blade destroyers and 6 Tier 2 Black Bear frigates, upgraded versions. With these resources, any remaining points were exchanged for Yunshan coins. Even after transferring 60 million to Elisa, Feng Mo still had 320,000 star coins and 40 million Yunshan coins in his account. During these months, he often discussed with about hiring various specialists to serve as crew members. The Marrow sisters and Cilia were among the top candidates from the initial group of Beastfolk trainees. The Tier 3 Zircon-class interstellar mech blueprints were a reward for completing a mission involving the destruction of interstellar insectoid forces. These meshes were indispensable weapons for planetary assaults. While starships were powerful, battles in the universe didn't require restraint in terms of destruction. However, Feng Mo's goal in exploring the Chaos Starsea was to secure life-sustaining and resource-rich planets to strengthen his fleet. Using starships alone would mean bombarding the planet's surface with primary and secondary cannons, effectively obliterating everything, commonly called scorched earth tactics. To minimize damage while taking control, interstellar meshes were the best choice. After everyone left the meeting room, Feng Mo leaned back in his chair. A blue holographic screen appeared before his eyes. Name, Feng Mo. Level, 2nd Tier Gene Warrior. Profession, Junior Starship Engineer. Special talent, Half the Sky. Fleet gains a luck bonus when female crew members outnumber male and non-humanoid male crew members. Starships, a Tier 3 Storm-class interstellar battleship, 4 Tier 3 Mantis Blade-class interstellar destroyer, a Tier 3 Copper Hammer-class industrial ship, 12 Tier 2 Black Bear-class interstellar frigate, Tier 3 Zircon-class interstellar meshes. Points, 1000. Mission, head to the Chaos Starsea, conquer a planet to establish a base. Reward, 1000 points and Tier 3 Sea Lion-class interstellar carrier blueprints. Inventory, Tier 2 Black Bear-class frigate blueprints. Copyright sold. Tier 2 Zebra-class destroyer blueprints. Copyright sold. Tier 3 Storm-class battleship blueprints. 13 million. Tier 3 Copper Hammer industrial ship blueprints. 30 million. Tier 3 Black Radiance battle armor blueprints. 40 million. Tier 3 Mantis Blade Destroyer Blueprints, 9 million. Tier 3 Zircon Class Interstellar Mech Blueprints, 3 million. The Tier 3 Sea Lion Class Interstellar Carrier was the final piece Fengmo needed for his battle fleet. A fleet with a carrier was vastly different from one without. Carriers offered powerful attacks, high mobility, wide attack coverage, and long-range strike capabilities, essential weapons on any battlefield. Fengmo was desperate for these blueprints, and the 1,000 points from the mission were also crucial. In the Flame Spark shop, a Tier 4 class warship required 2,500 points to exchange. He currently only had 1,000 points, but after completing this mission and one more, he would have enough for a Tier 4 warship. Yet Wang Chongsheng's past warning echoed in his mind, and he muttered to himself, "Don't rush. Take it slow. Set a 5-year goal, build a Tier 4 fleet. Then, for the next 5 years, work toward creating my first Tier 5 warship." Federation Year 7491, June 15, Chaos Starsea. Named for its chaos and its vastness, the Chaos Starsea bordered the western empires of the Human Federation. Fengmo's parents had once set off from the Oakland star system of the Snow Eagle Empire to explore the Chaos Starsea, and now Fengmo was following in their footsteps. To reach the Snow Eagle Empire, he would have to cross over a dozen star systems, a journey that would take half a month under normal circumstances. The Federation had constructed enormous stargates between each empire's major star systems to facilitate connections and create a shared destiny, allowing for multi-star system jumps. These massive gates were under military control, but Fengmo's status as a Viscount allowed him to use them for free. Stormfleet first arrived at Yanshan system and then used the Stargate to jump to Snow Eagle system. From there, they would cross 2 more systems before reaching their destination. Upon reaching the Oakland star system, Fengmo didn't rush blindly into the Chaos Starsea. Instead, he made a strategic stop at Oakland's main planet. With its proximity to the Chaos Starsea, Oakland was a hub for adventurers and a crucial resupply point. To succeed in the Chaos Starsea, the most essential item was a star map, so that was the first thing Fengmo sought out. Rika Star Maps Store. Fengmo looked skeptically at the small shop in front of him. Was it really reliable to skip buying a map from the military and instead listen to Wang Chongsheng's recommendation to visit this tiny place? With a resigned sigh, Fengmo entered. The cramped shop had only a 1.5-meter tall counter, and an intelligent robot was busy cleaning. Upon seeing Fengmo, the robot approached. "Honored customer, welcome to Rika Star Maps Store. I am the assistant manager, Lika. We offer the most comprehensive star maps available." "No need," Fengmo replied. "I am here to see the boss. I come on behalf of the Wang family of Yanshan Empire." "Ah, a guest of the Wang family," Lika said. "The boss left instructions to wait for you and hand over this item, in exchange for 100,000 star coins." Lika removed a chip hanging around its neck and presented it to Fengmo. Interesting, Fengmo mused, intrigued by the boss who operated like this, entrusting a robot with such a valuable transaction. After transferring the 100,000 star coins, Fengmo took the chip, inserted it into the smart terminal on his left wrist, and a detailed star map appeared. The map displayed every star system governed by the Human Federation's 17 empires, nearby territories of the insectoid, beastfolk, and mechanoid races, and the most comprehensive record of the Chaos Starsea outside the Federation's borders. Chapter 31, Gaining New Crew Members. The star map of the Chaos Starsea displayed 5 star systems. Beyond these, there were no recorded regions, though brief descriptions of distant territories were mentioned. On the map, planets marked in blue indicated those conquered and registered with the Federation, officially belonging to the Starsea Human Federation. Planets marked in red were either home to indigenous Chaos Starsea inhabitants or occupied by other interstellar races. The Federation had not yet fully conquered these 5 star systems, hence the use of codes instead of formal names. The systems were labeled as U1, U2, U3, U4, and U5. However, there was no mention of the so-called Demon Star system that I had previously described. After exiting Rika Star Maps, Fengmo and I boarded a maglev train back to the spaceport. With the star map in hand, they could finally prepare for their departure. The closest system to the Oakland star system was U3, which the Federation had already occupied 70% of, leaving only a matter of time before full control was achieved. "Commander," I whispered, "I can sense the presence of one of my kind." She pointed to the rear of the train, where a figure, completely shrouded in a large black hooded cloak, sat motionless. The figure's face was hidden, making it hard to discern any features. It was unusual to see a succubus traveling alone on a public maglev train. Generally, non-human species allowed to move freely in public areas were always accompanied by their owners. This one, however, was an exception, or she wouldn't have felt the need to hide her identity so carefully. Feng Mo's curiosity was piqued. In the Federation, succubi were highly coveted, especially wild ones. Capturing a wild succubus and selling her at a slave market could fetch a hefty price, at least several 100,000 Yanshan coins. Moreover, not everyone could purchase these special slaves. Only nobility had the privilege, and even then, any succubi that appeared in the market were quickly snapped up by lesser noble houses. Just then, 4 human men entered the train, glancing around before spotting the cloaked succubus. They sighed with relief, then moved to the back of the train, subtly forming a circle around her. Succubi, with their strong spiritual senses, could easily detect hostility. The 4 men's intentions did not escape the lone succubus. Preparing to flee, she planned to get off at the next stop, but the 4 men also followed her off the train. "Let's go check this out," Feng Mo said, unable to ignore I's pleading expression. Every planet had its dark corners. Given Oakland star system's proximity to the Chaos Starsea, its security and prosperity were naturally less than the more developed areas of the Federation. The cloaked succubus wove her way through a maze of alleyways, arriving at an old, run-down house in a slum. Once sure she wasn't being followed, she knocked rhythmically on the door. A moment later, the door creaked open, and she slipped inside. From the shadows, several figures emerged, other succubi, including 1 adult and 5 juveniles. All were female, with small horns on their heads and long tails wrapped around their waists, making them resemble human women when cloaked. "Layla, how did it go? Did you get anything?" the adult succubus asked. Layla, the cloaked succubus, knelt and embraced the small children surrounding her. She removed her cloak, revealing a handful of bills marked with a white eagle emblem. "I only managed to get this much today," she said. "It should be enough to feed the children for a week. But we may need to move again. I sensed some bad men looking for us." Suddenly, a faint rustling sound echoed. It was subtle, but with heightened senses, the succubi immediately sensed danger. "Quick, Lacey, take the children and run out the back," Layla commanded. "Run where?" a gruff voice sneered. "We've got this whole place surrounded." 7 succubi, huh? Our young master is going to be thrilled. The front door burst open, and several armed men in black stormed in, led by a middle-aged man. His eyes glistened with greed. Capturing these 7 succubi meant an unimaginable windfall. He could either offer them as a tribute to a noble or sell them to secure a cushy life. They had been planning this ambush for weeks, staking out the area for any sign of the succubi. "Run!" Layla yelled at the others. "They want us alive, so they won't shoot. Run as fast as you can, and at least one of you might escape." She pulled out 4 short swords, imbuing them with spiritual energy, and launched them at the intruders. The other succubi, led by Lacey, tried to escape out the back. "Where do you think you're going?" "After them," the leader barked. "Leave this little beauty to me." With a flash, the middle-aged man deflected the incoming swords with a black dagger, shattering them effortlessly. Desperate, Layla grabbed another short sword and prepared to take her own life, preferring death over capture. "Don't resist," the man taunted, using his dagger to disarm her. "Come quietly, and perhaps your new master will treat you well. Who knows? You might end up a high-class companion, and I'll have to bow to you next time we meet." Layla's heart sank. 2 years of living in constant fear, hiding from the world. Perhaps she should have died a long time ago. Just as she steeled herself for one last desperate act, clap, clap, clap. A slow, mocking applause echoed. "Quite the drama," a young voice said. "Mind if I join in? If you put on a good show, I might even reward you." Feng Mo and Ir entered, with a group of immobilized black-clad men floating behind them, all paralyzed by Ir's spiritual power. Behind them, the 6 succubi who had tried to escape slowly emerged, relieved and astonished. The middle-aged man's face turned pale. The strength of the succubus was beyond his expectations, at least a 3rd-tier gene warrior, maybe even touching the 4th tier. And to think she was just a servant to the young man in front of him, a noble. "Sir," the man stammered, "we work for the Liu family of Oakland. We won't resist, but please, for the sake of our shared nobility, let us go." He was skilled at reading the room, but he hadn't counted on Feng Mo. "The Liu family?" Feng Mo frowned. "As far as I know, there isn't a noble family by that name in the Snow Eagle Empire." "Commander," Ir interjected, "the Liu family is indeed listed as a baronet in the Oakland system. Captain Wang mentioned them in the data he shared, though you only reviewed the higher-ranked nobles." Hearing this, the middle-aged man, a 3rd-tier gene warrior, dropped his dagger and raised his hands in surrender. He knew better than to cross this young noble. Sometimes, knowing when to yield could be a lifesaver. Seeing Layla's tears began to fall. The despair that had nearly driven her to suicide gave way to a glimmer of hope, a chance at life. Chapter 32, Departure. "All right, get out of here," Feng Mo said to the black-clad men, his tone authoritative. "Relay a message to your Baron Liu. I'm taking these succubi. If there's any problem, he can come find me." Feng Mo didn't give his name, but he was confident that Baron Liu would be able to figure out who he was. After all, with the right connections in the military, it would be easy to check the docking records at the spaceport. He also knew that once Baron Liu found out, he would likely drop any further investigation. After all, pressing the matter could have deadly consequences. Upon hearing Feng Mo's command, waved her hand. The black-clad men dropped to the ground like dumplings falling from the sky, groaning in pain. The middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief and quickly helped his subordinates up, retreating hastily. Feng Mo turned to Layla, one of the succubi. "This is Plan, your fellow succubus and now the vice commander of Storm Fleet. If you wish, you can join my fleet as reserve ship captains. Rest assured, bullying won't be tolerated, and that goes for both directions. You won't bully anyone either." At his offer, the 5 smaller succubi and Layla all looked at her with hopeful eyes. Layla stepped forward, her voice steady yet full of gratitude. "Commander, is a hero to our kind. We, Layla and Lacey, are willing to serve you." Feng Mo chuckled. "Excellent. Report this to the Federation and get them proper identities. From now on, they are reserve captains of Storm Fleet. Let's head back, it's time to set off." Feng Mo and the succubi boarded the maglev train and returned to the spaceport. At Dock 8, a portly middle-aged man in a white embroidered robe, marked with the emblem of a white eagle, waited anxiously. The man's eyes lit up when he saw Feng Mo and his group approaching. With a fawning smile, he hurried over and clasped Feng Mo's hand. "Ah, Viscount Feng Mo. I've been waiting for you. Please forgive the previous misunderstanding. I'm Liu, here to apologize personally." The man's ingratiating smile reminded Feng Mo of a sly fox. This must be Baron Liu, a cunning man with quick reflexes and a well-connected network. He had likely rushed to the spaceport as soon as he heard the news. "Hello, I'm Feng Mo," he replied coolly. Despite Feng Mo's aloof demeanor, Baron Liu maintained his smile, knowing that in matters like this, one must be flexible and humble. "It was all a misunderstanding," he said, laughing nervously. "My incompetent subordinates acted rashly and offended you. I've come to make amends. I heard you're planning a stellar exploration, and while I'm not wealthy, I'd like to offer 10,000 star coins as a token of support. What do you think?" He looked at Feng Mo with hopeful eyes. "Fine," Feng Mo replied. "Let's leave it at that, then. Baron Liu, my fleet needs to set off. Farewell." With that, Feng Mo and his group boarded Storm, the flagship. Accepting the money was strategic. It reassured Baron Liu that Feng Mo wouldn't hold a grudge. From Dock 8, Baron Liu watched Storm Fleet's departure. Even after the fleet vanished into the distance, he remained there, staring. His steward approached him cautiously. "Baron, the fleet is gone. Shall we return?" "Yes, let's go back," Baron Liu said, sighing. "What a shame I couldn't forge a stronger connection with him. If only I had, the Liu family could have risen even higher." The steward slapped himself lightly, then asked curiously, "Baron, who is this person that commands such respect?" "Ah," Baron Liu lamented, "Feng Mo Viscount is a prodigy of the Federation. At just 22, he's a Viscount of the Yunshan Empire, commanding a Tier 3 fleet of his own design. Even our limited connections in the Empire told us that his Tier 2 designs are selling like hotcakes. If we could get a licensing deal with him, our family could reach new heights." On board Storm-class battleship, Bridge, the coordinates are set for the U3 star system, reported. "We'll travel through the Oakland star system's Stargate, which will take us into U3. Total estimated travel time is 4 hours and 20 minutes. Feng Mo listened as outlined the flight plan. "Initiate fleet-wide radar sharing and activate secondary warp engines. All first-tier gene warriors, enter deep-sea mode. Those second-tier and above, remain at your stations." Deep-sea mode was necessary to protect weaker warriors from the strain of warp travel. Course preset. "Initiating synchronized warp in 3 minutes, announced. To accommodate the 12 Tier 2 Black Bear-class frigates, the fleet would use secondary warp speed. Storm's power efficiency allowed it to maintain energy supply even while warping. Storm Fleet was ready for its first stellar exploration. With a command from the warp engines engaged. Warp travel complete. Fleet is now in auto-navigation mode, the system announced. At Oakland's Stargate, Feng Mo's fleet joined the queue. Thanks to the Federation's infrastructure, most major systems had gates to ensure seamless travel and strategic control. U3 was no exception. An hour and a half later, with presenting the necessary identification, the fleet passed through the gate, emerging into U3. U3 star system. The Federation had secured 83% of U3, but the rest remain wild and uncharted, teeming with opportunity and danger. Over the years, the area had become a hub for adventurers and explorers. Many had sold newly conquered planets to noble families, using the funds to expand their fleets and delve deeper into the unknown. Feng Mo's sights were set on the unexplored eastern edge of U3, where Ai and Layla recalled their homeworld might be. Years ago, Ai had deleted all navigational data before fleeing her old fleet. After escaping the Demon Star system, she wandered into a remote sector, only to be captured by a slaver. "Commander," Ai reported, "our radar has picked up activity ahead. A star pirate fleet is attacking a smaller group." After a 23-hour journey, Storm Fleet arrived at the U3's eastern fringe, where no planetary data existed on the map. On the radar display, over 10 Tier 2 ships were besieging a convoy of 5 Tier 2 ships. A Tier 2 battleship, marked with a flaming insignia, loomed nearby. Feng Mo observed. The convoy bore 3 emblems: the Federation, Snow Eagle, and the surname Chen, likely a family fleet. "It looks like they've been pursued from deeper within the sector," Feng Mo said, "and our map has no records of the area beyond." "Perfect, we'll get some information from them." "The fee?" "Well, sparing their lives should suffice." In the Chaos Starsea, ideals like mercy and honor held no currency. Kindness only invited more trouble and danger. Relay orders. Dispatch Huagen's Tier 3 Mantis 1 and Celia's Tier 3 Mantis 4, along with 8 Tier 2 frigates, Feng Mo commanded. It's time these new captains saw some real action. As for the Star Pirate leader, I want him captured. The Chen Fleet's leader, too, bring him in for a chat. Chapter 33, The Flame Raiders Tier 2 Class Battleship, Bridge. This was a patched-together Tier 2 class battleship, its model unrecognizable. The hull bore clear signs of heavy wear and repeated repairs, revealing its long and troubled history. In the control room, a bald man with a flame tattoo sprawled lazily on a large bed, with 2 scantily clad women on either side. His hands roamed freely as he gleefully watched the video feed showing the pirate fleet chasing down a convoy of merchant ships. Nearby, a young man in a blue combat uniform frowned slightly at the sight of the man's debauchery. He cleared his throat and said, "Sixth Master, you've had enough fun. We should wrap this up before something goes wrong. We're not on our turf here. Relax." The bald man laughed, unbothered. "We've been staking out this place for a month, and we finally caught a big fish. What's the hurry? This is a backwater area, no one's coming." The young officer merely suggested caution, but he didn't really believe the 5 Tier 2 class ships they were chasing stood a chance of escape. Suddenly, a robotic voice blared throughout the control room, "Alert! Alert! Unidentified warships entering radar range. Energy levels, Tier 3. The bald man's hands froze. Pulling them hastily from the women, he jumped up, shouting, "Quick! Bring up the radar display." The screen lit up, revealing 10 starships hurtling toward the ongoing battle. 2 Tier 3 class destroyers were already charging their primary and secondary cannons, the beams glowing ominously. Cold sweat beaded on the bald man's flame-tattooed scalp. His gaze fixed on the 3 insignias painted on the incoming ships, one matching that of the merchant convoy they were attacking, a second symbol of a mountain piercing the clouds, and a third, a blue tornado with the word wind in the center. "Turn around. Retreat to headquarters. Now!" he yelled, panicked. "Sixth Master, it's too late," the young officer replied calmly. "They've requested a video link, and you should check the radar again." The bald man glanced back at the radar. 6 additional starships had appeared at the edge of the screen, bearing the same insignias as the first wave. One of them was a Tier 3 class battleship, the undisputed heavyweight of space warfare. His little patchwork warship stood no chance. Resigned, the bald man sighed, answered the call. His voice trembled as the link connected. The screen displayed a young man in a black combat suit, seated commandingly. It was Feng Mo. Feng Mo's brow creased at the sight of the bald man lounging in what used to be the command center, now turned into a bedroom. The captain's chair had been replaced with a bed, and 2 women lounged on it. The scene disgusted Feng Mo. He glanced at Ire and, suppressing his irritation, addressed the man icily, "Make one wrong move, and I won't hesitate to turn you into space debris. Open your airlock, my men are coming to pick you up." Turning to Ire, Feng Mo ordered, "Deploy the mech squad. Secure the Tier 2 class battleship and bring their leader back. If they resist, fire the turbo laser cannons." "Yes, sir," Ire replied. Feng Mo rotated his command chair to watch the unfolding action. On the screen, Huakin and Celia led their Tier 3 class Mantis destroyers, effortlessly blasting the pirate ships one by one. Meanwhile, the escort frigates surrounded the Chen family's fleet, forcing them to halt. Inside the Tier 3 Copperhammer industrial ship, 10 Zircon-class mechs were lined up at the airlock. The mech squad was led by Feng Tani, a seasoned mech commander and Feng Mo's distant cousin, recently reassigned from the Lion King fleet. His loyalty to the Feng family was unshakable. Listen up. Feng Tani barked. This is our first mission as Feng family soldiers. We must succeed. Any mistakes will be punished harshly. Do you all understand? Yes, sir. The squad chorused. Good. Open the airlock. Move out. The mech bay doors slid open, and the 10 Tier 3 class Mesh launched, racing toward the Tier 2 class battleship. With a speed of 30 knots, they reached the target quickly. The bald man, now dressed in a combat suit, stood nervously at the airlock, flanked by his underlings. By order of the commander, you are under arrest. Resist, and you will be shot, Feng Tani announced. He stepped out of his mech, laser gun raised, and cuffed the bald man and his men before leading them away. The remaining Meshs kept their weapons trained, ready to fire at any hint of trouble. Back on the Storm, Feng Mo watched as Ire directed the cleanup operation. The pirate fleet had been easily defeated, and the salvaged wreckage would be valuable for future construction projects. Commander, the Chen family fleet's leader is waiting outside, Ire reported. Send them in, Feng Mo said. A stunning woman entered. Genetic optimization had made beauty common among those of status, and this woman was no exception. Commander, I am Chen Qian of the Snow Eagle Empire's Chen family fleet. Thank you for saving us, she said, offering a formal salute. Feng Mo nodded indifferently, his focus on the bald pirate. Watch closely, he said. Ever seen The Art of Explosions? A hologram of the pirate's Tier 2 class battleship appeared. 4 beams of light struck the ship. The largest obliterated the bridge, leaving a gaping hole. The entire vessel had been skewered by the Storm's cannons. The bald man's legs gave out, and he would have collapsed if not for the guards holding him up. Satisfied, Feng Mo turned to him. Now, talk. Where are you from, what are you doing here, and who sent you? Speak, or I'll eject you into space. They call me the 6th boss of the Flame Raiders, the man stammered. Chapter 34, The Storm System. Sir, I'm the 6th boss of the Flame Raiders, from the Flame System. We've been lying in wait here for nearly a month and got greedy when we spotted the Chen family fleet. The bald man nervously spilled everything he knew. His home, the Flame System, was precisely Feng Mo's next destination, named by the Flame Raiders commander. The Flame Raiders were one of the 3 main factions there, led by 9 bosses. The first boss alone commanded over 20 Tier 3 class starships, a formidable adversary. The Flame System had 3 habitable planets occupied by the Elves, the Flame Raiders, and the Bissi tribe. Each faction claimed nearby resource-rich planets, with the Flame Raiders being the strongest. Despite tensions between the Elves and the Bissi, they were forced into a reluctant alliance to fend off the Raiders. The Elves were peaceful and rarely initiated conflict, while the Bissi were a humanoid race with sky-blue skin, large eyes, and no noses. They shared many similarities with humans but were known for their unwavering resilience and frequent clashes with the Flame Raiders. The factions engaged in constant skirmishes throughout the system. After listening, Feng Mo nodded, satisfied with the bald man's confession. He patted the man's shoulder and said, I'm pleased with your answer. I'll let you go. Throw him out of the ship. He's on his own. The bald man felt relief until he heard the latter part of the command. His hope shattered, and terror filled his eyes. Just as he was about to curse, immobilized him with her psychic power, silencing him. Helplessly, he was ejected into space to meet his fate. Feng Mo turned his gaze to Chen Qian and said, Your turn. Explain your purpose here. Chen Qian's heart skipped a beat. This commander was not to be trifled with. First, he had made her witness an explosion, then a man being cast into space. Reluctantly, she divulged everything. The Chen family was a trading clan based in the Snow Eagle Empire, with only 1 viscount among them but significant wealth from generations of commerce. Chen Qian herself commanded a small convoy of 20 starships. They had came to the Flame System to trade with the Elves and Bissi tribe, only to be ambushed by the Flame Raiders. After losing over 10 ships, they had narrowly escaped, only to be chased down by the bald man. Feng Mo nodded again. Since they were fellow members of the Human Federation, slaughtering them would be overly harsh. How about a deal? Feng Mo proposed. Hand over a star map of the Flame System, and I'll let you go. The Chen family will owe me a favor. When the Storm Fleet returns, I'll come to collect. Sound fair? Chen Qian hesitated, then agreed. Feng Mo was pleased. With that promise, he had leverage over the Chen family, who, as traders, likely held vast reserves of rare materials for starship construction, exactly what he needed. It would save him time gathering resources, and he knew they wouldn't refuse a mutually beneficial arrangement. Once their conversation ended, Feng Mo had her escorted back to her ship, this time without a dramatic ejection into space. Spread the word, the flame system is now the storm system. This will be our base, our new stronghold, Feng Mo declared. Yes, Commander. The storm system. A relatively young star system, most of its stars rotated at high speeds, indicating a low concentration of rare minerals. Typically, older star systems, where many stars had died, were rich in valuable resources. However, the stability of a young system appealed to Feng Mo. The lack of a stargate posed some inconvenience, but that could be resolved after they secured the system. With the Federation's help, they could install a gate, and perhaps one day, Feng Mo could even establish a nation here, assuming he could defend it. He opened the star map and examined the storm system. Chen Qian had provided detailed information. Although the three major factions dominated the area, there were smaller groups, the most notable being the Yunjian Merchant Guild. Little was known about them, but they had constructed a massive starport on Yunjian planet, turning it into a bustling hub for various spacefaring forces. Set course for Yunjian starport. We'll resupply and gather intelligence on the elves, Feng Mo ordered. Understood. With the coordinates from the star map, the fleet engaged its warp drives, reaching Yunjian starport in 2 hours. Connecting with starport services. Public channel engaged. Contact established. Fees paid, reported, managing the docking process and securing a berth at Dock 3. The starport was pristine and newly constructed, with no visible damage or repairs. Welcome to Yunjian starport, a crisp voice greeted through the comms. I'm your service attendant, waiting for you at Dock 3. Feng Mo was surprised. Starports typically assigned a berth and left it at that. This level of service was impressive. Storm Fleet, maintain combat readiness. Have Lai Ka and Lai Zai liaise with the service staff to refuel and resupply. Come with me. Let's meet this attendant, Feng Mo instructed. Nodded. In an unfamiliar location, caution was wise. Better to be safe than sorry. Using photon transport technology, Feng Mo and appeared on the starport's surface. A stunning woman in a cheongsam awaited them. Welcome, Viscount Feng Mo, to Yunjian starport, she greeted, her voice sultry. Here, you'll experience ultimate pleasure and luxury. Species, age, gender, we cater to all desires. Beasts, exotics, whatever you fancy. She displayed a holographic menu with various offerings. Feng Mo's face twitched, realizing he had stumbled into quite a place. Next to him, Ir's eyes flared with blue light, her psychic energy radiating fiercely. The attendant noticed Ir's anger, glanced nervously at Feng Mo for direction, then quickly shut down the menu, adopting a serious expression. How may I assist you, sir? She asked. Supplies, energy, information. Or companionship? With calming down, Feng Mo relaxed, though he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. What man wouldn't be? I'm interested in the current situation between Tihi Flame Raiders, the elves, and the Bisi tribe, Feng Mo inquired. Chapter 35, Yunjian Starport. Hello, I'd like to inquire about the current situation among the Flame Raiders, the elves, and the Bisi tribe. How much for the information? Feng Mo asked. Your Excellency, as a Viscount of the Yunshan Empire in the Human Federation, you'll receive a 20% discount at Yunjian Starport. The cost is only 8,000 star coins. Feng Mo nodded. The price was fair. He transferred 9,000 star coins and said, 8,000 for the information, and the extra 1,000 for something I wouldn't find on any report. The attendant smiled sweetly, bowed slightly in gratitude, and then said, Your Excellency, the current situation is quite grim. At the border between the three factions lies a resource-rich planet containing special materials essential for constructing Tier 4 starships. Both the Flame Raiders and the Bisi tribe are determined to claim it, and even the elves have been drawn into the struggle. The border region has essentially become a massive meat grinder. 6 of the 9 Flame Raider bosses are engaged in the conflict, with the 9th boss guarding Flame Planet and the 1st boss leading the front lines. His flagship, a modified Tier 3 class Leopard battlecruiser, has been equipped with a powerful Tier 4 ion laser cannon. It's slower now but packs a devastating punch. The three factions have been at a standoff near resource planet P459 for nearly a week, frequently clashing. As of now, I haven't received the latest updates. Hearing this, Feng Mo's mind sparked with an idea. The Flame Raiders' home base was left vulnerable, making it the perfect time to seize it and establish a stronghold. However, he'd need to negotiate with the Bisi and Elven tribes, ensuring they kept the Raiders' main forces occupied. The resource planet could be a strategic bargaining chip. I also need detailed information on Flame Planet. What's the price? He asked. The attendant paused to think before replying. This information is complimentary. Yunjian Merchant Guild wishes to form an alliance with you, Your Excellency. We also offer to act as intermediaries to negotiate with the elves and the Bisi tribe on your behalf. What a stroke of luck. Feng Mo was impressed by the attendant's perceptiveness. With only 2 questions, she had grasped his intent and offered her support. Oh? You have the authority to represent the Yunjian Merchant Guild? And I'm not entirely convinced of your guild's influence, Feng Mo said skeptically. The attendant straightened up, her posture confident, and waved her hand to activate a holographic projection. It displayed a live video feed of a stunningly beautiful woman reclining elegantly on a plush bed, her eyes filled with curiosity as she studied Feng Mo. Allow me to introduce myself, Chu Yunjian, a member of the Chu family from the Radiant Empire. I've long heard of a young starship engineer and Viscount of the Yunshan Empire, and it seems your reputation is well deserved, the woman said. An impressive background indeed. The Chu family held a status equivalent to that of the Yu family of the Tanki Empire, both having contributed immensely to the establishment of the Human Federation over thousands of years. It made sense that such a powerful family could build a major starport here and have such comprehensive information. With that in mind, Feng Mo decided to be upfront about his plan. Miss Chu, if you can persuade the elves and Bisi to ally with me, I'll agree to jointly mine resource planet P459 with them. I'm willing to take a smaller share, only 30%, while they split the remaining 70%. If the plan succeeds, you'll be rewarded. Chu Yunjian's eyes lit up, and she nodded in agreement. Viscount Feng Mo, you're straightforward. I'll ensure it happens. In return, Yunjian only asks for an alliance with you. The Federation is vast, and Miss Zhang Yu's Starship Trade Company only dominates the Yunshan Empire. I hope you'll facilitate an introduction so the Yunjian Merchant Guild can acquire the building rights to the Tier 2 class Zebra and Black Bear starships. And if you ever wish to sell the blueprints for any new starship models, please consider our guild. It was a fair request. If Chu Yunjian hadn't asked for something in return, Feng Mo would have been suspicious. Now that her intentions were clear, he felt reassured. The Tier 2 class Zebra Destroyer and Black Bear frigate were in high demand within the Yunshan Empire, drawing considerable envy from other factions. However, Zhang Yu, Old Wang's aunt, had been stringent about licensing and had only granted building rights to the Yu family of the Tanki Empire, thanks to Yu Xiaoming's influence. Of course, the Yu family was far more powerful than Feng Mo or the Wang family, but they had expanded their network through this deal. After discussing with Old Wang, Feng Mo decided future starship sales wouldn't be one-off deals, he'd earn a cut of the profits. Alright, I accept your terms. Once the 2 tribes agree, I'll hand over the building rights to you, Miss Chu. Call me Yunjian. You'll have their response within an hour. Meanwhile, here's a detailed report on the Flame Raiders, including starship models, numbers, planets under their control, and population statistics. Complimentary, Chu Yunjian said coolly. Thank you, Yunjian. Feel free to call me Feng Mo, he replied. Chu Yunjian nodded and ended the call. With business concluded, Feng Mo returned to the Storm's command center and projected the Flame Raiders' information onto the main display, studying it closely. Currently, only the 9th boss and his fleet remained on Flame Planet. He commanded 23 Tier 2 class warships, 1 battlecruiser, 6 destroyers, and 16 frigates. For added security, the first boss had assigned him a Tier 3 class White Eagle destroyer, a ship Feng Mo knew well. Old Wang and Mozu both had one. Additionally, Flame Planet was fortified with a complete Tier 2 class defense system, including ground-to-air laser cannons and a star net defense grid. Several hundred Tier 1 civilian ships were present as well, but they pose no threat since they lack long-range weapons. Notify the fleet commanders to prepare for departure. Plot a course that avoids the central battlefield and head straight to Flame Planet, Feng Mo ordered, marking the target on the star system's holographic map. Yes, Commander, replied. She brought up multiple holographic screens, her slender fingers deftly inputting coordinates and data. Seeing her hard at work, Feng Mo couldn't resist reaching out and gently caressing her cheek. Ir's face flushed with a rosy hue, and her typing faltered. Feng Mo chuckled at her reaction, feeling a pang of longing. At 23, he still hadn't experienced the pleasures of life, and it felt unbefitting for a noble. Reflecting on his celibate days, he decided it was time to change that once Flame Planet was successfully captured. A notification chimed on his terminal. Chu Yunjian's message had arrived. The matter is settled, and the distribution terms are agreed upon, she wrote, attaching 2 communication contacts, the Elven Queens and the Bisi Kings. Set course for Flame Planet. Storm Fleet, move out. Feng Mo commanded. Chapter 36, Flame Planet. Flame Planet. Inside the headquarters of the Flame Raiders, the 9th boss held a large beast leg in one hand and a goblet of wine in the other, reveling in a life of luxury and indulgence. Between mouthfuls of meat and gulps of strong wine, he sighed with satisfaction. After a moment of discomfort and tension, He exhaled deeply and relaxed, declaring with a grin, "Ah, that feels good." Pulling a beautiful woman closer, he didn't hesitate to plant a kiss on her, chuckling, "You're the best, sixth sister-in-law." The woman, though she smiled and giggled, looked off to the side with a flicker of disdain in her eyes. The ninth boss didn't notice this as he continued his revelry. Feeling accomplished, he tossed a beast bone out the window, watching with delight as the starving, ragged laborers outside scrambled and fought over it. He felt like a god on this planet, with the power to control life and death at his whim. In his drunken stupor, the ninth boss dismissed any thought of potential threats to Flame Planet. In his mind, no one would dare attack his territory. Unbeknownst to him, fate was about to deliver an unwelcome surprise. Outside in the cold, silent expanse of space, a fleet approached Flame Planet undetected. "Commander, we've reached the maximum range of the planetary defense radar. Another minute of travel will put us within detection range." Awaiting orders, reported from the command station. "Have the first destroyer and 4 frigates eliminate the enemy's planetary defense systems," Feng Mo ordered. "The second and third destroyers, along with 4 frigates, will seize control of the enemy's spaceport and prevent any civilian ships from escaping. The Storm and the 4th destroyer, with 4 more frigates, will engage the enemy fleet head-on. The mech unit is to destroy all ground resistance forces and secure the headquarters. If they resist, kill them without mercy. The Tier 3 Bronze Hammer will provide logistical support. Commence the operation." "Yes, sir." At Feng Mo's command, the Storm fleet split into 3 groups and advanced toward Flame Planet. Meanwhile, inside the planetary radar station, 4 burly guards were lounging around, drinking heavily and joking with each other. Military regulations prohibited them from bringing women into such a secure location, so they passed the time with crude banter. "Alert! Generating radar images, detecting high-energy signatures approaching Flame Planet at high speed. Alert! Generating radar images, detecting. Alert! Generating." The station was bathed in red light as the alarms blared. The men, now fully sobered, scrambled to their stations, hastily discarding their liquor bottles. "Enemy attack." The head guard slammed the central red button and urgently relayed, "Ninth boss, unidentified enemy fleet approaching Flame Planet. Requesting immediate orders to engage." Repeat, "Ninth boss, unidentified enemy fleet. Permission granted to engage. Activate planetary defense systems and prepare to fire on the approaching fleet." At headquarters, the ninth boss, now fully alert, shoved the sixth sister-in-law away, hastily donning his combat gear. Moments later, a beam of light enveloped him, and with a flash of photon technology, he materialized aboard his flagship. "Full speed ahead. All ships, follow me into battle," he commanded. As his fleet moved into formation, an explosion suddenly lit up the darkness. A Tier 2 class frigate had been destroyed, erupting into a massive fireball. The ninth boss's deputy stood stunned, glancing nervously at him. "What the hell are you staring at me for? Fight back, damn it!" The ninth boss roared, landing a heavy punch on the deputy's nose. The situation was clear. An unidentified fleet had opened fire without warning, annihilating one of their ships. Whoever they weren't interested in negotiations. It was fight or die. The ninth boss knew that, with the main fleet away, it was up to him to defend their territory. Coordinate with ground defenses, and get all Tier 1 civilian ships in the air. "We have the numbers to overwhelm them," he barked. As he gave the order, 2 more Tier 2 class frigates exploded, while the enemy's shields deflected their retaliatory fire effortlessly. The Tier 2 battle cruiser's laser cannon is charged, and the Tier 3 White Eagle destroyer's main gun is ready. "Awaiting your orders," the deputy reported. "Target that Tier 3 battle cruiser and fire," the ninth boss commanded. Twin beams of energy shot from his ships, slamming into the storm. The shields absorbed the impact, but the readout showed significant energy depletion. "Commander, the storm's shield strength is down to 63%, informed Feng Mo. "It's fine," Feng Mo replied calmly. "They won't get more than one more shot off. Those Tier 2 ships are worthless. Inform all captains and mech squad leaders, minimize damage to ground structures. We'll need them later, and rebuilding is expensive." Clearly, Feng Mo already considered Flame Planet his. While Feng Mo and the ninth boss's fleets clashed in space, the Mellow Sisters led the second and third destroyers and 4 Black Bear frigates into the spaceport. Hundreds of Tier 1 civilian ships scrambled to take off, but the Half-Orc Sisters, with their natural love of combat, relished the slaughter. Their destroyers' cannons discharged mercilessly into the densely packed ships, causing chain reaction explosions. Eager for more carnage, the Mellow Sisters maneuvered their destroyers into the heart of the enemy formation, activating maximum shields and unleashing close-range laser fire. The civilian ships, utterly outmatched, crumbled. On the ground below, Ragged slaves paused in their labor, gazing skyward in disbelief. The sky was filled with flaming debris, wreckage falling like deadly rain. The Tier 1 ship's desperate attacks bounced harmlessly off the destroyer's shields. 4 smaller frigates prowled through the chaos, crashing into civilian vessels and tearing them apart with claw-like appendages, their rapid-fire cannons sweeping the ground and obliterating enemy meshes and resistance forces. The slaves fell to the ground, trembling with fear. Some, terrified beyond reason, wet themselves. High above, 10 colossal meshes descended, opening fire on any flame raider in sight. The bandits, clad in armor emblazoned with the flame insignia, were shredded to pieces, their blood painting the landscape red. Drop your weapons and lie on the ground. Surrender, and you will not be harmed. The meshes repeated the command, their booming voices echoing across the battlefield. Those who heard, be they slaves, civilians, or raiders, quickly obeyed, throwing down their weapons and pressing their bodies to the ground. Chapter 37, The Miserable Ninth Boss. On the bridge of the storm, stood behind Fengmo, both watching the virtual display of the battlefield. Huaqian's front was progressing smoothly. Her task of dismantling the planetary defense installations, especially with the mech squad support, was almost complete. Typically, a Tier 2 planetary defense system couldn't destroy a Tier 3 class starship outright, but it could deplete its shields and leave it vulnerable. However, Flame Planet's defenses were a shoddy patchwork. They could take down Tier 2 class ships but stood no chance against Huaqian's Tier 3 Mantis. While Huaqian was efficiently clearing her objectives, the Mellow sisters were reveling in a one-sided slaughter. Their half-orc blood made them natural warriors, and the thrill of combat had them grinning wildly. If Fengmo had been there to witness it, he might have had to fend off their overzealous advances. The main fleet's display showed a mass of Tier 1 civilian ships taking off, rallying around the Ninth Boss's fleet. Despite the Mellow sisters' best efforts to intercept and destroy them, a few managed to break through and join the fight. Out in the starry expanse, 4 Tier 2 Black Bear frigates tore through enemy vessels, their enormous claws ripping starships apart. Even though they lacked energy shields, being constructed with Tier 3 materials helped mitigate damage, but they were still taking hits. Meanwhile, the Ninth Boss's Tier 3 White Eagle was locked in a fierce skirmish with Cilia's Tier 3 Mantis, the 2 destroyers exchanging relentless volleys. Order the Tier 2 Black Bears to retreat. The storm is advancing at full speed. Target all enemy Tier 2 and Tier 1 ships. Deploy point defense lasers to intercept incoming fire, and prepare the main and secondary guns for firing, Fengmo commanded. The storm surged forward, rapidly accelerating to over 100 star knots, then holding steady at 130 under Ir's control. Report, the enemy Tier 3 battlecruiser is advancing toward our fleet, the Ninth Boss's deputy called out. Despite trembling from nerves, the Ninth Boss sneered. Did they think an overwhelming swarm couldn't bring down a mighty foe? Once the enemy ship is within our trap, fire all weapons at once. We'll shatter its shields and crush it. The Ninth Boss bellowed. In the virtual display, the storm was bombarded by enemy fire as it pierced through the formation. The ship's point defense lasers intercepted over 90% of the attacks, with its shields absorbing the rest. The Tier 2 starships bore the brunt of the assault, while the Tier 1 vessels hardly made a dent, barely scratching the shield. The storm's main gun, the 2,600mm turbo laser cannon, had yet to fire. The secondary laser cannons were more than enough to obliterate the Tier 2 ships, picking them off one by one. On the Tier 3 White Eagle's bridge, reports of disaster poured in. Report, the ground defense systems are mostly destroyed. Report, headquarters has been overrun by meshes. Report, the spaceport has fallen to a Tier 3 destroyer and 4 Tier 2 frigates. Most of our civilian ships are gone. The Ninth Boss's face twisted in rage, veins bulging in his forehead. Panic gripped him as he realized the dire situation. We must execute a decapitation strike to save Flame Planet. Prepare the main and secondary guns. Disable the engine speed limiter. Target the enemy Tier 3 battlecruiser. He shouted. Huaqian, observing the White Eagle's reckless acceleration past 200 knots, immediately alerted Fengmo. Commander, the enemy Tier 3 White Eagle has fully disengaged its speed limiters and is accelerating to 230 knots. The main and secondary guns are primed and aimed at the storm, Huaqian reported. Fengmo smirked. Looks like we've cornered the rabbit, and now it's trying to bite back, he mused. Watching the White Eagle push its engines to the limit, he cringed a little. Such acceleration would severely shorten the lifespan of its engines. Alright, let's end this, Fengmo said softly. The Ninth Boss, now desperate, ordered his cannons to fire. Orange beam streaked toward the storm, slamming into its shields. At the same time, the storm retaliated with its colossal turbo laser. The White Eagle shields, already weakened from fighting Huaqian's Mantis, stood no chance. The powerful blue beam shattered the shields and punctured the bridge, leaving a gaping hole. The ninth boss felt the weight of despair crush him. His prized Tier 3 White Eagle, a symbol of his power, was no match for the enemy's overwhelming firepower. Huakin, in her Tier 3 Mantis, gave the final order. Fire all 4 proton torpedoes at the White Eagle. 4 torpedo launchers activated, and the deadly projectiles raced toward the crippled ship. The White Eagle's point defense guns tried to intercept, but only 1 torpedo was destroyed. The remaining 3 slammed into the hull, triggering devastating explosions. Feng Mo watched as the White Eagle's hull split into 3 pieces, the once proud ship reduced to wreckage. Even a Tier 3 class starship couldn't withstand such firepower, a lesser Tier 2 ship would have been obliterated entirely. Deploy the tractor beam to haul the White Eagle's remains to the spaceport. Inform all captains to salvage anything valuable. We have a big family now, and we need to be frugal, Feng Mo ordered. Yes, sir. Chapter 38, Conquering Flame Planet Storm Star Spaceport. The storm came to a slow halt in the port, and a beam of light descended. Feng Mo stepped out onto the spaceport platform, clad in his Tier 3 black obsidian battle armor, with his black mask hiding the cold glint in his eyes as he surveyed the battlefield littered with corpses. Behind him, a battle-hardened veteran, was unfazed by the carnage. Her light blue combat suit accentuated her curvaceous figure, and her mental energy actively enveloped them both, forming a protective shield. Contact all fleet captains. We'll meet at headquarters in 2 hours. Also, send a team to check the Tier 3 White Eagle's bridge. If anyone survived, bring them in, Feng Mo ordered. Yes, sir. Responded, leading a squad armed with laser guns and ion cutters to slice through the armor and open the bridge door. After over an hour of hard work, they finally extracted a group of survivors. At the front was a large, tattooed man with a flame insignia on his neck, undoubtedly the ninth boss. The prisoners were barely standing, many wounded and weak from the explosion that had nearly claimed their lives. As Feng Mo's mask retracted, his icy stare seemed to pierce right through the ninth boss, making him avert his gaze in fear. You seem quite defiant, Feng Mo remarked calmly. The ninth boss spat on the ground and snarled, sneak attack, who'd accept that? Don't forget, I have 7 older brothers. The Flame Raiders have over 1,000 ships. You think you can win with this tiny fleet? Feng Mo shook his head, unimpressed by the bravado. He had no patience for further questioning. Take them away. I'm sure the slaves will enjoy seeing them. Make sure they die. I don't want any loose ends. With that, Feng Mo began walking leisurely out of the spaceport, following close behind. Periodically, Tier 3 Zircon-class mesh soared overhead, sending tremors of fear through the crowds who lay trembling on the ground. Outside the port, Feng Mo found a maglev car and forcefully pried open the door. With a command to Little White to hack the car's network, the vehicle gently lifted into the air and sped toward the Flame Raiders' headquarters. Arriving at the massive, fortress-like structure, Feng Mo couldn't help but grimace. Typical bandits. No sense of aesthetics, he muttered. The fortress was more for show than anything else. Any Tier 2 starship could obliterate it with a single laser blast. The Flame Raiders lived rough, unrefined lives, and it showed. Feng Mo entered the imposing fortress and headed to the control room. There, he found a scantily clad, seductive woman, the infamous 6th Madam that the 9th boss had lusted after. The woman seemed startled but quickly composed herself. With a sultry smile, she slid her shoulder straps down to reveal more skin. Feng Mo's expression remained cold as he asked, "Who are you, or rather, whose woman are you?" Realizing her allure had no effect, she sighed and replied softly, "My name is Zhao Zhao. I was with the 6th boss, but when he died fighting a mysterious fleet, the 9th boss forced me into submission. I had no choice." Feng Mo's face twitched slightly. Both of this woman's lovers had been killed by him. What a strange coincidence. He couldn't help but feel a bit guilty, but he knew he had to eliminate her. Zhao Zhao's eyes, though seemingly innocent, gleamed with cunning. When Feng Mo and had entered the room, he had detected a fleeting murderous intent in her gaze. His honed senses as a level 2 gene warrior picked up even the smallest details. Gesturing subtly to who had grown attuned to his cues over the past year, Feng Mo signaled his intentions. Nodded and addressed the woman. "Miss, the Storm Fleet has taken over this area. Please follow me to your temporary quarters." Zhao Zhao's shoulders relaxed, and she shot a coquettish glance at Feng Mo before obediently following out. 2.5 minutes later, returned alone, signaling that the task was complete. "Commander, I've drafted a plan for developing Storm Star. Please review it and let me know if any changes are needed," said, projecting a 3D hologram from her terminal. Feng Mo studied the detailed proposal. It featured a massive, pale blue energy dome, a protective shield that could simulate seasons, control rainfall, maintain a constant temperature, and fend off natural disasters. Under this dome, had planned for 120 large cities, with an initial focus on developing 60 to accommodate the current 5 billion strong population. The cities were meticulously designed with infrastructure that promised high livability, including transportation, utilities, commercial hubs, technology centers, and lush green spaces. Industrial, residential, and commercial zones were carefully delineated, and Fengmo was impressed by Ir's thoroughness. "You've done an excellent job, he praised, but the plan is a bit conservative. Storm Star isn't as large as Celestial Cloud Prime, but it can sustain a population of up to 20 billion. Still, we shouldn't push it too far. Let's start with a target of 5 billion and expand as needed." Chapter 39, Planetary Development. So, I plan to establish 12 megacities, each capable of holding over 1 billion people. Then, 36 large cities that can accommodate over 50 million residents each. Finally, I'll develop 365 medium-sized cities, each holding around 10 million people. With this plan, we should be able to house nearly 7 billion people, and we can always expand if necessary. Additionally, I recommend ordering a synthetic intelligent atmosphere from the Cloudy Chamber of Commerce instead of building a conventional sky dome. This artificial global atmospheric system would better facilitate planetary development and improve the existing environment. Once we finish wiping out the Flame Raiders, we'll also need to install a full Tier 3 planetary defense system, including anti-air missile arrays, laser cannons, fortresses, and radar systems. After laying out his ideas, Fengmo gazed at with an appreciative smile. Her striking beauty and the exotic allure of her horns and tail always captured his attention, but she shifted uncomfortably under his gaze and changed the subject. "Commander, your plan is excellent," said, "but we don't have the money for it. Upgrading Storm Star as you described would cost at least 4 million star coins, or 4 billion Cloudy Mountain coins. That's enough to buy 4 Tier 4 class starships." Fengmo waved off her concern. "Money isn't an issue. I'm planning to partner with the Cloudy Chamber, the U family, and Uli Starship Trade to establish a starship manufacturing company. We'll mass-produce and sell the Tier 2 starships I designed. With that venture, we'll be financially stable within a year or two. That'll give us the foundation to grow rapidly. In the meantime, pay close attention to recruiting talent. Our 5 billion residents here on Storm Star are our talent pool." Seemed relieved. The scale of the project was daunting, especially considering the costs of expanding the fleet. Beyond combat ships, they would need industrial and transport ships, which added further expenses. If Fengmo successfully established the company with allied forces, even a 10% profit share would generate immense wealth for their fledgling base. The two of them spent the next hour hashing out details of city planning and the company's establishment. Soon, fleet captains began arriving, and Fengmo summoned them to a meeting. "Ladies and gentlemen," Fengmo addressed them, "today's victory in taking Storm Star is a major achievement, and you all deserve credit. Remember, as long as you fight well, you can ask me for anything, except my women and the rank of commander. Outstanding performers can even earn their freedom from slavery." This declaration was a strategic motivator. No one wanted to remain a slave forever, but the criteria for earning freedom would be at Fengmo's discretion, giving them hope and incentive. "Our next step is to stabilize the situation. I'm assigning each captain to oversee a major city and help restore order. Assess the city officials, report to me if they're unfit, and execute any who resist." Ordinary citizens typically didn't care who ruled them, as long as they had food and a decent life. Fengmo knew that his governance would be far better than the Flame Raiders. Sending the captains to the cities was also a chance to expose them to the complexities of human society and broaden their perspectives. Before the meeting, Fengmo had already dispatched the mecha squad to all populated areas to announce the planet's change of leadership and to maintain order. Since the technology level on Storm Star was low, the people lacked communication devices like smart terminals, so the mechas had to deliver the news in person. This was just the beginning. Fengmo's second phase of stabilization was about to start. The meeting continued, and Fengmo stressed the importance of military discipline, emphasizing that acts of violence, especially against civilians, would not be tolerated. After an hour, the meeting concluded, and Fengmo's second phase began. In the skies above Storm Star, 10 massive floating projection machines powered on. To ensure every citizen could see, Fengmo had Elisa design and build these machines quickly. A giant holographic image of Fengmo appeared over the cities, showing him seated in an office, smiling warmly. People across the planet looked up in awe, some even pulling neighbors outside to witness the event. Rumors had spread about the new leadership, and the sight of starships and mechas had everyone on edge. "Hello, everyone," Fengmo began. "I am Fengmo, the new leader of Storm Star, commander of the Storm Fleet, and of Viscount of the Cloudy Mountain Empire. I'll keep this brief. Here are some temporary regulations you must follow, as your lives depend on it. First, no looting, no arson, no violence. All gatherings, protests, and demonstrations are prohibited. The planetary network is under strict control, and travel in and out of cities is restricted. Violators will be executed. Second, all firearms, ammunition, weapons, radioactive materials, and poisons must be handed over at city administration centers within 3 days. Failure to comply will result in death. Third, a planet-wide curfew will be in effect for 3 days. Schools, businesses, and all activities will be suspended. Stay at home, or face death. Fourth, after 3 days, come to the city administration centers to collect smart terminals and participate in a voting process. Fifth, I hope to see all of you in 3 days. Those mechas patrolling the skies? In 2 hours, anyone still on the streets will be executed. With the curfew explained, let's discuss your future benefits. We're planning an intelligent city transformation that will provide jobs and a steady income for everyone, ensuring you'll have food and warmth. That's all for now. Enjoy the next 3 days. The holograms disappeared, and the entire planet erupted into a frenzy. People raced home, others flooded markets for supplies, and some criminals saw this as an opportunity to loot. Mecha squads led by Feng Danyi began patrolling, while IR and other fleet members used captured Tier 1 civilian starships to enforce order. Looters were shot on sight, reducing food consumption and restoring stability. Alone in his office, Feng Mo watched a blue screen appear before him. Mission: conquer a planet in the Chaos Starsea to establish a base, completed. Reward: 1,000 points and Tier 3 Sea Lion class star carrier blueprint. He claimed the rewards. Rewards received: 1,000 points, a Tier 3 Sea Lion class star carrier blueprint. Excited, Feng Mo opened the points store, browsing through the Tier 3 starship blueprints until he found the one he needed. Chapter 40, the Tier 3 Reindeer class interstellar transport ship. The Tier 3 Reindeer class interstellar transport ship had always been Feng Mo's dream vessel. He carefully examined the specifications. Tier 3 Reindeer class interstellar transport ship, armor strength, 300 units, ship dimensions, 6 km by 1.5 km by 1.1 km speed, 40 star knots warp engine, level 3 star shield energy, level 3, 100% weaponry, 180 Tier 3 close defense laser cannons. Its massive capacity made it the perfect transport ship, with strong armor compensating for its relatively slow speed. And despite its impressive specifications, the cost wasn't too steep, around 50 million Cloudy Mountain coins. Given the urgent need for resources to develop Storm Star, Feng Mo knew this transport ship would be invaluable. Next on his agenda was dealing with the Flame Raiders. Luckily, he had just received the Tier 3 Sea Lion class interstellar carrier blueprint as a mission reward, which had the following stats: Tier 3 Sea Lion class interstellar carrier, armor strength, 270 units, ship dimensions, 1.5 km by 330 meters by 273 meters speed, 160 star knots warp engine, level 3 star shield energy, level 3, 100% weaponry, 300 Tier 3 interstellar fighters, 100 Tier 3 interstellar suicide drones, 50 Tier 3 interstellar bombers. This carrier was twice the size of the Storm and boasted a formidable array of drones and bombers, making it a devastating force in space battles. However, its enormous power came with a hefty price tag, no less than 23 million Cloudy Mountain coins, and a construction time of at least 2 months. Feng Mo sighed at the thought of his growing financial burden. With so many expenses, from planetary development to fleet expansion, he rubbed his temples to ease the mounting pressure and retreated to his quarters. Soon, exhaustion took over, and he fell asleep. On the Flame Command bridge. The Flame Command was a makeshift Tier 3 class battleship, serving as the flagship of the Flame Raiders. In the control room, 7 men sat cross-legged around a spread of food and liquor. Their leader, clad in a red combat uniform with a fierce orange flame insignia on his chest, wore a grim expression. "The situation is dire," he growled. "The elves and the Beaksea tribe are relentlessly attacking us. Back home, we were ambushed by a mysterious force, and Old Nine's fate is unknown. We're caught between a rock and a hard place. Does anyone have a plan?" The Flame Raiders leader, known as the Big Boss, scanned his comrades with a fierce gaze, beginning with the second boss. The second boss met his eyes but looked away, unable to offer any solutions. Turning to the third boss, a burly man with a simple grin, he said, "Big brother, you know me, I only know how to fight, drink, and fool around with women." He chuckled, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. The fourth boss added with a hint of flirtation, "Big brother, you know I'm only good at loving men. I'll follow whatever you decide." The big boss sighed heavily, disappointed by the lack of ideas. He lifted his liquor bottle and took a long, bitter swig. "Since no one has a better idea, here's the plan. Tomorrow, Third and fourth will pair up, and seventh and eighth will form another group. You two groups will stay behind and hold the line. Just give us 7 days. Old 2, Old 5, and I will lead our fleets back to Flame Star. I want to see who dares challenge us." The other bosses reluctantly agreed. After eating and drinking, they bid each other farewell. The second and fifth bosses returned to their ships to prepare, while the fourth boss gazed at the big boss with tearful eyes, vowing to die for him before leaving. Meanwhile, Feng Mo was sound asleep, regaining his strength for the coming battles. The next morning, helped him dress, and he soon found himself back in the command room, his consciousness diving into the star network. In a luxurious virtual room, he sipped fragrant tea, feeling slightly out of place as 3 women chatted like old friends. Unable to bear the chattering any longer, Feng Mo tapped the table and said, "Ladies, you can catch up all you want later, but can we discuss business first?" The 3 women gave him playful glares, and his eldest aunt, Zhang Yu, finally spoke up. "All right, let Zhao Mo take the lead. We can plan a shopping trip afterward." Relieved, Feng Mo got straight to the point. "You all know how popular the Tier 2 destroyers and frigates I sold to Aunt Yu have become. I propose that the 4 of us establish a starship trade company together. This company will handle all Tier 2 models. And you, I'll need you to sell the copyrights for those 2 Tier 2 ships to the new company. I'll contribute 3 more Tier 2 blueprints, a battleship, a carrier, and an industrial ship. I only want 30% of the shares. You 3 can split the rest however you see fit. I also need a shipment of Tier 3 grade materials and an intelligent atmosphere dome for Storm Star. Deduct the cost from my dividends, and I won't be involved in the company's management." Feng Mo sipped his tea, watching as the women did some quick mental calculations. Zhang Yu, the eldest, spoke first. "I agree. Your starships are too successful for any of us to handle alone. We need to collaborate. I'll take 20% of the shares." Another woman chimed in, "I second that. I'll take 20% too. Cloudy Chamber can have the remaining 30%, but they must supply the materials and dome right away." Chu Yunjian, the third woman, flashed a grateful smile at the others before giving Feng Mo a playful glare. "I'll get you the materials within 2 days, and I have some news." The Flame Raiders split into 2 groups. The third boss betrayed the big boss and fled, leaving the big boss to defend against the Elves and Beaksea tribe. Old Fourth stayed behind and died in battle. The raiders are now divided, with the big boss retreating to a border planet. "I've sent you the coordinates." Feng Mo kept his composure but was inwardly stunned by the accuracy of Chu Yunjian's intelligence network. Even the Flame Raiders' retreat location was known. Her family's espionage capabilities were frighteningly good. He felt grateful that they were allies, at least for now. "I've sent you the list. Take care of the company, and I expect to see dividends rolling in within 6 months." With that, Feng Mo exited the Star Network and ordered Little White to block all calls. It was time to prepare for the next stage of his plan. Chapter 41, Battle Preparations. "Feng Mo, I'm going to kill you. Expecting dividends in half a year after giving me this ridiculous list? You must be joking." Sure enough, after seeing the list Feng Mo had sent, Chu Yunjian's face turned blue with rage. She attempted to call Feng Mo on video, but it didn't go through. Feng Mo had disconnected from the network early, completely unaware of her frustration. Chu Yunjian had every right to be furious. Feng Mo's list included materials to build 50 Tier 3 interstellar meshes and components for 36 Tier 3 starships. What made it worse was that the atmosphere dome he mentioned was not just any dome but a highly advanced artificial intelligent atmosphere layer, which cost 10 times more. The total value of everything on Feng Mo's list exceeded 10 billion Cloudy Mountain coins, equivalent to 1 million star coins, even at internal trade prices. It was a figure that could easily bankrupt a lesser imperial noble family. Chu Yunjian gritted her teeth in anger. If Feng Mo had been present, she might have bitten him. He was treating her like a bottomless money pit. Still, she couldn't back out now, as she had already agreed. Just as she was fuming, her terminal beeped with an incoming message. Chu Yunjian opened it to find a note from Feng Mo, and her anger softened into a smile. "To the esteemed President Chu, I've included 3 starship design blueprints for our new company. I'll be relying on you to manage everything. And don't forget to name the company, Feng Mo." Meanwhile, after exiting the Star Network, Feng Mo sent a message to Yu Xiaomeng, asking her to purchase a Tier 3 grade planetary defense system. With limited funds, he could only provide 300,000 star coins, promising to pay the rest later. After dealing with that, Feng Mo opened a holographic star map, which displayed a red-marked resource planet. This was the Flame Raiders' hideout. He called over, and the 2 of them began strategizing. Studied the map and commented, "This planet is on the edge of the storm system, surrounded by a dense asteroid belt. The spatial magnetic fields are highly unstable, causing radar malfunctions. Even with star charts, navigating that area could lead to getting lost. Feng Mo nodded. It was indeed a difficult terrain to assault, and the Flame Raiders' leader had chosen wisely. It was easy to defend and hard to attack. But we have to strike, Feng Mo insisted. Eliminating them is crucial. The old saying a thief is hard to guard against comes to mind. As long as their leader lives, I won't sleep well at night. Familiar with her commander's meticulous nature, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Feng Mo was known for being petty, so petty it hurt. If we must attack, I suggest purchasing magnetic stabilizing materials to coat the ships. This will mitigate the effects of the magnetic field fluctuations, advised. It was a solid recommendation, but the fleet still lacked someone familiar with the asteroid belt's layout. An ambush from the Flame Raiders was a real threat. However, Feng Mo had little choice. His system had already issued a new mission, annihilate the Flame Raiders and eliminate their leader. Reward, 1,000 points, Tier 3 Boxer-class interstellar missile ship. The reward was too tempting for Feng Mo to ignore. A missile ship was essentially a mobile weapons platform. Unlike most starships that relied on lasers, missile ships used guided missiles, which could be even deadlier. Combining missile and laser attacks would be devastating. The downside: missile ships were essentially floating powder kegs. With massive amounts of ammunition and energy on board, one good hit could spell disaster. Nevertheless, a well-protected missile ship was no joke. Its firepower could rival that of an entire small fleet, capable of launching a barrage that obliterated enemy lines. It was a potent weapon but came at a high price. One full missile salvo could cost as much as a Tier 2 destroyer, making it a weapon for the wealthy. 3 days later, Storm Star lifted its state of emergency. Civilians returned to work, and life resumed as usual, except that the burial grounds on the eastern outskirts had grown with tens of thousands of new bodies. Had gathered all the former slaves, officially declaring their freedom and enlisting them as laborers to help build new cities. During those 3 days, had visited each city with the fleet captains, evaluating potential city administrators and selecting suitable candidates from among them. Drawing inspiration from Immortal Cloud's main star, Feng Mo established 8 main departments: the military, finance, civil affairs, security, industry, education, science and technology, and the Bureau of Construction. Feng Mo took the title of planetary governor, while became the minister of the military. Feng Taniyu was appointed minister of security, Elisa took charge of science and technology, Ulka managed finance, and Lakesea handled civil affairs. The remaining positions were filled through local recruitment, though Feng Mo planned to grow Ulka and Lakesea into competent leaders like That morning, Feng Mo and waited at the starport for Chu Yunjian's arrival. She brought good news, and 3 Tier 3 Reindeer-class interstellar transport ships loaded with the materials he had requested. When Chu Yunjian stepped out of the transport beam, Feng Mo's eyes lit up. People in the interstellar era were rarely unattractive, but Chu Yunjian had a unique allure. Her regal features, red combat uniform, tall, well-proportioned figure, and cold demeanor signaled her status as someone unattainable. Perhaps still irked about Feng Mo's demands, Chu Yunjian ignored him and greeted warmly. Meanwhile, Elisa and the merchants from the Cloudy Chamber began unloading the supplies from the transport ships, and Feng Mo led everyone back to the base. "Welcome, Lady Chu, to my humble abode," Feng Mo joked once they reached his office. For the first time since her arrival, Chu Yunjian's lips curled into a smile. "I didn't realize the Viscount had such an unusual sense of aesthetics," she teased, her eyes taking in the room's gold decor. "Maybe I'll gift you a golden bed next time, so you can literally sleep on gold." Feng Mo glanced around the office, which had once been the Flame Raiders' headquarters. The former leader had a penchant for gold, covering the walls in gold paint and decorating everything with gold embellishments. The room was almost blinding. "If you're willing to give it, I'm happy to accept," Feng Mo replied cheekily. "Anything to save a little money. You have no idea how poor Storm Star is right now. We owe the new company over 10 million star coins. We're practically starving." All right, stop crying about money," Chu Yunjian said, cutting him off. "I'm not here to hold you accountable for extorting me. I have more intel to share, and I want to discuss something important with you." Chapter 42, The Asteroid Belt. "Let's hear the intel before we discuss other matters," Feng Mo said seriously, putting aside his playful demeanor. Chu Yunjian rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, money-minded as always, before taking on a more solemn expression. "Have you heard of the Qiao family from the Tanqi Empire?" she asked. Feng Mo's brows knitted together. He pondered for a moment before tentatively replying, "You mean the Qiao family of Grand Marshal Qiao, who is also a Duke of Tanqi?" "Exactly," Chu Yunjian replied, taking a sip of her tea. "The Qiao and Yu families have a long-standing feud. Ever since the news spread about the four families joining forces to establish a starship trade company, the Qiao family has been making moves. Her words carried an ominous undertone. The Qiao family is a formidable power, Feng Mo remarked, but would they really target a mere viscount like me? Not directly, Chu Yunjian explained. To them, you're just a slightly bigger ant. As long as you don't design Tier 5 starships, you're safe. Anything below Tier 5 is beneath their notice. However, their subordinate families might create some trouble for you to curry favor with the Qiao family. Feng Mo understood immediately. There had always been people eager to gain favor with the powerful, often taking it upon themselves to act on behalf of their superiors. And if things went wrong, those same people would be left to take the fall. It was a common occurrence throughout history. Social advancement often came with bloodshed. I'm telling you this so you stay vigilant, Chu Yunjian concluded. Should anything happen, remember that the Yu family of Danqi and the Chu family of Huixiao will back you up. One last thing, she added, when will you release the Tier 3 starship blueprints for company production and sale? Feng Mo knew that both the Yu and Chu families would support him, but he wanted to build his strength first. The reason he had kept the Tier 3 blueprints from the market was to prevent a coalition of starship engineers from reverse engineering and exploiting his designs. Once the Storm Fleet possesses Tier 4 starships, I'll release a set of Tier 3 blueprints for company use. I'm sure you understand the reasoning, Feng Mo replied. Chu Yunjian nodded slowly. As long as you remain a stakeholder in the company and release all obsolete designs for sale, both the Yu and Chu families will stand by you. That's a promise from Yu Xiaoming and me, as well as from our entire families. With that said, I've finished my business here. I'll be taking my leave. Draining her tea, Chu Yunjian rose and departed. Feng Mo made no effort to hold her back. She was not someone to be trifled with, and he had no intention of trying to conquer her heart. He treated her purely as a business partner. The next morning, Feng Mo met with a steward from the Yu Trading Company. The steward had brought the Tier 3 planetary defense system that Feng Mo desperately needed, complete with ground-to-air missiles, laser cannons, and an integrated smart defense network. The steward also cautioned Feng Mo, echoing Chu Yunjian's warning about potential troublemakers. Once the steward had left, Feng Mo called for a meeting. Huaqian, you'll command Destroyer 1 with 2 Tier 2 Black Bear ships to stay behind and defend Stormstar. With the Tier 3 planetary defense system in place, even a surprise attack from the Flame Raiders will be repelled. The Storm Fleet will set out tomorrow, he announced. Destination, the asteroid belt. Commander, we're approaching the asteroid belt. Even at this distance, our fleet's radar is already unstable. I suggest activating the tow beams to link our ships and prevent them from getting separated, reported from behind him. Do it, Feng Mo ordered. All ships, activate tow beams and link up. He couldn't help but recall a historical story from his past life, where ships were chained together to form an unbreakable line. In the Battle of Red Cliff, it had been their downfall. Yet here he was, chaining his own fleet together, albeit under very different circumstances. As they ventured deeper into the asteroid belt, the radar systems grew more unreliable. Automatic targeting was rendered useless, as any shots fired without careful aiming would likely go astray. Fortunately, Feng Mo had prepared for this, equipping the fleet with old-fashioned tools like star rangefinders and telescopes. With his high luck attribute, these archaic methods would suffice, almost as well as functioning radar. The Flame Raiders had chosen this area precisely because of the fluctuating magnetic fields, which made high-tech targeting difficult. Their crew, well trained in manual targeting, would have a significant advantage. But Feng Mo had a unique talent that they hadn't accounted for. Using the star chart provided by Chu Yunjian, the Storm Fleet slowly navigated forward. Warp travel was out of the question, they had to rely on sublight speed. This was also why Feng Mo had left the Tier 3 Copper Hammer behind, it was simply too slow. Commander, enemy ships sighted ahead. Reported a crew member, rising from his station. Feng Mo approached the command console and saw a cluster of light points in the distance. As they drew closer, the enemy ships came into full view. One heavily modified Tier 3 battleship, 3 Tier 3 Peregrine-class destroyers, and over 100 Tier 2 ships, mostly escort ships, reported. They're not to be underestimated. Don't get complacent, Feng Mo warned. Even hyenas can challenge a lion if there are enough of them. Coming from anyone else, would have dismissed the statement. But since it was Feng Mo, she listened intently, immediately shifting into serious mode. Storm Fleet, prepare for battle formation, she ordered. The fleet adjusted its formation. The outer layer consisted of escort ships, the second layer was made up of destroyers, and the battleships remained in the center, ready to provide support. Just then, the magnetic field stabilized, and an incoming communication request appeared. Put it through. Feng Mo commanded. A holographic image flickered to life, revealing a brutish man with a scarred face, the Flame Raiders' leader. "Who are you?" the pirate leader snarled, his features twisting with rage. "Who I am is none of your concern," Feng Mo replied nonchalantly. "If you have something to say, make it quick. Otherwise, prepare to meet your end." "I just want to know which faction you belong to," the pirate leader growled. "Turn back now, and I'll let bygones be bygones. This magnetic field is under my control. With your radar systems useless, how do you plan to fight me?" Feng Mo snorted in disdain. "You think I came unprepared? Enough talk. You should be grateful I'll be taking that treasure off your hands." With that, he ended the call. Feng Mo's eyes gleamed with excitement. A device that could control magnetic fields? Such a treasure was wasted on a bandit and was destined to be his. Sighed and rolled her eyes. The commander had his quirks, especially his miserly tendencies, but this was one of the reasons she found him so amusing. Sitting upright in the captain's chair, Feng Mo's demeanor grew intense, like a hawk about to strike. Let's begin the hunt," he declared. "I'm taking back what's mine." Chapter 43, Battle commences 14 against over 100, advantage is ours. As always, Feng Mo handed over temporary command to At most, he served as a figurehead, issuing orders while did the real work. When it came to strategizing and leading a fleet, decades of battle-hardened experience far surpassed Feng Mo's 4 years of rigorous training. Feng Mo still had much to learn. While he could handle a one-on-one starship duel, large-scale space battles were a different beast altogether. In any case, professional tasks should be entrusted to professionals. After all, commanders were meant to drink tea and supervise. There was a saying, when poor, strike with precision, when rich, unleash overwhelming firepower. Early on, had to carefully calculate every shot from the main and auxiliary cannons. But now, commanding a well-equipped fleet, she finally experienced the luxury of abundant firepower. The storm fleet moved with disciplined precision, tightly packed and forming an unbreakable formation. Escort ships, assume defensive positions and intercept incoming enemy fire. Destroyers and battleships, fire your main cannons for the first wave, auxiliary cannons for the second wave. Destroyers, prepare shock missiles and proton torpedoes for the third wave. Standing firmly on the bridge, eyes were resolute. She gave the command. Instantly, the order was executed. The 10 Tier 2 Black Bear ships aligned their rapid-fire close-in defense guns. The 3 Tier 3 Mantis-class destroyers and the Storm's main cannon began charging, their lights blazing brilliantly. Here, the star rangefinders proved invaluable. They enabled the Storm fleet to accurately measure the distance between their ships and the enemy, compensating for the lack of reliable radar. Crew members focused intently on their consoles, manually aligning their targets. At command, the first volley of 4 main cannons fired. "Second wave, fire," she commanded. The second wave of 9 auxiliary cannons followed, mere seconds apart. 13 beams of concentrated light streaked through the void, converging on the enemy fleet's left flank. Their first attempt at manual targeting was a little off-center, as the volleys were originally aimed at the enemy's central formation. Nonetheless, a series of explosions erupted, creating a temporary vacuum in the enemy's left flank. Feng Mo couldn't help but admire the power of his luck attribute once again. The Storm's 2,600mm turbo laser beam not only pierced through an enemy Tier 2 escort ship but continued its path, obliterating a Tier 2 destroyer. In an instant, the Flame Raiders' left flank lost contact with 15 starships. Report. We've lost energy signals from 15 ships on the left flank. They've all been destroyed. Came the frantic message. What did you say? The news left the Flame Raiders' leader utterly stunned. He jumped to his feet, his already menacing features twisting with disbelief. That young brat on the other side had played dirty, opening fire right after cutting off communication. 2 volleys had wiped out more than a tenth of his fleet. When the leader pulled up visuals of his fleet, he was left speechless. Wreckage from shattered starships floated in the void, a grim testament to the enemy's firepower. Turning to his dumbfounded lieutenant, the leader's rage exploded. He slapped the man hard, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Order a counterattack immediately. Damn it, I'll make that brat pay for this." But the Storm fleet wasn't done yet. 6 shock missiles and 12 proton torpedoes slammed into the enemy's right flank. The proton torpedoes were just as devastating as the Storm's auxiliary cannons, but the real surprise was the shock missiles. These physical projectiles traveled at near light speed and could bypass most energy shields. The Mantis-class destroyers fired 6 of these missiles, targeting an enemy Tier 3 Peregrine destroyer. The first missile shattered its shield, and the second ripped through its armor and engine, leaving the ship dead in space. The third wave of attacks wreaked havoc on the right flank, destroying 13 enemy ships and damaging 7 more, including a Tier 3 destroyer. In total, the Storm Fleet's 3 waves of firepower had decimated nearly a third of the enemy fleet before the battle had even truly begun. How? How is this possible? The Flame Raiders' leader roared, his face contorted with disbelief. How could they be so accurate without automated targeting systems? Are their crew members all battle-hardened veterans of the Federation? His face had turned a sickly shade of green, and he raged around the bridge like a madman. What are you standing there for? Order a full counterattack. Do you want them to pick us off one by one? The terrified lieutenant relayed the orders, and the Flame Raiders' fleet returned fire. But remained unfazed. Most of the incoming shots were intercepted by the Tier 2 Black Bear ships. The few that slipped through were absorbed by the Tier 3 ships' heavy armor. Still, Feng Mo's initial warning rang true: quantity had a quality all its own. The close-in defense systems couldn't intercept everything, and the Tier 2 Black Bear's armor was taking a beating. Continuing like this would mean victory, but at a high cost. Many Tier 2 Black Bears would be lost. Wasn't satisfied with that outcome. After the first exchange of fire, she adjusted their strategy. Fleet, maintain formation and accelerate toward the enemy's weakened left flank, she ordered. We're going in for close combat. Any Tier 2 Black Bear ship that sustains over 70% damage should fall back and let the Tier 3 Mantis ships take the brunt. Yes, ma'am. The fleet, linked together by tow beams, moved as one, gliding like a unified entity. They weaved around the enemy formation, ensuring that no more than 5 enemy ships could engage them at any given time. This way, they minimized the damage they took while maximizing their offensive potential. The Flame Raiders' counterattack was chaotic and disorganized. When the enemy ships tried to surround the Storm Fleet, the storm would blast through their ranks, breaking the encirclement before it could solidify. In space battles, strategy was constrained by physical limitations. In the end, the winner was determined by firepower and ship performance. Watching more of his ships being blown apart, the Flame Raiders' leader began to panic. He was a coward at heart, and the sight of his fleet crumbling filled him with dread. The saying "a cowardly leader makes for cowardly subordinates" held true. Seeing their commander hesitate, the enemy captains began to lose morale and fight half-heartedly. After 2 more devastating volleys, the Flame Raiders' fleet was reduced to less than half its original size. Seized the moment and issued her final command. Fleet, charge into the enemy center. Storm, main and auxiliary cannons, start charging. It's time for the decapitation strike. Chapter 44, Annihilating the Flame Raiders. Sever the towing beams connecting us to the Tier 2 Black Bears, commanded, her eyes flashing with a steely resolve. Escort ships, engage in close quarters combat with the enemy starships. Storm and the 3 Tier 3 Mantis-class destroyers, proceed with the decapitation mission. Her cold gaze fixed on the sole remaining Tier 3 battlecruiser of the enemy, order was decisive. This final strike required a full-on charge into the heart of the enemy fleet, where the only remaining resistance was concentrated. The battered left and right flanks of the Flame Raiders had lost all will to fight and were easy pickings for the Tier 2 Black Bears. The Storm and the Tier 3 Mantis-class destroyers pushed forward, their shields absorbing the brunt of enemy fire as they tore through the opposition, backed by shock missiles and heavy cannon fire. In close-range combat, the superiority of their advanced ship systems became even more apparent. Commander, the Storm's main and auxiliary cannons are locked onto the enemy's Tier 3 flagship, a crew member reported. Fire. Ordered without hesitation. The Storm's main cannons, fully charged, unleashed a brilliant burst of energy. The beam struck the enemy flagship, a heavily modified Tier 3 battlecruiser. Although its shields were formidable, the patchwork armor was inconsistent, with some sections far weaker than others. The combined firepower of the Storm's cannons instantly drained the enemy's shields, and the turbo laser beams pierced a critical weak spot in the hull. It wasn't mere luck. Feng Mo's natural talent for precision played a crucial role, making what seemed like coincidences feel inevitable. The blast hit the munitions storage, setting off a chain reaction. The energy buildup from the full-capacity ammunition stores, which hadn't been used since the battle began, made the explosion catastrophic. The Tier 3 flagship erupted in a series of violent detonations, the fires consuming its interior even though the vacuum of space prevented flames from spreading externally. Storm shields are down to 32%, and our weapon reserves are at 57%, reported Luka from side. The other 3 Tier 3 Mantis-class destroyers are in similar condition. bold decapitation strategy had succeeded, shattering the Flame Raiders' final line of resistance. Meanwhile, Feng Mo watched the enemy flagship's fiery destruction, a pained expression on his face. "Please don't let the leader die," he muttered. "If he does, we might lose the chance to secure that magnetic field control treasure." Feng Mo had never doubted the Storm Fleet's victory or command. His primary concern was the mysterious object that could control magnetic fields. That was what he truly coveted. Wintani, take the mecha squad now and capture any survivors from that Tier 3 flagship, Feng Mo finally spoke, breaking his usual silence during the battle. Ir's eyes widened with realization. She had been so focused on the fight that she'd forgotten the importance of that object. Embarrassed, she quickly adjusted her orders. Tier 3 Mantis-class destroyers, assist the escort ships in mopping up the enemy remnants. Storm, hold position, Ir commanded. Meanwhile, the 10 Tier 2 Black Bears unleashed their deadly claws once more, tearing through the remaining enemy ships. The Flame Raiders hadn't expected this level of ferocity. The Tier 2 Black Bears rammed and shredded enemy vessels with ruthless efficiency, proving they weren't interested in a suicidal last stand, only in sending their opponents to oblivion. As the Tier 2 Black Bears dominated the battlefield, Feng Mo's attention remained fixed on the enemy flagship. He exhaled in relief when the mecha squad returned, escorting a defeated and shackled Flame Raiders leader. Wintani led the captive to Feng Mo, subtly shaking his head to indicate that they hadn't found the treasure yet. Do you want to live or die? Feng Mo asked the defeated leader calmly. The enemy leader, his face pale with despair, managed a weak reply. What's the deal if I live? And what if I choose death? Feng Mo's lips curled into a smile. If you choose life, I'll let you go. If you choose death, I'll throw you into the void. Make your choice. The leader laughed bitterly. I know what you want. It's the device that controls the magnetic field, isn't it? You think I'll give it to you? Dream on. Take him away, Tani, Feng Mo ordered. Make him talk. Use whatever methods you need. Understood, clan leader. I've observed many interrogation techniques used by our specialists. I'll apply everything I've learned, Wintani replied ominously, putting psychological pressure on the captive. Faced with the prospect of brutal interrogation, the enemy leader's courage crumbled. As soon as he was dragged to the airlock, he broke down and pleaded. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Just spare me. He begged. The secret isn't some device. It's one of the asteroids in this belt. One of the asteroids? Feng Mo's interest was piqued. Yes, the leader explained, trembling. That asteroid emits a powerful biological magnetic field. I suspect it's some sort of living entity, like a dormant hive mother. It releases these waves subconsciously, and a single laser shot will silence it for about 3 minutes. I don't know why, but it just does. A living asteroid, afraid of light. How fascinating, Feng Mo mused, intrigued. Most asteroids only carried weak magnetic fields, barely affecting anything above a Tier 2 starship. But this one emitted biological waves strong enough to disrupt even Tier 4 systems. This discovery was extraordinary. Take us to this asteroid, Feng Mo ordered. After that, I'll decide whether to let you live. Grasping at the chance to survive, the leader eagerly complied, directing the storm through the asteroid belt. After 15 minutes, they reached a massive, dark asteroid. The area pulsed with magnetic energy, rendering all radar and electronic systems useless. This is a treasure, Feng Mo realized, already planning to use this place as a hidden base for future Tier 4 starship construction. However, that would need careful consideration and time. Fire a shot at the asteroid, he instructed. Ordered the auxiliary cannons to fire. The laser beam struck the asteroid, and instantly, the magnetic field dissipated. Yet, despite the powerful laser, the asteroid showed no visible damage. It seemed protected by an invisible membrane, repelling light-based attacks without suffering harm. Amazing, Feng Mo murmured, noting the asteroid's location on his star map as the radar briefly came back online. Let's head back, he finally said. Time to check on the battlefield and see how the cleanup is going. Chapter 45, Return Journey. When Stormbreaker returned to the battlefield, the fighting had ended, and the fleet was busy clearing up the aftermath. Ulka approached, having compiled the latest reports, and began her briefing. Commander, Vice Commander the Storm Fleet has achieved a complete victory. We've destroyed 3 Tier 3 class enemy starships and 62 Tier 2 class enemy ships. We've also captured 17 Tier 2 class ships, while the remaining enemy vessels managed to escape. Following humanitarian principles, we conducted rescue operations, saving over 17,000 people, who are now detained in 3 Tier 3 Scythe-class ships in separate groups. We expect the battlefield cleanup to finish in 30 minutes. As per the commander's instructions, we're taking anything of value, leaving nothing behind. Feng Mo gave Ulka a sharp look, annoyed at her thinly veiled accusation of stinginess. Was he really that tight-fisted? No, he preferred to think of it as responsible stewardship. Make a note, all captured personnel are to be taken to Storm Planet and assigned as laborers. They'll get 1 meal a day, just enough to keep them alive, and they'll work hard. After 100 years of service, they can be granted civilian status. Feng Mo was not planning to show any mercy. Most of these people were first-level genetic warriors, perfect for doing heavy labor. The storm planet was still in need of development, and now he had the manpower to do it. As for the pirate leader, would handle him. Feng Mo had promised not to kill him, but had her own ways of making him wish he were dead. The 30 minutes passed quickly. The fleet, which had initially set out with 14 ships, now returned with 31, all linked together by tractor beams. This operation had truly been a profitable venture. The wreckage alone would sell for millions of Yunshan coins, enough to fund the construction of 2 Tier 2 Bear-class frigates. With the battle over, the Flame Pirate group was no more. Feng Mo's system rewarded him with 1,000 points and a blueprint for a Tier 3 class Boxer missile ship. He now had even more starship models he needed to build, knowing that the road to power was a long and challenging one. 6 months flew by, with Feng Mo focusing entirely on the development of his domain. After dealing with the pirates, he signed agreements with the Elves and the Bissi clan in the Star Network space, formalizing the resource distribution for Planet P459 as agreed. Soon after, he had the Mellow Sisters take control of the 13 resource planets that once belonged to the pirates, stationing 12 Tier 2 Bear-class ships and 1 Tier 3 Scythe-class destroyer there for defense. Throughout the next 6 months, the fleet expanded. Under Elise's direction, 4 Tier 3 Hammer-class industrial ships were constructed using the outdated shipyards on Storm Planet. Feng Mo even had starship engineers brought from Cloud Sky Main Star to work on these ships. In 5 months, the fleet added to its arsenal 50 Tier 3 Zircon Meshs, 1 Tier 3 Lion-class carrier, 4 Tier 3 Scythe-class destroyers, 3 Tier 3 Hammer-class industrial ships, 20 Tier 2 Bear-class frigates, 10 Tier 3 Reindeer-class transport ships, 2 Tier 3 Boxer-class missile ships. The fleet had evolved into a mixed force of 2 flagship-class vessels. It now boasted 1 Stormbreaker flagship, 1 Tier 3 Lion-class carrier flagship, 2 Tier 3 Boxer-class missile ships, 8 Tier 3 Scythe-class destroyers, 32 Tier 2 Bear-class frigates, 60 Tier 3 Zircon Meshs, 4 Tier 3 Hammer-class industrial ships, and 10 Tier 3 Reindeer-class transport ships. With 58 starships and 60 Meshs, Feng Mo had become a force to be reckoned with. Each starship underwent a test flight that Feng Mo personally supervised to ensure everything was in perfect working order. As the fleet grew, so did the crew. Feng Mo organized an extensive exam on Storm Planet, nicknamed the Star Exam, to recruit nearly 10,000 trainee crew members. He also transferred 5,000 more from Cloud Sky Main Star and purchased 7,000 from the slave market. The fleet structure was reorganized. Became the captain of the Tier 3 Lion-class carrier and vice commander, responsible for space combat. Elisa became the captain of the Tier 3 Hammer-class industrial ships and the head of the industrial fleet. Joaquin was made captain of the Tier 3 Scythe-class destroyers and the head of the destroyer fleet. Cilia was assigned to the Tier 3 Boxer-class missile ships, while the Mellow Sisters took charge of the Tier 2 Bear-class frigates. Uka and Lakesea were designated as fleet secretaries, assisting Feng Mo directly. The fleet was divided into 2 units, Storm Unit 1, led by Stormbreaker, and Storm Unit 2, led by the Lion-class carrier. Each unit comprised 1 Tier 3 Boxer, 4 Tier 3 Scythes, 16 Tier 2 Bears, and 30 Tier 3 Zircon Meshs. 6 months of tireless work had transformed Feng Mo, giving him an air of authority and decisiveness. He now carried himself with a natural dignity befitting a true leader. In the Star Network space, Feng Mo arrived at a government building, the Yunshan Empire Registration Office. Today, he was here to register his 14 planets and earn military credits, which he needed to advance his noble title. Feng Mo wore a noble's attire in the virtual world, complete with the Yunshan Empire's Viscount emblem on his chest and a jade pendant marking him as the head of the Feng family. As he approached the front desk, a young receptionist greeted him with a respectful bow. "Good morning, Viscount Feng Mo. How may I assist you today?" "You know me?" Feng Mo asked with curiosity. The receptionist smiled warmly. "It's our duty to recognize prominent figures like yourself. Any staff member here would be able to identify you on sight." Feng Mo nodded, impressed by the professionalism. It seemed the staff had memorized the faces of every influential noble, military officer, and powerful business figure in the Empire. "I'm here to register 1 habitable planet and 13 resource planets. I also need to name the star system." Though Feng Mo didn't control the entire Storm Star system yet, having the right to name it was a critical step, similar to claiming moral high ground in ancient wars. "Understood. Please follow me, Viscount." The receptionist led Feng Mo to an office decorated in the Empire's signature understated elegance. He sat down, and a holographic screen appeared in front of him, prompting him to input the coordinates of his planets. Feng Mo entered the data, and the receptionist clicked a few more options, bringing up another prompt. Please name the star system. Fengmo entered, Storm Star System. And the planets? He named the habitable planet Storm Main Star and designated the 13 resource planets as FM001 through FM013. The naming scheme was clean and easy to remember, much like the F-series he had established for the Cloud Sky Star System. Registering planets required providing detailed information for verification. Imperial officials would later inspect these planets, but those details didn't need to be discussed further. One downside to registering planets with the Empire was the tax, or protection fee. This wasn't a one-time expense but rather an ongoing obligation. Chapter 46, Tier 4 Stargate. The taxation system was harsh. For a habitable planet, 20% of all annual net profits needed to be paid to the Empire, while resource planets were taxed at 10% of their annual net profits. If taxes were not paid for 10 consecutive years, the Empire would revoke the naming rights of the planets and star system, withdraw Stargate usage permissions, and send a special auditing department to have a chat. Do not underestimate this auditing department. They are equipped with Tier 4 fleets and, in critical situations, can even call upon a Tier 5 fleet. There's no winning against them, better to just pay your taxes. Once all the paperwork was finalized, a final red message appeared on the holographic screen. Congratulations to Viscount Fengmo for expanding the Empire's territory by securing 14 planets in the Storm Star System. Awarded 49,000 military credits. A habitable planet earned him 10,000 military credits, while the 13 resource planets added 39,000. Combined with Fengmo's 10,000 plus credits from his half-year frontline service, he had already accumulated more than half the military credits needed to advance from Viscount to Earl. Applying under the title of Viscount to install a Tier 4 Stargate on Storm Planet. Stargates are strategic assets that the Federation and Empires strictly control. They're like a fortress gate, and no family would hand over the keys to just anyone. Application received. Verification pending. Constructing a Stargate is no quick task. Building a Tier 4 Stargate typically takes 3 years, while a Tier 3 Stargate takes a year. As for a Tier 5 Stargate, there is only one in the entire Federation, located in the central region and jointly managed by the Tanki and Huigang empires. The highest Fengmo could apply for was a Tier 4 Stargate, which required approval from the Imperial Council. But he was confident it would pass once discussed. Fengmo was no longer a student, it was time to reconnect the Feng family's extensive network of influence. Fengmo had recently spoken to Old Wang. The Wang family had divided their shares in the Starship Trading Company into 6 parts, with the Wang family holding 1 share, though officially it remained under their control. Fengmo had agreed to this, and one of those shares went to Uncle Gu, a highly esteemed Imperial Lieutenant General in his 60s, known as a rising star of the future. Personal favors may run out, but alliances based on shared interests endure. While Fengmo was registering the planets, things were bustling back in the Storm Star System. Huakin had become a de facto ambassador for Fengmo, frequently visiting the elven race to promote his interests. As a fellow elf, Huakin was very popular among her kin, but the Bisi tribe was much harder to approach. Only the half-beast Mellow sisters, with their fiery temperaments, managed to make some inroads. Fengmo had recently instructed Iert to spread some enticing rumors. A Tier 4 Stargate would soon be established in the Storm Star System, and several resource planets there were rich in materials needed for Tier 4 starship construction. Previously, it was mentioned that the U1 to U5 star systems had already been claimed by space explorers, with over 80% occupied. Now, it was time for them to set their sights on the Storm Star System. This influx of explorers and adventurers would inevitably lead to conflict. These people were no pushovers, some even commanded Tier 3 fleets. Some adventurers roamed farther star systems in search of opportunities, while others set themselves up as local rulers in uncharted territories. What drew them was the rumors Fengmo had spread. In truth, only planet P459 in the Storm Star System had materials for Tier 4 starship construction. But by spreading tales of multiple planets, Fengmo sowed chaos, creating opportunities to benefit from the disorder without directly clashing with either the elves or the Bisi tribe. Even Fengmo had been surprised to learn about the presence of these rare resources. The Storm Star System was quite small compared to Yunshan Empire's 5 major systems, with Cloud Sky System being the smallest among the medium-sized star systems. The Storm Star System was even smaller and would likely be classified as a small star system by the Empire's assessors. Having even one Tier 4 resource planet in such a tiny star system was already a huge deal in the Federation. And Fengmo's rumor claimed there were multiple such planets. To give a clearer picture, the Cloud Sky System has only 3 Tier 4 resource planets, one of which once belonged to the Feng family. Fengmo's parents had practically given it away to an old friend, fearing that it would be too dangerous to leave to a young heir like him. This half-sale, Half-gift exchange earned the Feng family much-needed support and brought many hidden benefits, ensuring Fengmo's survival. One statistic illustrates how rare Tier 4 planets are. Fengmo controls 5 resource planets in the Cloud Sky system, all Tier 2 grade. In the Storm Star system, he commands 13 planets, with only one at Tier 3 grade and the rest at Tier 2. Leaving the Star Network space, Fengmo issued orders to Lka and Lakesea, have Unit 1 and Unit 2 take turns patrolling the star system. Purchase 13 Tier 2 defense systems from the Yunshan Trading Company and have them installed within 7 days. Remind the military division to stay vigilant. The Storm Star system is unstable, so gather as much intel as possible. The Storm Star system soon became an adventurer's paradise. Yunshan Trading Company's Cloud Starport was making a fortune. The influx of adventurer fleets led to inevitable skirmishes. Some fought over newly discovered resource planets, while others plotted mischief against the elves. Planet P459, in particular, became a hotbed of activity. Adventurers gathered there daily to spy on the planet from a distance, unwilling to provoke the Bisi tribe's defensive fleet but still hoping for an opportunity. The constant surveillance tested the Bisi tribe's patience, and even the peace-loving elves grew agitated. They repeatedly proposed to Fengmo that they form an alliance to repel the intruders. But Fengmo remained non-committal, keeping his true intentions hidden. The storm was brewing. Meanwhile, the Storm, Danke, and Huagang empires buzzed with news about a starship company named Stormcloud Starship Trading. The company had merged 2 popular Tier 2 models, the Zebra and Bear-class starships, and launched 3 more hits, the Tier 2 Crocodile-class battleship, Tier 2 Hawkeye industrial ship, and Tier 2 Fire Ant carrier. Starship reviewers showcased these models in live streams, highlighting how they outperformed typical Tier 2 ships by at least 20%, yet sold for the same price. The public snapped them up, making each model a bestseller. Stormcloud's success drove massive profits, allowing the 3 women, Chu Yunjian, Yu Xiaoman, and their ally, to expand production and cut costs. A flood of star coins filled Fengmo's accounts. Within 6 months, he paid off the million star coin debt and still had tens of thousands left. Fengmo held only a 30% stake in the company, meaning Stormcloud's 5 ships had earned over 3.3 million star coins, equivalent to over 300 million Yunshan coins, in half a year. This staggering profit rocked the upper echelons, where many powerful factions bitterly regretted not partnering with the starship design prodigy. Now, they could only watch as the Chu and Yu families raked in wealth. Sleepless nights lay ahead for those who had missed this golden opportunity. Chapter 47, Provocation from Ancient Times. Goddesses have never lacked admirers willing to do anything for them. In this generation of the Danke Empire's Qiao family, there were twin sisters. Known for their identical appearances and their shared telepathic bond, they showed great talent in commanding starships and had earned the title of Tier 4 fleet commanders of the Empire at a young age. They were affectionately called the Qiao family's twin pearls by the public. Youthful, beautiful, and twins with telepathic abilities, the sisters had every buff imaginable, attracting suitors from powerful families far and wide. One such suitor was Bei Mulai, the second young master of the Bei family, a marquis household with considerable influence in the Snow Eagle Empire. He was an ardent admirer of the Qiao sisters. Today, an unexpected guest arrived on Storm Planet and sat opposite Fengmo in his office, Bei Mulai himself, the second young master of the Bei family. Bei Mulai's face was flushed with anger, his eyes practically shooting flames at Fengmo. The reason for his fury? He had arrived unannounced, and before his fleet even got close to Storm Planet, the planetary defense system had issued a stern warning. Being a privileged young master born with a silver spoon, Bei Mulai had ignored the warning and ordered his fleet to press forward. In response, the Tier 3 planetary defense system, along with the station storm unit, wasted no time firing upon them. If it weren't for the 8 Tier 3 ships in his fleet with fully charged energy shields and Bei Mulai finally revealing his identity, he might have lost several ships. The incident had shocked Bei Mulai, as his family's fleet was considered one of the best among the noble households. Yet, the Storm Planet's defense system and Fengmo's Tier 3 ships had easily humbled him. And now, here he was, forced to sit alone in Fengmo's office without even a bodyguard, a humiliation he found hard to swallow. Fengmo wasn't pleased either. What right did Bei Mulai have to try to force his way onto Storm Planet without permission? The sheer arrogance. Since Bei Mulai entered the office, Fengmo had not spoken a word, only glaring at him with a cold, murderous look. Unable to withstand Fengmo's intense gaze, Bei Mulai pretended to be thirsty, taking a small sip of tea before speaking. Viscount Fengmo, I apologize for visiting so abruptly and for my discourtesy. I came to ask if your Stormcloud Starship Trading Company is in need of more shareholders. The Bei family is a significant power in the Snow Eagle Empire. If we join forces, We could open up the Snow Eagle Empire's market for your starships. It's a massive opportunity, and I'm not asking for much, just a 25% share of your company." Bei Muli's tone was carefree, but his eyes were full of cunning. Feng Mo quickly grasped his true intentions. This wasn't a sincere business proposal. Bei Muli seemed intent on provoking him. Feng Mo smiled coldly. "Young Master Bei, you must be joking. I'm just a minor shareholder in Stormcloud Starship Trading. The major shareholders are the Tanqiu and Huiyangshu families. Without their agreement, I couldn't possibly sell any shares." With that, Feng Mo picked up his teacup but didn't drink, making it clear he was ready for Bei Muli to leave. Uka, who stood nearby, stepped forward to escort him out when Bei Muli said, "Wait, don't be so quick to throw me out. Your Storm Star system doesn't have a Stargate yet, does it? And you're quite close to the Snow Eagle Empire. A 25% stake is a small price to pay for some peace of mind, wouldn't you say, Viscount Feng Mo?" He deliberately emphasized the last 4 words, making his threat clear. The mention of the Kiao sisters finally helped Feng Mo understand. Bei Muli wasn't here to negotiate, he was here to settle a personal grudge, all for the sake of his goddesses. The young master probably thought that seizing a stake in Feng Mo's company would win him favor with the Kiao sisters. And he'd likely been trying to provoke Feng Mo into creating a scene. If it was a fight he wanted, Feng Mo was happy to oblige. "Lakesy," Feng Mo called, "tell Tani uncle to come here and alert From now on, don't let fools like this through the gates. If they show up, just blow them up in space." "Understood." Lakesy acknowledged and left the office. Uka, standing ready with her hands on her dual short swords, looked poised to strike. If Bei Muli made a single wrong move, those blades would be at his throat. 1 minute later, Feng Tani entered with the mech squad, marching in unison. He gave a slight bow. "My lord." Feng Mo nodded. "Uncle Tani, please escort young Master Bei to the spaceport. And let know, if the Bei fleet makes any sudden moves, keep them here. We could use more laborers for our city construction projects." The mention of using his men as labor slaves caused Bei Muli's cunning expression to vanish, replaced with rage. No one had ever humiliated him like this. He represented the Bei family. Did Feng Mo really want to declare war on them? His anger erupted as he slammed a hand on the table. "How dare a mere imperial viscount like you insult the Bei family of the Snow Eagle Empire? Do you even—" "I don't," Feng Mo interrupted dismissively. Before Bei Muli could finish his threat, Feng Tani grabbed him by the neck, effortlessly lifting him. Feng Tani nodded to Feng Mo and left the office, carrying the choking Bei Muli. To silence any more threats, he pulled a metal gag from his uniform and strapped it over Bei Muli's mouth. Bei Muli was now a pitiful sight, barely able to make muffled protests, seething with humiliation. For Feng Mo, this incident was just a minor distraction. The development of the star system was his priority, as was dealing with the elves and Bissi tribe. Playing petty games with Bei Muli was a waste of time. If he wanted to play, Feng Mo would rather face his father. A short while later, Feng Tani returned. "My lord, it's done. But that kid was yelling that he'll make you pay. He doesn't seem like the type to let this go." Feng Mo agreed. Bei Muli was trouble, the kind to stir up issues from the shadows. "Uka, inform to use the Yunshan Trading Company's intelligence network to monitor Bei Muli's movements closely. And double the fleet's patrols." "Understood." After they left, Feng Mo still felt uneasy. He opened his terminal and sent a message to Yu Xiaoman, asking for full reports on the Kiao and Bei families. Meanwhile, outside Storm Planet, Bei Muli furiously whipped a grotesque alien creature, cursing Feng Mo under his breath. Finally exhausted, he handed the whip to his adjutant. "Change course to FM001 Resource Planet. Feng Mo won't expect this. If I can't get back at him directly, at least I'll make his life miserable." Chapter 48, Fury. FM001 Resource Planet. Ever since Feng Mo took over, the workers' living conditions had drastically improved, from only 1 meal a day to 3 solid meals daily. Most importantly, they even received salaries now. The overseers, unlike the former bandit-like ones who would kill without a second thought, were now polite, at least as long as the rules weren't broken. The workers were grateful and more motivated than ever, resulting in increased productivity, a pleasant surprise to Feng Mo. Additionally, Elisa had designed and introduced new intelligent mining equipment, replacing the old machinery, which made the work much easier. Beep. 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 Alarm. Everyone must take cover in the nearest shelter or head to the nearest underground bunker. The piercing alarm sounded, and millions of workers, led by their overseers, rushed to the nearest bunkers. A few brave ones stayed put, hiding in place, including Zhu Qiang, who crouched in a pit where they usually rested, along with 3 co-workers. "Old Zhu, what's going on with this alarm?" Do you think those damned pirates are back? I don't want to go back to the days of being hungry and cold, one coworker worriedly asked. Who knows? Zhu Qiang replied. But it probably isn't the pirates. Remember the overseers said the flame bandit group had already been wiped out by the Viscount. Another coworker chimed in, I overheard the overseers talking the other day. They said our star system has been unstable lately and that we might be dealing with some desperate fools soon. Old Yang, why do you say they're desperate? Zhu Qiang asked. Think about it, old Zhu. Our Viscount is powerful. Only an idiot would challenge him, that's like kicking a sleeping tiger. You'll see, this planet won't fall, old Yang declared confidently. He might have been right. Bei Mulai failed to conquer the planet, but he did something worse. He launched a bombardment on FM001 resource planet. Storm Planet. Elisa entered the office, her usually decisive demeanor wavering, causing Luca and Lakesy to look on curiously. Elisa never hesitated, so what was different today? Commander, I take full responsibility for my failure. Please punish me, Elisa said, her voice tense with rage. Feng Mo looked up from reading the Bei family report and noticed Elisa's seething anger. He had never seen her this furious. Though he remained calm, he asked, tell me what happened before I decide. Commander, Bei Mulai's fleet launched a surprise attack on FM001 resource planet. They destroyed a fifth of the planet's defense systems and strafed the area before fleeing when Storm Unit 1 was closing in, Elisa reported. Feng Mo's eyes darkened as he processed the news. Casualties. How many? The garrison, overseers, and workers are still being counted. Initial estimates are over 10,000, possibly far more. I await your punishment, Elisa said solemnly. Hey, Feng Mo chuckled coldly. Why would I punish you? Instead, we'll make sure others feel the pain of losing tens of thousands of lives. I wonder if the Bei family has that many people. Elisa, take Luca and Lakesy and prepare the fleet at the spaceport. Assemble Storm Fleet and stock up on energy and munitions. We're going to war. Yes, sir. Elisa replied, leading the sisters out of the office. Feng Mo then activated his terminal, entered the Star Network, and created a luxurious virtual meeting room, sending out invitations to several people. As he calmly brewed tea and waited, the room filled up one by one with 7 individuals, 2 women and 5 men. Once everyone was present, Feng Mo wasted no time recounting the attack in detail. The Yunshan fleet is ready to deploy at any time. This old man could use some exercise, said Gu Jun, a youth in a lieutenant general's uniform who exuded an aura of authority as deep as an abyss. This was General Gu, Feng Mo's uncle Gu, and the highest-ranking officer of the Yunshan fleet. The Yunshan Empire had 3 Tier 5 fleets, Lion King, Ink Feather, and Yunshan. Gu Jun, as the Yunshan fleet commander, had the power to deploy the fleet without reporting to anyone, though he rarely exercised this privilege. The Ink Feather fleet will also support you unconditionally, a promise from my grandfather, added Yu Xiaomeng. Let me tag along this time. Feng Mo felt a chill run down his spine. These two were serious heavyweights. The temptation to deploy 2 Tier 5 fleets to crush the Bei family was strong, but the repercussions would be severe, even with his connections. He had to exercise restraint. We don't need to escalate things to that level, Feng Mo said. First, Uncle Gu, Xiaomeng, and Yan Shan should pressure the Snow Eagle Empire. Let's keep this as a private matter between me and the Bei family. Second, the Bei family has a Tier 4 fleet. We should assign them a temporary mission under the Starsea Human Federation. Third, Yan Shan, I need intel on Bei Mulai's whereabouts. Gu Jun nodded, looking impressed. Feng Mo had matured, understanding how to handle matters carefully without escalating to an inter-empire conflict. I'll handle the pressure on the Snow Eagle Empire and release a statement. The Yunshan fleet will be conducting a secret mission in the Chaos Star Sea for 7 days, Gu Jun said, offering both a show of force and an excuse. Feng Mo understood. The Snow Eagle Empire, with only 1 Tier 5 fleet, couldn't compete with Yunshan, Danqi, or Huiyang. A direct show of strength would indeed keep them in check. Thank you, Uncle Gu. As for moving the Bei family's Tier 4 fleet, I'll leave that to the Chu and Yu families. Since the Federation headquarters is nearby, they'll know how to handle it. Yan Shan, have your assistant forward Bei Mulai's location to me, Feng Mo said. Chu Yunshan nodded, finalizing the plans. This was the power of strong alliances, and of being strong oneself. I owe you all for this, Feng Mo said, leaving the Star Network to put his plan into action. He put on his combat uniform and took a flight to the spaceport, a clear strategy already forming in his mind. Chapter 49, Capturing Bei Mulai alive while riding in the hovercar. Feng Mo had just opened his smart terminal when a message from Chu Yunjian popped up. Feng Mo looked at it and couldn't help but sneer. Bei Mulai had some nerve. The guy was currently causing a scene at Yunjian spaceport, mere hours after his brazen assault on FM001 resource planet. It seemed he really didn't fear Feng Mo's retaliation. Engage the warp drive. Destination, Yunjian Spaceport. Yes, Commander, responded. Storm Fleet entered synchronized warp travel, arriving at Yunjian Spaceport in less than 2 hours. As Feng Mo, and Feng Danyi disembarked, a spaceport receptionist was already waiting for them. Upon seeing Feng Mo, the receptionist stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Welcome, Viscount Feng Mo, to Yunjian Spaceport. The lady instructed me to guide you from here." "Thank you," Feng Mo acknowledged, following the receptionist. They took a magnetic levitation train to a lavish 5-story building. Hidden Fragrance Pavilion, nice name, Feng Mo remarked as he read the sign. "You're too kind, my lord. I'll leave you here." Bei Mulai is currently enjoying himself in Heaven Suite 1 on the 4th floor, guarded by 2 level 3 gene-enhanced warriors, the receptionist informed them. Feng Mo nodded and led and Feng Danyi up to the 4th floor. The building resembled an ancient brothel, with a central stage on the 1st floor where dancers performed. Heaven Suite 1, the largest room, was located at the far end of the 4th floor. 2 middle-aged men clad in military gear blocked their path. These were the seasoned ex-soldiers assigned to protect Bei Mulai. And Feng Danyi, also level 3 gene-enhanced warriors, were ready to deal with them. Feng Mo took advantage of the distraction and kicked open the suite door. Instantly, a Tier 3 black obsidian combat mech enveloped his body, making him look like a menacing dark warrior. He entered a lavish hall, from which the sounds of laughter and flirtation emanated. Feng Mo cursed under his breath, "This bastard really knows how to live it up." Making his way around the hall, Feng Mo found Bei Mulai, who was engaged in unspeakable acts on a massive bed. With a wry grin, Feng Mo's memory metal morphed into a war blade, which he used to tap Bei Mulai's back. "Stop messing around," Bei Mulai complained, brushing off the tap and continuing his antics. Feng Mo tapped harder. Bei Mulai froze, turning around to see a towering black armored figure. His face turned pale, and he collapsed on the bed. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" The women on the bed screamed and quickly covered their mouths, terrified. Feng Mo gave them an approving nod, then brought down his war blade, severing Bei Mulai's manhood in one swift motion. Blood splattered across the bed, and Bei Mulai convulsed, drenched in sweat, his enhanced physique barely keeping him conscious through the pain. Well, Bei second young master," Feng Mo mocked. "What happened? Did it hurt?" With a sneer, Feng Mo sprayed a hemostatic agent onto Bei Mulai's wound, staunching the bleeding. He grabbed him by the neck and hoisted him up. When Feng Mo stepped out of the room, he saw that and Feng Danyi had already subdued Bei Mulai's bodyguards, who lay limp on the ground. Seeing the guard struggling to get up, Feng Mo drew his laser gun and fired 2 shots, finishing them off. Killing didn't faze Feng Mo. It was simply the price of serving a master like Bei Mulai. The 3 of them, with Bei Mulai in tow, left Hidden Fragrance Pavilion and returned to the spaceport by the same magnetic levitation train. Once back on the command deck, Feng Mo addressed his lieutenant, "Ulka, order Tier 3 Mantis to head to Dock 3 and destroy Bei Mulai's escort fleet. Once that's done, regroup and prepare to head to Windmill Star System." The Snow Eagle Empire, a peripheral nation of the Starsea Human Federation, was the weakest among the Federation's 17 great empires. It only had 3 star systems, Auckland, Snow Eagle, and Windmill. The Bei family's headquarters was on Windmill, a level 3 life-sustaining planet entirely under their control, with nearly 20 billion citizens paying taxes to them. While Feng Mo journeyed to Windmill, Gu Jun and Xu Yunjian were also hard at work. The Federation issued a formal directive, ordering the Bei family's fleet to assist with a classified military operation. Meanwhile, Gu Jun announced that the Yunshan fleet was heading to Chaos Star Sea for a top-secret mission, stationing the fleet in Windmill Star System and placing the local Stargate under military control. Gu Jun sat calmly in his captain's chair as a video call connected with an elderly man dressed in a noble's robe, who politely inquired, "General Gu, are you sure this mission is legitimate?" It was no wonder the Duke was skeptical, who seals off an entire star system for a mission. Gu Jun's voice remained steady, "This is a classified Federation mission. Apologies for the inconvenience, but I've filed all necessary paperwork with the Snow Eagle Parliament. You'll receive confirmation soon." The Duke scowled internally, fully aware that this was a show of force for Feng Mo, the genius starship designer. He had only asked to test the waters and see if there was room for negotiation. Seeing Gu Jun's resolve, he realized there wasn't. He had no choice but to maintain his dignity. "General, the Yunshan fleet's mission is understandable, but let's not push the Bei family too hard. Remember, their patriarch is a marquis," the Duke warned. The Bei family knew they were in the wrong. Bei Mulai had unprovokedly attacked Feng Mo's planet. But what were a few defensive installations and civilian lives compared to the prestige of a noble house? A sincere apology and some compensation should suffice, yet Gu Jun was unmoved. Old Duke, any interference with this mission will be considered an act of war against the Federation, Gu Jun declared, his tone ice cold. There was no room for negotiation. When Feng Mo arrived at Yanshan star system via the Stargate, Yanshan fleet was already waiting. Yes, I understand, Uncle Gu, Feng Mo said, ending the call with a relieved sigh. Uncle Gu had just given him a stern lecture, reminding him to stay safe and to run if he couldn't win. Gu Jun may have appeared youthful, but he was in his 60s, a seasoned veteran disguised as a young man. Chapter 50, Firepower Overload. When Storm Fleet arrived at the Bei family's main planet, over 500 warships were already assembled there. Most of them were Tier 2 class starships, with only around 20% being Tier 3 class. This was because the Bei family had little time to prepare. When Yanshan fleet locked down the Stargate, the Bei family had only just received the news, and their main fleet was away on missions in other empires. The merchant convoys' escort fleets were also away from Windmill star system and couldn't return in time. The Bei family had to hastily gather all available starships from themselves and their allied families to defend their main planet. Bei Mushan, the eldest son of the Bei family, sat in the captain's chair, fully aware of the circumstances. He knew that his younger brother, Bei Mulai, was in the wrong, having been spoiled and left unchecked, growing up wild and undisciplined. Still, Bei Mushan didn't believe the situation would become too serious. The Bei family's intelligence network had already provided detailed information on Storm Fleet. If the enemy wanted a fight, so be it. Bei Mushan was confident that 500 warships could overpower 57, a significant numerical advantage. He planned to fight, force the enemy to surrender, and then gracefully yield, giving General Gu some face and compensating Feng Mo with some star coins. That would be the end of it. Given the massive defensive advantage of the Bei family's fleet, along with the Tier 3 planetary defense systems, their odds of victory were high. Yet, Bei Mushan's pride drove him to adopt an offensive strategy, aiming to keep the enemy at bay. Rumor had it that Feng Mo was a genius in starship design and fleet command, and Bei Mushan wanted to see if those claims were true. Now, he had his chance. The enemy's formation was strikingly similar to IR's previous triple-layered defense, a circular formation, with frigates forming the outer layer, destroyers and battleships making up the second line, and 5 Tier 3 class carriers at the center. Seeing this iron turtle formation, Feng Mo chuckled. In most starship battles, such a defensive strategy was the safest and most reliable, minimizing losses. But this time, they were facing Storm Fleet, equipped with 2 Tier 3 class Puncher-class missile ships. Perfect, Feng Mo thought. This would be the ideal test for the firepower of his newly built missile ships. IR quickly issued her orders: Tier 2 Black Bear-class ships, defensive mode, prepare to intercept incoming attacks. Tier 3 Sea Lion-class, deploy drones. 2 Tier 3 Puncher-class ships, open all 500 missile launch silos. Prepare for the first volley, 1,000 star missiles. Feng Mo and IR had no intention of talking things out with the Bei family, and they even ignored incoming communication requests. This was a show of force, and they wouldn't be distracted from their goal. Fire! IR commanded. The missile silos on the 2 Tier 3 Puncher-class ships opened, and 1,000 star missiles roared forth, leaving blazing trails behind them as they streaked toward the enemy formation. With the Bei family's fleet arranged in an iron turtle defense, Feng Mo intended to crack open that tough exterior with sheer firepower. In space, air resistance is negligible, allowing star missiles to fly at incredible speeds. Their unpredictable trajectories made them hard to intercept. Bei Mushan's eyes widened in shock when he saw the 2 Tier 3 missile ships in Storm Fleet. His family's Tier 4 fleet only had one such ship due to the enormous cost, and yet Feng Mo had 2 in a mere Tier 3 fleet. How could they fight against that? In the face of missile saturation, even the sturdiest formations would falter. All ships, deploy close-in weapon systems and secondary batteries for interception. Missiles are easier to intercept than lasers, Bei Mushan ordered, making the best tactical decision he could under the circumstances. 500 starships activated their defenses, creating a web of laser fire that intercepted the incoming missiles. Explosions lit up the dark expanse of space, but they couldn't stop all the missiles. Even with the defensive net, only about half of the 1,000 missiles were intercepted. The remaining 400 missiles hit the enemy fleet's left wing, causing Bei Mushan's eyes to flash with fear. Explosions lit up the darkness, engulfing starships in flames. The enemy's left flank was devastated, with many starships losing power and communication. Don't count the casualties. All operational ships, focus fire on those 2 missile ships. Now! Bei Mushan yelled. The best way to deal with missile ships was to attack them before they could reload. By striking hard and fast, he hoped to cause a chain reaction of explosions. However, had anticipated this. She admired Baymushin's quick thinking but knew he was too hesitant to make truly ruthless decisions. Instead of intercepting the missiles with secondary guns, would have activated star shields and charged forward, sacrificing all Tier 2 class ships if necessary to take down the enemy missile ships. But Baymushin hesitated, and that cost him. A second volley of 1,000 missiles streaked out, colliding with the Bay family's return fire. Space lit up with overlapping explosions. had used the second volley to intercept incoming fire, while any remaining attacks barely scratched Stormfleet's defenses. 400 more missiles struck the enemy formation, wreaking havoc. Then came the third volley, followed by a fourth and a fifth. Feng Mo had committed nearly his entire arsenal, spending over 2 billion Yunshan coins worth of missiles to make his point. The result was devastating. The enemy formation crumbled, with ships either destroyed, disabled, or fleeing. The overwhelming firepower had shattered the Bay family fleet. Chapter 51, Bombardment of the Bay family's starport. The battle had ended in a one-sided massacre. All Tier 2 Black Bear-class ships moved in, sweeping the battlefield clean. Baymushin, who had barely escaped the carnage, stood aboard his flagship, his face ashen with fear as he watched Stormfleet finishing off the remnants of his forces. Standard Tier 3 missile ships typically had 200 to 300 missile silos, but these two Tier 3 missile ships were modified to carry 500 silos each. It was terrifying to witness. "Commander, the battle damage report is ready," the adjutant nervously reported, dreading that Baymushin might take his frustration out on him. It was common practice for high-ranking individuals to use subordinates as scapegoats. "Report." Baymushin snapped. 5 waves of star missiles, our interception rate was 43%. Nearly 400 Tier 2 ships were destroyed, with only 37 managing to escape unharmed. We lost 54 Tier 3 ships. Our fleet is completely defeated. The adjutant quickly summarized the damage and stepped back, keeping his head bowed to avoid provoking Baymushin. Baymushin knew they were no longer capable of fighting. Forcing a confrontation would only lead to total annihilation, and Stormfleet still had a mysterious Tier 3 carrier that hadn't even joined the battle. If 2 missile ships were this devastating, who knew what the carrier could do? Aboard Storm's command deck, Feng Mo sat in the captain's chair and turned to his secretary, Uka. "Establish communication with the enemy flagship." "Yes, sir." Uka carried out the order, and half a minute later, Baymushin appeared on the video screen. His face was still pale with rage, and Feng Mo couldn't help but find it amusing. "I have 3 demands. If the Bay family agrees, Stormfleet will withdraw," Feng Mo declared. "First, a compensation payment of 30 million star coins. Second, 5 dark energy crystals. Third, a Federation treaty stipulating that the Bay family will never set foot in Stormstar system again." Baymushin's expression darkened even more as he flatly refused. "That's impossible. The Bay family can agree to stay away from Stormstar system, but we only have 3 dark energy crystals, and we'll add 10 million more star coins." Feng Mo shook his head slowly. "I'm not negotiating. Let me show you some fireworks, and then you can decide." With that, he ended the call and ordered, "Uka, prepare the Tier 3 Puncher-class ships. Fire 1,000 star missiles at Bay family starport." At the Bay family starport, news had spread that Baymushin was negotiating with Feng Mo, so the planetary defense systems remained inactive. The sudden barrage of 1,000 missiles left them scrambling. The first wave of interception had only a 32% success rate, and the panic-stricken ships docked in the starport scrambled to escape. But their frantic attempts to flee only created chaos. The starport was filled with expensive industrial and supply ships, which were even more costly to build than destroyers. The scene descended into utter pandemonium. People, desperate to save themselves, made the situation worse. Boom. 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 The star missiles struck, igniting the entire starport. Explosions and screams filled the air, and secondary explosions from the ships amplified the devastation. The fire spread quickly, engulfing the entire starport. On the planet below, civilians could only watch in horror as the massive starport exploded in flames. When Feng Mo re-established the video link with Baymushin, he was met with a face contorted in rage, eyes red with fury. Feng Mo merely smiled. 3 demands. "Will the Bay family comply?" he asked lightly. Baymushin, his voice shaking with barely contained anger, demanded, "Do you realize how many innocent lives you've taken by attacking the starport? This is monstrous." Feng Mo scoffed. "Oh? And when your brother bombarded FM001, killing tens of thousands of innocent people, was that not monstrous? Now you want to preach morality to me? Hypocrisy much? When it was your family's actions in question, where were your righteous words?" All crows are black, Baymushin. His words cut deep, leaving Baymushin momentarily speechless. I'm not here to waste time. You have two choices, meet my demands, or I continue. 10 seconds to decide. Fine. The Bay family agrees. Baymushin spat out. 30 million star coins will be transferred immediately. The 5 dark energy crystals will take 3 days to gather and will be handed over to Yunjian Commerce. On my honor as a Bay, the Bay family will never set foot in Storm Star system again. They finalized a federation treaty, ensuring the Bay family couldn't go back on their word. The compensation demanded was substantial, representing a third of the Bay family's wealth. The dark energy crystals were particularly valuable, and Feng Mo planned to use them for constructing his future Tier 4 flagship. Once the treaty was signed, Baymushin asked, "Now, will you return my brother?" This act of brotherly concern touched on a sensitive nerve, but Baymushin's emotions were misplaced. "Your brother?" Baymulai. Feng Mo replied. "Sorry, but he won't be coming back." "What do you mean? The Bay family has met your demands, yet you refuse to return my brother?" Baymushin roared. "It's not that I refuse. It's just that Baymulai is, well, floating somewhere out there in space. Even if I wanted to return him, I couldn't." Feng Mo made a casual shrugging gesture. "You killed him. The Bay family will never forgive you." Baymushin shouted, his voice cracking with rage. Feng Mo responded coolly, "That's fine. We're already enemies. But heed this warning, if you don't want your entire family annihilated, don't cross me again." With that, Feng Mo ended the call. Initially, he had considered wiping out the Bay family completely, but that would have been too brazen an affront to Snow Eagle Empire. A lone star lord like him couldn't take on an entire empire. He needed time to grow stronger. "Uka, inform to set course for home. We're heading back to Storm Star System." Feng Mo then called General Gu via video link. As soon as the connection was established, Gu's laughter boomed through. "Zhao Mo, all settled?" "Yes, it's all taken care of. Thank you, Uncle Gu, and thank the fleet too. I'll transfer 1 million star coins as a gesture of appreciation. Consider it a feast to celebrate our victory." "You don't have to be so polite," Gu chided, though his smile widened. "Helping you is my duty, but I appreciate the gesture. If you ever need anything, just call. As long as you don't bring this guy down, Uncle Gu will have your back." Gu's laughter grew heartier. A well-mannered and considerate younger relative was always a pleasure to have around. The unofficial nature of the mission was understood by all, and while his soldiers wouldn't complain, a token of appreciation never hurt. The star coins would make sure the crew felt their efforts were valued. Chapter 52, Invitation from the Elves. Storm Main Star, Military Office. Feng Mo sat early in his chair, listening to Luca's report. "Commander, FM001 resource planet has been fully repaired, and all compensation for the casualties has been distributed to the workers without any instances of corruption. Additionally, the Storm Fleet has fully replenished its ammunition, and all starships have been serviced and repaired. The Elven Queen's treasured life tree fruit has ripened, and she wishes to host a banquet 7 days from now. She has invited you and the Bissy clan chief to discuss the situation in the Storm Star system." Today marked the 6th day since Feng Mo's return to Storm Main Star. News of him obliterating the Bay family fleet and bombarding their starport had spread far and wide, so for days, not a single starship dared to intrude on Feng Mo's territory. This was the benefit of establishing a fearsome reputation. In contrast, the Elves and Bissy clan were having a rough time. Numerous fleets had poured into the Storm Star system. While they didn't dare provoke Feng Mo, they had no reservations about troubling the Elves and Bissy clan. Now, the Elven Queen was taking advantage of the life tree fruit's maturity to hold a banquet, using it as an opportunity to discuss the Storm Star system's issues with Feng Mo. Understanding the situation, Luca cautiously suggested, "Lord, perhaps I should decline on your behalf?" "No need. Inform the Elven Queen that Feng Mo will be there as planned," Feng Mo replied with a wave of his hand. If peace could be achieved without conflict, Feng Mo was open to that. This banquet would serve as a test to gauge the attitudes of the Elves and Bissy clan regarding his control of the system. He hoped they would be sensible enough not to force his hand, as he wouldn't be so gentle if pushed. He had no choice. The Ember system had assigned him a mission. After defeating the Blazing Bandit group, the next task had appeared the following day. Mission: unite the Storm Star system and ascend to the rank of Earl. Reward: 1,500 points, Tier 3 Kailu class interstellar supply ship. An interstellar supply ship was crucial for a complete fleet, ensuring long-distance travel and sustained warfare. With this ship, Feng Mo was confident he could expand his territory significantly. Moreover, the reward points were increasing. A Tier 4 starship blueprint required only 2,500 points. Feng Mo currently had 2,200 points, So completing this mission would allow him to consider building a Tier 4 starship. Not to mention, he had long heard of the life tree fruit's benefits. It could enhance physical strength and optimize genetic structure, which was incredibly useful for gene warriors below level 3. Meanwhile, on the Bay family's main star, 6 days had passed since the bombardment. The atmosphere was heavy in the conference room. At the head of the table sat Bai Yanbing, the current head of the Bay family, a marquis of the Snow Eagle Empire, and the commander of the family's Tier 4 fleet. His hawk-like gaze swept over his despondent relatives, fury burning in his heart, though he maintained a calm demeanor. Is losing a few hundred ships to a brat really enough to crush your spirits? Our ancestors fought fiercely in the universe to build the Bai family's glory. Have you all forgotten their courageous spirit? Bai Yanbing's words struck like a hammer, shaming the gathered family members. He placed a hand on his eldest son Bai Mushin's shoulder, adding, losing a few hundred ships is nothing, Mushin. I'll give you another Tier 3 fleet. Then, scanning the room, he continued, and so what if I've lost a son? I still have Mushin, and I know he won't let us down. But we can't let the Bai family's losses go unpunished. Understood? Bai Mushin lifted his head, his eyes red with remorse. It's my fault. I shouldn't have agreed to Feng Mo's last demand. Now our fleet can't enter the Storm Star system. How will we get our revenge? A middle-aged man sitting to Bai Yanbing's right coughed lightly. Who says we have to enter the Storm Star system to exact revenge? Feng Mo is a viscount of the Yunshan Empire. It would be hard to target his territory in the Xianyun star system. So, we either send our agents into the Storm Star system or lure him out. But drawing him out and ambushing him needs careful planning. It's only been 6 days since he bombarded the starport. Acting now would draw scrutiny from the Federation, tipping him off and wasting our efforts. I've heard the Storm Star system is chaotic right now. We could send agents to stir the pot, and if that fails, we can use the same trick to lure Feng Mo out. The Federation can dispatch Bai family fleets for missions, and with the backing of the Kiao family of Danqi, we could have Feng Mo assigned to a Federation task as well. The suggestion gained approval from the family members, and Bai Yanbing nodded with a smile. I've already contacted 2 Tier 3 adventurer fleets, and with the Bai family's hidden Tier 3 fleet, we'll support them with a Tier 4 class destroyer. 1 Tier 4 ship and 3 Tier 3 fleets should be enough to take the Storm Star system. Once we control it, we'll rename it, and it won't count as breaking our agreement. Plus, that Tier 4 resource planet will rightfully belong to the Bai family. Bai Mushin realized his thinking had been too narrow. While he had only wanted revenge, his father had planned to seize the entire Storm Star system. After the meeting, Bai Yanbing's pent-up fury erupted. He slammed the table so hard it shattered, the shockwave sending Bai Mushin's clothes billowing. Damn Feng Mo. I won't rest until I've avenged my son. This blood feud cannot be ignored. Bai Yanbing's rage made Bai Mushin understand, his father's calm facade had been for show. Beneath it, he was a grieving and angry parent. 7 days passed quickly. Feng Mo traveled to the Elven main star discreetly, bringing only Storm Enka and Lacey as company. Given the chaos he caused in the system, he needed to stay low profile. After the starport bombardment, no one dared challenge him directly. The Elven main star was the most fertile life planet in the Storm Star system, comparable to the Xianyun main star. The entire planet was covered in flora, with a colossal tree towering over the central Elven court, its canopy casting a vast shadow. 3 billion elves lived here, with no outsiders. The population size kept the elves from becoming a major starfaring race. Furthermore, their exceptional beauty made them targets for many hostile species. Elves, dwarves, and succubi were all known as nomadic races of the universe, often persecuted. Chapter 53, The Elven Palace. Feng Mo had heard a chilling rumor, though he wasn't sure of its truth. It was said that races like the elves and succubi were raised like livestock by humans or other powerful interstellar species. Every so often, these beings would be harvested and sold into slavery markets. As long as the seed wasn't eradicated, they could regenerate on a life-rich planet and be ready for harvest again in a century. Feng Mo didn't know if this was true, but he suspected it was likely. Sometimes, he even wondered if humanity itself was being farmed by a higher form of life. Shaking his head, Feng Mo dismissed these bizarre thoughts. There was a tougher situation ahead, dealing with the fiery-tempered Bisi clan. The storm docked at the first spaceport of the Elven main star. A beam of light descended, and Feng Mo stepped out with Ilka and Lacey. The sisters had become increasingly beautiful, their figures more voluptuous compared to when they were malnourished. With 3 succubi beauties often at his side, it would be a lie to say Feng Mo wasn't tempted. He just hadn't found the right opportunity yet. After all, what was his would come to him eventually, no need to rush and risk messing up. The welcoming party at the starport was no small affair. Leading the group was a graceful and elegant woman adorned with a crown, exuding an aura of nobility. Her presence was enchanting, capable of making any crowd of middle-aged men fawn over her. Feng Mo wasn't immune to her charm, but he hid his desires well. It was normal to appreciate beauty, but the true test was in one's self-control. And Feng Mo excelled at this. Wearing his noble viscount attire of the Yunshan Empire, with the imperial emblem on his chest and the family jade token at his waist, he looked every bit the refined gentleman. His demeanor matched the elegance of the Elven Queen. The Elven Queen noticed Feng Mo's calm and collected approach, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. She was used to men falling for her at first sight, unless they were eunuchs. Over the years, the reactions of her admirers had only boosted her confidence. Yet here was Feng Mo, composed and unflustered, earning a modicum of her respect. Taking a step forward, she gracefully extended both hands and gently clasped Feng Mo's right hand, saying warmly, "Welcome to the Elven Main Star, Viscount Feng Mo. Our life tree's fruit has just ripened, and we are honored to invite you to taste it." Her melodious voice lingered in the air, pleasing to the ear. Feng Mo nodded and withdrew his hand after a brief touch, a gesture that added to his gentlemanly image. His restraint showed he wasn't a lecherous noble, putting the Elven Queen at ease. The Queen flashed a breathtaking smile that outshone the flowers around them. "Please, follow me to the banquet," she said sweetly, using I instead of the royal we, signaling that she placed herself beneath Feng Mo in status. Feng Mo noticed this subtle detail, gaining confidence that the banquet would go well. Huikin had done her diplomatic work well, leaving a good impression. He made a mental note to reward her with an extra treat when he returned. Walking along a flower-adorned path, they arrived at a train covered in blooms that took them to the grand palace of the elves. Feng Mo disembarked, taking a quick glance at the colossal life tree behind the palace, before stepping inside. In his mind, a voice kept whispering, "Mine, mine, all mine." The life tree was a natural treasure of the universe. Countless planets existed in the cosmos, and life-bearing ones sometimes produced unique species and mystical artifacts. These treasures often had miraculous properties, from enhancing life expectancy to fortifying genetic makeup or bestowing powerful abilities. It was no wonder adventurers sought such treasures in droves. Even though gene warriors could extend their lives, they weren't immortal. Death could still come suddenly, and such treasures offered protection, longevity, or power. No one, no matter how long they lived, wished for anything less than immortality. If Feng Mo could control the life tree, he could cultivate a powerful force, strengthening his crew and advancing to a level 3 gene warrior himself. The elves, however, loved nature deeply, and their settlements were peaceful, unlike the bustling human colonies or cold steel cities. The palace was constructed entirely from living trees, blending seamlessly with nature. Feng Mo hadn't seen anything quite like it in a long time. As a viscount, he was treated with the highest respect. With his eyes closed momentarily, he breathed in the floral scents, feeling refreshed and calm. Upon entering the palace, 2 rows of young, beautiful elf women stood waiting. They bowed slightly, their soft voices greeting him. "Greetings, Viscount Feng Mo." Feng Mo smiled and nodded. The elven race certainly had beauty on their side. Both the men and women were stunning, with flawless features. It was no wonder elven slaves were so sought after in the empire. And those chosen by the queen to greet him were the best of the best, tall and graceful, with legs that appeared tantalizingly under their robes and curves that caught the eye. The queen led Feng Mo into the main hall, which was bright and filled with lush greenery. She guided him to the first seat on the left. Feng Mo took a seat and frowned slightly when he noticed the empty spot across from him. By all rights, the busy king should have arrived already. The Elven Queen was personally hosting him, which was an honor, yet the busy king was late. Feng Mo had arrived precisely on time, down to the second, and yet the busy king hadn't shown up. Something was off. Feng Mo calmed himself, realizing that today's negotiations might be more difficult than expected. The Elven Queen noticed his furrowed brow and seemed to understand his frustration. A trace of pity and a hint of schadenfreude appeared on her face. The elves and the Bissy clan had never been close allies, they had only banded together out of necessity. If the Bissy clan suffered, it was no loss to the elves. In fact, she was secretly pleased. The Bissy king's lecherous behavior had always disgusted her, and if he angered Feng Mo, he would get what he deserved. "Please be patient, Viscount. The Bissy main star is quite far from here." "I'm sure the Bissy king is hurrying as we speak," the queen said, subtly taking a jab at the Bissy clan. Feng Mo understood immediately. He knew the distance between the Bissy main star and the Elven main star wasn't that far. The queen's explanation was just an excuse. Had the Elven queen misled the Bissy king about the time? No, she wouldn't be that foolish. She was far too wise for such a clumsy move. The only explanation was that the Bissy king didn't take Feng Mo seriously. But why? Was he confident because he had newfound support? Chapter 54, A sudden attack while Feng Mo was deep in thought, a hearty laugh echoed from outside the palace. "Little sister, I've missed you so much. I'm here to see you." Hearing this, the Elven Queen frowned slightly, her delicate expression filled with a hint of annoyance, her eyes taking on a sharp glint as she looked toward the palace entrance. A figure walked in through the entrance, and Feng Mo focused his gaze. This person was wearing a dark green combat suit, with deep blue skin exposed, bald, and with features that were missing a nose. Instead, there were 3 small slits on each side of his cheeks. The entire figure stood over 2 meters tall, built like a bear. As the busy king walked in, his eyes swept over his surroundings with a commanding presence, as if inspecting his territory. He exuded an air of arrogance and superiority. This was the epitome of being haughty and domineering. Seeing the busy king's arrogance, Feng Mo narrowed his eyes, a trace of killing intent flashing through them as he contemplated whether to strike him down then and there. Although the Elven Queen and the busy king were both 3rd-level genetic warriors, Feng Mo had his Tier 3 black obsidian battle armor, giving him a 70% chance of taking them both down. But after a brief moment of contemplation, Feng Mo withdrew his killing intent, sitting calmly as if nothing had happened. The burst of killing intent from Feng Mo had come and gone in an instant, but both of the tribal leaders present, seasoned from countless battles, could not miss it. The busy king's grotesque face twisted into a strange grin as he looked at Feng Mo and spoke. "You must be Viscount Feng Mo. Apologies for being late. My busy tribe is poor, our starships are nowhere near as advanced as your fleet, so naturally, it took us longer to get here." "Right, Viscount." He let out a low chuckle, his face contorting even more grotesquely. Feng Mo remained motionless, merely observing the busy king in silence. The scene grew tense. After 3 long minutes, the grin on the busy king's face had vanished, replaced by a fierce and menacing aura. At this moment, Feng Mo smiled slightly and spoke, "Since I bombarded the Xueying Bei family, you're the first one bold enough to provoke me like this. So, tell me, who's backing you? The Bei family of Snowhawk? The Tan Kikiao family? Or perhaps the Yun Shanjiang family? Or all 3 combined? I'll give you 1 chance. Crawl over here and kowtow until I'm satisfied, and maybe I'll let you live. If not, you die." As soon as Feng Mo finished speaking, an intense killing intent burst from him. Behind him, Bilka and Lakesey's sisters placed their hands on their weapons, ready to strike at any moment. The atmosphere became deadly. It was 3 against 1. Even though the busy king was a 3rd-level genetic warrior and held a clear advantage over the 2 2nd-level warriors, Feng Mo's status and the power behind him made him hesitant. Killing a noble of the Federation's empire would provoke unimaginable consequences. Especially someone like Feng Mo, with powerful backers. The Federation might allow wars between different species, but killing a noble would invite the wrath of the entire Federation. Feng Mo could be insulted and scorned, but not killed. However, remembering the assurances from his own supporters, the busy king felt emboldened and retorted, "Just a mere 2nd-level genetic warrior, don't think too highly of yourself just because I call you Viscount." Before he could finish, Feng Mo sprang toward him like an arrow. As he advanced, the Tier 3 black obsidian battle armor enveloped him, and he gripped 2 blades, slashing down. The busy king was momentarily startled by the sudden attack, but when he saw the black armor appear on Feng Mo, his expression twisted with fear. Yet his body reacted quickly. The massive busy king deftly rolled to his right, barely avoiding Feng Mo's blades, and retreated a full 10 meters. Boom! Feng Mo's dual blade struck the ground, splintering wood and making a deafening crash. The force was absorbed by the armor, giving Feng Mo a clear advantage. Normally, a 3rd-level genetic warrior would struggle to evade such an attack, but the busy king, nearly at the 4th level, managed to escape. Seeing this, Feng Mo knew he couldn't rely on melee weapons. "Today, your insolent mouth seals your fate. I don't care who's backing you, and I don't want to know." As he spoke, panels on Feng Mo's shoulders opened, revealing an array of micro-missiles. This sight made the busy king's scalp tingle with fear. The observing Elven Queen, no longer caring about her composure, shouted, "Quick! Everyone evacuate the palace." She herself hid in a corner, glancing at Feng Mo in his armor with a mix of awe and fascination. Feng Mo launched 50 micro-missiles from his left shoulder, each trailing fire as they homed in on the busy king. The busy king panicked. The sight of the battle armor had already sapped his fighting spirit. Battle armor like this was rare in the Stormstar system, made from memory metal found only in Federation military stores. The busy king had once seen his predecessor slaughtered by a human in such armor, which was why he had become the new king. The raw materials for Feng Mo's battle armor alone were worth 400,000 star credits. Factoring in market rates, it would be 3 times that, enough to buy a Tier 4 class interstellar destroyer. Desperate, the busy king ran, trying to dodge the incoming missiles, weaving around the spacious palace, and even ripping doors off to use as shields. Boom! Boom. Boom. The palace echoed with explosions until every last missile detonated. The busy king, battered and bleeding, finally dropped to his knees and pleaded, "Viscount. Spare me. I have valuable information." "Oh? What information?" Feng Mo asked coldly. "The Xueying Bei family has organized 3 fleets, including a Tier 4 class starship, to conquer the entire Storm Star system and claim the P459 resource planet." This was indeed critical information. Feng Mo pressed on, "Do you know where these fleets are hidden?" The busy king's eyes darted nervously. Feng Mo understood and flexed his fingers. 5 violet beams shot out, piercing the busy king's head and chest. The busy king's eyes widened in shock, but he was dead before he could even react. Chapter 55, The Submission of the Elves. The last weapon Feng Mo used was one he had developed by integrating dark energy crystals, called the finger cannon. Its destructive power was far greater than that of micromissiles, especially in terms of penetration. Feng Mo had once tested it, and the finger cannon could easily pierce through the armor of the Stormbringer. It was only after that test that Feng Mo understood why Tier 5 class starships were the ultimate weapons of the Federation and the Empire. It was because of armor made from dark matter and spears forged from dark energy. Feng Mo didn't wait for the busy king to reveal the fleet's location because he knew the busy king had no idea where it was. With the busy king dead, the entire busy tribe would plunge into chaos, with many strong warriors fighting fiercely for the throne. Through the busy king's actions, Feng Mo had thoroughly analyzed the tribe's temperament. The busy people were hot-tempered, with a little cunning but not much. They were greedy, easily lured by profit, short-sighted, and reckless. Their survival until now was solely thanks to their brute strength. "Viscount, you showed your might and slew the busy king. I must congratulate you. Unifying the Storm Star system is now within reach," the Elf Queen said, her words dripping with hidden meanings. Understanding her implication, Feng Mo deactivated his combat armor and replied with a smile, "Whether I can unify the Storm Star system depends on the Elven tribe's support. Has Her Majesty made her decision? This humble servant is willing to lead the entire Elven tribe in allegiance to the Viscount. From this day forth, we pledge to follow your every command. I, too, am willing to offer myself to you, if you so wish," the Elf Queen said, her intentions crystal clear. Feng Mo understood her offer perfectly. However, there were more pressing matters at hand, and it was not the time for romance. Let it be known that today's events will be reported as the busy king disrupting the banquet and being slain by the elves. Rest assured, your tribe will not be dragged into the war. Leave everything to the Stormbringer fleet, Feng Mo reassured her. Once I have unified the Stormstar system, the planets under the Elven tribe will nominally fall under the jurisdiction of Stormstar Prime, and you will pay 50% of your annual taxes to Stormstar Prime. Additionally, when the life tree bears fruit, half of it will be offered to Stormstar Prime. Agreed? Rest assured, Viscount. The Elven tribe will pay our taxes punctually and never betray your trust, the Elf Queen promised. Feng Mo's conditions were not overly harsh, and the Elf Queen found them acceptable. After all, the affections of an older, love-stricken heart were powerful. Of course, there will be rewards for your loyalty. I will have Elisa personally craft a Tier 3 fleet for the Elven tribe. This will include battleships, carrier starships, and 4 destroyers. You'll need to supply the freighters, industrial ships, escorts, and supply ships yourselves, Feng Mo added. This promise thrilled the Elf Queen. The Stormbringer fleet's reputation had spread throughout the Tier 3 fleets in the Chaos Starsea. With the Stormbringer's 2,600mm main cannon, Tier 3 Blade Mantis proton torpedoes, Tier 2 Black Bears rivaling Tier 3 escort ships, and now 2 interstellar missile ships and a mysterious interstellar carrier, their power was unmatched. Most of the Elven fleet's starships were old models that had served in the federal military for over a century, obtained through trade with the Chen family. The elves had paid a heavy price, giving up at least 60% of their resources annually to purchase these outdated ships. With Feng Mo as a patron, they would no longer need to buy overpriced decommissioned ships from the Chen family. The Elf Queen understood the dangers of greed and readily agreed to all of Feng Mo's terms. She wasn't upset that the promised fleet didn't include interstellar missile ships. She knew it was reasonable for Feng Mo to hold back such weapons. Please rest assured, Viscount. The Elven tribe pledges unwavering loyalty to you and will always stand by your side, no matter what happens in the future. Good. I will take my leave for now. Send the busy king's body back to Busy Prime. Oh, and I missed out on tasting the life fruit today. Once I've unified the Stormstar system, I'll come back to enjoy it, Feng Mo said, before leaving with Ilika and Lacey sisters. The Elf Queen watched them depart with deep affection as they boarded the maglev train bound for the Elven starport. Using photon beam technology, they returned to the Stormbringer's bridge. Seated in the captain's chair, Feng Mo ordered, "Lika, Inform IR that the Stormbringer fleet and all subordinate planets are to enter full combat readiness. Tell Elisa to start constructing the Elven fleet. Yes, sir. At the U3 system Stargate, a Tier 3 fleet escorted a Tier 3 interstellar cargo ship through the gate. The fleet's hull bore 3 emblems: the Starsea Human Federation, the Xuing Empire, and the Chen family. Inside the flagship's bridge, Chen Qian sat tensely in the captain's chair, next to a petite girl barely 1.6 meters tall, whose flat figure rivaled that of Elisa. Miss, although Viscount Fengmo's backing is strong, our Chen family isn't weak either. Isn't it overkill to bring an entire Tier 3 interstellar cargo ship loaded with Tier 4 grade raw materials as a gift? Chen Qian asked nervously. Even if he saved our Chen family trade fleet once, this is too extravagant, isn't it? What do you know? Despite being a mere Viscount of the Yunshan Empire, Fengmo has powerful allies and a Tier 3 fleet capable of large-scale battles. He's a force to be reckoned with. Forming an alliance with him is worth the investment. What's a Tier 3 cargo ship full of Tier 4 materials compared to that? Merchants value profit, but they also value investment. Small streams lead to great rivers, that's the way of trade. Today's investment could yield 100-fold return in the future. Besides, even if Fengmo wanted me to warm his bed, I doubt the Chen family would refuse. Remember, once we arrive in the Stormstar system, you are the fleet commander, and I am your deputy. Understood? The cunning gleam in the petite girl's eyes left Chen Qian no choice but to nod in agreement. The fleet exited the U3 system and entered the Stormstar system without engaging in warp travel, maintaining a steady course. The Stormstar system was far from peaceful. Since the Bissi king was killed by the elves, the Bissi tribe had descended into chaos, with 3 factions vying for the throne, 2 strong and 1 weak. One faction advocated internal unity before external conflict, electing a new king to lead the tribe against the elves. Another faction wanted to decide the new king through war, with the 2 major factions competing to conquer the elves. Whoever triumphed would be the new king. The 2 main factions clashed over differing ideologies, and chaos ensued. In the end, both were mysteriously wiped out, leaving the weakest faction to unite the Bissi tribe and crown a new king. Barely 10 days into his reign, the new king declared war on the elves. Though weakened by internal strife, the Bissi fleet remained strong and repeatedly clashed with the elven starships. Chapter 56, The Visit from the Chen Family Stormstar Prime, inside the military office. Fengmo frowned slightly as he read through the report on his desk. It detailed the internal conflict of the Bissi tribe, but the outcome was not as he had expected. Fortunately, the Yunjian Trade Association's intelligence network managed to piece everything together. It turned out that the Bei family had persuaded 2 Tier 3 level adventurer fleets and another Tier 3 fleet equipped with a Tier 4 interstellar destroyer to intervene in the Bissi tribe's affairs. These 3 fleets had orchestrated the Bissi tribe's internal turmoil. Now, the new king of the Bissi tribe was nothing more than a puppet controlled by these fleets, and the entire territory of the Bissi tribe had fallen into their grasp. Things had become tricky. The Bei family was like an unrelenting ghost haunting him. It's just one dead son, can't they just have another? Fengmo shook his head, dismissing that heavy thought. It seemed that the decisive battle was approaching. Winning this would mean unifying the entire Stormstar system. As for the traps laid by the Xuing Bei family, he would deal with those later. Viscount, Commander Ir has arrived with representatives from the Xuing Chen family. Shall I let them in? The robotic voice of Little Y echoed in the office. Little Y, let them in, Fengmo replied. The office doors opened, and 3 women entered, led by the robot Little Y. Viscount, these are representatives from the Xuing Chen family, here to pay their respects, Ir introduced. All right, please sit. I remember Chen Qian, she's a commander of the Chen family fleet. And this is? Fengmo nodded, addressing Chen Qian first. Chen Qian was the fleet commander Fengmo had saved previously. The Chen family had promised him a favor, but due to his recent efforts to unify the Stormstar system, he hadn't had time to call in that favor. Now, they had came to him first. The other woman, who was less than 1.6 meters tall, looked like a child with a petite figure, round face, and no noticeable curves, her twin ponytails adding a playful touch. Before Chen Qian could speak, the petite girl introduced herself first. Greetings, Viscount Fengmo. I'm Chen Moling, Chen Qian's deputy. Fengmo's mouth twitched slightly. What kind of game was this? Although he didn't have photographic memory, he had a decent recollection of important documents. The Yunjian Trade Association had provided him with information on the Bei family and major factions of the Xuing Empire, which included Chen Moling. Chen Moling was the eldest daughter of the Chen family, known for her clever and resourceful nature in the trading world. Was she playing some sort of role-playing game? Fengmo decided not to expose her, merely nodding and then addressing Chen Qian. What brings the Chen family here? Is this to fulfill the favor you owe me? With this question, Feng Mo took control of the conversation. Whatever the Chen family's intentions were, they first had to settle that favor. Chen Qian couldn't make that decision herself, so she replied diplomatically, "The Chen family will do our utmost to fulfill the Viscount's request, but we are limited in resources. We hope for your understanding." Enough riddles. Get to the point, Feng Mo said impatiently. He was too busy to play games. Chen Qian composed herself and said, "I am here on behalf of the Chen family to propose a commercial alliance with you, Viscount. We have a Tier 3 class interstellar cargo ship docked at the starport, fully loaded with Tier 4 grade raw materials. These are our gifts to you. The Chen family wishes to demonstrate our sincerity in forming an alliance. Within the Xueying Empire, we rank among the top 3 in raw material trade. With the abundant Tier 2 resources in the Stormstar system, a partnership would be mutually beneficial." Feng Mo was intrigued. His starships required Tier 3 and above raw materials, and the Tier 2 resources produced in the Stormstar system were excessive. There were nearly 100 known and unknown Tier 2 resource planets, far more than he needed. Selling or trading them was the best option. He had considered working with the Yunjian Trade Association, but their headquarters were in the Huiyang Empire, making transportation costly and time-consuming. Partnering with a local raw material trader was urgent, and few in the Xueying Empire had the capacity, one of them being the Chen family. Feng Mo responded, 2 conditions. If the Chen family agrees, the favor you owe me will be written off, and I will agree to the alliance. First, the Tier 2 raw materials produced in the Stormstar system will be traded to the Chen family, not for credits, but in exchange for Tier 3 and Tier 4 materials. Second, the Chen family must help me acquire dark matter, dark energy crystals, and memory metal. I won't pay for these. Instead, I offer 1% of Fenian Starship Trading Company's shares. Is that enough? Feng Mo's terms were beyond what Chen Qian could decide, and even Chen Moling couldn't make this call. Dark matter and dark energy were rare, and memory metal was scarcely stocked by most traders. However, the offer of 1% shares in Fenian Starship Trading Company was a massive incentive. The company was backed by prominent families and a genius starship designer, making it a coveted opportunity in the Federation. Chen Moling stood up and said, "Apologies, Viscount Feng Mo. I am Chen Moling of the Chen family, and I lead these negotiations. Please forgive our earlier ruse. We will deliver 2 more cargo ships of Tier 4 materials soon. May I have permission to consult with my family?" "Little Y, find a quiet room for Miss Chen," Feng Mo instructed the tea brewing robot. "Of course, Master." "Miss Chen, please follow me," Little Y said. "Please wait a moment," Chen Moling apologized to Feng Mo, then followed Little Y to a private room, where she called her father. The call connected to a boardroom where the Chen family's decision-makers were gathered. Clearly, they took this potential alliance seriously. Chen Moling relayed Feng Mo's conditions and awaited her father's decision. Chapter 57, Let the battle begin everyone, share your thoughts on Viscount Feng Mo's terms, said Chen Qingqing, seated at the head of the table, addressing the assembly. The room remained silent. They knew the final decision rested with the family head, so any input felt unnecessary. It was best to let Chen Qingqing decide. "Alright, since no one has objections, Ziking will represent the Chen family in agreeing to this deal. This is a rare opportunity. Dark matter, dark energy, and memory metal are challenging to acquire but not unattainable. Providing them annually to Viscount Feng Mo won't harm the Chen family significantly," Chen Qingqing declared. "As always, the family's development is our priority. Daughter, inform Viscount Feng Mo that we accept his terms and will commit to gathering these materials." "Understood, family head," replied Chen Muling, leaving the private room. Guided by Little Y, the robot, she returned to the office, approaching Feng Mo's desk. "Viscount, the Chen family agrees to your conditions and will dedicate efforts to collect those resources, delivering them each January," Chen Muling announced. "Excellent, glad to be working together." See our guests out," Feng Mo said, standing to shake Chen Muling's hand with a smile. "Happy to work together, Viscount." "We'll take our leave now," Chen Muling replied, then left with Feng Mo leaned back in his chair with a sigh of relief. The materials issue was resolved, now it was time to deal with the Stormstar system. The final confrontation was drawing near. Over the next 7 days, the Bisi tribe, supported by 3 Tier 3 fleets, relentlessly pursued the Elven forces. They succeeded in driving the elves off P459, a strategic resource-rich planet. Both sides suffered casualties, with the elves hit hardest. The Bisi tribe sustained lighter losses, bolstered by their allies. But the Tier 4 class warship Feng Mo anticipated had yet to appear. March 23, year 7492, Federation calendar. The Elven tribe officially declared allegiance to Viscount Feng Mo. At the same time, the Stormbringer fleet set out for P459. Feng Mo had a strategy. This must be the first and last battle, a decisive engagement. Before setting off, he had a secretive half-hour video meeting with Chu Yunshan. On the bridge of the Stormbringer, according to the Yunshan Trading Network's intelligence, the Busy Alliance fleet comprises 1,374 ships, 1,100 Tier 2 class vessels and 274 Tier 3 class ships, Lika reported to Feng Mo and the Elven Queen. The Queen had insisted on observing this pivotal battle from the Stormbringer. With our 2 Tier 3 Punisher-class missile ships, their Tier 2 class ships aren't a concern. The real threat is that elusive Tier 4 destroyer. Without knowing its specs, we're at risk. Even the Stormbringer would struggle under its main battery's fire, Feng Mo noted. To prepare, Feng Mo had stocked both Tier 3 Punishers with a full complement of missiles. The financial burden was immense, and without the 30 million star coins he secured from the Xuing Bei family, he would have gone bankrupt. Dividends from his company were quarterly, and most previous profits had funded starship construction. The 2 Tier 3 Punishers, their ammunition, and 10 Tier 3 transport ships had collectively cost nearly 6 million star coins, a true financial drain. At P459, the Bisi tribe had established a Tier 3 planetary defense system, also supplied by the Xuing Bei family. A massive fleet of over 1,000 ships surrounded the planet. The most imposing was a 1.3-kilometer-long, rust-brown Tier 4 class destroyer, showing signs of age but still formidable. In P459's starport, a cloaked figure watched the massive fleet from a holoscreen, eyes burning with hatred. Feng Mo, I've come for revenge. The new Bisi king, meanwhile, wore a troubled expression. Under their agreement, the Bisi tribe had to cover all supply costs for the fleet, including repairs and provisions for nearly 300,000 crew members. The expenses of maintaining over 1,000 ships were bleeding him dry. In a virtual meeting, the 4 fleet commanders gathered. The Bisi king, aware of his puppet status, wisely stayed silent, nodding when spoken to and agreeing to everything. Apart from the Bisi king, 3 other commanders were present. The first was a scholarly young man in a moon-white robe and golden glasses, notable for his lack of ear shells. This was Liang Guan, a notorious commander in Chaos Starsea's adventuring circles, infamous for his ruthless tactics. Despite his refined appearance, Liang Guan was a killer. He had been trained as an operative by the Bei family from a young age, handling covert operations for them. To Liang Guan's left sat Sarah, a 2.3-meter-tall bear-like half-beast woman. Her massive hands and black-brown fur made her a fearsome sight. During the Federation's war with the Beastmen, the half-beast population suffered greatly, making Sarah's feat of leading a Tier 3 fleet impressive. The last figure was a scrawny, shifty human known only as Mao Shu. Despite his unimposing appearance, he was a brilliant strategist, skilled in ambushes and deception. We all know Liang Guan's loyalty and who he represents. If we take the Stormstar system, the main family will only claim 20% of the profits, leaving the rest for us to split, Liang Guan declared. The potential profits are enormous. The Stormbringer fleet is formidable, but we have the upper hand, especially with our Tier 4 destroyer. We must seize this opportunity, he continued. When the Stormbringer fleet arrived at P459, they found over 1,000 enemy ships in a crescent formation, ready for battle. The formation was a classic trap, designed to encircle and crush them. Breaking through would be tough. Any attack on the enemy's front would trigger a pincer maneuver, and hitting the rear would have the same result. Feng Mo sat in his captain's chair, watching the holographic display. The only ship he truly feared was the Tier 4 destroyer, which now revealed itself under the Stormbringer's radar scan. Lika, run a database search using the Imperial system to identify that Tier 4 destroyer's model and armament. Notify IR to prepare for battle, Feng Mo commanded. IR wasn't on the Stormbringer but aboard the Tier 3 Seolian class carrier, the day's secret weapon that would soon shock their enemies. Chapter 58, the Tier 4 Lynx-class Interstellar Destroyer, Tier 4 Lynx-class Interstellar Destroyer, Armor Strength, 410 units, Dimensions, 1.3 kilometers in length, 330 meter in width, 262 meter in height, Speed, 216 knots in stellar velocity, Warp Engine, Class 4, Star Shield Energy, Class 4, 100% operational, Weaponry, a turbo laser main cannon, 80 rapid-fire point defense lasers, 4 pulse cannons. This was a standard Tier 4 class interstellar destroyer, lacking any specialized weapons. Its only standout feature was its stellar velocity of 260 knots. Feng Mo exhaled with relief. His main concern had been a Tier 4 warship outfitted with specialized weaponry that could devastate his fleet. As for the remaining 1,000-plus enemy ships, they were just numbers on a post-battle victory report, soon to be reduced to cold, hard statistics by the Tier 3 Punisher's bombardment. This was a battle of medium scale, and Feng Mo was taking command personally. Though he had observed many small and medium-sized skirmishes, this was his first time leading a medium-scale space battle. His university studies on warfare tactics were ingrained in his mind, but nerves were inevitable. However, he could not afford to show any hint of anxiety to his crew. Pulling up a holographic simulation, Feng Mo mapped out the enemy fleet's formation, dividing it into 3 segments: the front, center, and rear. Pointing at the enemy fleet's front, he addressed his captains. "Gentlemen, the enemy Tier 4 warship is positioned at the front. Instead of waiting to be picked off one by one, we'll concentrate our fire and go head-to-head. Follow my orders. With the 2 Tier 3 Punishers and 1 Tier 3 Sea class carrier as our flagships, form a carrier battle group. Position the escort ships on the outermost defensive perimeter, pointing all guns at the enemy's front to intercept their advance. Have our Tier 3 class destroyers stay close to the flagship, forming a second defensive ring. The Tier 4 Lynx's main and secondary cannons will likely target our 3 Tier 3 flagships. If necessary, we can sacrifice the 8 Tier 3 Mantis-class ships to absorb the hits. Tier 3 Sea class carrier, show them what you've got." Feng Mo held back from immediately ordering the Tier 3 Punishers to fire. He was waiting for the perfect moment to annihilate the enemy fleet in one decisive blow. As Feng Mo issued his commands, the Stormbringer Coalition fleet's 300 ships formed a circular formation, effectively cutting off any chance of retreat. On the bridge of the Tier 4 Lynx, Liang Guan watched with a mix of disdain and curiosity. This type of clustered formation wasn't typical for a battle like today's. The situation was clearly in their favor, with the enemy presenting a do-or-die formation. It was peculiar, but Liang Guan had learned to never underestimate the Stormbringer fleet. A formidable reputation was not turned by empty boasts. According to their prearranged strategy, he split the enemy fleet into 3 divisions, the first fleet at the front, the second fleet in the center, and the third at the rear. He issued his orders: First Fleet, advance and engage. Tier 4 Lynx, target the enemy flagships with your main and secondary cannons. Second Fleet, hold position. Third Fleet, move to encircle from the rear. Liang Guan committed 2 fleets, a total of 1,000 ships, to the fight. The formation was reminiscent of an ancient crescent moon tactic, strong at the wings and weaker in the center. In this case, the first and third fleets were the strong wings, and the second was the weaker core. Just as the enemy moved to encircle the Stormbringer Coalition fleet, Feng Mo gave his next command: Tier 3 Sea release all Tier 3 class drones and Tier 3 class bombers. Target the enemy's front fleet. Unload all munitions and return immediately. With that, 300 drones and 50 bombers shot forward at blistering speed. The drones created an immense web of firepower, conducting cross-attacks on the enemy. The bombers unleashed devastating shockwave missiles, igniting explosions that lit up the darkness of space. The combined firepower of the 350 aircraft devastated the enemy's outer ships, tearing them apart. However, the enemy's point defense systems retaliated, sending waves of orange laser beams that obliterated countless drones. After 3 waves of bombardment, the drones exhausted their munitions and began retreating. Of the original 350, only 130 made it back. Despite the heavy losses, the exchange was worthwhile. 220 lost drones had taken down 130 enemy ships. All ships, prepare for a full volley. Fire main and secondary batteries. Feng Mo commanded. Nearly 300 ships unleashed a torrent of light, 1,000 laser beams forming a net that engulfed the enemy. At the same moment, the enemy fleet completed its encirclement. On the Tier 4 Lynx's bridge, Liang Guan, seeing that the trap had been set, gave his orders: First Fleet, activate all point defense systems and intercept. Main and secondary batteries, fire. Third Fleet, focus all firepower on the enemy's rear. Thousands of energy beams crisscrossed space, shattering and crippling ships on both sides. The Tier 4 Lynx's main cannon obliterated the shield of a Tier 3 Mantis-class ship, with 2 secondary shots rendering it dead in the water. The battle was brutal, with both sides suffering heavy losses. Yet, Feng Mo's moment had arrived. Punisher 1, fire a full missile barrage at the enemy front. Punisher 2, target the rear. Don't hold back, empty the launch tubes. Feng Mo shouted, his rare outburst of anger revealing the stakes. This was the most devastating battle the Stormbringer fleet had faced. The Tier 2 Black Bear escort ships were nearly decimated, and even the Tier 3 Mantis ships were taking severe hits. Space battles always demanded a price, and only overwhelming force, like that of a Tier 5 ship, could guarantee a one-sided victory. Following Feng Mo's command, both Tier 3 Punishers unleashed every missile in their arsenals. The sky filled with flames as hundreds of missiles streaked toward the enemy's front and rear lines. Missile warfare was the Punisher-class ship's specialty. It was an expensive tactic, but Feng Mo was willing to spend. If need be, he'd figure out a way to swindle the Bei family once more. The enemy's front line, already reduced to less than 300 ships, only managed a 40% interception rate. The remaining 300 missiles landed, detonating in a series of brilliant explosions that tore apart 80 to 90 Tier 2 ships. The enemy's rear fared better. With 500 ships defending, they achieved a 73% interception rate, suffering minimal damage. Still, several dozen Tier 2 ships were destroyed. Alien, deploy all kamikaze drones. Target the enemy front fleet and wipe them out in one go. Punisher-class ships, keep firing until every last missile is spent. Feng Mo ordered, determined to finish the fight. Chapter 59, Facing off head-on. Feng Mo gave the order, and 50 stealth interstellar drones quietly launched from the belly of the Tier 3 Sea Lion-class interstellar carrier. As soon as they made contact with the void of space, they vanished from sight. These were 50 cloaked self-destruct drones, silently maneuvering toward the enemy fleet, entirely unnoticed. Controlled by the drones split into pairs, each pair targeting a Tier 3 class enemy warship. Tier 3 class stealth drones, self-destruct. Commanded. Upon hearing this, the 50 drones simultaneously detonated. On the bridge of the Tier 4 Lynx class destroyer, Liang Guan observed as 25 of the energy signals from the first fleet's warships vanished in an instant. He hurriedly checked the holographic display. He watched as 25 Tier 3 class warships tried to raise their energy shields, only for 2 cloaked drones to appear beside each of them, lighting up in explosions that shattered the shields and obliterated the warships entirely. The effectiveness was partly due to the depleted energy levels of these Tier 3 shields. If they had been at full power, it would have taken at least 5 self-destruct drones to break through. Damn Feng Mo. How could he have such absurd weapons like cloaked self-destruct drones? Missiles, drones, everything he uses is outrageously expensive. What a show of wealth. Tier 4 Lynx, target the enemy's Tier 3 Storm-class battleship. Feng Mo must be on that ship. Fire the main and auxiliary cannons. On the bridge of the Storm, Feng Mo stared at the holographic display on the main console, a sea of red and green dots indicating the positions of enemy and allied warships. At the front of the fleet, only 120 red dots remained, with 43 marked as heavily damaged. The rest were gray, indicating destroyed vessels. The gray dots represented the ruined ships, while the deep red indicated those that had taken severe damage. Out of the 300 warships in the Storm Alliance fleet, 1/3 were already reduced to gray dots, including Tier 2 class Black Bear ships and even 1 Tier 3 class Mantis. Alert! Radar has detected energy weapons targeting the Storm. Energy shields activated at full capacity, a mechanical voice repeatedly warned in the Storm's main control room. Against the energy blasts of a Tier 4 class warship, intercepting or dodging was futile. The only option was to use the shields to absorb the impact. Even a Tier 3 Mantis could withstand a direct hit from the Tier 4 Lynx's main cannon. The Storm's more robust design should manage it as well. Sure enough, a purple energy beam slammed into the Storm's shield, causing ripples of distortion. As the beam dissipated, 4 more beams struck in quick succession, shattering the shield completely. The energy blasts then punched through the ship's armor, sending the vessel careening sideways until it crashed into the energy shield of a nearby Tier 3 Mantis, finally coming to a halt. The control room was in chaos, alarms blaring red lights. Alert! Energy shields depleted and shattered. Alert! Left hull breached in 4 locations. Sealing off 19 adjacent compartments. Alert! Right hull breached in 4 locations. Sealing off 12 adjacent compartments. The captain's chair, equipped with stabilization systems, kept Feng Mo from being thrown about by the impact. What power! No wonder Tier 4 class warships are feared. If not for the Storm's top-grade armor, this attack would have left the ship utterly crippled. Commander, are you hurt? The Elf Queen anxiously asked, though Feng Mo had no time to respond. Commander, are you injured? How bad is the damage? Should we consider an emergency retreat? Ir's frantic voice came over the video link. Seeing the Storm take a direct hit had made her extremely anxious. I'm fine. The Storm's energy core is intact, and all weapons are operational. Tell the 2 Tier 3 Boxers to fire every missile they have. We have to return the favor and show them what real firepower looks like. After the Tier 4 Lynx fired its salvo, its main and auxiliary cannons entered a cool-down phase. Although it was possible to force another round of firing, Liang Guan chose not to. To him, only the Tier 4 class warship mattered, everything else was just expendable. He also had a strategic reason, weakening the other fleets. The 1st and 3rd fleets, composed mainly of Baizai warriors, along with Sara's and Mel's forces, were bearing the brunt of the losses, while Liang Guan's own fleet had only Tier 2 class warships. As the overall commander, his strategies couldn't be faulted. The enemy had also taken losses, so even if their side was battered, Liang Guan's actions couldn't be criticized. He also considered that the three allied fleets might not make it through the battle, leaving him to inherit the spoils of the Storm Star system alone. A pleasing thought, but only a fantasy. The Storm Fleet, upon hearing that the storm had been hit, fought with renewed ferocity. Warships disregarded the cool-down periods of their main and auxiliary cannons, firing continuously. The two Tier 3 Boxers launched 1,000 interstellar missiles, which screamed toward the enemy fleet, igniting the void with massive fireballs that consumed more red dots, turning them gray. The already weakened enemy vanguard was annihilated. The remaining 20 Tier 3 class warships, shields depleted and hulls battered, were swiftly finished off by a combined barrage from the Storm Fleet. The vanguard was effectively obliterated. The Tier 4 Lynx, now vulnerable, had already retreated to the center of the fleet. Lead 2 Tier 3 Mantises and 10 Tier 2 Black Bears to cover a Tier 3 Boxer and unleash all its firepower. Once that's done, regroup. Storm Fleet, advance. Ignore the enemy's rear formation. Target the Tier 4 Lynx. Remember, the Storm's main gun is a Tier 4 class turbo laser cannon, and it had already hit the Lynx once, though blocked by its shield. The repeated missile strikes and barrages from the fleet must have worn down that shield by now. And Feng Mo wasn't out of tricks yet. Opening a secret communication channel with Chu Yunjian, he spoke bluntly, "Deploy the ambush fleet. It's time to end this." Before the Storm Fleet set out, Feng Mo had held a half-hour confidential discussion with Chu Yunjian to arrange this ambush. The Hidden Fleet, a secret Chu family force, had been stationed in the Star Port, ready to strike. Feng Mo paid a steep price of 1 million star coins for this ace up his sleeve, but it was worth every coin. On the bridge of the Tier 4 Lynx, panic set in as a report came in. "Sir, an unidentified fleet has appeared behind us. 175 warships detected, 55 Tier 3 class, 120 Tier 2 class, 2 interstellar carriers, 2 battleships, and 1 missile ship." The bridge fell silent. This fleet's firepower was on par with the Storm Fleet's, and such a well-equipped force wasn't something that any ordinary family could field. Even Liang Guan, a secret agent of the Bei family, couldn't match that level of resources. Chapter 60, Annihilation in One Strike. Liang Guan, who was just moments ago surrounding Feng Mo from both sides, now found himself in a panic, about to experience what it felt like to be the one encircled. Gone was his earlier composure and confidence. Glancing at the approaching Storm Fleet and then at the Tier 4 Lynx's energy shields, which were down to just 27%, he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Retreat. If you value your lives, follow my orders. Remove the engine restrictions. Activate maximum speed mode on the Tier 4 Lynx and retreat immediately. Abandon the rest, we're leaving." His adjutant hesitated, biting his lip, and spoke up, "Commander, those are our fellow soldiers. Abandoning them seems too cruel." Before the adjutant could finish, Liang Guan shot him dead with a laser pistol. His eyes took on a bloodthirsty gleam as he scanned the room, daring anyone to meet his gaze. Not a single person did. He barked, "Execute the order. Full speed retreat." "Yes, sir." What followed was a laughable scene in Feng Mo's eyes. The enemy flagship suddenly accelerated and fled. A Tier 4 class starship moving at maximum speed was not something the Tier 3 class warships could hope to chase. But Feng Mo didn't care. He knew that the Tier 4 Lynx wouldn't escape for long. With the flagship gone, the enemy fleet plunged into chaos. Feng Mo immediately issued his commands: both Tier 3 Boxers, continue firing missiles at the enemy ships. Unleash a full bombardment. Storm and the Tier 3 Mantises, target and eliminate specific enemy ships. The rest of our fleet, encircle and wipe out the enemy. Don't let a single one escape. These are our spoils of war. And remember, this is an extermination battle. Leave no survivors. Feng Mo's ruthless order resonated throughout the fleet. Having personally recruited and trained the Storm Fleet over the past 2 years, he felt every loss deeply. With 1/5 of his crew either dead or severely injured in this battle, it wasn't just a matter of vengeance but of survival. In the harsh reality of interstellar warfare, mercy was a luxury no one could afford. The crew felt no resentment toward Feng Mo's command. Instead, they were filled with a sense of victorious fervor and the satisfaction of avenging their fallen comrades. Feng Mo knew that if he had been the one to lose, his entire fleet would have been mercilessly slaughtered. That was the rule of the interstellar era. With their flagship gone, the enemy fleet disintegrated into chaos, scattering in all directions. The Storm Alliance fleet began a massacre. The Tier 3 Boxers carried out relentless missile strikes, while the Storm and the Tier 3 Mantises picked off fleeing ships with brutal efficiency. The Mantises, known for their speed, excelled at such pursuits. No Tier 3 class ship could outrun them. The pursuit and slaughter lasted 2 hours, turning the battle into a relentless chase. From the initial head-on clash to this one-sided pursuit, the entire engagement spanned 3.5 hours before it finally ended. With the battle concluded, Feng Mo ordered his crew to begin salvaging operations. Not even a single piece of wreckage was to be left behind. Every fragment was a resource that could be recycled and used to build new ships. The spoils were so plentiful that the storm fleet's tractor beams weren't enough. Feng Mo borrowed the Chu family's fleet to help tow the debris back to the storm star system. When it was all over, the Elf Queen gazed at Feng Mo with unconcealed admiration. She leaned lazily in her chair, her legs rubbing together as if she were a pool of water, her mind clearly adrift with fantasies. An hour later, the cleanup was complete. Uka gave the Elf Queen an odd glance before reporting to Feng Mo, "Commander, we achieved a resounding victory. We destroyed nearly 1,300 enemy warships. However, we suffered significant losses. 136 of our own ships were destroyed, including 8 Tier 2 Black Bears and 1 Tier 3 Mantis. The storm took heavy damage, and we've lost over 20,000 crew members." Feng Mo nodded gravely, the weight of the casualties heavy on his heart. "Uka, take note of these points. First, upon returning, have Elisa construct a monument on the storm star system. Call it the Martyrs Memorial, and inscribe the names of all fallen crew members. Second, the storm star system will provide pensions and financial support to the families of fallen crew members. We will also pay annual bereavement allowances. Third, in future battles, make sure to recover the bodies of our fallen comrades and give them proper burials. Announce these 3 points to the entire fleet." "Yes, sir." Uka acknowledged and relayed Feng Mo's orders to the rest of the fleet. With that settled, Feng Mo turned to the Elf Queen and said, "Kailin, we're short on personnel in the Storm Fleet. I need you to deploy the reserve fleet from the Elf homeworld to guard the Baizai territories. It'll be tough for a while, but once the Storm Fleet is reinforced, we'll rotate with the Elf Fleet." "As you command, my lord." Kailin replied eagerly, happy to be of use. The Elf Queen knew that this young man before her, only 23 years old, was now the undisputed ruler of this small star system. Feng Mo, seeing her obedience, didn't rush to take advantage of the situation. Fine wine must be savored slowly, and a man with ambitions wouldn't let himself be tied down by fleeting pleasures. Meanwhile, at the border between the Storm Star System and the U3 Star System, the Tier 4 Lynx was racing at full speed. On the bridge, Liangguan looked exhausted. His new adjutant, noticing this, handed him an energy drink and tried to reassure him. "Commander, this loss isn't your fault. First, blame the Baizai clan's faulty intel. Who could have expected that damned storm fleet to have reinforcements? Second, we must have had a mole leaking our plans. Third, those other fleets either fled or ignored orders during the battle. Now that they're dead, it's all on you to explain things to the higher-ups." The adjutant knew his role well, anticipate the commander's needs and soothe his worries. Liangguan's greatest concern was how to report this disaster to the Bei family. Maintaining a Tier 3 fleet wasn't cheap. Even without construction costs, annual expenses for maintenance, fuel, and supplies could run into the millions of star coins. Building a small Tier 3 fleet could easily cost over 10 million star coins, and now all that investment was lost. Liangguan would soon face the Bei family's wrath. The adjutant's suggestion was clear: blame the defeat on faulty intel and an imaginary traitor. Then, use clever words to distance himself from the failure and regain the Bei family's trust. Even if full trust was impossible, it might save his life. But Liangguan knew that turning back the Bei family's trust would be difficult. He needed a more convincing story, perhaps claiming that the reinforcements were from the Tanqiu clan or the Huaiyaochu clan. Ironically, he had no idea that his fabricated explanation would turn out to be true. Yet whether he could even make it back to deliver his excuses remained uncertain. Chapter 61, Unifying the Star System. The previously composed and confident Liangguan began to panic. Now, he was about to experience what it felt like to be surrounded and attacked from both sides. Seeing the oncoming storm fleet and the Tier 4 Wildcat with only 27% shield energy remaining, he clenched his teeth and commanded, "Retreat. If you value your lives, follow my orders. Disable the engine restrictions, put the Tier 4 Wildcat into maximum speed mode, and get out of here. Leave everything else behind." One of the adjutants hesitated, clenching his teeth. "Commander, those are our brothers out there. Abandoning them. Isn't that too cruel?" Before he could finish, Liangguan shot him with a laser pistol, killing him instantly. His eyes turned bloodthirsty, and he glared around the command center. No one dared to meet his gaze. "Execute the order. Full speed retreat." "Yes, sir." What happened next in front of Feng Mo was almost comical. The enemy flagship accelerated and fled by itself. A Tier 4 ship at full throttle was certainly not something his Tier 3 fleet could chase down. Feng Mo wasn't concerned, though. He knew that the Tier 4 Wildcat would not escape for long. With the flagship gone, the enemy fleet's formation collapsed. Feng Mo immediately issued orders: both Tier 3 Guardians, continue launching full-scale missile attacks on the enemy fleet. Storm, Tier 3 mantises, target and eliminate fleeing ships. All other ships, surround and annihilate. These are our spoils. And remember, this is a total annihilation order. Leave no survivors. It was a harsh command, but war in the interstellar age demanded such brutality. These sailors had been with Feng Mo since he built the first storm ship 2 years ago, and losing even a fifth of his crew in this battle weighed heavily on him. Feng Mo's crew didn't begrudge the command, instead, they felt satisfaction in avenging their fallen comrades. They knew that if they had lost today, their entire fleet would have been mercilessly slaughtered in turn. This was the brutal reality of space warfare. Panic gripped the enemy fleet as they broke formation and scattered. The Storm United Fleet began its merciless pursuit. The Tier 3 Guardians unleashed relentless firepower, while the Storm and Tier 3 Mantises chased down any escaping ships. With their superior speed, the Mantises were unmatched in this kind of pursuit. After 2 hours of relentless chase, the battle that had begun with intense head-to-head confrontation and ended in a desperate pursuit was finally over. The entire engagement, from the opening shots to the final explosions, lasted 3.5 hours. As the battle concluded, Feng Mo ordered his crew to clean up the battlefield meticulously, collecting every piece of debris. These remnants could be melted down and used to construct new ships, and there was no room for waste. The sheer volume of wreckage was so overwhelming that Feng Mo borrowed the Chu family's fleet to help transport it back to Storm Prime. 1 hour later, after the battlefield had been cleaned up, Uka gave Feng Mo a report. "Commander, we have achieved a decisive victory. We destroyed nearly 1,300 enemy ships. Our losses include 136 ships, 8 Tier 2 Black Bears, and 1 Tier 3 Mantis. The Storm suffered heavy damage, and we've lost 20,000 crew members." Feng Mo listened with a heavy heart. He nodded solemnly and issued 3 directives. First, upon returning, instruct Elisa to construct a memorial on Storm Prime called the Martyrs Monument. Inscribe the names of our fallen crew members. Second, the Storm system will pay death benefits to the families of fallen crew members. We will also ensure their families receive annual pensions. Third, from now on, after every battle, we will recover the bodies of our fallen and give them a proper burial. Announce these orders to the entire fleet. "Yes, Commander." Uka responded and began spreading the message throughout the fleet. Only then did Feng Mo turn to the Elven Queen, Kaelin. "Kaelin, the Storm Fleet is short on personnel. I need you to deploy the reserve fleet stationed on Elven Prime to occupy and guard the various planets under the Bisai clan. We'll need your support until our fleet is expanded enough to rotate." The Elven Queen smiled and replied, "As you command, my count. It is an honor to serve." Kaelin knew that after this battle, the 23-year-old man before her was now the undisputed ruler of this star system. He was the Soul King. Seeing the obedient Elven Queen, Feng Mo wasn't in a hurry to claim her devotion. Like a fine vintage wine, she was to be savored slowly. A man's ambition should stretch far beyond the confines of one star system, and he wouldn't let anything hinder his progress through the galaxy. Meanwhile, in the border region between the Storm system and U3 system, the Tier 4 Wildcat was speeding away. Liang Guan, now exhausted, sat slumped in the command chair. His new adjutant approached with an energy drink, saying, "Commander, you're not to blame for this loss. Firstly, it's the Bisai clan's faulty intelligence. No one knew that damned Storm Fleet would have reinforcements. Secondly, there must be a traitor among us who leaked information. Thirdly, those 2 fleets that deserted or disobeyed orders during the battle. Well, they're dead now. You can frame them however you like." The adjutant knew his role well, to anticipate the commander's needs and provide comfort. Liang Guan needed a way to explain this disaster to the Bei family, who had funded this expedition. Maintaining a Tier 3 fleet costs 1 million star credits per year, excluding ship construction expenses. Building even a small Tier 3 fleet could easily cost 10 million. This entire investment was now lost, and Liang Guan had to answer for it. The adjutant's suggestions were simple: blame the Bisai clan for poor intelligence and claim a traitor was involved. Liang Guan understood. He would twist the truth and hope his silver tongue could persuade the Bei family to trust him again, or at least spare his life. However, Liang Guan still had doubts. Would the Bei family believe him? He would need more compelling lies, perhaps even claiming that the reinforcements were from the powerful Tanqiu clan or the Glory Chu clan. Ironically, those very excuses would turn out to be true. But whether he would live to tell the tale remained uncertain. Chapter 62, Tier 3 Scarlet Rigger Class Interstellar Supply Ship. The doors of the room could only be opened by Feng Mo and Little Y, but as Feng Mo stepped into the bedroom, he immediately sensed that something was off. First, Little Y was missing. Second, there was a distinct fragrance lingering in the air, one that was intimately familiar. Feng Mo, with his tired, overworked brain, thought for a moment and then understood. That fragrance belonged to No wonder it seemed so familiar. Quietly stepping further into the room, Feng Mo noticed a bulge under the covers. Understanding dawned on him. Without making a sound, he undressed and slipped under the blanket. The following section skips over the details. Instead, here's a playful ditty borrowed from the internet. If there are copyright concerns, please contact us for removal. A beauty of grace, with skin so fair, her waist strikes down the foolish unaware. Unseen is the head that falls to the ground, secretly draining your bones profound. The next day, at noon. For the first time in this life, Feng Mo slept in until midday. A hint of indulgence lingered. Having bid farewell to his first experience with passion, his youthful body couldn't seem to get enough, leading to an eventful, sleepless night. Of course, it wasn't entirely his fault. Being with a succubus was simply too enthralling. Fully awake, Feng Mo glanced to the side. Was still asleep. He climbed off the large bed and enjoyed a soothing bath in the ensuite bathroom. Emerging from the bathroom, he found sitting up, her dazed eyes and elegant body exposed. The sight made Feng Mo feel a familiar heat in his belly. Curse these youthful urges. When they finally left the room, it was already 4 in the afternoon. After hastily eating, they made their way to the office, where Layla and Lacey had been waiting. The sisters, seeing Feng Mo and enter hand in hand, couldn't help but flash an envious look before delivering their report. Commander, after 1 month of effort, 30 million residents have been relocated from Storm Prime to White Helm Star, and they've all been settled. In this same month, Elisa and her Science and Technology Division worked tirelessly to repair all the starships of the Storm Fleet. The 9 destroyed ships have been rebuilt, and captains and crew members have been fully assigned. As for the Elven Fleet, they are expected to be fully outfitted within a month and a half. Awaiting your orders, Commander. Feng Mo nodded. The storm system was in a state of recovery, and his 2 fleets required time for repair and expansion. He understood that haste would only cause problems. Now that he had an entire star system to manage, his priority was to develop it efficiently. Layla, Lacey, you 2 have been by my side for quite some time. I have a mission that will require your teamwork. The storm system has many planets, and we need an exploration fleet to survey them thoroughly to identify any undiscovered life-supporting planets or resource-rich worlds. This mission will be a valuable experience for you both. If you succeed, you'll gain the expertise needed to command your own fleet in the future, and I'll entrust you with greater responsibilities. How does that sound? Feng Mo looked at the Layla and Lacey sisters with expectation. The 2 women were overjoyed, realizing this was a rare opportunity to prove themselves. Commander, we accept. The sisters responded in unison. Great. I'll let Elisa know to prepare the necessary resources. You can head over to see her now. Yes, sir. The Layla Lacey sisters departed, leaving to notice the tiredness in Feng Mo's eyes. She walked over, standing behind his chair, and gently massaged his temples with her soft hands. Feng Mo let out a sigh of relief, his eyes half closed as he opened his command interface. Mission: unify the storm system and be promoted to Earl, completed. Reward: 1,500 points and Tier 3 Scarlet Regular Class Interstellar Supply Ship Blueprint. Feng Mo claimed the reward. Reward claimed: 1,500 points, Tier 3 Scarlet Regular Class Interstellar Supply Ship Blueprint. Satisfied, he opened the points store and navigated to the Tier 4 Starship section. His eyes brightened as he browsed, locking onto his target and clicking to redeem. Spent 2,500 points to redeem Tier 4 Scorpion Tail Class Stealth Bomber Blueprint. Humming a cheerful tune, Feng Mo was pleased with his acquisitions. Both starships were ideal for his plans. The supply ship was essential for long-range voyages, while the stealth bomber, though a niche class, was incredibly powerful. Nicknamed the Starship Slayer, the Scorpion Tail was more of a stealth fighter than a traditional bomber, capable of taking out ships with surgical precision. Their data specifications were as follows: Tier 3 Scarlet Regular Class Interstellar Supply Ship, Armor Strength, 340 units. Ship Dimensions, 2 kilometers by 500 meters by 430 meters. Speed, 140 knots. Star Speed, Warp Engine, Level 3. Star Shield Energy, Level 3, 100% Weapons, 88x. Tier 3 Close Defense Rapid Fire Laser Cannons. Tier 4 Scorpion Tail Class Stealth Bomber, Armor Strength, 300 units. Ship Dimensions, 320 meters by 72 meters by 56 meters. Speed, 320 knots. Star Speed, Warp Engine, Level 4. Star Shield Energy, Level 4, 100% Weapons, Tier 4 Shock Missiles, Tier 4 Proton Torpedoes, Tier 4 Pulse Torpedoes, Tier 4 Kinetic Beam Missiles, Tier 4 Antimatter Annihilation Missiles. The supply ship's importance was self-explanatory, being indispensable for long missions. As for the stealth ship, it combined the qualities of a recon ship with formidable firepower. The Tier 4 Scorpion Tail was unmatched in speed and stealth, equipped with devastating weaponry, including the antimatter annihilation missile, a weapon that no star shield could withstand. Just one could break a shield, and a second could destroy a starship. Fengmo sent the Tier 3 Scarlet Regular blueprint to Elisa, urging her to work hard, with promises of extra snacks and a 5% salary raise. These incentives filled Elisa with renewed enthusiasm. Which warehouse is storing the Tier 4 raw materials sent by the Chen family? Fengmo asked. They're sealed in Warehouse 4, replied. Good. Issue orders to load the Tier 4 materials onto the ship and send an urgent list to the Chen family. They must deliver the supplies to Storm Prime within 7 days. After that, I'll lead the Storm flagship, 10 Tier 2 Black Bears, and 1 Tier 3 Copper Hammer to the asteroid belt. Chapter 63, Tier 4 Scorpion Tail class stealth bomber. When it came to Fengmo's commands, always followed them unconditionally, never questioning the reasons behind them. However, taking Tier 4 raw materials to the asteroid belt left little doubt. Fengmo was planning to construct a Tier 4 starship. The next 7 days were indulgent for Fengmo, reminiscent of the life of an ancient emperor. Every night, he shared his bed with Only when it was time to depart did he finally take a moment to check the updates in his Spark system. Name, Fengmo. Level, Tier 2 Gene Warrior. Occupation, Supreme Commander of the Storm System. Starship Engineer. Special talent, Half the Sky. When female crew members outnumber male or non-humanoid male crew members, the fleet gains a luck bonus. Fleets, Storm Fleet, Exploration Fleet, Elven Fleet. Points, 1,200. Mission, A Gentleman's Revenge takes from dawn till dusk. Annihilate the Bay family of the Snowhawk Empire. Reward, 2,000 points. Tier 4 Sword Shield class interstellar frigate. Inventory. Fengmo noticed that his profession had been updated. He was no longer a junior starship engineer but the supreme commander of the storm system. Since he hadn't established a kingdom yet, he couldn't call himself a king. The new mission intrigued him. Annihilating the Bay family of the Snowhawk Empire was something he wanted, but not yet. The Bay family commanded a complete Tier 4 fleet, something Fengmo wasn't currently equipped to handle. Moreover, the political web between the human empires of the Galactic Federation was too tangled. Accomplishing this mission would require significant upheaval. The next morning marked the day of departure to the asteroid belt. Woke up early to help Fengmo into his combat suit. Fengmo appreciated her tender care, growing even more captivated by her. But he wasn't just any man, he was the supreme commander of an entire star system. To develop the storm system, he needed a powerful fleet. Storm Spaceport. Take care of things while I'm gone. I'll be back soon. Fengmo gently kissed Ir's forehead, then turned and left with Huakin. Of all Fengmo's confidants, Huakin was the most laid back. This beautiful elven woman would usually stay home snacking and watching movies if she had no missions. Huakin barely socialized on Storm Prime, and there were times Fengmo couldn't even locate her. Yet her talent for command was undeniable. She managed the destroyer fleet with precision and was an invaluable asset. Fengmo wouldn't have made her his third adjutant otherwise. Target, asteroid belt. Fleet, engage synchronized warp speed. Tier 1 Gene Warriors, enter deep sea mode, Huakin announced. As the fleet engaged warp travel, Fengmo seized the opportunity to enter the star network. The luxurious private room was the same as always. Fengmo, Old Wang, Mozu, Yu Xiaoman, and Chu Yunjian gathered there. Lord of the Storm System, we've been waiting for you. Come, have some tea, Old Wang greeted. Fengmo walked over, sipped his tea, and asked, how are you two doing in the Moyu fleet? Comfortable? When are you getting married so I can prepare a wedding gift? Hee, you can pay in advance. We wouldn't mind 2 gifts, Old Wang joked cheekily. Fengmo rolled his eyes at him before turning serious. I gathered you all here for a reason. The Bay family of Snowhawk keeps provoking us. In the recent star battle, they destroyed half the storm fleet. Though they suffered heavy losses, I can't let this grudge go. Any ideas on how to make them suffer? If you want to annoy the Bay family, there are ways, but we'd need support from multiple factions. As for annihilating them, that's not feasible in the short term. As long as they remain within Federation territory, hurting them significantly will be difficult, Chu Yunjian pointed out. Fengmo nodded, understanding. Yunjian, since you've thought this through, I'm all ears. Let's brainstorm and refine your idea. To hurt the Bay family, we need to cut off their income sources. Their annual revenue comes from 3 main areas. First, they own a small starship trading company that manufactures a large number of Tier 1 and Tier 2 civilian starships, controlling half the market in the Snowhawk Empire. Second, their trade fleet controls 1/10 of the resource planets in the U5 system, producing massive amounts of starship raw materials. Third is their territorial income. These 3 revenue streams make up the Bay family's wealth. While the third point is hard to target, we can attack the first and second. Chu Yunjian's analysis clarified the situation. Feng Mo pondered for a moment. The Bei family controls resource planets, producing raw materials, which they then use to manufacture starships for sale. We also have a starship trading company. If we can break into the Snowhawk market and take a significant share, we can squeeze them out. Exactly, Chu Yunjian snapped his fingers. The goal for Pendant Starship Trading Company is to establish branches and production lines within the Snowhawk Empire. But we need more raw materials. Transporting them from elsewhere would incur extra costs. Fortunately, you pulled the Chen family into the mix. With sufficient raw materials, a few good civilian starships should be enough to dominate the market and weaken the Bei family. Feng Mo nodded thoughtfully. Civilian starships mainly consist of freighters, battleships, destroyers, and frigates. I can provide Tier 1 blueprints for each, which the company can use alongside the Tier 2 models already in production. Absolutely. Send me the blueprints, and I'll stay in the Snowhawk Empire to ensure the Bei family learns that opposing you means opposing the Chu family. Chu Yunjian declared decisively. Yu Xiaomeng, not wanting to be outdone, added, the Tanqiu family can stir up trouble for the Bei family in the U5 system. Worker strikes, transport fleet explosions, temporary military blockades, resource extraction halts, you name it. A mischievous grin crossed her face. Clearly, Yu Xiaomeng was in her element when causing chaos. Feng Mo, the Mo Yu fleet is always ready to support you. Just let Old Wang know if you need us, Mo Zhu added. Alright, it's settled. I'm grateful for your unwavering support, Feng Mo said before logging off. By then, the fleet had arrived at the asteroid belt. Feng Mo redeemed 4 Tier 1 civilian starship designs, each costing only 10 points from the Spark store, 40 points in total, a bargain. The 4 Tier 1 designs all shared one feature, durability. They were cheap to build and robust, making them highly marketable. No one could resist affordable, long-lasting civilian starships, unless they were wealthy enough to avoid using them. Chapter 64, Chu Yunjian's tactics. Upon arriving at the asteroid belt, the fleet navigated to the asteroid known for causing magnetic field fluctuations. Before leaving, Feng Mo had specifically asked Elisa to design a small laser cannon that emitted a continuous, weak laser beam. This cannon was installed on a Tier 2 Black Bear, allowing it to suppress the asteroid belt's magnetic fluctuations for an extended period. Once the magnetic field issue was resolved, Feng Mo took an interstellar shuttle to the Tier 3 Copper Hammer. He had to personally oversee the construction of the Tier 4 Scorpion Tail-class stealth bombers core. Meanwhile, Chu Yunjian was causing waves in the Snowhawk Empire's commercial world. Many local enterprises in the Snowhawk Empire didn't want to oppose this newcomer, and Chu Yunjian wasn't targeting them directly. Although his moves disrupted the market, he left them some room for survival. The Bei family of the Snowhawk Empire, however, was having a terrible time. First, Pendant Starship Trading Company suddenly established a branch in the Snowhawk Empire, quickly acquiring several starship manufacturing plants. With Feng Mo supplying 4 Tier 1 civilian starship designs, the Chen family providing ample raw materials, and the acquired production lines, Chu Yunjian threw himself into the work with fervor. Suddenly, a flood of Tier 1 civilian starships hit the Snowhawk market, and Pendant Starship Trading Company even introduced a starship comparison feature, allowing citizens to directly compare specifications. This set off a buying frenzy among the public. In the Tier 1 and Tier 2 categories, Pendant Starship Trading Company had no rival. In just 6 months, it significantly cut into the Bei family's market share. Snowhawk Empire, Bei family meeting room. The atmosphere was tense. The head of the Bei family, Bei Yanbing, summoned a holographic display showing comparison data for 4 starships. The 4 on one side were the Bei family's best-selling Tier 1 models, while the other 4 were Pendant Starship Trading Company's new Tier 1 releases, which were currently dominating the market. The starship types were the same, but the differences began with armor strength. The Pendant models had an average of 20 units more armor. Their speed was also 10 stars faster, and when it came to weaponry, Pendant starships crushed the Bei families in every category. From armor to speed to firepower, Pendant starships outperformed the Bei families in every way. What's worse, Pendant's pricing strategy made it even more difficult for the Bei family. While the Bei family's models sold for an average of 800,000 Snowhawk credits, Pendant offered a bundled discount, buy all 4 and get 15% off. In just 6 months, the Bei family found their Tier 1 civilian starships unsellable. How could the Bei family compete with Pendant Starship Trading Company? They were completely outmatched. At the same time, in the U5 system, the Bei family's resource planets faced crisis after crisis. One day, mining equipment exploded. The next, workers went on strike. Later, a transport starship mysteriously blew up, And then a 7-day military lockdown halted all resource extraction. These events left the Bay family distressed. Their intelligence network couldn't identify who was targeting them, they only knew that it was a force backing Fengmo. Half a year of this, and the Bay family had had enough. They reached out to their backers, the Tanqiqiao family, and learned to their horror that the Tanqiyu family had personally stepped in. Bei Yanbing was now in full panic. He had never expected such a fierce backlash from merely provoking Fengmo twice. This turn of events was entirely beyond his expectations. The Bei family is in crisis. If we don't find a solution soon, we risk total collapse. Let's hear some ideas, everyone, speak freely, Bei Yanbing said, scanning the room. But no one stepped forward. Disappointment flashed in his eyes. These pampered fools had grown complacent after generations of comfort, incapable of thinking strategically. All they knew was to sit back and wait for dividends. Father, I suggest that we also lower our prices to match Fenion Starship Trading Company. As for the U5 system, I volunteer to lead a Tier 3 fleet to stabilize the situation, Bei Mushin offered. Bei Yanbing was dissatisfied. This wasn't a real solution. It was like guarding against a thief you couldn't catch. Defensive measures were useless, the enemy had to be eliminated. But how? The source was Fengmo of the Storm System, or perhaps convincing the Tanqiyu family and the illustrious Chu family to stop targeting the Bei family. Bei Yanbing was stuck. Over the past 6 months, Fengmo had been hiding out in the Storm System. The Bei family had sent spies repeatedly, only to find that the system's defenses had strengthened considerably. Every resource planet in the Storm System was now equipped with Tier 2 planetary defense systems. Fengmo's 3 fleets had grown stronger, with over 100 Tier 3 starships. Fengmo was no longer a fledgling force. To take him down, the Bei family would need to deploy their Tier 4 fleet. But doing so would be suicidal. Killing a Storm System Earl would mean dragging the Snowhawk Empire into a devastating conflict with Fengmo. Only an idiot would consider such a move. Assassination attempts? Out of the question. Not even their spies had seen Fengmo in months. With no better options, Bei Yanbing had no choice but to appeal to his backers, the Tanqiqiao family. People's joys and sorrows differ. While the Bei family was plagued with worry, Chu Yunjian was thriving. In half a year, Fenion Starship Trading Company had completely overtaken the Bei family, securing 35% of the Snowhawk Empire's Tier 1 and Tier 2 starship market. Every morning, star credits flooded into Chu Yunjian's accounts. She loved the feeling of making money, which is why she had invested so much effort into establishing the Yunjian Trading Guild. And what had Fengmo been doing all this time? He was still at the asteroid belt, exhausted from months of hard work. It was like the days when he'd built the Storm flagship, sleeping only 4 hours a day. The Tier 4 Scorpion Tail-class stealth bomber wasn't large, making the construction relatively easier. Still, it took nearly 3 months to build one, and Fengmo had committed to building 2, working tirelessly for 6 months. The next morning, Fengmo got dressed, ready for the Tier 4 Scorpion Tail's test flight. If everything went smoothly, they'd return to Storm Prime by afternoon. He hadn't seen Ir in 6 months, and he was eager, desperately so. Commander, we're about to commence the Tier 4 Scorpion Tail-class stealth bomber's test flight. Huikin announced. Begin. Fengmo commanded. Starting with maximum speed. Starship engines at full power, speed, maintain course, engines at full power. Speed, 320 star speed. All compartments, monitor starship data closely and report any anomalies immediately. The test flight had officially begun. Chapter 65, Temporary Mission. The starships accelerated at maximum speed. For a newly constructed vessel, this was a formidable test. However, Fengmo had absolute confidence in his own craftsmanship. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, report, engine systems are fully operational, hull structure stable, energy levels sufficient, and flight remained steady without any irregularities. Hearing the reports from each section, Fengmo felt reassured. Commander, next, we will conduct shield and weapons tests, Huikin informed him. 3 hours later, Huikin stood up, saluted Fengmo, and announced, Commander, the trial runs for both Tier 4 Scorpion Tails are complete. No anomalies detected. Their performance is overwhelmingly superior, even compared to the Tier 4 Lynx we faced before. Fengmo chuckled. With these 2 Tier 4 Scorpion Tails, he wouldn't have to worry about any tricks the Bei family might pull. As for dealing with the Bei family's Tier 4 fleet, he'd need to come up with a strategy. Well done, Huikin. Inform the fleet to prepare for the return journey. That afternoon, the test flight concluded successfully, and the fleet returned to base. Instead of parking the 2 Tier 4 Scorpion Tails at Storm Prime spaceport, Fengmo left them stationed in the asteroid belt. The Mellow sisters, who were loyal confidants implanted with control chips, piloted the ships. They could be trusted entirely, and supply carriers would periodically bring them provisions. Feng Mo was confident that they wouldn't need to remain hidden for long. Back at Storm Prime, Feng Mo set aside his work to spend 2 days with Ir, only emerging from his quarters feeling refreshed on the 3rd day, leaving Ir exhausted and resting. He headed to his office and called Chu Yunjian over video. When the call connected, Chu Yunjian appeared in sleepwear, lounging on her bed with a relaxed, alluring demeanor. Feng Mo, however, was in a calm and rational state, appreciating the view without other thoughts. He was still in sage mode after his recent experiences. Done with your retreat? I have something that requires your attention regarding the Bei family. Chu Yunjian got straight to the point. Feng Mo raised an eyebrow. Over the past 6 months, the Bei family had suffered greatly. Fenyan Starship Trading Company had seized market share, and the Tanqiu family had added to their woes, leaving them in disarray. Each month during Feng Mo's retreat, Chu Yunjian had sent him detailed reports on their efforts to undermine the Bei family. Now, their starship sales had come to a grinding halt. The costs of mining raw materials, labor, and starship production taxes had left the Bei family hemorrhaging money. What do you need me to do? Feng Mo asked curiously. Currently, the Bei family's Starship Trading Company is on the brink of bankruptcy. They have a massive inventory of unsold starships and are heading straight for ruin. Besides, the Bei family once paid you 30 million star credits plus 5 dark energy crystals as compensation. These were part of their old savings. However, our intelligence network recently uncovered another significant source of income for the Bei family, the slave trade. Remember those 3 fleets that ambushed you? Their commander, Liang Guan, was in charge of the Bei family slave trade. After his death, the Bei family picked up the business again within 6 months. In 7 days, the first batch of slaves will be transported from deep space, passing through the Devil's system, U5 system, and U1 system, finally arriving in Auckland system. Your task is to intercept this fleet in the Devil's system and rescue the slaves. If you succeed, I can guarantee that the Bei family will be finished by year's end. As soon as Chu Yunjian finished, the Spark system interface appeared in front of Feng Mo, and a new temporary mission was added. Temporary mission: rescue the slaves being transported by the Bei family. Reward: 1,000 points. Hey, Feng Mo, are you listening? Chu Yunjian called, snapping Feng Mo out of his daze. Yes, Yunjian. Send me the details. Storm Fleet will handle it. We'll split the rescued slaves 50-50. Chu Yunjian gave Feng Mo a playful glare and replied, with a hint of flirtation, you're too kind. Keep the rescued slaves for yourself. Your storm system doesn't even have 10 billion residents yet. You need to keep working on that. Feng Mo felt a bit awkward. The truth was that the storm system had once had 10 billion inhabitants. But after Feng Mo's campaign against the Bisians, more than half the population had been wiped out, and the rest were enslaved laborers, leaving only about 8 billion people. With such a small population base, it was difficult to produce enough talent. That was why Ir had frequently traveled to Auckland system to bring back skilled slaves. Chu Yunjian was clearly aware of this situation, hence her remark. Thank you, Yunjian. Feng Mo expressed his gratitude sincerely, causing Chu Yunjian to blush slightly. Embarrassed by Feng Mo's heartfelt gaze, she abruptly ended the video call. Shortly after, the details about the Bei family slave transport fleet came through, and Feng Mo examined the information carefully. After losing a Tier 4 Lynx and a Tier 3 mid-sized fleet, and facing constant pressure for half a year, the Bei family was no longer as financially strong as they had been. This time, their transport fleet included 10 fully loaded Tier 3 interstellar transport ships, escorted by a mixed fleet of 100 Tier 3 and Tier 2 starships. The flagship was a Tier 3 Hive-class carrier, accompanied by a Tier 3 Cheetah-class battleship and 12 Tier 3 Peregrine-class destroyers. The remaining escort ships and support vessels were Tier 2 class and not particularly threatening. Armed with this information, Feng Mo didn't jump into strategic planning right away. Instead, he turned to Huaqian, who had been waiting. Huaqian, how is Stormfleet's reorganization coming along? Feng Mo inquired. Commander, you now command 3 fleets, Storm Fleet, the Explorer Fleet, and the Elven Fleet, Huaqian reported. Storm Fleet has 44 Tier 3 starships, 64 Tier 2 starships, and 100 Tier 3 mechas. The flagship lineup includes the Storm, a Tier 3 Sea Lion, and 2 Tier 3 Boxers. The main fleet has 16 Tier 3 Mantis-class destroyers and 64 Tier 2 Black Bears. The logistics fleet comprises 4 Tier 3 Copper Hammers, 10 Tier 3 Reindeers, and 10 Tier 3 Scarlet Regulars. The Explorer fleet includes 10 Tier 3 starships and 8 Tier 2 starships, with 1 Tier 3 Sea Lion as the flagship, 4 Tier 3 Mantises, 8 Tier 2 Black Bears, 1 Tier 3 copper hammer, and 2 Tier 3 Reinders and Scarlet Regulars each. The Elven fleet has 30 Tier 3 starships and 90 Tier 2 starships, including a Storm, a Tier 3 Sea Lion, 4 Tier 3 Mantises, 12 Tier 3 Rhinos, 5 Tier 3 Reindeers, 2 Tier 3 copper hammers, and 5 Tier 3 Scarlet Regulars. All three fleets have completed construction, finished test runs, and are ready for deployment. Also, the Lacey sisters reported significant progress in exploring the Storm system. They discovered 7 new resource planets, 1 Tier 3 level and 6 Tier 2 level. Full exploration of the system will take another 6 months. Feng Mo nodded in satisfaction. The Lacey sisters were making steady progress, and more resource planets would increase the system's revenue. Huakin, have Storm Fleet resupply with ammunition and energy. We'll set out in 6 days. The logistics fleet won't need to follow, we'll be back shortly. Yes, sir. Huakin replied. Chapter 66, The Devil System. The Auckland system lay on the outskirts of the Snowhawk Empire. Nearest to it were the U1, U2, and U3 systems, followed by U4 and U5. Beyond these, one entered the depths of the Chaos Starsea, where the rule of law no longer extended, and power alone reigned supreme. This meant that Feng Mo could ambush the Bei family's transport fleet without concern for Federation legalities, as long as he stayed beyond the U-series systems. The U5 system was connected to 3 others, with the Devil system being a prime source of slaves for the Human Federation's trafficking companies. The Devil system was a massive star system engaged in constant warfare. Its ruler dared not offend the Human Federation and even relied on trade with the Federation, making it the largest supplier for the slave trade. However, there was no Stargate linking the Devil system and U5 system. Travel between them required navigating through interstellar space, a buffer zone containing hydrogen atoms that occupied roughly 70% of the space. The remainder was filled with scattered planets, stars, and other matter. Interstellar space wasn't as bright as star systems, with a dimmer, shadowy hue that made it ideal for ambushes. Feng Mo, ever cautious, had brought not only the Storm fleet but also a Tier 4 Scorpion tail from the asteroid belt for this mission. The Tier 4 Scorpion tail's stealth and reconnaissance capabilities rendered it invisible to the Bei family's fleet. Feng Mo sat in the captain's chair aboard the Storm, facing a holographic screen showing the Mellow Sisters. Through a shared view, he could see the perspective of the Tier 4 Scorpion tail. The Tier 4 starship's radar system was 3 times more powerful than any Tier 3 vessel, a fact that Feng Mo marveled at while keeping his eyes locked on the screen. Alert, detected multiple energy signatures ahead. Scanning. Image generated. Through the display, Feng Mo could clearly see a transport fleet bearing 3 emblems, the Human Federation, the Snowhawk Empire, and the Bei family. There they were, the Bei family's fleet transporting slaves. Finally, it was time. Huakin, order the Storm fleet to advance at full speed to the coordinates. Our people from the Storm system are waiting to be rescued, Feng Mo commanded, fully considering the enslaved population as his own citizens. Each Tier 3 interstellar transport ship could carry about 30 million people. With 10 Tier 3 transports in the fleet, that amounted to 300 million new residents. This would push the Storm system's population beyond 1.1 billion. It was a delightful prospect. Mellow, let's test the Tier 4 Scorpion tail's power. Target all Tier 3 starships in the enemy fleet. This will be a live-fire trial. Yes, Commander. Feng Mo was eager to see the might of his creation, the Tier 4 Scorpion tail. The Tier 4 Scorpion tail had already taken up a hidden position along the Bei family fleet's route. As the enemy entered interstellar space, the Mellow Sisters had identified the best spot to strike. Tier 4 Scorpion tail class stealth bomber, command room. Engage stealth mode at full speed. Navigate to the designated position, the Mellow Sisters ordered. The Tier 4 Scorpion tail vanished into stealth mode, accelerating silently to maximum speed. It closed in on the Bei family fleet undetected. Once in the perfect attack position, the Mellow Sisters issued their command, target the enemy's Tier 3 Hive-class carrier, Tier 3 Cheetah-class battleship, and 12 Tier 3 Peregrine-class destroyers. Commence attack. Following their command, the crew locked on to the 14 Tier 3 starships. Weapon systems, proton torpedoes and kinetic beam missiles ready. Fire. As the Mellow Sisters smoothly directed the Tier 4 Scorpion tail's attack, Feng Mo observed from the Storm's control room, nodding approvingly. Proton torpedoes were ideal for breaking star shields, while kinetic beam missiles inflicted heavy damage on hulls, a well-thought-out combination. The Tier 4 Scorpion tail had now entered the enemy's radar range, but the Bei family fleet had yet to detect it. Only after the Tier 4 Scorpion tail launched its missile barrage did alarms blare throughout the enemy ships, but it was already too late. Alert. Energy attack detected. Star shields at maximum power. came the frantic warnings from the Bay family fleet. 3 consecutive alarm calls plunged the enemy fleet into chaos. Space battles relied on communications and radar systems. If a fleet failed to detect an enemy until after the attack had begun, it was already doomed. 14 Tier 4 proton torpedoes struck first, shattering the shields of all 14 Tier 3 starships. Next, 14 Tier 4 kinetic beam missiles slammed into the command bridges of the same ships. Massive explosions erupted across the Bay family's fleet, a symphony of destruction that echoed through space, a one-time performance for those aboard the doomed starships. Radar confirms target starships' energy signatures have vanished. The strike was effective. Awaiting orders, reported the adjutant. The Mello sisters were thrilled. The attack had been a resounding success, a true display of overwhelming firepower. As half-beasts, they had a natural craving for battle. Destroying just the Tier 3 starships wasn't enough, so they ordered, all missiles, lock onto the enemy's Tier 2 combat ships. Fire. 50 launch silos opened simultaneously, unleashing 50 missiles toward their respective targets. Using Tier 4 missiles on Tier 2 starships was like swatting flies with a sledgehammer, utterly overkill. But the Mello sisters were too caught up in the excitement to care. Watching through the feed, Feng Mo frowned slightly but chose not to interfere. He understood the principle that a commander in the field must be given autonomy. Criticizing or overruling their orders could undermine their authority and damage their confidence, which he wanted to avoid. Still, he couldn't help feeling a bit pained at the cost of the munitions. As the old saying went, every shot fired costs gold. With 2 new resource-hungry starships under his command, the expenses were beginning to add up. Chapter 67, Bountiful Rewards. When the Storm Fleet arrived at the battlefield, the radar-generated images showed a scene of devastation. 10 Tier 3 interstellar transport ships were surrounded by the wreckage of countless starships. Storm Fleet, clear the battlefield swiftly. Tier 4 Scorpion Tail, remain on reconnaissance duty, Feng Mo commanded. Despite their surprise, the captains dared not ask questions. They directed their starships to deploy tractor beams, collecting every bit of valuable debris. Huakin, establish a video connection with the Tier 3 transport ships, Feng Mo instructed. Yes, sir. Huakin promptly connected the video feed, and soon, the call was answered. The screens revealed 10 pale-faced, sweat-drenched captains. Feng Mo addressed them calmly. I'm sure you've exhausted all your options for calling reinforcements. Your backup will take time to get here, so your lives are currently in my hands. If you wish to live, order your crew to surrender. I might consider sparing you. Terrified, the captains quickly agreed, some even attempting to pledge their loyalty to Feng Mo. He didn't believe a word of it. He knew that opportunists were often the most dangerous, and in his mind, these captains were already as good as dead. Huakin, instruct Feng Taniyu to lead the mecha squadron and detain all the captains and crew from the Tier 3 transport ships. Place them in 3 Tier 3 Mantis-class ships for centralized management. Once we leave interstellar space, they'll be dealt with. Deploy our personnel to take control of the transport ships. Once the battlefield is cleared, we'll return home together. Feng Taniyu led the mecha squadron and rounded up the captains and crew without resistance. The Bay family's captains and crew were all too cooperative. An hour later, the battlefield was cleared, and the Storm Fleet, fully loaded, began its return journey. 4 hours later, they passed through the U5 Stargate to the U3 Stargate, then through interstellar space back to the Storm system. The entire ambush operation, from the initial setup to their return, took less than 2 days. Feng Mo could only imagine the chaos now erupting within the Bay family. Sure enough, the Bay family was in turmoil. Their starship trading company had already been crushed under market pressure, and their resource planets in the U5 system were struggling with extraction delays. Now, even their last profitable venture had been ambushed. When it rains, it pours. A series of misfortunes had driven the Bay family to despair. They had exhausted all possible solutions to no avail. It felt as though an invisible hand was steadily pushing them into ruin. After repeated setbacks, depleting reserves, and paying compensations, the Bay family could no longer sustain their Tier 4 fleet solely on territorial income. They were now living off their savings, and dividends for the family's heirs were a distant dream. If things continued this way, the Bay family would face bankruptcy within 6 months. Without funds to support the fleet, no one would be willing to fight for them. Sentiment wasn't worth much. Desperate, Bai Yanping, the Bay family patriarch, made a final attempt, contacting their backers, the Tanki Kiao family, via video. The Kiao family was well aware of the Bay family's plight. As soon as the call connected, a Kiao family elder spoke first. Old Bay, our families go way back, so let me give you some advice. It's time to humble yourself. After discussions within our family, we've decided not to go to war with the Tankiyu family or the illustrious Chu family on your behalf. The best we can do is arrange a meeting between you and Earl Fengmo under our name. Bei Yanbing had no choice. Even his strongest allies were advising him to surrender. What else could he do but comply? He had to bow to Fengmo and try to save his family, hoping to preserve some strength for future revenge. Old Kiao, my request is simple. The Bei family is willing to pay any price to end this. We're prepared to sign a non-aggression pact with Earl Fengmo, Bei Yanbing declared. If Fengmo had been there, he might have scoffed and said, if only you had realized this sooner. But Fengmo was busy overseeing the registration of the rescued slaves. As he had anticipated, each of the 10 Tier 3 interstellar transport ships carried about 34 million people, totaling 340 million new residents. This was a massive gain. In the interstellar era, vast territories and large populations were the foundation of any star system's development. It took 7 days to register and allocate the population across various planets. 200 million were settled on Storm Prime, while 140 million went to White Elm Star. As for the Elven homeworld, Fengmo kept it exclusive to the elves, valuing their pure lineage and not forcing integration. Huakin, having worked tirelessly over the past few days, came to report, Commander, the population distribution is complete. The majority of the slaves are humanoid, with beastmen making up 4/5 of the total. The remaining fifth includes humans, interstellar dwarves, interstellar succubi, interstellar elves, and defeated interstellar demons. There are only about 1,000 dwarves. I've assigned them to Elisa to build a dwarven city on the southern border of Storm Prime. 70,000 elves have been sent to the Elven home world. The Queen asked me to convey her gratitude and mentioned a future favor, which she said you would understand. The 10 or so interstellar succubi have been enrolled in the captain training program, like the 3 little ones. Once they graduate, they'll serve as fleet captains. The beastmen and humans have all been registered as citizens of the Storm system. They'll take a general examination in 7 days to identify talents for various positions. Lastly, we have 3 million interstellar demons. They are a powerful and diverse group. How should we handle them? Fengmo reviewed the report and asked, does Ier have any thoughts on the matter? Huakin chuckled, I knew you'd ask about Ier's opinion. She said these demons aren't the ones who rebelled with her. In fact, most of them fought against her during that war. Fengmo nodded. That made things simple. The resource planets need more laborers. Distribute the interstellar demons among the planets as miners. Instruct our soldiers to keep a close watch and eliminate any who resist. The interstellar demons, being large and strong, were perfect for mining. Fengmo planned to promote some experienced miners to oversee the demons. Yes, sir. Huakin left, and moments later, Fengmo's smart terminal rang. It was Chu Yunjian, inviting him to a video call. Chapter 68, The Negotiation. When Fengmo answered the video call, Chu Yunjian appeared on the other side, dressed in a delicate, translucent white gown that accentuated her alluring curves. It was a tantalizing sight, truly tempting. Fengmo's eyes briefly revealed a look of appreciation, thinking to himself, what a beauty. I wonder who the lucky bastard will be in the future. Or maybe. Who knows? It could be me. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he composed himself and asked seriously, so, what's the matter? Chu Yunjian, having caught his admiring gaze, felt a flutter of satisfaction. Still, she composed herself and replied, the head steward of the Danqi Kiao family reached out to me. He asked if we could show the Bei family some mercy. They're willing to offer compensation, and the specifics can be negotiated. Fengmo sneered, compensation? What does the Bei family even have left to compensate with? Their dying starship trading company? Or a handful of resource planets? Unless they're willing to hand over their Tier 4 fleet, there's nothing to discuss. Chu Yunjian chuckled. You really want to finish them off, huh? That's not going to happen. The Tier 4 fleet is their last line of defense, and there's no way they'd give that up. If you don't want to negotiate, I can decline on your behalf. Negotiate? Of course, we'll negotiate, Fengmo said coolly. If we don't, things really will end in a life-or-death struggle. They do have a Tier 4 fleet, after all, which gives them some leverage for negotiation. Chu Yunjian's eyes lit up, realizing Fengmo's strategy. So, you're suggesting we use the negotiation as a ruse to distract them while we plan to deal with their Tier 4 fleet? But how exactly do you plan to take them down? Fengmo shook his head. I haven't worked out all the details yet. But if we don't either destroy or seize that fleet, we'll never truly eliminate the Bei family. Leaving things unfinished will only damage my reputation. People will think I'm just a naive upstart, not truthless enough. Crushing the Bei family was also about making a statement. Fengmo hadn't mentioned it, but he also needed to complete his mission from the Spark system. The temporary mission would reward him with 1,000 points, bringing his total to 2,160, just shy of what he needed to redeem another Tier 4 starship. For the sake of his future fleet, the Bay family had to be wiped out entirely. If that's the plan, then join me in the Star Network. I'll have my family notify the Bay family head, Chu Yunjian said, ending the call. Feng Mo logged into the Star Network, arriving at the luxurious private room. Fenion Starship Trading Company had rented this spot long-term, turning it into their little base. When Feng Mo entered, Chu Yunjian handed him a cup of freshly brewed tea. He downed it in one gulp and asked, "So, when is that old bastard supposed to arrive?" Chu Yunjian rolled her eyes playfully. "You really have no sense of decorum, do you? He's an imperial marquis, and you keep calling him an old bastard. Where are your manners?" Feng Mo laughed. "Why should I be polite? He's my enemy. Just the fact that I'm willing to talk to him is enough courtesy. What more does he want?" Chu Yunjian teased. "Oh, you're such a big deal now. If I ever need a favor from the Great Earl, will I have to bow at your doorstep first?" Feng Mo waved dismissively. "Don't tease me. If you need anything, I'll help you without question. You've done so much for me, how else can I repay you except by offering myself?" Chu Yunjian blushed, playfully scolding him, but before she could respond, there was a knock at the door. Of all times, she thought, annoyed. How rude to interrupt just as we were flirting. Suppressing her irritation, Chu Yunjian opened the door to see Bei Yanbing standing there. She forced a professional smile. "Ah, what an honor to have you here, Marquis Bei. Please, come in." Bei Yanbing, full of false humility, showered her with compliments as he entered, following her into the room. "So, you must be Earl Feng Mo," Bei Yanbing said, extending a hand. Feng Mo reluctantly shook it, then gestured for him to sit. "Please, have a seat. I'm a straightforward person, so let's get to the point. I assume you're here to negotiate. State your terms. As long as they're reasonable, I won't be difficult," Feng Mo said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Bei Yanbing forced a smile, but inwardly cursed Feng Mo's entire lineage. Outwardly, he maintained a courteous facade. "Earl Feng Mo, our families have had some misunderstandings. If we can put this matter to rest, the Bei family is willing to offer 30 million star credits to appease your anger." Feng Mo was taken aback. The Bei family still has that kind of money. Their resources ran deep, as expected of an old noble house. Though tempted, he shook his head decisively. "Marquis Bei, your second son committed atrocities in the storm system. I had no choice but to respond, and you compensated me with 30 million star credits then. This time, your family invaded with 3 fleets, causing massive damage. 30 million isn't enough," Feng Mo declared. His demands were high, and he made no pretense of bargaining. He truly believed 30 million wasn't sufficient. "Oh? Then please, name your price. The Bei family will do whatever it takes, even if it means borrowing from the Tanqi Qiao family," Bei Yanbing replied, his voice laced with barely concealed menace. He emphasized the Qiao family's name, hoping to intimidate Feng Mo. Feng Mo smirked. "Very well. Since you asked me to name a figure, I'll be generous. Let's say 10 times that amount. How about it?" "What? 300 million star credits?" Bei Yanbing's voice cracked. Realizing he'd lost his composure, he hastily grabbed his teacup with trembling hands, using the drink to mask his shock. Feng Mo found his reaction amusing and pushed further. "You heard correctly. 300 million star credits. Not Yunshan credits or Snowhawk credits, only star credits. I'm sure the Bei family can manage it. If not, you can always sell your Tier 4 fleet to the Tanqi Qiao family, right?" He made the suggestion mockingly, emphasizing the Qiao family to provoke Bei Yanbing. Chu Yunjian joined in, adding, "Don't worry, Marquis Bei. If the Qiao family can't afford it, Yunjian Trading Guild will gladly take your fleet. We'll offer a fair price. How about 250 million star credits?" You're pushing this too far." Bei Yanbing slammed his cup down, stood abruptly, and stormed out, his face flushed with rage. Chapter 69, The White Hole. After Bei Yanbing stormed out, a hint of worry appeared on Chu Yunjian's face. She turned to Feng Mo and asked, "Do you think we pushed him too far? What if he decides to fight to the bitter end?" Feng Mo chuckled and shook his head. That old man was just looking for an excuse to retreat. If he had stayed and continued negotiating, he might have lost his fleet. "Trust me, in less than half an hour, the Qiao family will reach out to negotiate the compensation." And, as Feng Mo predicted, Bei Yanbing had found himself in an impossible situation. Before Feng Mo and Chu Yunjian, he was a fish on the chopping block, with no room to negotiate. His only choice was to avoid an all-out war that could cost his family everything, including his life. The Bei family didn't have the strength to guarantee they could defeat Feng Mo, and it simply wasn't worth the risk. Sure enough, about half an hour later, as Chu Yunjian was starting to grow impatient, there was another knock at the door. Through the holographic screen, they saw an elderly man with white hair, wearing a moon-white robe embroidered with a gold Kiao family emblem over his chest. Chu Yunjian shot Feng Mo a look that said, "You were right," before putting on a professional smile and opening the door. "Ah, Elder Kiao. Welcome, we've been expecting you," Chu Yunjian greeted respectfully. This time, even Chu Yunjian adopted a serious demeanor. Feng Mo also stood to greet their guest. "Elder Kiao, it's a pleasure." "I'm Feng Mo," he said, shaking the old man's hand. Though Elder Kiao's youthful appearance clashed with his silver hair, he had an aura of authority and offered a genial smile. "Earl Feng Mo, Miss Chu, I'm here on behalf of the Kiao family. Some of our associates have served us for over a century, and while they may not be without fault, they've worked hard for us. On behalf of the Kiao family, I kindly ask you to show mercy to the Bei family. I can assure you, there won't be a repeat of this situation," Elder Kiao said politely, though his words carried an undertone of non-negotiable authority. Despite the warm words, Feng Mo detected the subtle pressure and decided to get straight to the point. "Elder Kiao, I'm willing to give face to the Kiao family, but the Bei family must still provide compensation. Thanks to Pendant Starship Trading Company, I don't need star credits. What I want are large quantities of dark energy crystals or raw dark matter. What do you think?" Feng Mo countered. This demand carried far more weight than the 300 million star credits he'd initially asked for. As mentioned before, what truly defined a noble house of the highest caliber was the possession of quasi-tier 5 starships, built with dark energy crystals for engines and raw dark matter for hulls. Feng Mo's demand made it clear he was gearing up to construct such a vessel, a daunting prospect for any adversary. Elder Kiao's expression grew serious. His slightly hunched posture straightened, and he exuded an even greater sense of authority. "And just how much do you need, Earl Feng Mo?" he asked, each word deliberate. Though both Feng Mo and Chu Yunjian felt the pressure, they remained composed. Feng Mo had survived countless bloody battles, and Chu Yunjian was a high-ranking member of the illustrious Chu family. They were not easily intimidated. "Not much," Feng Mo replied nonchalantly. "Just enough to build one Tier 4 starship, dark energy crystals and raw dark matter." Elder Kiao couldn't help but laugh at Feng Mo's audacity. "The Kiao family doesn't have such a large stockpile readily available. Could we perhaps offer something else in exchange? Elder Kiao, a family as vast as the Kiao family surely has the resources. Besides, I'm not asking for much. If necessary, you can exchange materials with the military. Compared to the value of 300 million star credits, these resources are hardly unreasonable, right?" Feng Mo cleverly twisted the narrative. While the actual value of building materials for a Tier 4 starship might not be equivalent to 300 million star credits, these materials were incredibly rare and hard to come by. Even with immense wealth, it could take centuries to amass the amount needed, making them far more valuable in practice. The atmosphere grew tense. Elder Kiao chuckled coldly. "So it's either 300 million star credits or the materials for a Tier 4 starship, is that it?" "You've got it, Elder Kiao," Feng Mo said, grinning and patting his knee. He even scratched his head sheepishly, playing the part of a naive youngster. "Fine, fine, fine. I'll relay your demands to the head of the Kiao family. With that, I'll take my leave," Elder Kiao said, clearly frustrated. Negotiating with Feng Mo was like talking to a brick wall, and he knew he wouldn't get anywhere today. "Take care, Elder Kiao. Do let the Bei family head know that I'm ready whenever they have the funds or materials," Feng Mo replied, causing Elder Kiao's mouth to twitch as he hurriedly left. The moment the door closed, Chu Yunjian burst into laughter. "You're impossible, Feng Mo. That was too funny." But Feng Mo didn't laugh. Instead, he furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Noticing his change in demeanor, Chu Yunjian had a sudden realization. "Feng Mo, if you're really serious about acquiring dark matter and dark energy crystals, I might know a way to get them, but it'll be dangerous. Do you dare try?" Curious, Feng Mo asked, "What do you have in mind, Miss Chu? Have you heard of black holes, white holes, and wormholes?" Chu Yunjian inquired. "I know a little. Black holes are formed from the collapse of massive stars and only pull things in. White holes, on the other hand, only expel matter, and wormholes connect different universes or star systems," Feng Mo replied. Chu Yunjian nodded. "That's correct. Now, what if I told you there are wormholes that connect black holes to white holes? Black holes, with their immense gravitational pull, consume everything, including asteroids and dark matter, compressing it into new forms. The white holes then expel this matter, so around them, you can find dark matter and energy crystals." Feng Mo's eyes lit up with excitement. "I see. So the black hole absorbs and compresses the material, and the white hole expels it, creating a source of those materials?" "Exactly. The Chu family and the Yu family know of a white hole where these materials are expelled. It's not a big secret, any family that's produced a duke knows about it. Every year, the military and noble families collect a significant amount of material from this white hole. Chu Yunjian continued, if you want, I can get you a permit from the Chu and Yu families. But there are strict Federation regulations around the white hole. Each permit allows you 3 days to gather materials, and only one transport ship can enter the designated area. And there's one more thing, combat between ships is prohibited in the white hole's vicinity. Still, there are dangers. The white hole expels unpredictable matter, and even the human Federation can't fully understand or control it. It's the wonder of the universe. Chapter 70, Modifying the Interstellar Transport Ship Hymen. Feng Mo declared decisively. Since Chu Yunjian had already brought up the permit, it was clear she had secured a spot for him. It would be ungrateful of him to refuse, and besides, the trip to the area around the white hole could be a significant opportunity. He desperately needed high-level resources. The dukes of various empires served as members of the imperial councils, and the presidents of those councils represented the Human Federation. These influential figures had access to internal resources that Feng Mo found almost impossible to reach. When a chance like this presented itself, he had to seize it. The danger was secondary. Good. The next available slot is in 9 days. I'll send you the details about the meeting time and place later. I hope you find the treasures you're looking for, Chu Yunjian said with a serious expression. Feng Mo nodded. Whether I find something good depends on luck. I just hope to gather plenty of dark matter and dark energy crystals. You'll make it, Chu Yunjian replied with conviction. Let's hope so. For now, I'll take my leave. I need to use these 9 days to modify a Tier 3 Reindeer-class interstellar transport ship to perfection. With that, Feng Mo left the Star Network and headed straight to the tech department, finding Elisa's office. In his eagerness, he forgot to knock and pushed the door open, startling Elisa, who was puffing her cheeks as she typed furiously on a virtual keyboard with one hand while snacking with the other. In the past 6 months, Elisa seemed to have developed more, with hints of growth peeking through, though she still had a petite frame and her face had grown a bit rounder. Seeing Feng Mo barge in unannounced, she squeaked in surprise, hastily shoving her snacks into her desk drawer and swallowing her food with difficulty. She then hopped off her chair and ran over. Commander, I wasn't slacking. I just got a little hungry and had a snack, she explained, her big eyes wide with innocence. Feng Mo couldn't help but smile. Patting her head gently, he said, I need to modify a Tier 3 Reindeer-class interstellar transport ship. We'll add several 30-meter mechanical arms that are flexible and responsive. We'll also enhance the engine's output using dark energy crystals. I've already thought up a design. He then launched into his plan, explaining every detail. Elisa, being an engineering prodigy, quickly understood his vision. They spent the entire afternoon and well into the night discussing the modifications until came to find them. When the final design was complete, Feng Mo handed a copy to Elisa. Start work tomorrow morning. We only have 7 days. Use as much manpower as needed, but I want it done on time. If you do well, there'll be a pay raise. If not, I'm confiscating your snacks. Feng Mo sounded like a tyrant boss bullying a child worker, and Elisa, under his oppressive authority, had no choice but to nod in agreement. That night, the skies over Storm Prime were filled with a blanket of stars, like a great, shimmering galaxy. The stars glittered brightly, illuminating the world below. Instead of rushing back to discuss more intimate matters with Feng Mo held her hand and took a leisurely walk under the starlit sky, savoring the moment as they made their way home. The Elven Queen sent over 30 live fruits as tribute. She's waiting for you to decide how to distribute them. Elisa's especially eager to try one, mentioned, holding Feng Mo's hand as they strolled. Leave 3 for me. Distribute 3 each to Elisa, Huakin, the Layla and Lacey sisters, the Mellow sisters, and Celia. Store the remaining 9 for future rewards, Feng Mo instructed, patting soft hand. Understood. After you consume 3, your physical abilities should reach the threshold for a quasi-level 3 gene warrior. Should I prepare level 3 gene serum in advance? Asked. Prepare it for the others, but not for me, Feng Mo replied. Last time, when he was about to break through to level 2, the Spark system had issued a mission. He expected the same this time. Once they returned to their quarters, took a tray from Little Y, on which 3 green fruits, each the size of a baby's fist, were neatly arranged. Picked up a fruit and brought it to Feng Mo's lips. This was the life of a true lord, being served and cared for in every way. Thinking back to his past hardships, Feng Mo couldn't help but feel the contrast. Under attentive care, Feng Mo ate the live fruits. He felt a warm energy flow down his throat, into his stomach, and then spread throughout his body, warming his organs and limbs. It was a comforting sensation, and he let out a contented sigh. After about 10 minutes, the warmth subsided, and Feng Mo clenched his fists, feeling his strength increase by about 50%. Just then, the spark system activated, and a pale blue interface appeared in front of his eyes. 2 new temporary missions had been added. Temporary Mission 1, collect enough dark matter and dark energy crystals from the White Hole region to construct a Tier 4 starship. Reward, Level 3 Perfect Gene Serum. Temporary Mission 2, use the Level 3 Perfect Gene Serum to achieve a flawless breakthrough to Level 3 Gene Warrior. Reward, Tier 4 Hurricane-class interstellar battleship. Seeing the mission rewards, Feng Mo sat up abruptly. A Tier 4 Hurricane-class interstellar battleship? Are they trying to get me to upgrade my flagship? His excitement grew, and he was now determined to obtain it. But he would have to complete both temporary missions to earn it. The formula for Level 3 Perfect Gene Serum cost 10,000 points in the system store. Seeing that price, Feng Mo quickly closed the store. He could redeem 4 Tier 4 starship blueprints with those points. Thankfully, the mission reward provided the serum, saving him from wasting points. With the mission reward as his goal, Feng Mo was even more eager to head to the White Hole. If the Spark system was issuing missions, there was bound to be something worthwhile waiting there. Just as he was thinking about his plans, a delicate fragrance filled the air. Stepped out of the bathroom, her graceful figure shrouded in steam. The sight of her beautiful form, combined with the alluring scent, ignited a fire within Feng Mo. He couldn't help but notice the long, slender tail behind her. His imagination ran wild, picturing what might happen next. The night was filled with passion, and after a long, intimate encounter, Feng Mo and fell into a contented sleep, wrapped in each other's arms. The next morning, Feng Mo, dressed in his combat uniform with help, made his way to the tech department to see Elisa. Not entirely trusting the progress, he decided to stay with Elisa and supervise the work closely. For the next 8 days, Feng Mo and Elisa practically lived in the interstellar shipyard. With the help of dozens of starship engineers, they worked tirelessly to modify a Tier 3 Reindeer-class interstellar transport ship. The result was a massive ship that looked like a crouching spider. It was equipped with 8 extendable mechanical arms and 12 tractor beams, perfectly suited for collecting and handling precious resources in the White Hole region. The modifications ensured they were ready for any unexpected challenges that might arise. Chapter 71, Journey to the White Hole. 8 days later, Feng Mo stood in front of the newly modified Tier 3 Reindeer-class transport ship, feeling a sense of pride. Truly, he thought, he was a genius at starship design. Although the ship, now resembling a massive spider, wasn't exactly beautiful, its functionality was unmatched. Based on the information Chu Yunjian provided, the White Hole region wasn't too far from the storm system. They would first head to the U3 star system, use a stargate to reach the Snow Eagle capital, and then use another stargate to travel to the Glorious Star system, where the White Hole lay at the southwestern edge. Huakin, notify everyone, the fleet will depart in 1 hour. We'll only need the Storm flagship, 4 Tier 3 Mantis-class ships, 1 interstellar missile ship, and 8 Tier 2 Black Bear-class ships, Feng Mo ordered. Yes, sir. Huakin saluted and left the office. Feng Mo, meanwhile, had help him into his combat uniform. An hour later, at Storm Starport, he boarded the Storm flagship with Huakin. Commander, the fleet's course is set. We will enter synchronized warp drive mode and reach the U3 Stargate in 4 hours. Deep sea mode engaged. All Tier 1 Gene Warriors, please enter your sleep pods, reported Huakin. As the fleet entered synchronized warp, Feng Mo took the opportunity to log into the star network. Once again, he found himself in the familiar, luxurious private room, where Chu Yunjian was already waiting for him. This expedition to the White Hole was crucial. Not only did it tie into the Spark System's mission, but he also needed to gather enough dark matter and energy crystals to construct a Tier 4 starship. Feng Mo and Chu Yunjian spent the next 3 hours meticulously planning every detail of the operation. When Feng Mo exited the star network, the fleet had already arrived at the U3 Stargate. After a half-hour wait to pay the fees, they successfully passed through. Emerging on the other side, they quickly made their way to the Snow Eagle System's Stargate. Using his title of Earl, Feng Mo jumped the line, paid the necessary fees, and the fleet was off again. The Glorious Empire, located in the central region of the Human Federation, was the Federation's second-largest empire. It boasted 6 massive star systems, each as vast as the Yunshan system, and over 10 times the size of the Storm system. The Glorious Empire was full of life-bearing planets, resource-rich worlds, and nearly 100 Tier 4 level resource planets. Compared to the Storm system, which felt like the countryside, this was the bustling heart of civilization. Feng Mo felt like a country bumpkin as he gazed at the grandeur of the Tier 5 Stargate before them, his eyes filled with awe. If only, he thought, the Storm system could one day afford such a marvel. travel throughout the Federation would be seamless. His daydreams were interrupted by Huakin, who reported, "Commander, Miss Chu is requesting a video call." "Connect," Feng Mo said, his expression growing serious. The video connected, and Chu Yunjian appeared on the screen, seated in the captain's chair and dressed in a combat uniform that highlighted her perfect curves. Seeing her, Huakin couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. She glanced down at her own modest figure and felt self-conscious. It was the third time she had felt this way. The first was when she saw the second when she faced the Elven Queen, and now, Chu Yunjian. "Feng Mo, I'm leading a Chu family fleet to escort you. We'll link our radar systems and use synchronized warp. Let's head to the White Hole together," Chu Yunjian said. Feng Mo hadn't expected her to escort him, and warmth spread through his heart. It was true, he thought, once you had a bit of power, you started meeting genuinely good people. "Well, except for families like the Bei family, of course." "Understood," he replied. Their fleets merged and began the journey together. At the southwestern edge of the glorious star system, a vast area was heavily guarded by the Federation and the glorious Empire's military. This was where the White Hole was located, a source of immense wealth. While the glorious Empire claimed 80% of the resources, the Federation received the remaining 20%, a testament to the Empire's dominance. Fleet entering military jurisdiction. "Please report all starship and crew information," an automated voice echoed in the Storm flagship's control room. The White Hole region had strict security measures, and every piece of data had to be meticulously checked. After their information was reported, a human voice replaced the automated one. "Information verified. Welcome, Miss Chu, to the White Hole region. Your fleet is cleared to dock at Starport 1. The flight path has been marked. Please follow the designated route." The tone was incredibly respectful, and Chu Yunjian merely smiled. This was the power of the Chu family name. In the glorious Empire, the mere presence of the Chu emblem granted you free passage. The fleet followed the marked route and slowly docked at Starport 1. As Feng Mo looked around, he saw that the area was filled with starships, the smallest being Tier 4 class. He even spotted a massive Tier 5 aircraft carrier. That's one of the glorious fleet's flagships, the Tier 5 Glorious class interstellar carrier. It's 8 kilometers long, 1.4 kilometers wide, and 1.1 kilometers high, a true behemoth. "The captain is my uncle. If we have time, I'll take you to visit it," Chu Yunjian said nonchalantly. Feng Mo was amazed. This woman was truly a high-born lady, with extraordinary connections. It was an honor to have her as an ally. And perhaps, he mused, in the future, there could be more between them, but that would require time and growth. As they disembarked, they were greeted by a unit of soldiers led by a young major general. Chu Yunjian approached him confidently and greeted him casually. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Feng Mo was taken aback. A major general, the captain of a Tier 5 interstellar carrier, and a member of the Chu family? This man was not to be underestimated and deserved the utmost respect. "If I didn't come, how would I get to see your little admirer?" The man joked, casting an amused glance at Feng Mo. "You must be Earl Feng Mo. It's a pleasure. I'm Xiang Rong, Yunjian's uncle." Feng Mo sensed the goodwill in Xiang Rong's demeanor. Coupled with the teasing remarks directed at Chu Yunjian, it was clear that the Chu family had no resistance to his presence. "Hello, Uncle Xiang," Feng Mo greeted respectfully. There was no need for unnecessary flattery or attempts to curry favor. He simply greeted Xiang Rong politely, knowing that a seasoned figure like him, nearly 200 years old and with a wealth of experience, would see through any superficial tactics. Xiang Rong had been around long enough to understand people. He wouldn't judge someone based on a first impression, especially not someone as experienced as him. A man in his position wouldn't rise to power through connections alone. His reputation would have been thoroughly vetted before he married into the Chu family. This had been mentioned in passing by Chu Yunjian during one of their conversations. Even though people's character could change, this process ensured that the family's initial choice was honorable. "I've heard about your mission to explore the White Hole's periphery," Xiang Rong said. "Yunjian told me about it. I secured your spot, so let's get you settled in. I've arranged a place for you both to rest. You'll be busy for the next 3 days, so get plenty of rest and aim for a fruitful expedition." Chapter 72. The exploration began. Xiang Rong led Feng Mo and Chu Yunjian to a villa, turning to them with a smile. "Don't mind the modest surroundings, this villa is one of the best accommodations here. Get some good rest." With that, he left. Feng Mo glanced at Chu Yunjian and noticed a faint blush on her cheeks. He couldn't resist teasing her. "Well, Chu Missy, it looks like we're having a secret rendezvous tonight." Chu Yunjian rolled her eyes dramatically, huffing before walking into the villa. Even when she was being haughty, she was undeniably charming. They settled into the villa, but nothing eventful happened that night, as Feng Mo needed a proper rest before the exploration of the White Hole the next day. The next morning, Feng Mo rose early and made his way to Starport 1, where Huaqian awaited him. Together, they boarded the modified Tier 3 Reindeer-class transport ship. Inside the command center, an automated voice echoed, "Earl Feng Mo, please proceed to the designated coordinates. The White Hole exploration will commence in 1 hour." Feng Mo ordered his crew to follow the marked path, which took them to a location near the Glorious System's interstellar boundary. Here, the starship's radar was already able to display a video feed of the White Hole. The White Hole wasn't particularly large, with a diameter of only 3 kilometers. It was classified as a small white hole. In space, black holes, white holes, and wormholes were divided into 5 levels: micro, small, medium, large, and supermassive. Objects smaller than 1 kilometer were micro, between 1 and 10 kilometers, small, under 100 kilometers, medium, under 1,000 kilometers, large, and anything over 1,000 kilometers was supermassive. Some supermassive black holes could even be larger than entire star systems, which was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. This small white hole had an average output, typically ejecting dark matter, dark energy crystals, and sometimes special interstellar seeds. The seeds could grow into unique flora with incredible effects, like the elven life tree, which could strengthen genes, grant abilities, or even manifest as plant-based life forms that could assist in battle. Feng Mo's primary objective was collecting dark matter and energy crystals, but he wouldn't say no to finding some rare seeds if luck was on his side. The Tier 3 Reindeer moved into position, and the radar detected a flurry of red blips, representing the various transport ships from other noble houses and empires. It was evident that accessing these upper-level resources was heavily restricted. Without Chu Yunjian's help, Feng Mo wouldn't have known this white hole exploration existed. Please proceed in an orderly fashion and remain within designated exploration zones. A warning: do not approach the white hole directly, as any accidents will be at your own risk. The automated voice repeated the instructions, and a path for Feng Mo's ship was plotted. "Full speed ahead, follow the marked path, and enter the white hole zone," Feng Mo ordered. The modified Tier 3 Reindeer engaged its full-speed mode. Thanks to the dark energy crystal integrated into the engine, the ship had an impressive speed of 80 knots in space terms, fast for a transport class. Upon entering the zone, it felt like the storm system's asteroid belt, with massive magnetic field fluctuations rendering the radar almost useless. Luckily, Feng Mo had prepared for this, relying on star rangefinders and telescopes to aid their search. The area around the white hole was a dark, debris-filled expanse, littered with glowing asteroids and luminescent rocks. These light-emitting objects were the compressed dark matter materials, ideal for building Tier 5 starships. Activate cruise mode. If it glows, don't bother analyzing, just grab it with the mechanical arms. "Everything here has value," Feng Mo commanded. Unlike others, who carefully scanned for the most valuable finds, Feng Mo's approach was straightforward: collect everything. He needed as many resources as he could get. Meanwhile, 12 imposing, pitch-black starships approached the storm system from afar. Their hulls bore ominous, demonic sigils, and each ship's bow displayed a monstrous head, some shaped like bulls, others like tigers. As soon as they crossed into the system, the storm fleet detected them. Warning: unidentified fleet, you have 10 minutes to declare your origin and crew details, or you will be deemed an invader and destroyed. The storm fleet issued the warning 3 times. The mysterious ships complied without resistance, and when Iur received their information, her expression darkened, a flash of hatred flickering in her eyes. The demon system. "Cilia, handle the communication with the demon system fleet. My presence must remain hidden," Iur instructed. As a former rebel leader in the demon system, Iur's face was well known. She always wore her helmet in Federation space and had to be extra cautious now. Cilia, a fierce-looking wolf-woman hybrid, connected to the video feed. The demon system's representative, a minotaur-like being named Halaowl, appeared on the screen, surprised to see a wolf-woman captain. "I am Captain Cilia of the Storm Fleet." "State your purpose, Halaowl of the demon system," she demanded. The minotaur grinned, showing off sharp teeth. "Honorable Captain, I am Commander Halaowl of the Demon Task Force. We come bearing an offer from our Demon Lord. Would your Storm Lord be interested in purchasing high-quality slaves in bulk? Due to our ongoing conquests, we have an excess, and recent disruptions have left many slave merchants in the Snow Eagle Empire unable to conduct business." Cilia raised an eyebrow, suppressing a smirk. The Demon Lord's envoy was quite a salesman. Meanwhile, Iur pieced together the situation. The Bay family's reduced operations had left a gap in the slave market. With the Federation's multiple slave sources, there was now an oversupply. Currently, the Federation didn't lack generic slaves but was in short supply of rare species, like elves, dwarves, succubi, and skilled professionals like engineers and starship captains. Commander Hallowell, I must consult our lord before making any agreements. We'll escort your fleet to the storm system's capital, and once we receive orders, I'll provide you with a response, Celia replied. Very well, Captain. I look forward to our fruitful cooperation. Hallowell said, still attempting to sell his wares. I couldn't help but chuckle at his persistence. The demon's desperation made her wonder, had they conquered a large star system recently, or were they facing internal issues? Regardless, she knew they had to stall Hallowell until Fengmo returned in 4 days. Back at the White Hole, Fengmo was leading his crew like a diligent foreman, collecting resources at a steady pace. But the quality of materials near the outer rim left him unsatisfied. Only 1/10 of the ship's cargo bays were filled after an entire day. Seeing the meager haul, Fengmo decided to up the stakes. Huakin, prepare nutrient packs. We're pulling an all-nighter. Head closer to the White Hole, and focus on large deposits or glowing asteroids. Yes, sir. Chapter 73, Interstellar Seed. The starship that had been stationed on the outskirts of the White Hole now advanced deeper into the inner regions. Along the way, they encountered several ships actively collecting dark matter and dark energy using specialized equipment. Some employed mechanical arms like Fengmo's, while others utilized more advanced technology such as tractor beams. One Tier 4 class transport ship, in particular, caught Fengmo's attention. It was equipped with sophisticated light pincers, beams that automatically transported any glowing asteroids or materials directly into its cargo hold. Fengmo couldn't help but feel envious. It was a ship from the Chu family, well prepared and clearly at the cutting edge of technology. Unfortunately, Fengmo had yet to master such advanced technology. If he had, he would have certainly equipped his Tier 3 Reindeer-class ship with it. The inner region of the White Hole wasn't vast, and after 2.5 days of exploration by nearly 100 ships, there had been few valuable finds. With only 6 hours left, many ships began retreating to the periphery, collecting whatever materials they could on the way out. But Fengmo wasn't ready to leave just yet. Instead, he ordered the ship to remain stationary. The materials collected so far were still insufficient to construct the Tier 4 Hurricane-class battleship he had set his sights on. He was banking on the possibility that the White Hole would erupt again in the remaining hours. Time ticked away, and Huakin, standing beside Fengmo, had been tempted to speak multiple times but held back, knowing from past experience that their commander's decisions were often correct. Finally, after 3 hours of waiting, she couldn't hold back any longer. Commander, perhaps we should return now, Huakin suggested cautiously. Fengmo, however, was undeterred. Huakin, activate the star shield to maximum power. All crew members, prepare to collect materials. The White Hole is about to erupt, he declared, eyes blazing with determination. Huakin glanced at the holographic display. The 3-kilometer White Hole was pulsating, contracting, and expanding, and a torrent of interstellar materials was beginning to surge from its center. Yes, sir. She acknowledged, and the crew sprang into action. The ship pushed closer to within 5 kilometers of the White Hole, a highly perilous distance where microasteroids and other cosmic debris could inflict serious damage. Thankfully, Fengmo had anticipated this and had the starshield set to maximum, absorbing the brunt of the impact. The scene was like a cosmic river storm, and the Tier 3 Reindeer-class ship was a fragile vessel riding the currents. 8 mechanical arms reached out, grabbing large chunks of dark matter and energy crystals, hauling them into the hold. But the onslaught was relentless. Warning. Starshield energy at 90%. 85%. 80%. Commander, we've gathered more than enough. We should head back to the periphery for smaller, safer finds. Huakin shouted, her voice tinged with urgency as the shield's energy dropped further. Fengmo, however, was relentless, his eyes glowing with a fierce determination. He continued manipulating the arms, grabbing as much material as possible. When the starshield energy hit 20%, he knew it was time for the final gamble. Lock all safety harnesses. Brace yourselves for the final wave, he ordered. Warning. Starshield energy at 10%. 5%. Warning. Starshield energy depleted. The moment the shield failed, a storm of interstellar debris bombarded the ship, jostling it violently. Thankfully, Fengmo and his crew had secured themselves, preventing any injuries despite the brutal shaking. Gradually, the turbulence subsided. Fengmo laughed heartily, triumphant. See? Sometimes you have to take a gamble. You can't win if you don't play. The White Hole had erupted for nearly an hour, and the area around the ship was littered with precious interstellar materials. It had been a huge windfall. Fengmo had bet on the timing and won, collecting enough resources not only to build the Hurricane-class battleship but also securing a glowing microasteroid that likely contained an interstellar seed. With only an hour left before they had to leave, Feng Mo knew they had to move quickly. If he hadn't ordered the ship to weather the storm, they wouldn't have had enough time to gather all these valuable materials. Attention, all ships. 1 hour remaining. Prepare to exit the White Hole Zone. An automated voice announced. Feng Mo marveled at how the glorious empire had managed to establish reliable communications in such a chaotic region, a testament to their technological prowess. Huakin, prepare for our departure. I'm heading to the cargo bay, Feng Mo instructed. He took 2 crew members and a robot carrying a lead box to cargo bay 6. There, among the radiant interstellar debris, they found the glowing micro-asteroid, a massive, 10-meter rock emitting a soft green light. Feng Mo couldn't contain his excitement. Interstellar seeds were incredibly valuable, often fetching over 10 million star coins at auctions in the star network. He directed the crew to use laser cutters to break the micro-asteroid into 5 sections, carefully extracting a half-meter square block from the center. They gradually shaved away the outer layer, as if cutting open a raw gemstone, revealing the glowing, green sphere inside, a 10 cm interstellar seed, radiating with intense energy. The seed's exact properties would remain a mystery until they could analyze it with specialized equipment. Feng Mo carefully placed it into the lead box, which would shield it from radiation and preserve its power. Returning to the command center, Feng Mo found that the ship had already exited the White Hole's influence. The radar was back online. Commander, the star shield is depleted, and the ship's exterior has suffered 13% damage. Also, Chu Yunjian and I have both requested video conferences, Huakin reported. Feng Mo checked the ship's status before responding. Patch me through to Chu Yunjian first. The video link connected, and Chu Yunjian appeared on the screen. Before she could say anything, Feng Mo spoke up. Yunjian, I found an interstellar seed. We'll need your help to identify its properties. Chu Yunjian's eyes lit up. Perfect. Park your fleet at the starport. My second uncle has the equipment we need. I'll take you there once you arrive. Understood. We'll be there in half an hour, Feng Mo replied, ending the call and switching to I relayed an intriguing piece of news about the demon system. You're saying they want to sell us slaves? Feng Mo asked incredulously after hearing I account. The demon system had proposed a trade deal, offering high-quality slaves in large quantities. The news seemed too good to be true, but it made sense when Feng Mo considered the demon system's lack of awareness about I's past. After pondering for a moment, Feng Mo decided, fine. Let's make a deal. Tell them we'll take 10 billion people, mainly humans and humanoids. Whatever price they quote, slash it by 30%. Be tough but polite. If they agree, they have 1 year to prepare. He ended the call and took a deep breath. In a year, he would have his own Tier 4 fleet, and then he could keep his promise to to march on the demon system and claim vengeance. The 10 billion people would be interest on their debt for making suffer all those years. Conquering the demon system, with its size 8 times that of the storm system, was a lofty ambition. It was rich in resources, nearly rivaling the Cloud Mountain system. If he succeeded, Feng Mo could make it the capital of a new kingdom, cementing his place in the interstellar hierarchy. The journey to become a conqueror and ruler of the stars was far from over, but the path was now clear. With a long-term goal in sight, Feng Mo's determination grew stronger. Chapter 74, Detection. The Tier 3 modified reindeer slowly docked at Bay 1 of the starport. Carrying the lead box, Feng Mo stepped off the energy ramp and was greeted by the sight of Chu Yunjian, who had been waiting patiently, looking graceful and poised. Feng Mo approached with a warm smile. Apologies for making Miss Chu wait. Once this is all over, I owe you a feast to make up for it. Chu Yunjian rolled her eyes at his playful tone, her expression full of mock disdain. Humphrey, cheapskate. After all the trouble I've gone to, you think a simple meal is going to cut it? Shameless. Feng Mo chuckled and shrugged, putting on a more sincere face. Yunjian, you have to understand, the Feng Mo star system is poor. My personal account doesn't even have 1 million star coins left. I'm practically about to starve. Chu Yunjian promptly waved her hand to cut off his theatrics. Alright. I don't need your stingy meal. Let's go see my second uncle already, she said, exasperated yet amused. Feng Mo wasn't exaggerating. His personal account was indeed running low, as nearly all his funds were invested in public projects across the Storm Star system, with the star system's shared coffers holding just about 20 million star coins. That was a drop in the ocean for planetary development, especially with the imminent construction of Tier 4 warships, which devoured money like a black hole. Despite invitations to numerous auctions hosted in the StarNet space, Feng Mo had always declined. Luxuries were out of the question when every coin was needed to expand his territory. The two chatted along the way, with Feng Mo's humor often eliciting bell-like laughter from Chu Yunjian, a sound both light and enchanting. They left the starport and boarded a hovercar that sped toward a nearby military base, one of several floating platforms. This one was relatively large, covering over 100,000 square kilometers, a considerable size for a platform of its type. Floating platforms like these, unlike life-sustaining planets, were prone to natural hazards and required extensive modification for human habitation. This base was well constructed, protected by a colossal energy dome that simulated all 4 seasons, with vibrant flora and the melodies of birds filling the air. It looked more like a tourist destination than a military installation, with stunning scenery that was completely unexpected. As the hovercar approached the platform, they were stopped by an interceptor unit composed of armored meshes. Please present identification and state your purpose, or you will be considered intruders and dealt with accordingly. Chu Yunjian and Feng Mo both raised their badges simultaneously. Hers was adorned with a sparkling starry sky, in the center of which blazed a large, resplendent character, Chu. Feng Mo's badge bore the image of towering mountains and coursing rivers, with a prominent character Feng carved at the heart. Identity confirmed. Welcome, Miss Chu, and welcome, Lord Feng Mo, the mesh acknowledged, moving aside. Following Chu Yunjian's guidance, the hovercar made its way to a fortress-like structure. Once again, they presented their badges for verification. The base scanned the emblems and, with a smooth hiss, the large doors opened. 2 uniformed soldiers stepped forward, saluting. Major General Xiang Rong has been expecting you. He ordered us to escort you to the research facility, one of the soldiers announced, before leading the way. The military base was a bustling hub, with personnel clad in tactical suits working on various high-tech projects. Feng Mo couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. His star system had research labs, but they lacked the sheer number and expertise of personnel seen here. Developing a territory, he mused, wasn't an overnight endeavor but a gradual process of accumulating resources and talent. They boarded a floating lift that carried them down to the 13th subterranean level, passing through a futuristic corridor lined with sleek, metallic walls. At the far end, they finally reached a spacious research lab, where Xiang Rong, Chu Yunjian's second uncle, awaited them. Well, bringing your sweetheart to see me again, huh? Xiang Rong teased with a mischievous grin. Chu Yunjian blushed, her voice rising in mock protest. Second uncle. We're here on serious business. Feng Mo found a starseed, and we'd like to see what kind it is and what its abilities are. Xiang Rong raised an eyebrow at Feng Mo, clearly impressed. It was rare to find starseeds, even with hundreds of ships combing the White Hole's vicinity. On average, a starseed was discovered once every 10 expeditions. That Feng Mo had one on his first try was extraordinary. Feng Mo met Xiang Rong's gaze and simply grinned sheepishly, playing the role of an innocent youth. Come on in, Xiang Rong beckoned. We have an expert here today who can analyze the starseed perfectly. Chu Yunjian beamed with excitement, practically dragging Feng Mo into the lab. The air inside carried an unusual scent, hard to describe, and the space was packed with unfamiliar equipment, many of which left both Feng Mo and Chu Yunjian puzzled. Standing at a central research station was an elderly scientist with silver hair, clad in a white lab coat, engrossed in an experiment. Despite their arrival, he remained focused, so the 3 quietly waited, knowing better than to disturb a researcher at work. After half an hour, the scientist finally finished. His tired eyes, once cloudy with age, now glinted with the sharpness of intellect. Feng Mo could tell from the disappointed look on the scientist's face that the experiment hadn't gone as planned. Xiang Rong approached with a respectful tone, almost pleading. Professor Luo, these are 2 juniors from my family. They've brought a starseed for analysis. No one's better suited for this than you. Professor Luo's eyes, initially wary, lit up with curiosity. He scrutinized Feng Mo and Chu Yunjian before replying, Oh, stop flattering me, Xiang. There are far better minds than mine across the Federation. All right, young man, hand over the box, and I'll take a look. Feng Mo, realizing he was being addressed, stepped forward, placing the lead box onto the research station before taking a few steps back. Professor Luo activated the lab's holographic interface with a tap. A transparent energy shield enveloped the box, while 2 robotic arms extended to gently open it, revealing the starseed glowing with a vibrant, azure light. Professor Luo's eyes widened with a hint of fervor. His voice dropped to an odd murmur. So, it appears once more. He then began an intricate series of tests. Feng Mo and Chu Yunjian could only exchange curious glances, entirely lost, while Xiang Rong watched intently, his expression full of fascination. Chapter 75, The Devouring Ancient Tree. An hour later, Professor Luo carefully maneuvered the mechanical arms to place the starseed, glowing with radiant green light, back into the lead box. He looked up at Feng Mo, his expression conflicted, and said, Kid, you've got yourself a starseed, but I can't tell whether it's a blessing or a curse. This one is known as the Devouring Ancient Tree. It's a fruit-bearing tree. If planted on any planet, it could bear fruit in as little as half a year, or it might take a century, depending on conditions. The catch is that to bear fruit, it must consume life, be it small creatures or even entire planetary ecosystems. Once planted, the devouring ancient tree will automatically start absorbing life energy, though you can also feed it manually to accelerate the process. Moreover, the tree is highly aggressive. Once it enters its growth stage, it will use its branches and leaves to hunt independently. As for the fruit's effect, there's only one: extending lifespan. Each fruit can grant a being an additional century of life. Feng Mo drew in a sharp breath, now understanding the complicated look Professor Luo had given him earlier. The seed's potential was immense but perilous, an artifact of both miraculous and malevolent power. It offered the chance to extend life, but only at the cost of others' lives. If it fell into the wrong hands, entire worlds could be reduced to barren wastelands in a brutal pursuit of immortality. Through auction data provided by StarNet Space, Feng Mo knew how rare and valuable life-extending treasures were. A relic that could grant even a decade of extended life often sold for tens of millions of star coins. This meant that the devouring ancient tree's fruit, capable of extending a century, could easily fetch 1 billion star coins at auction, with insatiable demand. With such astronomical profits at stake, the temptation to exploit this artifact was immense, and the danger of becoming a target even more so. Revealing the seed too soon could attract all manner of predators, powerful, unscrupulous beings willing to sacrifice anything for immortality. Even in an age where gene warriors could live centuries, and some humans even 1,000 years, the value of extending life was immeasurable. Despite the gravity of the situation, Feng Mo managed a wry smile. Fortune or misfortune, it's mine to bear. I won't let this treasure fall into the wrong hands, but I also won't rush to make it public. At least not for now. Professor Luo, I'm grateful for your assistance. If you ever need help, I'll do everything in my power to repay you. His heartfelt words carried genuine sincerity, with a deeper, unspoken message: this discovery must remain a secret. Professor Luo, after a moment's hesitation, understood the implication and replied with a firm nod. Kid, how about we make a deal? I'll show you a path forward and swear to forget today's events as soon as we leave this room, on the condition that if you ever manage to grow fruit from this tree, you sell me 3 of them at market price. Deal? Without a second thought, Feng Mo agreed, nodding earnestly. Professor Luo seemed pleased with the response, his expression relaxing into a smile. He then gave one final piece of advice: if you're not planning to reveal the devouring ancient tree anytime soon, you'll be relatively safe for now. But if you ever want to accelerate your development by selling the fruit, you'll need the full backing of the Chu family. Marry into the Chu family, like that rascal Xiang over there, and you'll have the protection of one of the Federation's most influential families. Even so, some ancient beings nearing the end of their lifespans won't be deterred, not even by the Chu family's power. Those are the ones you'll need to watch out for. Professor Luo paused, his voice growing serious. Once you have a quasi-tier 5 flagship, most opportunists will think twice before crossing you. Coupled with the Chu family's support, you should be safe enough for a while. Remember these words. With that, Professor Luo waved them off, turning back to his laboratory bench to resume his work. Despite his aloof demeanor, his concern for Feng Mo was genuine. He had offered practical advice and asked for a favor he knew Feng Mo could deliver, all because he recognized the young man's connection to the Chu family. Thank you, Professor Luo, Xiang Rong said, ushering Feng Mo and Chu Yunjian out of the lab. Once outside, he gave Feng Mo a reassuring pat on the shoulder. It's just a life-extending treasure. Hide it away for a few years, and when the time is right, the Chu family will have your back. Rest assured, we won't abandon our own. Xiang Rong's words were meant to put Feng Mo at ease. The Chu family would handle the pressure from the upper echelons, leaving him free to grow stronger without worry. Thank you, uncle. Yunjian and I will take our leave now, Feng Mo replied with gratitude. Xiang Rong merely waved them off and returned to his duties. On the way back to Starport 1, Chu Yunjian seemed to wrestle with her thoughts. She hesitated before finally speaking, worried that her words might hurt Feng Mo's pride. Feng Mo, you could stay with the Chu family for a while. We have one of the Federation's most extensive knowledge bases. It would give you access to starship engineering expertise far beyond what you have now. Once you've fully grasped the Tier 4 warship schematics, then you could return to the Storm Star system. Feng Mo laughed softly. Are you trying to recruit me as a live-in son-in-law? If so, you'd better prepare a bride price. I can't join without something to my name. Chu Yunjian's face flushed, and she stammered in embarrassment, you're so shameless. Always joking around. Are you coming to the Chu family or not? Yunjian, I appreciate the offer, but I can't stay. As for the Tier 4 warship, I'm making progress. I'm confident that I'll have the design ready when I get back, Feng Mo said, giving her hand a playful squeeze. I won't be your live-in son-in-law, but if you're willing to marry me, I'll graciously accept, provided the dowry includes a Tier 4 fleet. His teasing words made Chu Yunjian's face burn even hotter. She pulled her hand away and punched his shoulder twice, hard enough to make him wince, even though she was holding back. Being a Tier 3 gene warrior, she could have done much more damage. Seeing his pain, a hint of worry flashed in her eyes, but her embarrassment soon overpowered it, and she delivered 2 more blows, her frustration mixed with a faint, unspoken affection. Chapter 76, Crafting the Tier 3 Perfect Gene Serum. On the journey back, Feng Mo and Chu Yunjian shared laughter and teasing, with Feng Mo taking full advantage of the situation to flirt. By the time they arrived at Starport 1, Chu Yunjian's face was still flushed with embarrassment as she stepped off the hovercar. At Starport 1, Feng Mo gently pulled Chu Yunjian into his arms, whispering softly, "Yunjian, wait for me. Storm Star System is only the beginning. One day, I'll carve out a vast territory, claim a kingdom, and lead a fleet to the Chu family to propose. What do you say? Humphrey, by then, who knows how many women you'll be proposing to. But you must promise me one thing, when you do establish your kingdom, I, Chu Yunjian, must be your queen. All the other women can only be concubines," she demanded, blushing deeply, while her small hands pinched his waist playfully. "All right, my queen, you have my word," Feng Mo replied. That was a promise he could keep. As for she was destined to be his grand general, born for the battlefield and never suited to a quiet life in the rear. In the interstellar age, monogamy was a concept that only applied to the weak. The powerful, regardless of gender, had the privilege of multiple partners. The so-called equality movements mostly served to keep the masses entertained and distracted. After a tender goodbye, and with Feng Mo making numerous promises to ease Chu Yunjian's reluctance, he turned and boarded Storm, the flagship. Composing himself, he issued orders from the captain's chair, "Huakin, send this raw material list to the Chen family of Snow Eagle. Make sure they expedite the shipment." "Yes, sir." Huakin responded efficiently. Feng Mo then initiated a video call with When she appeared on the screen, she was inspecting the fleet, her demeanor strictly professional. "How did the negotiations with Demon Star System go, he inquired. "Commander," replied formally, "the deal has been finalized. The first batch consists of 10 billion slaves, 90% are humans or humanoid species, and 10% are other races. A deposit of 1 million star coins has been paid, and the full delivery is scheduled for 1 year from now. The value of this batch is estimated to be nearly 2 billion star coins." Feng Mo was astonished. The profit margin was enormous. 10 billion slaves valued at 2 billion meant each slave cost only a fraction of a star coin. If sold properly, the return on investment could be 5 times higher, though only if he found the right buyers. Standard slaves were cheap, but rare and talented slaves fetched premium prices. 2 billion star coins? What a fortune. Thankfully, I never planned to spend any of it. Considerate interest for all the suffering my has endured over the years, Feng Mo teased. Ir's face flushed ever so slightly, and after exchanging a few more formal words, she quickly ended the call. Behind her, the Marrow sisters, Leela and Lacey, giggled at her embarrassment. Leaning back in his chair, Feng Mo activated the Ember Fire System interface. Temporary Mission 1, collect enough dark matter and dark energy crystals from the White Hole to construct a Tier 4 warship. Completed. Reward, Tier 3 Perfect Gene Serum. Claim your reward? Feng Mo mentally confirmed. Reward claimed, Tier 3 Perfect Gene Serum recipe acquired. With a recipe in hand, Feng Mo forwarded it to the Elf Queen, adding a note to request assistance from the Federation's top pharmaceutical suppliers to rush the delivery of the necessary ingredients to Storm Prime. Given the elves' affinity with nature, the Elf Queen was uniquely skilled in discerning the finest medicinal materials, and Feng Mo trusted her completely. The preparation of the serum would require the Elf Queen's expertise, so he invited her to accompany the shipment to the base. Feng Mo had always had great self-control in the past, but ever since experiencing intimacy, his desires had grown insatiable. The mental strain of constant danger and battle needed to be relieved, and spending time with was the only way he could truly relax. When Storm finally docked at the starport, the Elf Queen, and the Marrow sisters, Leela and Lacey, were there to greet him. 2 elf attendants carrying silver cases stood behind the Elf Queen, likely containing the precious medicinal materials. Feng Mo, under the watchful eyes of his crew, maintained his composure and refrained from any public displays of affection. Back at the base, Feng Mo intended to retreat to his quarters, but summoned him to the office, where he found the Layla Lacey twins waiting. They had just returned with the Explorer fleet for resupply. After a warm embrace with the twins saluted Feng Mo and said, Commander, the Explorer fleet has returned to Storm Prime for resupply. Awaiting your orders. You've done an excellent job over the past 6 months, Feng Mo praised. You've discovered valuable new resource planets, expanding our domain from 47 to 54. Keep up the good work. Finish surveying the Storm Star system, and once that's done, we'll scale up the fleet for even bigger missions. Great rewards are in store. His words motivated the twins, who left the office energized and eager for their next mission. As soon as they were gone, Feng Mo picked Ai-Er up, carried her out of the office, and headed straight to their private quarters. The 5 days they'd spent apart felt like an eternity. In the privacy of their room, their reunion was passionate and unrestrained, with Ai-Er's provocations fueling the flames. Imagine the details as you wish. The next morning, refreshed and invigorated, Feng Mo rose, dressed in his combat uniform with Ai-Er's help, and made his way to the lab. The Elf Queen had been waiting there, ready to assist. Upon entering, Feng Mo handed the recipe for the Tier 3 Perfect Gene Serum to Kylan, the Elf Queen, and said, "This serum is tailored to my genetic structure. Once you've crafted it, analyze the formula to see if there's anything you can adapt to improve the gene serums for our troops." "Understood, Commander," Kylan replied. The serum's preparation was complex. Every step, from selecting the medicinal materials to extracting their essences, filtering impurities, and compressing the final product, required absolute precision. Watching Kylan work was mesmerizing, her movements graceful and refined. Over 2 hours later, the serum, a luminous blue liquid, was carefully poured into a glass vial. The Tier 3 Perfect Gene Serum was complete, a product of painstaking labor and unwavering focus. Chapter 77, Breaking Through to Tier 3 with the Gene Serum prepared, Feng Mo and Kylan headed to a quiet chamber. He still shuddered at the memory of the excruciating pain from his last breakthrough, a torment so intense it resembled torture. Nevertheless, Feng Mo picked up the gene serum and drank it in one go. This ordeal was something he had to endure, and pain was not a reason to retreat. The pale blue liquid flowed into his mouth, and Feng Mo bit down on a towel handed to him by Kylan. Immediately, a sensation akin to being hammered, shattering his bones piece by piece, surged through his body. Feng Mo shuddered, and the agony was even more intense than last time. His face flushed crimson, and he could feel the serum spreading through him. His entire body reddened like a boiled shrimp, steam rising from his skin as his blood seemed to boil. He fell to the ground, his muscles tightening and spasms coursing through his body. From the outside, Feng Mo's appearance became unrecognizable, muscles taut, limbs twisted, veins bulging under his skin, and a grotesque grimace on his face. Kylan hadn't expected the breakthrough to be so violent. Alarmed by the sight of Feng Mo's pain, she hurriedly grabbed a prepared bath towel, wrapped him securely, and carried him to the bathroom. Cold water poured over Feng Mo, creating billowing steam as the icy liquid met his searing skin. Kylan kept a close eye on him, her concern overriding any discomfort from her soaked clothes, which clung to her figure, leaving little to the imagination. The torment lasted for nearly 10 minutes. Thanks to Kylan's vigilant care, Feng Mo slowly regained consciousness. He found himself immersed in a large bathing pool, and Kylan leaned over him, her eyes lighting up as he opened his. "Commander, you're awake. How do you feel?" Kylan asked anxiously. Feng Mo, now brimming with energy, had successfully broken through to become a Tier 3 gene warrior. And not just any breakthrough, this was a perfect advancement, making his physical strength at least 3 times greater than an average Tier 3 gene warrior. The Spark system interface informed him that his task was complete, but Feng Mo's attention was elsewhere. Kylan had removed her combat suit upon entering the quiet chamber for convenience, wearing only a thin inner garment. Now drenched from the cold water, the wet fabric left little to the imagination, and her alluring figure was an undeniable temptation. Having just advanced to Tier 3, Feng Mo's senses and primal instincts were heightened. Overwhelmed by desire, he pulled Kylan into his embrace. She gasped softly but didn't resist. In fact, Kylan had admired Feng Mo ever since he defeated the fearsome Bai Ziking in single combat. Given the chance to express her admiration, she was more than willing to oblige. Kylan, though inexperienced, had a playful and adventurous spirit, embodying the saying, "Those with wide hips bring heavenly bliss." While her curvaceous figure might have seemed slightly unconventional, it was a trait that promised immense pleasure, and Feng Mo was about to discover just how true that was. Feng Mo, invigorated by his recent breakthrough, fought with the fervor of a victorious general, attacking his foe with relentless passion. Their encounter was like a legendary battle, one that echoed through the quiet chamber. Fortunately, the room was soundproof, keeping their heated exchanges from being overheard. Feng Mo had entered the chamber around 2 in the afternoon and didn't emerge until late in the evening, supporting a thoroughly exhausted Kylan. Ai-Er was waiting at the door, and upon seeing them, she hurried over to help Kylan, shooting Feng Mo an exasperated glare. "You just can't get enough, can you?" What if you hurt Kylan? And why didn't you call me when you were about to break through to Tier 3? What if something had gone wrong? I chided, half annoyed and half concerned. Feeling guilty, Feng Mo scratched his head sheepishly. Luckily, I wasn't genuinely angry, just a bit upset. She helped Kylan to their living quarters, laying her gently on the bed, where she immediately drifted off to sleep. I then went to the kitchen and brought out a meal she had prepared earlier. You must be tired. Eat up. I tried a new recipe, tell me how it is, I said, handing Feng Mo a pair of chopsticks with a hopeful look. Feng Mo's guilt only deepened, but I sensing his discomfort, quickly reassured him. This isn't the commander I know. Look at all those big shots out there, surrounded by wives and concubines, with hundreds of attendants. You've only got me and Kylan, it's nothing. She took his hand and added, but promise me this, as the Storm Star system grows and you establish your kingdom, I want to remain your Grand General, not locked away in some palace. Can you do that? Of course, Feng Mo said, his heart swelling with gratitude. You'll always be my Grand General. They shared a meal, savoring the tender moment. Afterward, the droid Little Y cleaned up, leaving the couple to retire to the guest room, as Kylan was still sleeping soundly in the master bedroom. That night, instead of their usual passion, Feng Mo and I lay peacefully in each other's arms, feeling an unbreakable bond, a sense of home in this vast interstellar era. I too, found solace in the man she'd chosen to protect, feeling for the first time that her wandering heart had found its anchor. The next morning, Feng Mo awoke early and checked the Spark system interface. Mission: craft the Tier 3 Perfect Gene Serum and advance to a Tier 3 Gene Warrior, completed. Reward: Tier 4 Hurricane-class interstellar battleship blueprint. Feng Mo eagerly claimed his reward. Reward claimed, Tier 4 Hurricane-class interstellar battleship blueprint acquired. Elated, Feng Mo examined the battleship specs. With the design blueprint in hand, he had everything he needed: plans, materials, and ambition. All that remained was to retreat and build the mighty Hurricane. He studied the blueprint details with excitement. Tier 4 Hurricane-class interstellar battleship, armor strength, 440 units, dimensions, 2 kilometers in length, 450 meters in width, 373 meters in height, speed, 300 warp knots, warp engine, Tier 4, energy shield, Tier 4, 100% efficiency, weapons, 1 Tier 4 antimatter energy cannon, 1 Tier 4 ion laser cannon, 4 Tier 4 turbo laser turrets, 4 Tier 4 electromagnetic railguns, 100 Tier 4 close-range defense lasers. The ship was a formidable fortress, armed with powerful primary and secondary weapons and a vast array of defensive lasers. It was a major upgrade from Storm, but Feng Mo had even grander plans. He wanted to modify the Hurricane into a quasi-Tier 5 flagship, dubbed Hurricane Mod. To bring this vision to life, he'd need Elisa's genius for engineering. Feng Mo hoped her brilliant mind could help him elevate the Hurricane into a truly unrivaled starship. Chapter 78, the new flagship. After reviewing the details of the Hurricane-class battleship, Feng Mo felt a surge of heat in his abdomen, only to realize that had quietly slipped under the covers beside him. He quickly sent a message to Huakin and sighed, realizing that he was starting to live a life of indulgent luxury, one where even morning court affairs were postponed. But he loved every second of it. Amid the morning's passionate activities, the arrival of Kylan, who had been drawn in by the sounds, added another layer of excitement. Feng Mo embraced the opportunity, valiantly taking on both phoenixes in a battle that left them utterly defeated. It wasn't until near noon that Feng Mo, now fully dressed, left the room, while and Kylan needed more time to rest. This intense session had officially cemented Kylan's role as a permanent resident on Storm Main Star, taking on the responsibilities of managing affairs there for Feng Mo. As for the Elven Main Star, it was currently well governed by the Elder Council, with its population of fewer than 50 million elves leading peaceful lives. Feng Mo made his way to his office and called Chu Yunjian for a private video conference. The two of them discussed matters in secret for almost an hour, coming to an agreement before Feng Mo ended the call and headed to the technical department. When he pushed open the door to the head office, he found Elisa once again sneaking snacks, her cheeks puffed with treats. As soon as she saw Feng Mo enter, she hastily swallowed her mouthful and scurried over to make him tea, ingratiatingly saying, "Commander, I've been working so hard lately, and I'm a bit hungry. Can you give Elisa a raise for all her efforts?" Her big eyes fluttered expectantly, making Feng Mo chuckle. This mischievous little girl had been caught snacking, and now she was asking for a raise right after serving him tea. "All right, a raise it is," Feng Mo said, sounding like a big bad wolf tempting Little Red Riding Hood. "But you have to come with me on a trip to the asteroid belt first. Once we're back, I'll give you a 10% raise. How does that sound?" The proposal was enticing enough for Elisa to quickly calculate how much that raise would be. With excitement sparkling in her eyes, she declared, "Deal. Let's go right now, Commander. And you better not back out of that race, or Lisa won't let you off." Laughing, Feng Mo led her out of the office. The two of them took a hovercar to the starport, where Huaqian was already waiting. This mission to the asteroid belt involved only the Storm flagship, 4 Tier 3 Mantis-class ships, 2 Tier 3 Reindeer-class haulers, and 4 Tier 3 Hammer-class ships. The rest of the fleet stayed behind with to defend Storm star system. Feng Mo boarded the Storm flagship with Elisa, and Huaqian approached to report, "Commander, the raw materials from the Chen family of Snowhawk have been delivered and loaded onto the Tier 3 Reindeer-class ships. We're ready to depart. Set course for the asteroid belt," Feng Mo ordered. "Understood. The fleet is departing. Initiating synchronized warp travel. All first-level genetic warriors, please enter deep-sea mode." As Huaqian's broadcast echoed across the fleet, they entered warp travel, heading for the asteroid belt. Meanwhile, Feng Mo and Elisa were gathered around a holographic projection, deep in discussion about how to upgrade the Hurricane-class battleship into a quasi-Tier 5 warship. The plan was to construct the hull entirely from dark matter materials and integrate dark energy crystals into the engines. Weapon systems presented a challenge, though. Without access to Tier 5 level technology, they couldn't mount planet-killer cannons, which remain top-secret technology locked away in the Federation's databanks. The planet-killer cannon and battle planets were considered the Federation's crown jewels, with the secrets stored in secure databases that even the most powerful families couldn't access. Leaking such technology would summon 3 Tier 5 fleets to your doorstep with one simple question: how would you like to die? While modifying the weapon systems was impossible, Elisa suggested upgrading the energy shields. Standard energy shields could be modified, though it would be difficult. Still, Feng Mo was ready to try, especially given the abundance of resources he'd just acquired. They discussed enlarging the Hurricane-class hull by at least 50%, though the exact expansion would need further deliberation. As they brainstormed, Feng Mo and Elisa found themselves passionately defending their ideas, sometimes even arguing over the smallest details. Yet other times, they reached an agreement and celebrated with excited hugs. Time flew by, and the fleet arrived at the asteroid belt. Feng Mo and Elisa boarded a space shuttle to reach the command deck of the Tier 3 Hammer-class ship, where they initiated the construction plan for the Tier 4 Hurricane-class battleship. With the blueprints uploaded, the construction of the Hurricane began. Back in Storm Star system, placed the entire system on high alert. Patrol frequencies increased, from once every 2 weeks to once a week, ensuring tight security. Meanwhile, Chu Yunjian had been busy as well. Ever since Feng Mo entered seclusion, she used her powerful network to put intense pressure on the Bei family and negotiated tirelessly on Feng Mo's behalf. Over the next 6 months, the Bei family's Starship Trading Company was forced to sell off massive stockpiles of ships at discounted rates and eventually shut down. Their slave trade, weakened by Stormfleet trades and hampered by Chu Yunjian's intelligence network, also collapsed. The Bei family was left relying solely on their territorial income, selling raw materials at significantly reduced prices, dictated by the Chen family and other Snowhawk nobility. The Bei family's downfall was evident, and they had been burning through their savings just to stay afloat. It was costly to maintain even a single Tier 4 fleet, and their dwindling resources were nowhere near enough. At the Bei family's headquarters, all senior members gathered in a tense meeting. The room was filled with anxious faces and a heavy atmosphere. Sitting at the head of the table, Bei Yanbing spoke. "Chu Yunjian has made it clear that she is here to drag the Bei family down. She's stalling negotiations, giving us no room to breathe. Our reserves are running dry, and we can't withstand this any longer. What should we do?" Gone was Bei Yanbing's confident demeanor. In just a year, he had aged significantly, his once jet black hair now streaked with gray. His eldest son, Bei Muchen, watched his father with sorrow but was helpless. All this misfortune had stemmed from his younger brother's mistakes, but it was too late to assign blame. What mattered now was finding a way forward. Bei Muchen glanced around the room and spoke with determination. "Uncles, we are out of options. Chu Yunjian's tactics are deliberate. We must act decisively or risk losing everything. If diplomacy fails, we may have to." He left his thought unfinished, the weight of the moment pressing on everyone present. Chapter 79, All or Nothing. "In my opinion, we have no choice but to go all in against Feng Mo," said one of the estate managers from a branch of the Bei family, sitting to Bei Yanbing's left in the third seat. Despite looking relatively young, he was in fact, a 100-year-old youth with a robust and commanding presence. Unlike the others who sighed and looked defeated, he sat upright with a sharp gleam in his eyes, clearly a staunch advocate for aggressive action. "Easy for you to say, conquer Storm Star System, you say. Currently, The entire Storm Star system is under the Federation's protection, and attacking a noble's territory is against Federation law. If it were outsiders, maybe it would work. Bei Yanbing, seated at the head of the table, dismissed the idea outright, but as he continued speaking, he paused. Repeating the phrase "if it were outsiders," a light bulb suddenly went off in his head. Of course, the Storm Star system was protected by Federation law, but it wasn't technically part of the Federation's territory. If the Bei family attacked, the Federation would retaliate, but if it were aliens attacking, the Federation wouldn't intervene directly. The defense would fall entirely on Storm System's own fleet. It was a viable plan, but where could they find an outside force to do the job? The Demon Star System came to mind, a territory ruled by a Star Lord who commanded 2 Tier 4 fleets. Having identified a potential ally, Bei Yanbing sank into deep contemplation. Persuading the Demon Star System to get involved would come at a high cost, one that the Bei family might not be able to bear. Yet they had no other choice. The alternative was a slow and inevitable death. The Bei family was being suppressed on all fronts in Snowhawk Empire. But if they could break free from the Federation's sphere of influence, establish a foothold in Storm Star's system, and claim the resource-rich U5 sector, then a revival was still possible. Bei Yanbing was filled with hope, but he was also faced with the challenge of how to entice the Demon Star Lord. Just then, Bei Mushin, his eldest son, provided the insight that Bei Yanbing needed. Father, while the Demon Star system boasts 2 Tier 4 fleets, most of their warships are purchased from the Federation or the distant Meccans. They hardly manufacture their own due to a lack of blueprints. What's more, they desperately covet blueprints for quasi-Tier 5 ships, willing to risk everything to obtain them. If we offer what they want, we might convince them to act on our behalf. Bei Mushin's words lit a spark in Bei Yanbing's mind. The Bei family could gather 1 or 2 sets of Tier 4 blueprints, but acquiring a quasi-Tier 5 design was another matter. Still, 2 Tier 4 designs might be a strong enough incentive to lure the Demon Star Lord into action. If not, they could always offer a quasi-Tier 5 blueprint, though that would require drastic measures. Mushin, I want you to travel to the Demon Star system. Offer 2 Tier 4 blueprints as payment for an assault on Storm Star system. If that's not enough, hint at a quasi-Tier 5 design. As for where we'll get that, leave it to me. Determined, Bei Yanbing left the meeting room and sought out a secluded chamber. He made a video call to a silver-haired elder, speaking with a solemn tone. Elder Kiao, the Bei family has reached a desperate point. Please, for the sake of our past ties, help us through this crisis. The elder sighed and shook his head. Yanbing, it's not that I don't want to help, but I truly can't. Chu Yunjian herself is spearheading the campaign against her family. My connections alone are no match for hers. And you know the grudge between the Kiao family and the Yu clan. The Yu clan has the upper hand right now, and the Kiao family is struggling. We can't afford to provoke the Chu family further, especially not to aid the Bei family. Besides, the Chu family claims they're merely helping their future son-in-law. Your Bei family is officially unconnected to the Kiao family, and we simply don't have the resources to intervene. Bei Yanbing's heart grew cold. The Kiao family wasn't willing to risk a conflict with the Chu family for the Bei family. Without the leverage they once had, the Bei family no longer held any strategic value. Very well. Since the Kiao family can't help, then Elder Kiao, you must do one thing for me. I need a quasi-Tier 5 warship blueprint, preferably for a destroyer or frigate. I won't put you in a difficult spot, but I need this in 7 days. Elder Kiao's face turned livid, and he barked, Bei Yanbing, have you lost your mind? Do you think I'm some kind of wish-granting machine? Those blueprints are classified even within our own family. How am I supposed to get one? That's not my concern, Bei Yanbing replied coldly. You have 7 days. If I don't have that blueprint by then, a certain video I possess will spread across the entire Federation's networks. Surely you don't want the world to see you and the Kiao Duchess engaging in such activities. Elder Kiao's face contorted in rage, but Bei Yanbing remained unfazed. That affair of yours with the Duchess was ill-chosen, especially the venue. So, do your best, Elder Kiao. 7 days. Ignoring Elder Kiao's furious outburst, Bei Yanbing ended the call. The Kiao Duchess was the legitimate wife of Duke Kiao, and if news of her affair with Elder Kiao became public, the scandal would be monumental. The Duke would be humiliated across the Federation, and while the Duchess might find protection from her family, Elder Kiao would surely face a brutal end. After venting his rage, Elder Kiao composed himself, plotting his next move. He gathered intelligence on the Bei family's situation and coordinated with the Duchess. Upon learning that Bei Mushin was heading to the Demon Star system, Elder Kiao sneered, understanding Bei Yanbing's strategy. To lure the Demon Star Lord into attacking Storm Star system with a quasi-Tier 5 blueprint. If this works, The Bay family will claim an entire star system for free while I remain under your thumb. No, that won't do. If the Bay family wants to play this game, then they don't deserve to exist. Dead men can't talk. While Bay Mushin set off for the Demon Star system, Fengmo and Elisa, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, were intently focused on the holographic display. Today marked the trial run of the Hurricane-class warship. Whether or not the Hurricane passed its test would determine the success of their half-year-long endeavor. For 6 months, Fengmo and Elisa had poured their hearts into the project, working day and night to perfect every aspect of the modified starship. Finally, the moment of truth had arrived. Chapter 80, The Deal is Struck. The first test of the Hurricane-class warship was for interstellar travel, as the greatest challenges for a ship often surface at maximum speed. Fengmo and Elisa watched the data on the holographic display with bated breath as the Hurricane's velocity increased from 100 to 390 star knots. Fengmo's anxiety began to ease. The dark energy crystal engines proved their worth, delivering extraordinary performance. For a quasi-tier 5 warship to reach 390 star knots was already impressive, especially considering that Fengmo had doubled the size of the Hurricane-class hull. This expansion had been the cause of a heated argument with Elisa, lasting an entire week. Elisa had even wilder ambitions, wanting to turn the Hurricane into a veritable space fortress, more than doubling its size. Fengmo thought she was out of her mind. Eventually, he had to shut down her ideas firmly, and they settled on a more conservative enlargement. Now, the finalized specs of the modified Hurricane class were as follows: Quasi-Tier 5 Hurricane class star battleship, armor strength, 1,000 units, dimensions, 4 kilometers in length, 1 kilometer in width, 837 meters in height, speed, 390 star knots, warp engine, level 4, energy shield, level 4, upgraded, 100% efficiency, weapons, 3 Tier 4 antimatter energy cannons, 3 Tier 4 ion laser cannons, 8 Tier 4 turbolaser secondary cannons, 8 Tier 4 electromagnetic railgun secondary cannons, 150 Tier 4 close defense laser cannons, with 6 main cannons of 2 types and 16 secondary cannons. The upgraded Hurricane-class warship was essentially a mobile fortress. The Tier 4 antimatter energy cannons were the most powerful, but their cooldown was long, 5 minutes. The Tier 4 ion laser cannons were weaker but had a shorter cooldown of 3 minutes. Each weapon had its advantages, and it was up to the commander to use them wisely. Meanwhile, in the distant Demon Star system, Bay Mushin's fleet had just arrived and was quickly intercepted by a Demon Patrol fleet. After a series of inquiries, they were escorted to the Demon Star system's capital planet. The capital was a level 3 habitable world, comparable to the celestial cloud main planet, home to billions of demons. Some had bestial forms, massive and ferocious, while others were more humanoid, petite and cunning. Upon reaching the Demon King's court, Bay Mushin and his entourage were stopped by demon guards. "Our lord has decreed that the eldest son of the Bay family must enter the court alone," a guard announced. "Your entourage must wait outside." Bay Mushin's men wanted to object, but he waved them off and followed the guards into the court alone. He was led through grand corridors into a vast hall. As he entered, a tremendous pressure bore down on him, reminiscent of the aura of a powerful elder from the Kiao family. Despite the overwhelming force, Bay Mushin remained composed, his gaze unwavering, exuding the aura of a warrior ready to face death itself. His steps were confident, each stride as resolute as a dragon or a tiger, radiating an unshakable spirit. "Well done," boomed the Demon Lord, impressed. "You truly live up to the reputation of the Bay family's prodigious fleet commander. To enter my hall alone shows true bravery." The Demon Lord's voice was thunderous, echoing like clashing steel. Bay Mushin raised his eyes slightly to see a red-haired man in black combat armor seated on the throne. 2 bull-like horns sprouted from his head, and an orange flame mark burned at the center of his brow, a sign of immense mental power, on the cusp of materializing fully, marking him as a level 5 gene warrior. Bay Mushin of the Snowhawk Bay family greets the Demon Lord. "I come to request your intervention on behalf of my family. In exchange, the Bay family is willing to offer 2 sets of Tier 4 warship blueprints," Bay Mushin said, getting straight to the point. He didn't call him Demon King, but Demon Lord, emphasizing equality and mutual respect. "Oh? And who is your target?" the Demon Lord inquired with mild curiosity. "The target is the entire Storm Star system," Bay Mushin replied loudly, his voice filled with deep-seated hatred. "I'm sure you are not unfamiliar with it." "Who? The Storm Star system under Count Fengmo?" The Demon Lord's voice rose, feigning surprise. "You do realize that Fengmo's Storm Star system is an essential partner to the Demon Star system and a valued guest of ours." Bay Mushin couldn't help but smirk. The Demon Lord had never even met Fengmo, and yet he was already claiming him as a vital partner. How absurd. In addition to the 2 Tier 4 blueprints, the Bay family is prepared to offer a quasi-Tier 5 design for a modified Lynx-class destroyer. Would this be enough to persuade you? Bay Mushin proposed confidently. No one could resist such a tempting offer, he was sure of it. The Demon Lord's eyes narrowed, and he stood up abruptly. You had better not be joking, Bay Mushin. If you cannot produce that design today, do you know what will happen to you? I'm well aware, death, Bay Mushin replied defiantly. But what if I can deliver it? All I ask is that you mobilize your forces to crush Storm Star System and annihilate Fengmo. The Demon Lord sat back down, pondering. After a moment, he replied, very well. The Demon Star System will agree to your terms. But first, I must have the quasi-Tier 5 blueprint in hand. Seeing the Demon Lord's tone soften, Bay Mushin couldn't hide a smirk. Demon Lord, I've come here willingly as a hostage. Once your forces are en route to Storm Star System, the design will be yours. I cannot deploy forces immediately, the Demon Lord countered. Both of our Tier 4 fleets are currently engaged elsewhere, and it will take time to recall them. Here's my counter-offer, leave the 2 Tier 4 blueprints as collateral, and I'll guarantee an attack within a month. The Demon Lord was playing it safe, unwilling to act without a sure benefit. Bay Mushin knew he had to make a concession. After all, 2 Tier 4 designs were a small price to pay compared to what was at stake. I accept. 1 month, Bay Mushin agreed. With a gleam of triumph in his eye, the Demon Lord continued, excellent. I do enjoy dealing with straightforward people like you. Stay in the Demon Star System for now and enjoy our hospitality. We have many exotic pleasures here, from lovely slave girls to beast slaves. Make yourself at home. Escort Bay Mushin and his men to the guest quarters. See to it that the Madam of the Pleasure House personally entertains them, the Demon Lord commanded. Though Bay Mushin felt a pang of embarrassment, he was in high spirits. The mission was a success, and curiosity about the Demon Lord's mention of beast slaves piqued his interest, so he followed the guards out willingly. Chapter 81, Kiao Lao's plot. Once Bay Mushin left the hall, the Demon Lord's eyes glinted with excitement. Securing 2 sets of Tier 4 warship blueprints was a fortuitous gain. Wasting no time, he forwarded the recording of his conversation with Bay Mushin to Kiao Lao, then waited briefly before initiating a video call. When Kiao Lao appeared on screen, the Demon Lord greeted him first. Mr. Kiao, I've carried out your instructions as planned. Can I expect the quasi-Tier 5 warship blueprint now? The silver-haired elder on the other side of the screen nodded in approval. Well done. The blueprint will be sent to you shortly. Proceed according to our plan. Keep Bay Mushin in check, and in 1 month, the Snowhawk Bay family will be no more. Rest assured, Mr. Kiao, the Demon Lord responded with a sinister grin. Now that Bay Mushin has entered my domain, he won't be leaving anytime soon. The Demon Lord was not wrong. At that moment, Bay Mushin was being led around the pleasure district by the madam herself, his eyes widening at the indulgent offerings. This place catered to his every little kink and desire, and he soon found himself completely immersed, abandoning all reservations. It was clear that, when a person fully unleashes their pent-up stress, the result can be shockingly extreme. Even the seasoned madam, who prided herself on having seen every twisted perversion imaginable, found Bay Mushin's behavior disturbingly deviant. Meanwhile, Fengmo's test voyage aboard the Hurricane-class warship had just concluded. Thrilled by the ship's performance data, he felt optimistic about the future. Once he secured blueprints for a few more Tier 4 warships, the thought of founding his own nation didn't seem so distant anymore. The Hurricane, a quasi-Tier 5 class battleship, now provided a significant security buffer for Fengmo. The outside world wouldn't question this either, as the Chu family had already publicly declared that Fengmo's new warship was made possible with their support. To reinforce this narrative, the Chu family even spread rumors about Fengmo's supposed weakness, a fondness for talented and beautiful women, regardless of their lineage. This portrayal of him as a playboy was a strategic move suggested by Chu Yunjian. Previously known for his sharp, unrelenting demeanor, Fengmo reluctantly followed Chu Yunjian's advice to soften his image. The rationale was simple: a flawless, intimidating figure often becomes a target. Showing a humanizing flaw could divert attention and reduce hostility. Upon returning to Storm Starport, Fengmo's fleet made a show of unveiling the Hurricane-class warship and 2 Tier 4-class Scorpion stealth bombers. Since the Hurricane was already exposed, there was no point in keeping the other ships hidden. On the journey back, Fengmo received an unexpected video call from Kiao Lao, the chief steward of the Kiao family. Facing the elder's stern, silver-haired visage, Fengmo asked, "To what do I owe the honor of this call, Kiao Lao?" The old man smiled and praised Fengmo. The younger generation always surpasses the old. With the Chu family's support, you've even managed to design a quasi-Tier 5 flagship. The Chu family's generosity to their son-in-law is famous throughout the Federation, but you're impressive in your own right, having crafted a Tier 4 class warship of your own. Qiao Lao's tone then shifted. I wonder, Feng Mo, would you be interested in toppling the Snowhawk Bay family? Oh? Feng Mo's curiosity was piqued. This was something he had long considered but never had the right opportunity to act on. I'm all ears. Qiao Lao chuckled. Bringing down the Bay family hinges on two factors, the Federation's stance and the Snowhawk Empire's reaction. The former is crucial, but what if I told you I have evidence of Bei Yanbing's illicit deal with the Demon Star system involving a quasi-Tier 5 warship blueprint? This kind of semi-restricted technology isn't strictly illegal to trade with outsiders, but it is a serious breach of trust among the Federation's noble houses. The Bei family has crossed a line, and the powerful families will push for retribution. The noble houses have enough influence to sway Federation decisions, making the Bei family's fall inevitable. The details of their punishment will be debated, but the execution of that punishment, that's where you come in. Feng Mo pondered this for a moment. I understand, Qiao Lao. The Bei family's dealings with the Demon Star system warrant consequences. The specifics of those consequences can be left to collective deliberation, but I, Feng Mo, am willing to be the blade that strikes them down. Qiao Lao burst into laughter. Good. The young Count of Storm is as resolute as they say. The Qiao family will back you, and with support from the Chu family and the Yu clan, your foundation in the Yunshan Empire will ensure that you are the one to see this through. The video call ended, and Feng Mo found himself deep in thought. Qiao Lao's offer seemed like an olive branch, but Feng Mo wasn't naive. The Qiao family must have a deeper motive. Perhaps the Bei family had slipped out of Qiao Lao's control or committed some offense that made Qiao Lao eager to use Feng Mo as his weapon. The issue of the quasi-Tier 5 blueprint, though serious, wasn't enough to warrant such drastic measures on its own. Even if the Demon Star system managed to build a quasi-Tier 5 fleet, the Federation still viewed them as nothing more than a slightly larger nuisance. Feng Mo couldn't discern the exact reason for Qiao Lao's urgency, but one thing was clear, this was a deal worth taking. Over the next week, the Federation appeared calm on the surface, but beneath, it was in turmoil. Rumors spread like wildfire. The Snowhawk Bay family had colluded with the Demon Star system, plotting to secede and establish their own dominion. The uproar was immense, and Bei Yanbing, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily contacted Qiao Lao. After much pleading and cajoling, Qiao Lao gave him empty assurances, temporarily easing his fears. But the storm was far from over. On July 9, Federation Year 7494, Feng Mo received an urgent mission on his personal terminal. The sender was General Gu. Zhao Mo, things have gotten complicated, General Gu explained. The Bei family scandal has involved the military, the Federation Council, and the noble houses. The military wants to use this to crack down on any dealings with alien races, eliminating threats in one decisive move. The Council, as always, seeks balance and stability, and they'll announce in 3 days that the Bei family has committed high treason against humanity, arresting and publicly prosecuting them. The noble houses, meanwhile, want to handle matters internally. They plan to investigate and eliminate any parties secretly trading with alien species, and they aim to wipe out the Bei family before the Council's declaration to make an example of them. These three factions represent three very different approaches. Uncle Gu wants to hear your thoughts. Rest assured, whatever you decide, I'll support you. Chapter 82, Sealing the Star System. This was not good news at all. Because of the Snowhawk Bay family, Feng Mo found himself unexpectedly caught up in a power struggle within the Federation. No matter what choice he made, it seemed like trouble was inevitable. So, he needed to choose the option that would maximize his own benefit. First, he had to rule out the military. Their ambitions were too grand, and Feng Mo had no desire to become the vanguard of a massive purge, as that would only invite enmity from various factions, a price too high to pay. Next, the council was also not an option. Their plan to apprehend the Bei family and hold a public trial conflicted with his mission. Relying on them to handle it could easily lead to unexpected complications. If the Bei family managed to escape and hide on some distant planet, Feng Mo's mission would be a failure. That left him with the noble houses. Taking them up on their offer and personally annihilating the Bei family would fulfill his mission, allow him to step away afterward, and earn him favors from powerful allies. After all, Feng Mo was a noble himself and naturally inclined to side with them. He couldn't betray the very foundation that supported him. It was a matter of principle. Uncle Gu, tomorrow, I'll gather my fleet and destroy the Bei family. Please inform the participating noble houses and have them seal off the windmill star system for 1 day. 1 day will be enough. Feng Mo declared. Good. Since you've made your choice, Uncle will support you unconditionally. I'll make the necessary arrangements, and the noble houses will shield you from any backlash from the military or the council afterward. You'll also be compensated appropriately, General Gu assured him. Thank you, Uncle Gu. Time is short, so I'll start mobilizing the fleet, Feng Mo replied. Ending the call, Feng Mo turned to Ir. Order the Storm Fleet to assemble. We leave in 1 hour. Have the Elf Fleet defend the Storm Star system, and the Explorer's Fleet patrol our territory. Yes, Commander. Ir, the iron-blooded officer, responded sharply before heading out. Feng Mo used the remaining time to prepare. Under Huaqian's assistance, he donned his combat uniform and took a hovercraft to Storm Star Port. Once there, he boarded the Hurricane, now serving as the fleet's flagship. Entering the main control room of the Hurricane, Feng Mo prepared for the ship's first real battle, the annihilation of the Snowhawk Bay family. He was eager to see how the newly constructed Quasi-Tier 5 warship would perform. At that moment, Huaqian, his diligent adjutant and secretary, approached to report. Commander. The Storm Fleet is ready to depart. We'll traverse through the U3 system, use the Stargate, and arrive at the Windmill Star system in 7 hours and 43 minutes. The route is plotted and ready for your command. Set out. Feng Mo ordered. Yes, Commander. Storm Fleet is now entering synchronized warp mode. All first-level genetic warriors, please engage Tipsy Protocol. The fleet is moving out. Huaqian's announcement echoed across the fleet. During the journey, Feng Mo entered the virtual star network, appearing in a luxurious private suite where Chu Yanjian awaited anxiously. He pulled her into his lap, gently holding her as he spoke. I kept you waiting, didn't I? I'm sure you're aware of the current situation in the Federation. It's not looking good. Uncle Gu presented me with 3 options, but in reality, only one was viable. Did you choose the noble houses? Chu Yanjian asked, her concern evident. Of course, Feng Mo replied. That's my foundation. If a person can easily betray their roots, they're bound to meet a miserable end. Chu Yanjian sighed in relief. So, the task is to eliminate the Bei family in advance? Do you need me to lead a Chu family fleet to help you wipe them out? Feng Mo pinched her nose playfully. Have a bit more faith in your future husband, will you? The Storm Fleet is already en route, and the Hurricane is ready for its maiden battle. This operation will be its trial run. Chu Yanjian blushed, her eyes filled with affection. I guess I was just worried. My man is the strongest in the Federation, maybe even the whole universe. How else could you have conquered me? Oh really? Are you sure about that? Feng Mo teased. Wasn't it you sneaking into my room at the White Hole base that time, stealing kisses while I slept? Shameless woman. Chu Yanjian's face turned beet red, and she pounded his chest with her small fists. You're the worst. My elders asked me to tell you that you have their full support. Do whatever you need to, and they'll ensure you're well compensated afterward. Feng Mo nodded, reassured. With this promise from the Chu family, he could confidently act as the vanguard and even receive substantial rewards afterward. This could also help him mend relations with the military by compensating for any friction. The Storm Fleet warped through interstellar space and arrived at the U3 system, where the Stargate was under military control. The fleet encountered a security checkpoint, but once Feng Mo presented his noble badge, they were allowed to pass. Crossing the Stargate, the Storm Fleet successfully reached the Windmill Star system. With the Hurricane now serving as the flagship, the fleet had significantly increased in strength, no longer fearing a typical Tier 4 fleet. When they arrived at the Bei family's home world, the Bei family had assembled over 1,000 warships in front of their starport, including their elite Tier 4 fleet, 73 Tier 4 ships and 1 Tier 3 missile cruiser. Their flagship was a Tier 4 Vulture-class battleship, with most of the Tier 4 ships being Lynx-class destroyers and Black Rhino-class frigates. The remaining 900 ships consisted of a mix of Tier 3 and Tier 2 vessels. This was the full might of the Snowhawk Bay family, mobilized to defend their ancestral world with everything they had. They had been given a rousing speech and were prepared to fight to the death. Aboard the Vulture-class battleship's bridge, Bei Yanbing was in a tense conversation with Qiao Lao. So, you're saying that if we defeat Feng Mo's Storm Fleet, the Qiao family will intervene and broker a deal for our survival? Bei Yanbing asked, sounding hopeful yet desperate. Qiao Lao had thoroughly misled Bei Yanbing, feeding him false hope. The Demon Star system had promised to send reinforcements in a month, but the situation for the Bei family had deteriorated rapidly. First, rumors spread of the Bei family's attempted secession and plans to establish a new kingdom. Then, word leaked of their illicit dealings with the Demon Star system, leaving Bei Yanbing reeling. Now, Qiao Lao had proposed a showdown between the Bei family and the Storm Fleet, emphasizing that victory would secure their survival. He even provided Bei Yanbing with information on the Storm Fleet, though it conveniently omitted details about the Scorpion stealth bombers and the Quasi-Tier 5 Hurricane. That's right, Qiao Lao lied smoothly. Defeat the Storm Fleet, and the Qiao family will step in to mediate. I've even arranged for Feng Mo's fleet specs to give you an edge. Victory is within reach. Chapter 83, the battle begins at this moment. Bei Yanbing, having been thoroughly misled by Qiao Lao, had no choice but to hang up the video call after a few last threats. Facing the life-or-death situation of the Bei family, he knew he had to deal with the immediate crisis first. After all, the Storm Fleet supposedly only had one Tier 4 warship and fewer than 100 Tier 3 warships. How could they stand a chance against the Bei family's formidable forces? What Bei Yanbing didn't know was that two Tier 5 fleets were already stationed at the edge of the Windmill Star System, and the Stargate had been completely taken over by the military. The Windmill Star System was now under strict lockdown, only allowing entry, with no way out. It was about to become a massive, deadly battlefield. Bei Yanbing sat in his captain's chair, seething with hatred for the incoming Storm Fleet. If only Feng Mo had been willing to endure a little when his second son tried to pressure the Storm Star System, things would not have escalated to this point. But if Feng Mo could read Bei Yanbing's thoughts, he would have summed it up in one word: typical. However, Bei Yanbing didn't see it that way. He was a seasoned Marquis of the Snowhawk Empire. When he first learned about Feng Mo, the young noble was only a Viscount, 2 ranks beneath him. And with the Bei family's Tier 4 fleet, how dare Feng Mo fight back instead of submitting? It defied all logic, in Bei Yanbing's view. Now that things had come to this, Bei Yanbing was determined to crush his opponent. With over 1,000 warships against fewer than 100, the Bei family surely had the upper hand. As a veteran fleet commander, Bei Yanbing knew better than to underestimate his opponent, especially given the 2 missile warships in Feng Mo's fleet. Order all ships to spread out and form a spearhead formation. Tier 4 warships in the front as the sharp tip, the Tier 3 warships forming the shaft to stabilize the formation, and the Tier 2 warships trailing as the fletching, Bei Yanbing commanded. When the Storm Fleet arrived at the perimeter of the Bei family's home world, Feng Mo was impressed by the spearhead formation. This was the mark of an experienced fleet commander, something Bei Mushin could never have pulled off. With Tier 4 warships leading the charge, a carrier fleet would be vulnerable to a devastating breakthrough. But Feng Mo had the Hurricane, a quasi-Tier 5 battleship. He didn't need to match formations, he could break through with sheer power. Huakin, order the fleet to halt. Have the Tier 4 Scorpions cloak and sneak around to the enemy's rear, ready to strike their flagship. The Hurricane will engage them head-on. Load the missile launchers on the 2 Tier 3 Boxers and prepare for firing, Feng Mo instructed. The plan was clear. The Tier 4 Scorpions would execute a decapitation strike while the Hurricane disrupted the enemy formation, creating an opportunity for the Boxers to unleash a missile barrage. Seeing the Storm Fleet halt at the edge of their radar range, Bei Yanbing was puzzled. The enemy was in a position where even Tier 4 warship firepower would be ineffective and easy to dodge, an ambiguous standoff. What game was Feng Mo playing? His confusion turned to shock when he saw the Hurricane. It was a battleship twice the size of a standard interstellar warship, and it dawned on him. A quasi-Tier 5 battleship. Bei Yanbing's jaw tightened, and he cursed under his breath, a quasi-Tier 5 warship? Damn you, Chu family. You've gone to great lengths to aid Feng Mo. I wonder if you mourn the loss of this ship when it falls in battle. He still believed the Hurricane was a gift from the Chu family, never suspecting that Feng Mo had built it himself. All Tier 3 warships, ready main and secondary cannons. Engage the auto-aim system and prepare a barrage. Tier 4 warships, hold your fire until ordered. Bei Yanbing commanded. Nearly 300 Tier 3 warships lit up, their cannons charging and casting brilliant light across the dark expanse of space. Fire. Bei Yanbing ordered. 1,000 beams of energy roared forth, forming a deadly web calculated to intercept every possible evasive maneuver by the Hurricane. But Feng Mo had anticipated this move. The Hurricane's top speed of 390 knots was its key advantage. As the laser web closed in, the Hurricane weaved through it in a Z-shaped trajectory, evading most of the beams. Report. All Tier 3 laser cannon fire missed. The target's speed is 390 knots, matching Tier 5 warship capabilities. Bei Yanbing's adjutant reported, his voice tinged with disbelief. Bei Yanbing was stunned. A quasi-Tier 5 warship moving at Tier 5 speed? It defied common sense. Yet, here it was. Bei Yanbing clenched his teeth, his veteran instincts kicking in. Recalibrate the auto-aim system. Treat the target as a Tier 5 warship and adjust for its speed. Yes, sir. Auto-aim recalibrated. Target locked, trajectories plotted. Awaiting orders. All Tier 4 warships, fire main and secondary cannons. Bei Yanbing commanded. A new barrage erupted, this time from the Bei family's Tier 4 warships. The Hurricane initially managed to dodge most of the fire, but the recalibrated attack eventually found its mark. The ship's upgraded energy shields, however, absorbed the hits. Warning. Shield energy at 83%. 80%. 75%. 70%. Huakin reported. Fengmo remained calm. The Hurricane's modified shields had Tier 5 grade features, high defense and rapid recovery. During testing, they had proven capable of withstanding 2 full barrages from Tier 4 Scorpions. The Bei family's attacks were nowhere near that level of intensity, so the shields could hold. Activate auto-aim. Charge the antimatter energy cannons and the turbo laser turrets, Fengmo ordered. The Hurricane's 3 main cannons and 8 secondary turrets began to glow. Target enemy Tier 4 warships. Fire. 11 beams of destructive energy shot out, striking 4 of the Bei family's Tier 4 Lynx-class destroyers. In an instant, 4 explosions lit up the void, as the targeted ships were blown to pieces. The radar's holographic display showed the devastation. 3 of the main cannon blasts shattered the shields of 3 Lynx destroyers. The secondary cannon fire then tore through their energy cores, causing catastrophic explosions. The remaining 5 beams of energy shattered the shield of the 4th destroyer, igniting a chain reaction that obliterated the ship. The Hurricane had made its opening move, and the battle had only just begun. Chapter 84, The Hurricane Dragon. Fengmo's exceptional talent shone brightly once again. Under his command, every barrage from the fleet landed with devastating precision, striking the enemy ship's energy cores, armories, or even directly destroying their bridges. Charge the ion laser cannons and electromagnetic railgun turrets, Fengmo commanded. Auto-target the enemy fleet's movements. Fire. With another command, 11 beams shot forth. Bei Yanbing stared at the radar images in disbelief. The enemy's warship was equipped with 6 main cannons and 16 secondary turrets, clearly designed for overwhelming firepower. Another volley obliterated 8 of the Bei family's Tier 4 ships. Bei Yanbing couldn't believe the power of this quasi-Tier 5 battleship. Was the Hurricane really that strong? Watching the Hurricane barrel through his fleet like an unstoppable force, Bei Yanbing realized that the enemy's target was likely his flagship. Fengmo was aiming for a decapitation strike. Despite his fear, Bei Yanbing refused to back down. If they wanted to trade blows, he'd make it costly. A round of the Hurricane's fire might destroy 8 Tier 4 ships, but how many rounds could it take in return? Bei Yanbing was prepared to sacrifice 30 of his Tier 4 ships if it meant killing Fengmo. Order all Tier 4 and Tier 3 ships to charge their main and secondary cannons, Bei Yanbing commanded. Fire at that battleship. Blow it apart. A second barrage of laser fire rained down on the Hurricane. The ship's energy shields took the brunt of the attack, and inside the Hurricane's bridge, Fengmo felt the pressure increase. The energy shield levels had dropped to 35%, and another volley would break through. But Fengmo had planned for this. Prepare all main and secondary cannons, he ordered. Notify the Mellow Sisters that the moment has come. Ready to engage. Fire. This time, the Hurricane fired all 6 main cannons and 16 secondary turrets in one massive volley, targeting the enemy's defensive fleet surrounding the flagship. Meanwhile, aboard the cloaked Tier 4 Scorpion-class stealth bombers, the Mellow Sisters saw the explosion of the enemy's defense ships. They seized the opportunity and moved into optimal striking position behind the enemy flagship. Use all our firepower, one of the sisters commanded. Target the flagship and its escort ships. Launch everything. Nearly 100 shock missiles and proton torpedoes flooded toward the enemy ships, followed by another barrage of pulse torpedoes and 20 antimatter annihilation missiles. Warning. Our flagship has been locked onto by enemy ships. A series of alarms blared on Bei Yanbing's bridge. Energy shields at full power, attempting to intercept incoming fire. Cold sweat dripped down Bei Yanbing's back. On the radar, he saw the 2 enemy stealth bombers that had appeared on his left flank. His heart sank. He had never anticipated that Fengmo would have such stealth ships in his arsenal. Boom. 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 The sound of armor shattering reverberated throughout the flagship. Explosions ripped through the ship's hull, throwing crew members around like rag dolls. Every system flashed red, and parts of the ship were torn open, revealing the cold, star-studded void outside. Some crew members caught a final glimpse of the fiery explosions consuming the ship before being engulfed in the inferno, their bodies incinerated or left as floating debris. Bei Yanbing and the entire flagship of the Bei family's fleet were engulfed in a massive fireball, taking with them the entire momentum of the Bei family's forces. The destruction of a fleet's flagship was a psychological and strategic catastrophe, triggering widespread panic and disorder among the remaining ships. As Fengmo had anticipated, the Bei family's fleet fell into chaos. Tier 3 and Tier 2 ships began to retreat in droves, and the Mellow Sisters, seeing the pandemonium, ordered another devastating strike. While they're in disarray, let's light another fire under them. Launch all kinetic beam missiles at the enemy's Tier 3 missile ship. One of the sisters commanded. As mentioned earlier, interstellar missile ships had immense firepower but were incredibly vulnerable. With their hulls packed with volatile munitions, An explosion could spell doom for nearby friendly ships. Without protection, the Tier 3 missile ship was struck by the Scorpion's kinetic beam missiles. The ship's shields failed to withstand the assault, and it detonated in a massive explosion, lighting up the surrounding void and taking nearby ships with it. The Mello sisters watched in awe, their excitement palpable. The twin hammer blows to the Bay family's morale left the fleet in complete disarray. Few ships could muster any resistance, and many captains either fled or fought among themselves for control. The battle had turned entirely one-sided. With the Windmill star system under lockdown, any fleeing Bay family ships were quickly captured or destroyed. Feng Mo turned his gaze toward the rebuilt Bay family starport, which he had destroyed a year ago. It now stood gleaming and new, as though calling to him. But just as Feng Mo entertained the thought of claiming it, a video call came through to the Hurricane's bridge. It was from his uncle, Gujun Zhao Mo. Gujun said, "I've just received word from the Snowhawk Empire's parliament. They've decided that the Bay family's homeworld should remain under the Empire's jurisdiction. Your mission is to annihilate the Bay family, but the population on the planet must be left untouched. Zhao Mo, this is non-negotiable. The Bay family is still an Empire-affiliated noble house, and we have to respect the Empire's claim. However, they've agreed to compensate you afterward." "I understand, Uncle," Feng Mo replied, though internally, he couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. He had just set his sights on the starport, only for it to be snatched away. If their compensation isn't good enough. Feng Mo thought to himself with a huff. We'll see about that. Chapter 85, The Destruction of the Bay Family. Have the captains clean up the battlefield, quickly. Take everything, don't miss a single piece of loot. Feng Tani, lead the mecha squad to dismantle the planetary defense system of the Bay family's home world. We'll install it on the Elven homeworld later. Also, organize a planet-wide hunt for all direct and collateral Bay family members, Feng Mo commanded, giving a series of precise orders. Huaqian, take the soldiers to the Bay family treasury. Deploy drones from the Tier 3 Sea Lions to escort you, and if anyone resists, eliminate them immediately, he added. After issuing his orders, Feng Mo descended with a small unit to the Bay family's starport. Admiring the newly rebuilt facility, he couldn't help but feel an intense longing, captivated by the grandeur of the entire third-level life planet. The battle had lasted less than 2 hours, but cleaning up afterward took over 6. Feng Mo stood alone at the starport, gazing at the Bay family's home world. Hundreds of drones, over 100 interstellar meshes, and dozens of star-class frigates patrolled the skies. Anyone resisting, inciting unrest, or spreading dangerous rhetoric was summarily executed. The Bay family's homeworld housed nearly 30 billion people. Seeing such a densely populated world made Feng Mo envious. The Storm Star system, his domain, only held 1.3 billion, less than a 20th of this planet's population. The disparity was stark. Once the Bay family issue was resolved and the Spark system mission completed, Feng Mo was ready to take on the Demon Star system, using it to strengthen his territory. Lost in thought, Feng Mo was snapped back to reality when Huaqian arrived in a flying vehicle and reported, "Commander, the battlefield has been cleared. We achieved a decisive victory, destroying 820 enemy ships, 70 Tier 4 class, 270 Tier 3 class, and the rest Tier 2 class. We captured 174 enemy ships, including 3 Tier 4 class vessels, 2 Tier 4 Black Rhino class frigates and 1 Tier 4 White Shark class destroyer. We also captured 27 Tier 3 ships, with the rest being Tier 2 class. Additionally, there are 20 Tier 3 Mule class transport ships docked at the Bay family starport. I've taken the liberty to requisition them temporarily, they'll be perfect for transporting our spoils back to the Storm Star system." Feng Mo gave Huaqian a look of approval. "Well done. Those transport ships are now part of our spoils and will return with us to the Storm Star system. I doubt Uncle Gu will mind us taking a bit extra," he said, feeling satisfied. Meanwhile, Gu Jun, on the Yunshan's bridge, was speaking to an elderly noble with a white divine eagle embroidered on his chest. Gu Jun treated this old man with the utmost respect, a stark contrast to his disdain for the Snowhawk Duke. This elder was not only a former superior in the federal military but also the leader of the Snowhawk nobility, a Grand Duke. The two were watching a holographic display showing Huaqian commandeering the mule-class transports. Embarrassed, Gu Jun coughed lightly, unable to ignore the Grand Duke's amused gaze. "Lord Ma, as you can see, Zhao Mo collected quite a haul, so he needed transport ships. Let's just say he's borrowing them for now, and I promise he'll return them," Gu Jun said, trying to smooth things over. The Grand Duke laughed. "Gu Jun, you were always a notorious miser, and it seems your protege has followed in your footsteps. Returning them, you say? Who would believe that? Never mind, consider those transport ships a gift from the Snowhawk Empire to the young one." Gu Jun's face turned serious, though he cursed inwardly at the wily old fox. Oh, come on, Lord Ma, that's not fair. If you insist on this, Zhao Mo might as well strip the entire Bei family homeworld bare. I'm sure he'd find that compensation satisfactory, he countered, shifting from playful to pointed. The Bei family's homeworld was conquered by Feng Mo, and Gu Jun had only agreed to relinquish it to the Snowhawk Empire on the condition of fair compensation. If that was at risk over a few transport ships, Feng Mo might as well take everything. After all, his Storm Star system desperately needed more people. Haha, you're still the same old Gu Jun, always eyeing other people's pockets. Fine, consider those transport ships a welcoming gift, the Grand Duke relented, though it pained him to lose the valuable ships. Thank you, Lord Ma. Zhao Mo knows his limits and will only take what's fair, Gu Jun assured, though the Grand Duke secretly cursed both him and Feng Mo. Meanwhile, Feng Mo sat on a luxurious chair, gazing down at the thousands of kneeling Bei family members. Feng Taniyu stepped forward and bowed. Commander, apart from those who chose suicide, all Bei family members are here, 177,800 people in total, he reported. Feng Mo sighed. Quite a large family. Kill them all, he ordered, standing up and walking back to the hurricane. Watching the mass execution brought a fleeting melancholy, but he quickly composed himself. As Feng Taniyu issued the command, gunfire erupted, mowing down the Bei family like wheat. When the final shot echoed, the spark system notified Feng Mo that his mission was complete. Mission: Revenge served day and night. Annihilate the Bei family of the Snowhawk Empire. Completed. Reward: 2,000 points. Tier 4 Shield Breaker Class Frigate Blueprint. Feng Mo claimed his reward. Reward claimed: 2,000 points. Tier 4 Shield Breaker Class Frigate Blueprint. Tier 4 Shield Breaker Class Frigate. Armor Strength: 600 units. Ship Dimensions: 600 meters by 130 meters by 118 meters. Speed: 300 knots. Warp Engine. Level 4 Energy Shield. Level 4, 100% weapons, 120 rapid-fire laser cannons, pulse torpedoes. Examining the frigate's specifications, Feng Mo realized it was an armored ship, with shields nearly matching those on the Hurricane. Frigates could be categorized into interceptors, armored, and assault types, and this one was pure armor, designed to withstand the heaviest hits, though lacking in other areas. Chapter 86, Task Refresh. The Spark store points had now reached 4,200, enough to exchange for a new Tier 4 starship. However, Feng Mo wasn't in a rush. He planned to wait until the tasks refreshed tomorrow and choose a starship that best suited the upcoming mission type. Once the battlefield cleanup was complete, Feng Mo, and Huaqian returned to the Hurricane, and the Storm Fleet began its journey home. They had left with 100 starships and were now returning with over 300, including 20 Tier 3 transport ships loaded with valuable resources, a significant haul. During the journey back, Feng Mo entered the Star Network. This time, he didn't visit his small base but headed straight to the main star of the Snowhawk Empire, to the Ma Manor. General Gu Jun was waiting at the entrance and greeted Feng Mo as he approached. The old man inside is difficult to deal with, Gu Jun advised, but remember, don't give in. I'm here to ensure that what's yours won't be taken away. Feng Mo nodded, signaling his understanding, and followed Gu Jun into the manor. As they walked through the mansion, Feng Mo admired the traditional architecture, complete with pavilions and gardens brimming with poetic charm. After a short walk down the corridors, they arrived at a small room where Gu Jun motioned for Feng Mo to wait while he knocked 3 times on the door. Come in, called an aged voice from within. Gu Jun cleared his throat, feeling slightly embarrassed, and led Feng Mo into the room. Little Mo, let me introduce you. This is Elder Ma, my former superior, a man your father held in great respect, Gu Jun said. Before this meeting, Gu Jun had sent Feng Mo a dossier about the silver-haired elder, who was now a member of the federal parliament, a duke of the Snowhawk Empire, and one of its most respected statesmen. Inside, they found Elder Ma seated at a tea table. He nodded to them, inviting them to sit, and remarked, "You two have done well, so I won't be stingy. Earl Feng Mo, tell me, what would you like in return for your service?" Elder Ma poured each of them tea and regarded Feng Mo with curious, aged eyes. Feng Mo chuckled, "I wouldn't dare to claim credit. After all, you represent the Federation and Snowhawk Empire. But if you insist, perhaps I'll say what's on my mind. I'd love a Tier 5 starship. Could the Federation arrange that?" Elder Ma's brows shot up in surprise, clearly taken aback by Feng Mo's audacious request. After an awkward cough, he said, "A Tier 5 starship is out of the question, so let's set that aside. What I can offer is a significant supply of dark matter resources and dark energy crystals. How does half a Tier 3 transport ship's worth sound?" After a brief pause to consider, Feng Mo replied, "Elder Ma, as Gu Jun's leader and mentor, I respect you. But to be frank, it's insufficient. If that's your final offer, Then I'll have no choice but to turn the Storm Fleet around and strip the Bay family's main star bare. I trust you won't doubt the Storm Fleet's capability? Feng Mo's tone was unyielding, with no room for negotiation. Elder Ma frowned, displeased by Feng Mo's audacity, and asked, "Do you think the Snowhawk Empire is a place where you can come and go as you please?" "Oh, absolutely," Feng Mo replied without hesitation. "Does 3 Tier 5 fleets from the Yunshan Empire sound like enough? If not, we have the Yu family of the Tanki Empire and the Chu family of the Radiant Empire. Shall we proceed with this conversation?" Feng Mo's unyielding stance put Elder Ma in a difficult position. He wasn't accustomed to being outmaneuvered, especially not by someone so young. Seeing that both men were at an impasse, Gu Jun interjected diplomatically, "Let's find a middle ground. Feng Mo, take a step back, and Elder Ma, perhaps you could offer a bit more. How about 2 Tier 3 transport ships, one filled with dark matter resources and the other with dark energy crystals?" Feigning reluctance, Feng Mo eventually nodded after some gentle persuasion from Gu Jun. Elder Ma, equally reluctant, agreed as well. With the matter settled, the three men lightened the mood, with Feng Mo and Gu Jun taking turns praising Elder Ma as the steadfast pillar of the Snowhawk Empire and a towering figure of the Federation. Elder Ma, flattered, chuckled in satisfaction. After the meeting concluded, Feng Mo exited the Star Network. The Storm Fleet triumphantly returned, with over 300 starships docking at the Storm Star port. An hour later, Feng Mo assembled all the officers of captain rank or higher at the base office. Having already devised a distribution plan on the return trip, he got right to the point. All 3 Tier 4 starships will be assigned to the Explorer Fleet, which will now focus on system exploration and escort missions, Feng Mo announced. The remaining Tier 3 and Tier 2 starships will go to the Elven Fleet, which will be responsible for patrolling and guarding our star systems. The Storm Fleet, meanwhile, will pursue a more elite specialization. As for the resources, Beisha Star and the Elven Main Star will each receive 10%, with the remainder going to Huakin for centralized distribution. Departments needing resources should report to her. With that, he looked around and asked, "Any questions? If so, you can speak privately with Huakin." "All right, dismissed. Elisa, please stay behind." After everyone else left, Feng Mo turned his attention to Elisa, who had been standing quietly in the corner, munching on snacks as usual. She wore her trademark pout as she searched her pockets, discovering her snacks were all gone. "If there's nothing else, Commander, I'd like to head back." "I'm out of snacks," Elisa said with a pout, even turning her pockets inside out to prove her point. Feng Mo's eyebrow twitched slightly, as did Ier and Huakin's, as they watched her with amusement. "Elisa, I'll send you the design plans for a Tier 4 interstellar frigate shortly. Look them over and see if you need to make any modifications," Feng Mo said. "All right, Commander, but may I make a request?" Elisa replied with a hopeful look. "Reasonable requests are acceptable." "Let's hear it," Feng Mo replied. "Well, our current shipyard and Tier 3 Copper Hammer-class ships aren't enough for mass-producing Tier 4 starships. Perhaps we should consider expanding the shipyard or designing a Tier 4 industrial starship?" Elisa suggested. Chapter 87, News about the Succubi clan. Elisa's question was indeed pertinent to the needs of the Storm Fleet. The Tier 3 Copper Hammer wasn't sufficient for constructing most Tier 4 starships anymore. In other words, it was time for an upgrade. Fortunately, Feng Mo had accumulated a significant amount of points, without a clear plan on what type of starship to exchange for. Since Elisa had raised the issue, it made sense to prioritize exchanging for a Tier 4 interstellar industrial ship. "Elisa, the Tier 3 Copper Hammer is entirely adequate for constructing the hull of a Tier 4 Blade and Shield class interstellar frigate. As for the raw materials needed for construction, Huakin will coordinate with the Chen family to supply them in large quantities. I want the first batch to consist of 48 ships, fully armed for the Storm Fleet. The decommissioned Tier 2 Black Bears can be reassigned to the Elf Fleet," Feng Mo commanded. At present, Feng Mo commanded 3 main fleets: the primary Storm Fleet, composed of a mix of Tier 4 and Tier 3 starships, maintaining around 70 to 80 ships; the Explorer Fleet, which focused on exploration and boasted a diverse array of over 20 ships; and finally, the Elf Fleet, which handled defense and patrol duties, comprising over 300 Tier 3 and Tier 2 starships. Typically, small fleets ranged from 20 to 100 ships, medium fleets from 300 to 1,000, and large fleets could have up to tens of thousands of starships. It was said that the Radiant Empire's Celestial Fleet, a large fleet, boasted a force of 8,000 mixed Tier 5 and Tier 4 ships, stretching across multiple planets when deployed, practically eclipsing the skies. Feng Mo dared not dream of such might for now. His short-term goal was to turn the Storm Fleet into the strongest small fleet of mixed Tier 5 and Tier 4 ships. After wrapping up the discussions and seeing Elisa and Huakin off, Feng Mo hoisted over his shoulder, beckoning Kailin, who had been waiting nearby. The three retreated into a room to share an intimate connection. Since it was their first time engaging so openly, and Kailin were initially shy. However, with Feng Mo's playful encouragement, they gradually embraced the moment, and the three shared an intense encounter that lasted from afternoon until late into the night. The next day at noon, Feng Mo slowly opened his eyes, seeing two pairs of affectionate gazes. The two women had woken earlier but stayed in bed so as not to disturb him. Feng Mo happily held the two fragrant bodies, savoring the rare tranquility. He reminded himself to check if any new missions had refreshed. Activating the Ember system, he focused on the mission panel and paused at what he saw. Mission: annihilate the Demon Star System. Personally eliminate the Demon Lord. Reward: 3,000 points, Tier 4 Combat Armor Upgrade Blueprint. Temporary mission: rescue the Succubi clan trapped in the depths of the Demon Star System. Reward: 1,000 points, Tier 4 Kangaroo Class Interstellar Destroyer. Where did you settle your clan when you fled after your defeat? Feng Mo asked. Was surprised. She hadn't expected Feng Mo to inquire about her people. It was clear from his tone that he was genuinely considering rescuing them, which deeply moved her. I placed them on a small star at the edge of the Demon Star System. Given the system's vastness, it might take a long time to locate them, she replied. Feng Mo shook his head. Not necessarily. From the Demon Lord's movements, it feels as if he has the entire Demon Star System under his control. It's likely your people have already been enslaved. No matter. Get up and summon Cilia to the office. Sensing an ominous feeling, quickly contacted Cilia via her smart terminal and then helped Feng Mo dress in his combat uniform. The three of them made their way to the office. Now, get in touch with the Demon Lord and tell him that the Lord of the Storm Star System wishes to discuss a slave trade, Feng Mo instructed. Yes, Commander, Cilia promptly responded, initiating a video call with Horla, the Minotaur. When the call connected, Feng Mo cut straight to the point. Horla the Minotaur, right? Get your Demon Lord to speak with me directly. I am Feng Mo, Lord of the Storm Star System. Horla bowed deeply. Honorable Storm Lord, it is my pleasure to serve you. I will contact the Demon Lord immediately. Please hold. The screen turned black, and after 15 minutes, the video resumed. Horla had arrived at a magnificent palace. The video gradually clarified, showing a red-haired man in black combat gear seated on an enormous throne. The man had a pair of bull-like horns, with a flame-shaped orange mark between his brows. Feng Mo raised an eyebrow. This appearance seemed oddly familiar, though he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Honorable Storm Lord, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lawrence, Demon Lord. It is a pleasure to meet you, the man greeted. Honorable Demon Lord, I am Feng Mo of the Storm Star System. The reason for my sudden contact is to discuss a slave trade. Recently, Succubi slaves have become scarce in the Federation. The Storm Star System wishes to purchase a large batch. What do you think? Feng Mo asked, wearing a grin that any man would understand. Lawrence returned the smile but secretly held disdain for Feng Mo. A man so influenced by women was no worthy opponent. The Storm Star System under his command could only cling to a corner of the Interstellar Human Federation. Oh, my friend, you must know that Succubi are rare commodities across the universe. What price is the Honorable Storm Lord willing to pay? Lawrence asked, his interest piqued. Feng Mo was pleased. As long as they could negotiate, it meant Lawrence wasn't hiding anything. If you can provide a substantial number of Succubi, I can offer star credits, starships, blueprints, or even raw dark matter and dark energy crystals. Lawrence's eyes lit up at the mention of dark matter and dark energy crystals. Even with his usually unshakable composure, he couldn't hide his excitement. The Demon Star System had no natural deposits of such resources, and his attempts to locate a white hole had been fruitless. Without dark matter and dark energy, even the Tier 5 starship blueprint he had acquired from a deal with Elder Kiao was useless. My friend, if you can provide large amounts of dark matter and dark energy crystals, the Succubi are yours. If you manage to fill 5 Tier 3 transport ships with these materials, I might even trade you an entire Succubi clan, Lawrence said, barely concealing his eagerness. Feng Mo felt a chill. It seemed Ir's people had already been found, but the act had to continue. Chapter 88, The Deal 5 Ships. Impossible, my friend. You must know that these two materials are invaluable and essential for building Tier 5 starships. At most, I can offer half a Tier 3 transport ship's worth, Feng Mo exclaimed, leaping to his feet. His face contorted with pain, but his lustful greed managed to suppress his reluctance, a detail that did not escape Lawrence's notice. Lawrence continued to entice him. This Succubi clan consists of over 80,000 individuals, with 80% being female. The value is immense and worth at least 3 full Tier 3 transport ships loaded with materials. And, my friend, are you interested in any other races? Lawrence coaxed. Feng Mo's interest piqued. If Lawrence was bringing this up, it meant he had even more valuable goods to offer, clearly trying to leverage these treasures to secure the trade. Oh? Which races are you referring to? Feng Mo asked, feigning curiosity. The Interstellar Elves and the Tata clan. They, along with the Succubi, are considered the three most beautiful races in the universe, Lawrence replied, continuing to lure him. Feng Mo kept up his act. Hearing Lawrence's offer, he put on an even more pained expression, pacing back and forth in front of the video, pretending to be lost in thought. 3 minutes later, he abruptly stopped and shouted at the screen, Lawrence, 2 Tier 3 transport ships loaded with both materials. In exchange for all the Succubi, elves, and the Tata clan. This is my final offer. Any more, and I'm out. Feng Mo's eyes were bloodshot, looking every bit a desperate gambler at a high-stakes table. This was the climax of his performance. Lawrence could tell this was the final offer and, after a moment of feigned reluctance, nodded. All right, since you are my most esteemed friend, when shall we trade? Feng Mo immediately replied, how about 7 days from now? In interstellar space between the Demon Star System and Star System U5. Goods for materials, simultaneously. Agreed. In 7 days, Lawrence will await the Storm Lord's arrival in interstellar space. Feng Mo chose a 7-day window to prepare for a grand scheme. Commander, are we really going to trade dark matter and dark energy crystals for slaves? Isn't that a bit? Celia hesitated, her simple mind unable to finish the thought. Feng Mo interrupted, Celia, you must learn to look beyond the surface. Think about others' intentions and develop critical thinking. Celia was left puzzled by Feng Mo's cryptic words, but Huaqian, who understood, gently patted her shoulder and explained, what the commander means is that he wants the slaves, the Succubi, but doesn't actually want to pay. Everything he promised is just a ruse to deceive our opponent. Understand? Celia's eyes lit up in realization, and she nodded. Meanwhile, in the Demon Star System, in the northern wilderness, Lawrence had constructed numerous dungeons. The 3 largest dungeons held the universe's most coveted races, the Succubi, the Elves, and the Tata clan. The Succubi were renowned for their alluring bodies and enchanting features, making them highly sought after. The Elves came second with their holy, refined beauty and graceful forms. The Tata clan, on the other hand, was a unique case. Tata women were beautiful, but not as voluptuous as the Succubi or as angelic as the Elves. What made the Tata clan famous was their special SZQG, a sensation only experienced to be fully appreciated. Described as like tiny suction cups wrapping around and pulling at the senses, those who had experienced it found it unforgettable. Today, the northern dungeons were abuzz with activity. Soldiers brought in exquisite food and clean water, distributing them among the prisoners. Horla, the Minotaur overseer, strolled through the dungeons, shouting orders, for the next 7 days, unlimited gourmet meals. Eat up and put on some weight. Everyone must wash and clean up, I'll be inspecting each of you personally afterward. Horla let out a perverse chuckle, though he could only feast with his eyes. These dungeons held over 170,000 individuals from the 3 races, all of whom had already been sold off by their esteemed demon lord. The realization dawned on the prisoners. Someone among them was about to be sold. Most had grown numb, but a few even showed hints of anticipation. After nearly a year of imprisonment, with barely enough food and clothing and regular beatings or withheld rations for the slightest misstep, the prospect of being selected brought mixed emotions. Some had previously been chosen to entertain guests, and those picked were said to have been taken away by a distinguished guest. As a reward, the entire dungeon received a day's worth of unlimited food. But this time, it was 7 days. How many would be chosen? Was eagerly counting down the days, while Feng Mo was busy on a video call with Chu Yunjian. Feng Mo had a plan and needed Chu Yunjian's support. Given his status as the Chu family's son-in-law, he had connections he intended to use. After hearing Feng Mo's plan, Chu Yunjian pondered, so, you're suggesting 2 options, swap out the dark matter and dark energy crystals with decoys, or send a fleet to ambush and seize everything? Feng Mo nodded. He had no intention of paying for the slaves, so he needed a plan that involved deception or outright theft. The switch and ambush were the most practical and secure strategies. But have you considered the consequences? If you're discovered, the Demon Star System won't let you off. War will be inevitable. Even if the Demon Lord restrains himself, your fleet will have trouble leaving the Storm Star System, Chu Yunjian warned. Feng Mo had thought about this. If successful, the Demon Lord would likely suffer in silence, unwilling to lead his fleet into a war with the Storm Star System, as it was officially recognized as territory of the Interstellar Human Federation. Any foreign fleet invasion would be seen as a declaration of war on the Federation. This was the advantage of having a powerful backer. As the saying goes, Weak nations have no diplomacy. Even if the Demon Lord suffered losses, he would have no grounds to complain. After all, how could he protest in a place where everything belonged to Feng Mo? Still, there were significant risks. Feng Mo would be constantly watched and potentially face assassination attempts. Until he reached a certain level of power, he wouldn't be able to leave Federation territory. Nevertheless, the potential reward was too tempting. 10 million slaves, including succubi, elves, and Tata women, were worth it. After all, nothing tasted sweeter than a free lunch. Chapter 89, Ambush. Chu Yunjian understood Feng Mo's intention, but he found the plan lacking in decisiveness and proposed a bolder alternative. If you're set on offending the Demon Lord, why not make it count? The Chu family can deploy a quasi-tier 5 mixed fleet to lay an ambush within interstellar space. Once you signal, the fleet will decimate the Demon Star System's escort forces. And if the Demon Lord himself is among them, all the better, we'll kill him too. Then, your storm fleet can join forces with ours to launch a full-scale assault on the Demon Star System. The Chu family will take 60% of the spoils from this war, but the captured Demon Star System itself would be yours to use as a base. What do you say? Feng Mo was both surprised and impressed by Chu Yunjian's ruthlessness. While he had only intended to make the Demon Lord suffer a covert loss, Chu Yunjian aimed to claim both the Demon Lord and his star system. If the Demon Lord doesn't show up for the trade, then you will get all captured or destroyed enemy ships, and I'll take all the prisoners. But if he does come, we'll press into the Demon Star System together. The Chu family will take 60% of the spoils, and I'll keep the rest, along with the rights to the star system. Deal. Let's start preparing. Pick a suitable ambush point, and send me the coordinates. See you in 7 days, Chu Yunjian replied, cutting the call decisively. Though she was close to Feng Mo, Chu Yunjian had always been pragmatic, separating personal feelings from business. Feng Mo then activated the Spark Systems point exchange market and opened a list of Tier 4 starship blueprints. This time, his goal was a high-performance, cost-effective Tier 4 industrial ship that could handle the construction of Tier 5 starships. He realized his standards might be high, but he was confident that the Spark system had blueprints meeting his requirements. It was just a matter of finding them. With over 4,000 points at his disposal, Feng Mo could afford a Tier 4 blueprint. Once he completed the temporary mission, he'd be able to redeem another design, rounding out his fleet's roster. He carefully reviewed the Tier 4 interstellar industrial ship's specifications but found most of them disappointing. Either the cost was excessive, or the performance offered little improvement over the Tier 3 copper hammer. Finally, after a long search, he found a promising option, a Tier 4 furnace-class interstellar industrial ship, costing 2,500 points. Its data read, armor strength, 445 units, dimensions, 5 kilometers in length, 1.4 kilometers in width, 1.15 kilometers in height, speed, 140 star knots, warp drive, grade 4, energy shield, grade 4, 100% efficiency, weapons, 180 Tier 4 close defense rapid-fire laser turrets. This Tier 4 industrial ship could construct any Tier 5 starship, except for carriers, transport ships, and supply ships, making it the best overall choice within his reach. Feng Mo transmitted the blueprint to Elisa, who bombarded him with a flood of messages within half an hour. He muted her temporarily, deciding he'd rather discuss strategic plans with Ir and Kailin than deal with her demands. As humanoids, producing offspring was a challenge for them, so Feng Mo didn't need any preventative measures. If a new life resulted, they'd welcome it. Statistics from the Federation showed the average chance of pregnancy for human couples was around 15 to 20%. However, for humans pairing with elves or succubi, the probability was approximately 0.15%. It was a low number. Feng Mo was committed to trying. While most Federation men had children by 19, Feng Mo, now 24, still had none. If something happened to him, who would inherit the vast storm star system? The 7 days passed quickly. Early in the morning, Feng Mo awoke and, with the help of the 2 women, dressed in his combat uniform. He headed to the storm spaceport, taking only a minimal force, his flagship, the Hurricane, 2 Tier 4 Scorpions, and 20 empty Tier 3 Red Worm-class interstellar transport ships. Aboard the Hurricane, on the command bridge, Feng Mo sat in the captain's chair, sending out 2 messages on his smart terminal. He turned to his adjutant, Huakin. Let's go. Head for the designated coordinates. At that moment, back at the base office on Storm's main star, numerous captains awaited orders. Suddenly, Ir checked her smart terminal and sprang to her feet. Storm Fleet, assemble. Departure in 10 minutes. Yes, ma'am. The officers replied in unison, quickly moving to board their ships at Dock 1. Within 6 minutes, the entire fleet was ready. By the time Ir boarded the former flagship, Storm, the 10 minutes had passed, and the fleet set off, engaging in synchronized warp travel. Meanwhile, in the star interference zone on the edge of the U-5 system, a small fleet lay concealed among asteroids. This fleet, composed of 108 starships, included 36 quasi-Tier 5 and 72 Tier 4 ships, led by a quasi-Tier 5 interstellar carrier. With such a configuration, this fleet could easily overwhelm a small star system and was formidable enough to confront even the Demon Star System's medium Tier 4 fleets. If it came to an all-out battle, this fleet could crush the Demon Star System's defenses with little regard for losses. However, the Chu family couldn't risk it, given their rival factions. Though helping Feng Mo by deploying such a fleet was significant, it wouldn't go unnoticed by other major families. However, the Chu family's justification was simple: they were aiding their son-in-law's wife in rescuing her kin. After all, who could object to a family rescue? The top aristocratic families understood these unspoken rules well. Passing word to the Demon Lord would amount to openly collaborating with an alien race, a treasonous label that meant certain death for anyone who bore it. In the Federation, many secrets were just that, a complex web of tacit understandings. This complexity was part of why Feng Mo yearned to establish his own empire, free from these entanglements. A small fleet emerged from a stargate within the U-5 system, proceeding steadily toward its outer interference zone. Led by the Hurricane, with 2 Tier 4 Scorpions bringing up the rear and 20 Tier 3 Red Worm-class interstellar transport ships in between, the fleet reached the edge of U-5. Ahead lay interstellar space. Feng Mo calmly sent out 2 messages, received confirmation, then issued his command: all ships, proceed at maximum warp to the designated coordinates in interstellar space. Chapter 90, Deadly Ambush. In the interstellar space between the U-5 system and the Demon Star System lay a belt of chaotic asteroids, dimly lit and perfect for an ambush. To avoid raising suspicion, Feng Mo had brought only 3 combat starships. No one would suspect that with just 3 Tier 4 starships, he was planning a heist. As the fleet arrived at the coordinates, Feng Mo dialed into a video call with Lawrence. Once connected, the familiar sight of the Demon Lord's throne room appeared on screen. Feng Mo clicked his tongue silently. Clearly, the Demon Lord was not bold enough to oversee the trade in person. "My friend, I regret you couldn't join us in person, otherwise, we could have shared a drink. The 2 resources you requested have arrived at the coordinates under escort. Where is your trade fleet?" Feng Mo asked. The Demon Lord smiled sincerely and replied, "Next time, we'll drink together for sure. You're a trustworthy man. Only 3 escort ships. Forgive my caution. Running the Demon Star System isn't easy, it demands prudence. The trade fleet will arrive shortly. Please be patient." The 2 exchanged pleasantries, with Lawrence subtly encouraging Feng Mo to consider further trades. Feng Mo gave casual responses. 5 minutes later, a fleet of 52 starships appeared on the radar. Among them were 32 combat starships and 20 Tier 3 interstellar transports. Seeing the fleet, Feng Mo smiled genuinely. It was time to close the net. The 2 fleets connected via video call, and Horlaw the Minotaur's large face appeared on screen. He bowed to Lawrence and Feng Mo before speaking respectfully. "Good afternoon, my lords. The fleet has arrived at the designated coordinates. We're ready to deploy the tractor beams for the trade." Using advanced light force technology, the tractor beams would transport numerous slaves from the Demon fleet to the Tier 3 Red Worm transports. This required the beams of both fleets to link. "Stormstar System is ready for the trade, my friend. Since we've shown our sincerity by only bringing 3 escort ships, it's not unreasonable to ask for the slaves to be transferred first using the tractor beams, is it?" Feng Mo requested. Horlaw started to object, but Lawrence cut him off. "Not unreasonable at all. Horlaw, begin the slave transfer. A distinguished guest like the Lord of the Stormstar System deserves the best service." "Yes, my Lord Demon," Horlaw replied. He then commanded 40 Tier 3 transport ships to link the tractor beams, connecting with the Red Worm ships to initiate the transfer. Demon Star System soldiers ushered various slaves into the beams, where soldiers from Feng Mo's star system received them aboard the Tier 3 Red Worm transports, guiding them to quarters for rest. The trade proceeded smoothly. Once all the slaves were transferred, Feng Mo received confirmation from Huikin aboard the Red Worm. "It was a pleasure doing business with you, but I regret to inform you, dear Demon Lord, that the dark matter and dark energy crystals you wanted will soon be taken by interstellar pirates. My apologies. I look forward to our next meeting," Feng Mo said, cutting off the video transmission as he sent out 2 messages. Both fleets received his signal and moved in at maximum speed. Their advanced auto-targeting systems locked onto the Demon fleet's 32 combat starships, and the main and auxiliary cannons began charging. On the other side, Lawrence and Horlaw were momentarily stunned as the video call cut off. Lawrence was the first to react, shouting, "Horlaw, order the combat ships to open fire on the Stormlord's flagship, now." Before Horlock could respond, the control room filled with the sound of mechanical alarms. Alert! Unknown starships detected. Auto-targeting systems have locked onto our fleet. Calculations complete. Enemy fleet composition: 36 quasi-tier 5 starships, 72 tier 4 starships, and 55 tier 3 starships, the alert repeated 3 times. Lawrence, hearing it on his end, knew he was finished. Not only had he lost 3 valuable races but also 10 million slaves and 32 tier 4 combat starships. Furious, Lawrence's mental energy surged, lifting and flinging everything around him. Finally, he let out a roar in helpless anger. Storm Lord! This isn't over. The Demon Star System will be your sworn enemy. You'd better never step outside Federation territory, or you'll wish you were dead. But Fengmo had already disconnected, missing Lawrence's outburst. Otherwise, he would have enjoyed the sight of the Demon Lord in a fit of rage. At the trade site, starships appeared on both sides of the coordinates, one group led by Chu Yunjian with the Chu family fleet and the other by Ir with the Storm fleet. The two women, with Fengmo out of sight, opened a private video call to chat. When women share a common interest, they bond easily, especially when they share the same man. Although Chu Yunjian hadn't been intimate with Fengmo, she was more than curious about such matters and kept asking Ir for practical insights. Judging from what she learned, Chu Yunjian concluded that spending a night with Fengmo would be quite enjoyable. She seemed ready to take the next step. Ir assured Chu Yunjian of her loyalty to Fengmo and confirmed her willingness to follow Chu Yunjian's lead if she joined the family, as long as it didn't harm the Storm Star System or Fengmo's interests. Having grown up in a powerful family, Chu Yunjian was well versed in palace intrigue and quickly recognized Ir's sincerity. She saw her as a true ally, though she still held some reservations about Kailin, the Elf Queen. While the two women discussed private matters, Fengmo, aboard the Hurricane, gave an order to the fleet captains: activate the energy shields at maximum power and begin the retreat. At his command, the 23 ships powered their shields and started to pull back. Horlock, watching from the other side, was utterly confused. He was just here to conduct a trade on behalf of his lord. Why was this happening? Consumed by the fear of impending death, Horlock frantically tried to call Fengmo, but Fengmo ignored the incoming calls. Whatever Horlock had to say, whether surrender or plea, Fengmo had no interest in hearing it. Lady Chu, Commander, main and auxiliary cannons are fully charged, and auto-targeting has locked onto the enemy fleet. Awaiting orders, reported the adjutants to both women. Fire! They shouted simultaneously, exchanging a glance before breaking into laughter. At that moment, over 1,000 beams of light rained down on the Demon Fleet's 32 Tier 4 starships, leaving no survivors in the aftermath of the onslaught. Chapter 91, The Federation Auction. With a single strike, Horlock's fleet of 32 starships was obliterated, leaving behind a vast field of wreckage. Chu Yunjian gestured subtly, and her adjutant immediately understood, ordering the captains to clear the battlefield and take control of the 20 interstellar transport ships from the Demon Star System. Following this ambush, Fengmo would have to abandon long-distance travel for the foreseeable future. The Demon Lord would undoubtedly be monitoring every move within the Storm Star System day and night. But Fengmo hardly concerned himself with that. The Spark system had already notified him of the completed mission. Temporary mission: rescue the succubi in the Demon Star System from dire conditions. Completed. Reward: 1,000 points. Tier 4 Kangaroo class interstellar destroyer. Fengmo clicked to claim his reward. Reward claimed successfully. 1,000 points. Tier 4 Kangaroo class interstellar destroyer. With this, Fengmo now possessed 5 Tier 4 starship models: the Tier 4 Hurricane class battleship, Tier 4 Kangaroo class destroyer, Tier 4 Blade and Shield class frigate, Tier 4 Furnace class industrial ship, and Tier 4 Scorpion class stealth bomber. The first 4 Tier 4 ships would form the fleet's core starships, while the Tier 4 Scorpion was a specialized vessel. Elisa was already busy constructing the new industrial ships, followed by mass production of the frigates and destroyers. This would take considerable time. Fengmo estimated at least 6 months for the Storm fleet's upgrade to be complete. During this period, he planned to lay low within Federation territory. After reviewing the specs of his newly acquired destroyer, Fengmo sent the data to Elisa, instructing her to prioritize the construction of 12 Tier 4 Kangaroo-class destroyers for the Storm fleet once the industrial ships were complete. Armor strength: 430 units, dimensions: 1.3 kilometers in length, 266 meters in width, 234 meters in height, speed: 310 star knots, warp drive, grade 4, energy shield, grade 4, 100% efficiency, weapons: a Tier 4 turbo laser main cannon, 4 Tier 4 pulse cannons, a Tier 4 neutron missile, a Tier 4 proton torpedo, 60 Tier 4 close defense rapid-fire lasers. This ship was essentially an upgraded version of the Tier 3 Mantis-class destroyer. Although its performance was slightly superior to standard Tier 4 destroyers, it was a modest improvement. Since experiencing the quasi-Tier 5 Hurricane's capabilities, Feng Mo's standards had risen, and he could hardly appreciate standard Tier 4 ships anymore. Half an hour later, with the battlefield cleared, both fleets set course to return. Chu Yunjian and I took the opportunity to use the tractor beam technology to transfer over to the Hurricane's control room to meet with Feng Mo. At that moment, Feng Mo was briefing Huaqian on the processing of the slaves. As before, all 10 million slaves were freed from servitude and granted citizenship under the Storm Star system, part of the Yunshan Empire. Feng Mo ordered Huaqian to split the new population between the Storm Main Star and Bai Star, at a 70-30 ratio, with particular attention to the gender balance. After previously intercepting the Bai family's slave fleet, they had gained over 3 million people. With another 10 million from this latest encounter, and through continuous raids in the Auckland system, the Storm Star system now held over 2 billion inhabitants across its 3 habitable planets. The Storm Main Star housed 16 million people, Bai Star 4 million, and the Elven Main Star 400,000. Feng Mo's original plan was to expand the Storm Main Star's capacity to 70 million people, and it was now only a fifth full. More population was needed. Huaqian, designate the area directly south of the Storm Main Star as a multicultural zone, specifically for the interstellar dwarves, succubi, and Teta clan. Any elves we acquired should be returned to the Elven Main Star, Feng Mo instructed. Yes, Commander. At that moment, Chu Yunjian and I entered hand in hand, looking like lifelong sisters, surprising Feng Mo. He marveled at how quickly friendships seemed to form between women. Chu Yunjian, ever the noble woman, maintained her composure and sat beside Feng Mo with one on each side. She spoke first. The Federation has been inviting you to their annual auction for 2 years now, and you haven't attended. This October's auction is one of the Federation's special decade events, featuring some rare treasures up for grabs. Dark matter and dark energy crystals will be standard items. Among the rare items, there will be interstellar seeds, quasi-tier 5 starship blueprints, and longevity materials. Well, are you interested? Since you can't leave Federation space for now, and the venue for this auction is on Radiant Prime, why not come with me to the auction? Feng Mo nodded. As Chu Yunjian pointed out, he couldn't leave Federation space anytime soon. Elisa would need significant time to build up the starships, and the Spark System's missions would take at least a year or 2 to complete. He realized it would be worthwhile to attend the auction, both to accompany Chu Yunjian and make connections and to see if there were any valuable items for sale. The Pendant Starship Trading Company had generated a significant income for Feng Mo and his associates over the past 2 years, with quarterly dividends increasing each time. Currently, the Storm Star system had nearly 50 million star credits, and Feng Mo's personal account held another 30 million. At the beginning of the year, Feng Mo had also sent 300 million Yanshan credits to Elder Yang to upgrade starships and purchase Tier 3 defense systems. Money was no longer an issue. Pendant Starship Trading Company felt like a printing press, delivering endless wealth. Life had become a cycle of going to sleep and waking up richer. It was blissful. Yunjian, I'll send you 6 Tier 3 starship blueprints and 1 Tier 3 mech blueprint. Let the company's research team prepare for production. These 7 designs are perfect for assembling a standard fleet, which we could use for marketing. Consider offering a promotional discount. Oh? So you're finally allowing the company to sell those Tier 3 designs. This is fantastic news. It'll bring even more powers interested in our company. I doubt even a printing press could match our profit rate. The designs Feng Mo released were for conventional Tier 3 starships, including battleships, destroyers, industrial ships, supply ships, carriers, transports, and interstellar meshes, standard fleet components. As for interstellar missile ships and stealth bombers, he would never allow the company to sell those. Feng Mo knew too well the power of these ships, and he would never risk giving up their blueprints. Moving forward, Pendant Starship Trading Company would only sell conventional starships. Specialized ships would remain exclusively Feng Mo's. As always, I'll provide the designs, and any threats to the company are yours to handle. I think the upcoming auction will be an excellent chance for you to meet people interested in the company. Pull in a few new partners to help shield the company, Feng Mo suggested. His approach was simple: align with some groups and oppose others. No matter how many people Chu Yunjian recruited or how diluted his shares became, Feng Mo's position would remain unchanged because he held the company's core assets. Pendant Starship Trading Company had evolved over the past 2 years, and under the guidance of Chu Yunjian and Yu Xiaomeng, Feng Mo established the Fengshan Starship Design Company. By using the design company to repurchase all starship blueprints from Pendant Starship Trading Company for a single star credit, Then licensing the designs back to Pendant for the same price, they secured the company's control. With new shareholders entering, even ambitious ones would have no chance to seize the company. The fleet returned to the Storm Main Star without incident. Feng Mo warmly welcomed Chu Yunjian's decision to temporarily reside on the Storm Main Star and accompany him to Radiant Prime for the Federation auction. Chapter 93, Auction Catalog. In the evening, after handling pressing matters in the Storm Star system, Feng Mo stepped out of his office and into the adjacent room. The door opened to reveal three women lounging together, watching an interstellar movie and snacking. Their lively chatter nearly lifted the roof as they critiqued everything in the movie, from the characters to the starships. The three women were dressed in sheer, gauzy nightgowns, and Feng Mo could faintly glimpse their alluring silhouettes. His pulse quickened. Just as he was about to enter, blocked his way, saying playfully, "Commander, we've made a pact with Yunjian. Tonight, this room is ours, so you'll have to find somewhere else to sleep." She gave Feng Mo a mischievous smile, nearly making him lose control. The charm of a succubus was undeniable, every movement seemed crafted to captivate. Resigned, Feng Mo tried a little trickery of his own. "This is the commander's room, you know. If you're taking it over, where am I supposed to sleep? Why not just let me join in, and the four of us can stay here together?" Before he could finish, used her mental energy to open the door behind him. A subtle force pushed him out, and the door closed as Ir's voice teased, "Commander, you'll just have to sleep in your office tonight. Yunjian said that you'll have to marry her before you're allowed to stay with us." Feng Mo muttered to himself, blaming Chu Yunjian for this arrangement. If he'd known, he wouldn't have let her come to the Storm Main Star. Now she was not only taking over his room but also his women, leaving him to sleep alone in the office. He vowed to teach her a lesson later. Back in his office, Feng Mo lay down on the bed in the resting room, trying to cool his frustration. He began planning the Storm Star system's future. The Storm Star system was small, with only 3 habitable planets. For any significant development, 3 essential factors were needed: a stargate, population growth, and a competitive advantage. The stargate construction was already underway, led by the Federation's Yunshan Empire, and was expected to be completed by June of next year. Population growth had seen progress, rising from 500 million to 2 billion through various efforts, though more was needed. As for the system's competitive advantage, each star system had its specialty. For example, Radiant system had white holes, Yunshan system was rich in Tier 4 resources, and the Apocalypse system had the Eden floating path. These features drew interest and visitors. But what could the Storm Star system offer? Elven Main Star? The ancient elf tree? Or perhaps the succubi and Taticlan? Feng Mo shook his head. Despite the abundance of beautiful women in the system, he couldn't build it up as a pleasure planet. The last thing he wanted was for people to start calling him Pimp Mo whenever his name came up. Perhaps he could plant that rare interstellar seed, the devouring tree, and hold an annual auction to sell its fruit. This could generate revenue and stimulate the Storm Star system's overall growth. The downside, of course, was that such a valuable asset might attract unwanted attention and potential threats. Lost in thought, Feng Mo's smart terminal chimed. It was a message from Chu Yunjian, including the Federation auction catalog. The distraction was timely. Too frustrated to sleep, Feng Mo opened the catalog out of curiosity. The items on offer confirmed the auction's reputation as the Federation's grandest decennial event. Right on the first page was a Tier 4 destroyer blueprint. A quick glance showed it to be average, with performance inferior to his Tier 4 Kangaroo by about 20%, not worth his interest. Most of the other items were standard, such as resource planets, planetary defense systems, mech blueprints, and life enhancement fruits. When Feng Mo reached the section on dark matter and dark energy crystals, he perked up, reading intently, only to feel disappointed again. These materials were sold in lots of 10,000 tons, far beyond what he could afford. He did a quick calculation. Even if he used all his funds, it still wouldn't be enough to build a quasi-Tier 5 starship. Realizing he wasn't as wealthy as he had imagined, he continued scrolling and was further astonished by the items on offer. Interstellar seeds had a starting price of 100 million star credits. Quasi-Tier 5 starship blueprints started at 80 million, and Tier 5 combat armor had a minimum bid of 240 million star credits. Feng Mo stopped reading, knowing he didn't need to look any further. Even his entire star system might not be enough to bid for the Tier 5 combat armor. Wouldn't it be something if that Tier 5 combat armor could withstand the Hurricane's main cannon? He mused. That would be one incredible asset. Just as Feng Mo was marveling at the luxury of the auction, he heard soft footsteps approaching. A smile played at his lips as he wondered who it might be. He feigned sleep, his visitor apparently too nervous to notice his act. Tiptoed over, lifted the blanket, and slipped under, wrapping herself tightly around Feng Mo's body. A blush spread across her face, For succubi, their only weak spot was their tails, which became especially sensitive when aroused. Listening to Feng Mo's steady breathing, a smile crept over her face, and she rested her head on his shoulder, ready to sleep. But Feng Mo suddenly flipped over, pinning her beneath him, making her gasp softly before he silenced her with a kiss. Soon, they were fully entangled. Meanwhile, back in the room, the two other women opened their eyes after left. Meeting each other's gaze, a blush spread across both their faces. Kailin wondered how she might join in, while Chu Yunjian's emotions were more of embarrassment and a hint of anticipation. She couldn't help but imagine sneaking into Feng Mo's bed herself someday and found the thought exciting. Feng Mo did enjoy the company of women, after all, it was natural to appreciate beauty. But he wasn't one to be careless with his affections, only after spending substantial time together did the women around him truly become his partners. In the resting room attached to his office, showed remarkable flexibility, moving through one challenging position after another with Feng Mo's guidance. Her body was incredibly supple, and she was open to new experiences, which made the encounter all the more satisfying for him. The next morning, slipped back to her room, only to be met with a barrage of questions from the two other women, who were wide awake. They asked about everything, from Feng Mo's stamina and the positions he used to the overall comfort level. The openness of their conversation left all three feeling a thrill of excitement. Indeed, when women get serious, men don't stand a chance. Time flew by, and soon it was nearly time to depart. Federation Year 7494, September 26. The Federation auction, held once every 10 years, was to take place on Radiant Prime, in the territory of the Radiant Empire. As one of the host families, the Chu family would also attend, and the reception was scheduled for the 28th, 2 days before the October 1st auction. Chu Yunjian would need to return ahead of time. Chapter 94, Radiant Prime. For this journey to Radiant Prime, Feng Mo brought only and Kailin with him, while the four of them traveled alongside Chu Yunjian aboard the Hurricane. As for the reception, although Feng Mo wasn't particularly fond of social gatherings, this type of event was an excellent opportunity to expand his connections. Besides, he was the Chu family's publicly acknowledged son-in-law, so not attending wouldn't be appropriate. Commander, the starship is about to head for Radiant Prime. The route will take us through the U3 system Stargate, then the Snow Eagle system Stargate, and finally to Radiant Prime. The flight path is set, please advise, reported Huakin, standing by his side. As Feng Mo's adjutant and secretary, Huakin would manage everything aboard the Hurricane, but she wouldn't be joining him at the reception or auction. Let's go. Yes, Commander. The Hurricane is entering warp mode. All crew members are level 2 or higher gene warriors, so deep space mode won't be necessary. Hurricane, prepare for departure. As the Hurricane departed from the Storm main star, a dozen communications were immediately sent out by spies from other factions. Such spies were common, they had become a staple phenomenon across the entire Federation. Almost every faction had these informants in place to monitor the movements of various family fleets. Meanwhile, Demon Lord Lawrence received the update. The mention of Feng Mo's name alone was enough to reignite his rage. Never in his life had he suffered a loss of this magnitude. He could shrug off the loss of 10 million slaves, but losing 32 Tier 4 combat starships and 20 Tier 3 transports was a painful blow. And to make matters worse, he'd lost the succubi, Tata clan, and elves, further impoverishing the demon star system. Lawrence's famous slogan, "The universe's most beautiful women under my command," was now a mockery, with all of his prized beauties taken by Feng Mo. Unable to act against the Storm Star system directly, Lawrence decided he could still target Feng Mo personally. With this in mind, the Demon Lord dialed a video call. On the other end appeared the familiar figure of Elder Kiao, a frequent contact of Lawrence's in the past. But now, Lawrence's tone held none of the deference he used to show, and he spoke coldly. "Arrange for an interstellar assassin organization to take out Feng Mo. I'll pay you back later." Elder Kiao, disgusted by Lawrence's stingy attitude, held back a frown. After Lawrence had used him to eliminate Bei Mushin, he'd begun treating Kiao like an errand boy, assuming he had leverage over him. Suppressing his annoyance, Elder Kiao replied, "You know I'm merely the head steward of the Kiao family. I can help with contacts, but I don't have a single star credit of my own. If you want an interstellar assassin to go after Feng Mo, it'll cost at least 10 million star credits. That's the going rate for a target like him." Lawrence's face twisted into a bloodthirsty grin. "I'll offer 20 million if they can eliminate Feng Mo and every woman around him." Kiao, losing his calm demeanor, responded in a low voice, "If you're looking to get yourself killed and want the demon star system to be your grave, then by all means, go ahead. But I won't help you find any assassins." "Oh? Is there something about Feng Mo's women that I should know?" Lawrence asked, his curiosity piqued by Kiao's refusal. Everyone in the Federation's upper echelons is aware that Feng Mo is the son-in-law of the Radiant Empire's Chu family and a close friend of the esteemed Mishu of the Moon family in the Apocalypse star system. So, tell me, do you want to take on the Chu family or the Moon family? Feeling particularly reckless? Faced with Qiao's questions, Lawrence had nothing to say. In the end, he reluctantly muttered, "Fine, 10 million star credits, for Feng Mo's head only." "Consider it done," Qiao replied before ending the call. After receiving Lawrence's transfer, Qiao sent out a communication of his own, transferring 8 million of the credits to a designated account and murmuring to himself, 2 million for the referral fee seems fair. The Hurricane departed from the Storm main star, entering warp mode and traversing interstellar space to reach the U3 system. After passing through the Stargate there, they traveled to the Snow Eagle system, then queued up for the Stargate to Radiant system. The Stargate of Radiant system was still a short journey from Radiant Prime, but at grade 4 warp, it took just half an hour to arrive at the planet. The Hurricane joined the queue of incoming vessels, as the upcoming Federation auction had attracted nobles, influential families, and members of parliament from across various empires, all heading to Radiant Prime. "Welcome, Earl Feng Mo. Your flight path has been mapped. Please proceed along the designated route to Dock 4. Thank you for your cooperation." The mechanical voice echoed in the command center. After an hour and a half of waiting, the Hurricane finally docked at Dock 4. Feng Mo, accompanied by the 3 women, exited the ship and proceeded to the dock. The 4 of them then took a hover car to Chu Yunjian's private base. It wouldn't be appropriate to attend the reception in combat attire. Feng Mo, adapting to the local customs, needed to change into noble attire, while Ir and Kailin would wear dresses tailored to their respective species. Among the two, Feng Mo preferred Kailin's green dress to Ir's black gown. It gave Kailin a regal air, as if she were an empress destined to rule the stars, evoking a sense of awe. Feng Mo made a mental note to have Kailin wear that outfit in his room after the reception. The reception venue was located on a small island at the center of Radiant Prime's main continent. The island spanned only a few hundred square kilometers, surrounded by water, with a waterfall in the background. The 4 of them left Chu Yunjian's base to find a luxurious convoy waiting outside. Each hover car bore the golden emblem of the Chu family. They boarded the convoy, which sped toward the island. With the Chu family's crest displayed prominently, they passed through each checkpoint without delay and arrived at the island's entrance, where the convoy parked beside the red carpet. Feng Mo stepped out first, dressed in noble attire, with a badge denoting his noble rank on his chest and a jade pendant symbolizing his family on his waist. Since his graduation, Feng Mo had fought in several large-scale interstellar battles, claimed countless lives, and risen to become a star system's lord. His complex aura of power and experience made others wary. Demonstrating chivalry, Feng Mo helped each of the 3 women out of the car. Chu Yunjian took his arm, with Ir and Kailin following behind as they approached the reception hall. When the Chu family's convoy arrived at the mansion entrance, many of the elites attending the reception noticed. Numerous influential figures took note of Feng Mo, the young man who had recently drawn attention by rising to prominence with the Fenian Starship Trading Company, a company that had squeezed out a significant share of the starship market. Given how it impacted their interests, these powerful figures couldn't help but pay attention. Chapter 95, The Reception. Feng Mo entered the reception hall with Ir, Kailin, and Chu Yunjian by his side. The hall was staffed entirely by lifelike androids, controlled by a single smart terminal for efficient operation. The Federation's advancements in automation made life easier, but they were cautious about fully intelligent systems. Starships and Meshs, for instance, relied on semi-intelligent systems, lacking self-learning capabilities. In contrast, the southern regions of the Federation had minimal automation, with humans manually operating machinery due to the ongoing conflict with the mechanoid race. High levels of automation there risked turning their technology into tools for the enemy. This reception was a large social event, and upon entering, Ir and Kailin found a quiet corner where they exchanged notes on how best to handle Feng Mo. Chu Yunjian, meanwhile, led Feng Mo around to meet the various elites who collaborated with the Chu family. Though Feng Mo had made a name for himself, most people were still courteous due to his connection with the Chu family. They complimented him generously, building relationships that could prove useful in the future. True connections, as Feng Mo understood, weren't defined by people helping you directly in times of need. Real connections were those who, even in the face of opposing forces, chose to stay neutral or, at the very least, refrained from kicking you when you were down. After making introductions with Chu Yunjian, Feng Mo returned to the corner where Ir and Kailin were waiting. He took a drink from Ir's hand, passed it to Chu Yunjian, then picked up a glass of red wine and downed it in one go. Most of the people I introduced you to work with the Chu family. It's enough to get acquainted and say hello, there's no need to become too close. Their typical businessman, focused solely on profits, Chu Yunjian whispered in his ear, then playfully kissed his earlobe. Feng Mo wrapped his arm around her waist, giving her a gentle squeeze, which earned him a few playful eye rolls from her. Leaning in, her cheeks slightly flushed, she whispered, "I'm ticklish." Those 3 simple words, spoken with a hint of intoxicated allure, were almost more than he could bear. The tantalizing whisper in his ear made his heart race. "Don't start. We're surrounded by guests, and you're the prestigious Miss Chu," Feng Mo replied, carefully choosing his words. Her teasing had stirred him deeply, and he could hardly resist the urge to whisk her away. But here, at the reception, he had no choice but to hold back. Seeing his discomfort, Chu Yunjian giggled softly, her laughter like the sound of delicate bells. "Come on, someone important just arrived," she whispered, pulling him toward the center of the hall. This was where the true elites gathered. The earlier introductions had only been for those with minor influence. "Second uncle, Uncle Mo, Uncle Zheng." Her voice preceded her as she approached the group. Standing together in small clusters, the people Chu Yunjian led him to were indeed the higher echelon. Among them, Feng Mo only recognized one person, her second uncle, Xiang Rong, who had once helped by bringing in Professor Luo. Xiang Rong chuckled as the couple approached, introducing them to the others. "Let me introduce Feng Mo to you all. He's the sweetheart of the Chu family's beloved daughter, and now, our son-in-law. He's a renowned starship designer across the Federation, and a young earl of the Yunshan Empire, a true prodigy." Xiang Rong didn't hold back with his praise. Modesty wasn't called for in these circles, and compliments from elders sounded both appropriate and impressive. "Zhao Mo, this is Mo Kangyi-un, Marquis of the Radiant Empire, Vice Commander of the Radiant Fleet, and a Lieutenant General. You can call him Uncle Mo," Xiang Rong introduced. "Uncle Mo," Feng Mo greeted politely. "I've heard of you, the Federation's youngest master starship designer. Your starships are popular. Let me know when you release a Tier 4 model." "The Radiant Fleet would love to place an order," Mo Kangyi-un replied with a smile, nodding at Chu Yunjian before addressing Feng Mo. Chu Yunjian teased, "You heard that, Uncle Mo. Fenion Starship Trading Company has already released 5 Tier 3 starships that are selling well. When Feng Mo designs a Tier 4 model, the Radiant Fleet should support us with a big order." Mo Kangyi-un laughed, pointing a playful finger at her. "Absolutely. Consider it done." With this informal agreement, Feng Mo was now positioned to present his Tier 4 designs to the Radiant Fleet, and as long as the performance met expectations, he could count on a contract with their military. "You little rascal, always making deals. Let me introduce one more person," Xiang Rong said, giving Chu Yunjian a light scolding. "This is Zheng Tong, the head of intelligence for the Radiant Empire and a member of parliament. He's an old friend from my university days, so keep in touch with him." "Uncle Zheng, I'm Feng Mo." Zheng Tong greeted him with a warm smile. "I know all about you. Just yesterday, Dukua took a copy of your profile from the council's records." The hint of concern in Zheng Tong's tone wasn't lost on Xiang Rong, who patted Zheng on the shoulder. "Thank you, old friend. Old Xiang, after all we've been through together, you don't need to thank me like this in front of the youngsters," Zheng said, pulling Mo Kangyi-un and Xiang Rong aside for drinks. Meanwhile, Chu Yunjian led Feng Mo to a seat near the stage, where the night's entertainment was about to begin, a provocative dance performance with men and women alike. The performers were all humans with a similar quality, the men were strikingly handsome, and the women alluring. Any guest could request a private engagement with a performer, simply by notifying a service robot and paying a small fee. It was convenient and direct, a discreet outlet for powerful figures who wore the mask of duty and morality in public. Here, in the shadows, they could unwind and indulge. Feng Mo watched as a noblewoman selected 6 men for the night, leaving him momentarily stunned. She seemed ready for a night of non-stop indulgence, switching partners in rotation. Chu Yunjian leaned against Feng Mo, her eyes on the stage, and said quietly, "Every major family has political rivals or long-standing enemies, and the Chu family is no exception. The Hua family of Radiant Empire is a political adversary, and Dukua personally requested your profile. Clearly, your talents have caught their attention. But rest assured, whether in the Radiant Empire or the Storm Star system, they can't lay a finger on you. Let them come. I've faced plenty of enemies and don't mind one more," Feng Mo replied, casting a look at the increasingly debauched scene in the hall. "Let's leave, this place is no longer suitable." The other women nodded in agreement, and they made their way out of the hall. Chapter 96, The Assassination Attempt. After Feng Mo's words, he led the 3 women out of the reception hall. As they walked down the corridor toward the exit, suddenly shifted to stand slightly behind and to the left of Feng Mo. Receiving the signal, Kailin quietly positioned herself to his right. Feng Mo exchanged a quick glance with before continuing to guide Chu Yunjian, tracing gentle circles on her back with his finger. Under the guidance of an android, the four of them made their way through the corridor. Just as they were about to exit the estate's gates, a laser beam shot toward Feng Mo from over 1,000 meters away, reaching him in a flash. Feng Mo remained calm, gently pushing Chu Yunjian over to Kailan's side. He then tapped his chest, and instantly, a dark liquid metal spread across his body, forming a sleek black suit of combat armor. With a loud bang, the laser hit Feng Mo squarely in the chest, producing a massive explosion that pushed him back a step. Kailan, take Yunjian back inside the estate. I'll check on the situation, Feng Mo instructed. With the women unarmored, it was safest for them to stay inside the estate. Alarms blared throughout the estate grounds, and soldiers in combat gear, armed with laser rifles, quickly surrounded the premises. With and Kailan escorting Chu Yunjian back to the estate, Feng Mo felt at ease. Black Shard, his combat armor, began scanning the direction from which the laser had been fired. Activating his boosters, he shot off like a streak of light, heading directly for the source. The Tier 3 grade combat armor provided limited flight capabilities and contained enough oxygen for humans to survive in space for at least 7 days. Upon reaching the rooftop of the building where the shot originated, Feng Mo saw no sign of the shooter. The building was pitch dark, suggesting all employees had left for the day. Zhao Wei, notify Yanjian and request her authorization to use the planetary screen system. Lock onto the assassin's position. The eye assistant, Zhao Wei, was a subsystem of the main eye. Being a true intelligent life form, Zhao Wei had the capability to learn, evolve, and self-upgrade. The planetary screen was an artificial atmospheric surveillance system, providing full planetary monitoring. Access to this system was restricted to military leaders, council members, and top-tier nobility. Zhao Wei here. I have Miss Yunjian's authorization and have successfully marked the assassin's location. Feng Mo's vision showed a pale blue display, revealing the building's structure. The assassin was hiding on the 18th floor, marked by 4 red dots, indicating 4 individuals in total. 3 level 3 gene warriors, 1 level 4 gene warrior. Please be cautious, Master. The building is rigged with timed explosives. Shall I inform Miss Chu to dispatch support? Zhao Wei, tell Yunjian to seal off the entire street, no one goes in or out. No need to send anyone, I'll handle this alone. Let her stay safely in the estate. With that, Feng Mo jumped from the rooftop, descending to the 18th floor. His foot thrusters activated, keeping him hovering just outside the window, where he confirmed the positions of the 4 assassins. Inside the building, the 4 men in black combat suits leaned against the walls, waiting in silence. They weren't professional killers but rather part-time mercenaries who had accepted a contract worth 700,000 credits. The plan was simple: assassinate a noble. The 4 of them had divided roles, one stood watch, another aimed the weapon, while 2 others set up bombs on the 18th floor. However, after the first shot was fired, they realized they'd made a grave mistake. The noble they targeted was equipped with combat armor. Realizing they'd bitten off more than they could chew, they regrouped on the 18th floor to discuss their options, hoping to escape in the ensuing chaos. Unfortunately for them, Feng Mo had already found them. His eyes glinted behind his mask as he grinned, raising his armored shoulders to reveal an array of miniature missiles. His radar locked onto their positions automatically. He launched 50 micro-missiles from his left shoulder, firing through the building's windows toward the assassins. Feng Mo deliberately held back, only deploying half his payload to ensure he could capture at least one of them alive. If the level 4 gene warrior couldn't survive this wave, then his fate was sealed. As the missiles appeared, 3 of the men froze in terror and attempted to flee. Only the level 4 gene warrior met Feng Mo's gaze defiantly, pulling out a detonator and pressing it without hesitation. Boom! The entire building shook violently, and the 18th floor collapsed. The explosion's force sent Feng Mo flying, debris scattering everywhere, smashing hover cars parked below. Thankfully, the street had been evacuated in advance, preventing any civilian casualties. Feng Mo couldn't fathom the assassins' ruthlessness. They'd rigged the building with explosives, willing to blow themselves up. Perhaps their goal was to take any pursuing soldiers with them. Feng Mo sighed, noting with some satisfaction that at least one assassin had survived. His radar continued to scan, revealing a single red dot among the rubble, which had fallen to the first floor. This dot was unusually bright, almost blinding. Warning: Quasi-Tier 5 energy signature detected. Scanning. No matching records in the database. Please proceed with caution, Master. Not in the database. So, it's not human? Feng Mo mused. He descended to the building's entrance. To him, the dark interior looked as clear as daylight, thanks to his armor's sensors. When he finally saw the red dot in person, Feng Mo froze momentarily. Of the original 4 assassins, only one remained, and he was anything but human. The figure before him stood over 3 meters tall, With the head of a wolf, the body of a turtle, and limbs covered in tiger-like stripes, ending in claws nearly 10 centimeters long. No wonder Zhao Wei couldn't find any record of this creature in the database. It wasn't an alien but likely a mutated human, a stitched creature created by fusing different genes. Feng Mo's interest peaked. This monster was probably the product of some mad scientist's genetic experiments, a common occurrence in the interstellar age. Gene-obsessed researchers often blended animal, alien, and human genes to create hybrid creatures. These practices had once proliferated throughout the Federation, giving rise to various cults. Eventually, the Federation crushed these cults with an iron fist, eradicating their followers, bases, and planets with Tier 5 starships, reducing them to dust. Interesting. Hey, Wolfhead, can you speak? If so, say something, I'm curious to hear what you sound like. Feng Mo's taunt seemed to enrage the creature. It crouched, then lunged at him with terrifying speed, creating a gust of wind. But Feng Mo, safely encased in his armor, barely felt the impact. Seeing the beast charge at him, Feng Mo spread his arms as a flow of black metal formed into two dark swords. If you can't understand human speech, I'll just have to beat you into submission. Chapter 97, The Abomination. As the beast charged toward him, Feng Mo coldly raised his blade, his movements swift and precise. With a few deft steps, he closed the distance, his blade gleaming as he brought it down on the creature's wolf-like head. Boom! The force of the impact blasted nearby debris away, shattering the building's glass and cracking the ground beneath them, leaving a 10-meter-wide crater. Feng Mo used the momentum to leap back 10 meters, while the beast was thrown backward as well. To his dismay, his blade had only left a faint white mark on its head. He remembered the old saying about wolves: copper head, iron tail, tofu waist. But this beast had the shell of a turtle around its waist, likely making it even harder to penetrate. He opened the launcher on his right shoulder, revealing an array of micro-missiles. With a fiery trail, 50 missiles shot toward the beast. Surprisingly, it didn't even try to evade, instead raising its arms to shield its eyes and bracing for impact. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions ensued, tossing the creature into the air. Despite the impressive show of force, the beast emerged relatively unscathed, its arms only slightly scorched. The repeated attacks had completely enraged it. It let out a furious roar, locking its blood-red eyes onto Feng Mo before suddenly appearing in front of him, its massive claws swinging down. Good timing. Feng Mo shouted, bending slightly and transforming his sword into a black round shield. Clang! A resounding clash rang out as Feng Mo was hurled back by the impact, spinning twice in the air before activating his foot thrusters to stabilize himself. Using the momentum, he charged forward once more, transforming his shield into a massive hammer aimed straight at the beast's head. The thunderous blows echoed through the street as Feng Mo and the creature moved with such speed that after images began to appear. If there were an observer present, they'd notice that the beast was growing faster with each exchange, and Feng Mo was beginning to struggle to keep up. Amidst a fierce roar, the beast struck, a silver flash ripping through the air and slamming into Feng Mo's chest. Even with his combat armor, the impact left Feng Mo's body aching, sending him crashing through a nearby wall and burying him beneath a pile of rubble. Seeing Feng Mo finally hit, the beast let out a triumphant roar, pounding its chest like a gorilla to assert its dominance. Cough, cough. A cough broke the silence as two armored hands emerged from the debris. Feng Mo slowly rose, his helmet dissolving into a pool of black liquid, revealing his face, slightly battered, with blood at the corner of his mouth, evidence of internal injuries from that blow. Not bad. Let's go again. With a renewed grip, Feng Mo formed a giant battle blade, its razor-sharp edge glinting under the streetlights. He charged forward, raising the blade for a powerful downward strike. Simultaneously, he extended his left hand, releasing 5 thin purple beams that shot straight through the creature's chest before his blade struck, sending the 3-meter-tall beast flying. Feng Mo planted his blade into the ground, exhaling heavily. The encounter had drained him significantly. This beast possessed quasi-tier 5 level energy, and Feng Mo, as a level 3 gene warrior with a tier 3 black shard armor, could only barely match it. However, he'd recently integrated dark energy crystals into his armor, which he'd further enhanced with more crystals from a white hole. These upgrades allowed him to penetrate the creature's chest with the purple energy beams. The beast rose again, coughing up thick purple blood, with 5 wounds on its chest oozing the same dark blood. It glared at Feng Mo, but now with a hint of fear mingling with its bloodthirsty gaze. Having assessed the creature's strength, Feng Mo decided to go all out. His armor was capable of much more. Zhao Wei, activate the ion laser cannon. At his command, a black liquid formed in front of him, materializing into a massive 130mm hand cannon. Gripping it with both hands, Feng Mo's targeting system automatically locked onto the beast. Time to say goodbye. The moment he finished speaking, he pulled the trigger, and a pale blue beam shot straight toward the creature. Seeing the cannon, the beast's eyes flashed with fear, but then it locked its bloodthirsty gaze on Feng Mo, its mouth opening as the red glow spread from the shell on its back up to its throat. It spat a red beam straight at Feng Mo's blue laser, meeting it head-on. There was no explosive collision, nor any sparks. The beams cancelled each other out, leaving only a slight distortion in the air where they had clashed. With a dull thud, the creature collapsed. Target's life force has disappeared. Scanning complete. The target is confirmed dead, Zhao Wei reported. Feng Mo approached the fallen beast, watching as its body reverted to a human form, further deepening the mystery surrounding this assassination attempt. It was as if a veil of secrecy hung over the entire affair. Feng Mo. Commander. Voices called out behind him. Turning, Feng Mo saw the three women approaching, accompanied by a squad of soldiers in matching uniforms with the Chu family insignia. Are you alright? Chu Yunjian asked, taking his arm with a concerned look. I'm fine. Have your men take this body away and make sure it doesn't fall into anyone else's hands. This corpse is unusual. I'll send you a video recording later, watch it but keep it confidential. Chu Yunjian nodded and gestured for her men to retrieve the body. Then she said, this assassination was likely premeditated. The Chu family's rivals, the Demon Lord, the Snow Eagle Empire, the Qiao family in Apocalypse, they all have motives. And with no survivors, we'll have to investigate further. Feng Mo nodded. No rush. Yunjian, is there any way to acquire some memory metal? I'd like to make you all some combat armor. Without it, handling situations like this is far too dangerous. Chu Yunjian's face softened, touched by his concern. The Chu family did own Tier 4 combat armor, but she'd never had cause to use it. However, she kept this to herself. Nothing could match the sentiment of armor crafted personally by Feng Mo. Once they returned to Chu Yunjian's estate, she helped Feng Mo into a recovery pod. As the pod's door closed, a blue liquid enveloped him. Scanning. Patient has sustained severe internal trauma, stomach bleeding, and 4 fractured ribs. Chapter 98. The auction. Emerging from the recovery pod, Feng Mo felt completely revitalized, all injuries fully healed. In the interstellar era, as long as a person's genes were intact, even severe injuries could be treated with a single session in a recovery pod. Genetic damage required specialized treatment at a hospital, but with enough money, almost any ailment could be cured. After stepping out, Feng Mo headed to the living room, where the three women immediately rushed over, expressing their relief and concern. Once they were all seated, Chu Yunjian spoke formally. Feng Mo, the Imperial Council and various major factions, especially the military, have expressed their condolences for what happened. As compensation, they've granted you a 1 billion star credit budget for the auction. This is for the trouble you went through with the assassination. Feng Mo looked at her in surprise. The Chu family must have pulled some serious strings. Without your help, I'd probably only get 200 or 300 million credits. I don't think I'm worth this much. Thank you, Yunjian. Take the money without worry, Chu Yunjian replied with a smile. They allowed an assassination on our territory, so it's only right we demand significant compensation. Plus, there's something else I need to tell you. Seeing her suddenly serious expression, Feng Mo straightened up. Go ahead, Yunjian. It turns out the 4 assassins were part of a group called the New Human Church. This organization was supposedly wiped out by the Federation 10 years ago, but it seems some remnants are still lurking underground in the Dark World. The Radiant Empire will join forces with the Yunshan Empire to issue a public announcement for a continued crackdown on the New Human Church, and the Chu family will collaborate with other factions to place bounties on them. Feng Mo nodded. He wasn't overly worried about the New Human Church itself but wondered who was behind the attempt on his life. Now, he'd need to be cautious whenever he went out. After their conversation, Feng Mo returned to his room to rest. That night, as usual, Kei Island slipped into his room, and they spent the night together until she returned to her room in the early hours of the morning. In the next 2 days, Feng Mo stayed indoors, enjoying the care and attention of the three women. During this time, Chu Yunjian managed to acquire a batch of memory metal, and Feng Mo took the opportunity to personally take measurements of the three women. I's figure was the most voluptuous, followed by Kei Island, with Chu Yunjian last. All 3 were of the curvaceous variety, which Feng Mo particularly appreciated. October 1, 7494 of the Galactic Federation calendar. The long-anticipated Federation auction finally began. It would last 3 days, with over 100 rare treasures up for bid, averaging more than 30 items per day. Feng Mo and the 3 women arrived early at a large estate in the southern part of the city. Calling it an estate felt like an understatement, it was more of a city within a city. Feng Mo glanced at the immense grounds, his lips twitching. The estate was at least 10 times larger than his base on the Storm Star system. Comparing his base to this estate made his place seem insignificant. At the entrance, 100 stern-faced soldiers, dressed in combat uniforms and wielding laser rifles, scanned the crowd with sharp, hawk-like gazes. Under Ire's mental perception, she sensed that these soldiers were mostly level 3 gene warriors, with their squad leader being a level 4 gene warrior. Seems like the Radiant Empire has brought out their top assets for this, Feng Mo joked as he walked the red carpet outside the estate, holding Chu Yunjian's hand. All because of your assassination attempt, Chu Yunjian replied with a smile. Security has been upgraded 2 levels. There are over 10,000 level 3 gene warriors guarding the grounds, and a level 5 gene warrior in tier 5 combat armor is stationed in the auction hall itself. No one will dare stir up trouble here. Following the red carpet, they entered the estate's gates, where they encountered the first security checkpoint. Feng Mo and the women passed through the scan, and they were allowed through into the estate. The auction hall was located in the center of the estate, a vast building covering 20 square kilometers. Entering the auction venue required a strict 2-stage security screening. Only high-profile figures attended, so there were no complaints about the multiple security checks. Waiting in line, Feng Mo looked around. He could hardly believe that the noblewoman who had taken 6 handsome men home after the previous reception now stood here in line, poised and refined, a stark contrast that amused him. Once Feng Mo and his party cleared the security screening and entered the venue, they saw giant holographic screens around them, displaying the hundreds of auction items. Feng Mo scanned them briefly and noted that they matched the catalog Chu Yunjian had sent him. "Excuse me, may I have your seat number?" a female android inquired politely. Chu Yunjian presented the Chu family's crest, which the android scanned. After confirming their identity, the android bowed with even greater respect and said, "You are our esteemed VIP guests tonight. Your seating is in box number 3 on the 2nd floor. Please follow me." With the android leading the way, they walked through the massive venue for about 5 minutes until they reached a teleportation platform. Utilizing photon manipulation technology, the platform functioned similarly to an elevator. They stepped onto the platform, and after a moment of weightlessness, they found themselves on the 2nd floor. The android guided them to a private box labeled VIP number 3. After scanning their credentials again to the box's smart system, the door opened, revealing the box's luxurious interior. Feng Mo felt like he had stepped into a palace. The room was opulent beyond belief, and the android quietly exited after bowing to them. In the center of the box was a massive holographic screen, providing a clear view of the entire 1st floor. The display could zoom in and out on specific areas, while plush lounge chairs, lined with fur and velvet, surrounded it. Feng Mo and the 3 women sank into the chairs, which were so comfortable that it felt like they could sink into them entirely. Glancing down at the regular seats on the 1st floor, Feng Mo appreciated the privilege and luxury of their position. Picked up a delicate pastry from the table and brought it to Feng Mo's right side, while Kailan did the same with a piece of fruit on his left. With both of them catering to him, Feng Mo could choose either snack at his leisure. Chu Yunjian could only roll her eyes, watching their doting behavior. Just as Feng Mo was beginning to enjoy his refreshments, a crisp chime filled the air, and the bustling hall fell silent. On a platform in the center of the 1st floor, a woman in a white gown appeared. The auctioneer was stunning, with an air of elegance, wisdom, and gentleness. She exuded an aura that captivated every man in the room, a blend of sophistication and allure. This was the kind of woman who ignited the desire for conquest in every man's heart. Chapter 99, The Starseed of Power. It's finally starting. Feng Mo murmured, looking down at the vast hall below, almost fully occupied. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Out of the 108 treasures on display, nearly half were things he'd never seen in person. This was the perfect opportunity to learn. The 3 women beside him stopped their whispering, focusing on the holographic screen. "Good morning, esteemed guests. I am Lian He, the chief auctioneer here," the woman on stage announced with a graceful smile. "Thank you for your patience. I'll briefly go over the auction process. Over the next 3 days, we'll be auctioning 108 items, with 36 treasures per day, split between morning and afternoon sessions. I'm sure most of you have already reviewed the catalog." She tapped a small gavel on the podium. "Now, without further ado, let the auction begin. Please welcome the first item." With her words, a 1-meter-wide crystal pedestal rose on the stage, displaying a storage capsule. Above it, a hologram of a starship appeared, detailing all specifications and performance data for a Tier 4 Atlas interstellar destroyer. Lian He paused, giving the audience time to absorb the information. After about 5 minutes, she continued, "The Tier 4 Atlas interstellar destroyer. The specs and data are visible to all, so I'll skip the details. Starting bid, 9 million star credits." Feng Mo instantly recognized that the final price for this starship's blueprint wouldn't stray far from the base price. For typical copyright transactions, Tier 4 blueprints like this ranged between 9 million and 30 million star credits. To him, this ship was only average, if anything, even 9 million felt overpriced. Yet, he anticipated that some bidders might drive the price to around 15 million. While Feng Mo wasn't interested, plenty of others were. For interstellar trade companies, it was still an attractive acquisition, even if not exceedingly valuable. The hall filled with electronic bidding sounds as many made their offers through the bidding system. Though most held back in the beginning, he expected that once truly valuable items appeared, someone would get carried away and shout their bid out loud. The destroyer blueprint didn't attract much attention. After a few minutes of back and forth bidding from starship trade companies, the design sold to a guest in seat 74 on the first floor for 14.3 million star credits, a bit lower than Feng Mo's estimate. After this first item, the auction picked up speed, with a mesmerizing array of treasures going under the hammer: Tier 4 combat armor, Tier 4 resource planets, Tier 4 planetary defense systems, live fruits, female slaves, and more, 16 items in total. The female slave in particular caused a stir, driving bidding to a peak. She was a half-beast, a tiger woman, and a level 4 gene warrior, once a queen of the half-beast kingdom. With her wild beauty and royal background, she fetched a price of 17 million star credits. Esteemed guests, the final item for this morning is a quasi-tier 5-star destroyer cannon. Starting bid, 20 million star credits. Lianhe's words caused a commotion. All eyes turned to the hologram above, showcasing the cannon. It was a rare weapon, something few people had access to, and while not everyone intended to bid, curiosity was high. In his private box, Feng Mo straightened up. Among the 100-plus items in the catalog, this quasi-tier 5-star destroyer cannon was one of the top 5 treasures he desired, and the only one he could afford. Though not a full-fledged star destroyer cannon, it still boasted quasi-tier 5 power, far surpassing the main cannons on his Hurricane-class ship. 23 million star credits. The first bid followed almost immediately. 25 million. Many were interested in the cannon, and the bids climbed quickly, with the price rising to 25 million within seconds. Over the next 10 minutes, the electronic bidding sounds continued as the price rose from 25 million to 43 million star credits, well above its original estimated value. Even a genuine tier 5-star destroyer cannon might not cost this much. But such a weapon rarely appeared on the market, and with limited supply, a premium was expected. 50 million. Feng Mo finally placed his bid, silencing the hall. 50 million, from our honored guest in box number 3. Any further bids? Lianhe repeated her question 3 times, but no other bids followed, and she brought down her gavel, ending the auction. The price was close to Feng Mo's estimate. Even with the inflated price, 50 million should have been enough to secure it. With the cannon acquired, he calculated his remaining funds, 50 million in auction credits, plus additional funds from the Storm Star Systems accounts, totaling around 120 million star credits. Of the 5 items he wanted, the Star Destroyer cannon was just one. He could barely afford one more, and only if he got lucky with the bidding. As the morning session concluded, Feng Mo decided not to wander around with the women. They stayed in the box, where lunch was provided, allowing them to relax. After their meal, they returned to the auction for the afternoon session. Although the items were enticing, they weren't particularly useful for Feng Mo. That afternoon and the entire next day's auctions were dedicated to longevity items, which weren't much interest to younger people. However, the sessions reminded Feng Mo of the Star Eater tree seed he had. Once the Tier 4 ships were all constructed, he would plant the tree. Feng Mo and the women skipped the second day's auction, exploring Radiant Prime instead under Chu Yunjian's guidance. The Chu family had already paid for the Star Destroyer cannon and arranged for it to be delivered to the Hurricane. On the third day, the 4 of them returned to box number 3 for the final day's auction. The most valuable items were saved for last, with treasures that made Feng Mo drool, though his finances still fell short of those of the old money families. The auctioneer, the graceful Lianhe, began the day's session. Feng Mo had overheard some gossip from the women about her. Over the past 3 days, she garnered the attention of many noble young men, but all their advances were rebuffed, as she'd openly declared herself uninterested in men, stating she already had a girlfriend and wished not to be disturbed. Her stance had broken more than a few hearts, with some nobles channeling their disappointment into doubling or even tripling their usual nightly indulgences. Lianhe's background wasn't simple either, and those pursuing her had been warned by their families not to use force. It was clear that her connections were as significant as her beauty. One of her many admirers was a young noble surnamed Hua, a member of the same family as the Duke Hua, who had recently requested Feng Mo's personal records. Chapter 100, The Bidding. Good morning, esteemed guests. I'm Lianhe, your chief auctioneer. Today is the final day, and I'm sure everyone is eager to see our featured items. Let's get started, Lianhe announced, tapping her gavel to signal the beginning. A crystal pedestal rose on the stage, displaying a vial of light green liquid, with a small blue seed suspended within. As many of you know, advancing to a level 5 Gene Warrior requires substantial spiritual strength, specifically, the ability to manifest that strength tangibly. This vial contains a rare seed of the Ling Yun flower from the White Tower system, known to enhance spiritual power and often used in high-grade mental elixirs. Bidding starts at 3 million star credits. Lianhe's words stirred the crowd. This was a rare treasure, especially valuable for those stuck at the peak of level 4. Many attendees shifted their gaze to the holographic display. For some, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Feng Mo watched without much interest. None of his close allies were level 4 warriors, though was close, and he already had a gene elixir prepared for her. Besides, as a succubus, I's natural ability to channel her spiritual strength made the Lingyun flower unnecessary. Even so, the price began to climb rapidly. Within moments, bidding had pushed the price to 30 million star credits, with more contenders joining the fray. Even the VIP boxes on the second floor were getting involved, making it clear just how valuable this item was. 10 minutes later, with a bid of 47 million from VIP box 13, the ground floor fell silent. 50 million, an electronic voice rang out from box 7, raising the price to a staggering level. But without hesitation, the guest in box 13 countered, adding another 500,000 to secure the item. As the morning auction continued, Feng Mo was mesmerized by treasures he'd only heard of before. The quality of these 18 items was noticeably higher than on the first day, and so were the prices. Most of the intense bidding came from the second floor VIP boxes. After a break for lunch, Feng Mo turned his focus to the afternoon session. The first item on offer was the one he had been waiting for. Good afternoon, honored guests, Lian he began. Our first item is a Tier 4 grade energy seed, essential for constructing bioships. Energy seeds can absorb dark energy and release vast amounts of power, making them ideal for sustaining a bioship's infinite energy needs. The starting bid is 30 million star credits. Feng Mo leaned forward, eyes fixed on a holographic image of the energy seed, which emitted a faint blue glow. Energy seeds were often overlooked treasures, given that bioship blueprints were scarce. But Feng Mo had access to such a blueprint in the Spark system, and he was determined to win this seed. 31 million star credits. A bid rang out almost immediately. 33 million. Many large families like to collect rare items like this, knowing that someday, they might prove invaluable. It was a point of pride and part of the deep foundations they built for their descendants. Feng Mo still had a long way to go to match that level of wealth. 40 million, a VIP guest on the second floor bid. Feng Mo felt a pang of anxiety, wondering if his funds would be enough. Noticing his tension, Chu Yunjian squeezed his hand reassuringly. Don't worry. If you need it, Yunjian merchants can advance you up to 100 million star credits for this energy seed. Grateful, Feng Mo held her hand firmly. Hopefully, I won't need to call on your help. Let's see how fierce the competition gets. By now, the bidding for the energy seed had entered a fevered stage, reaching 70 million. It was time for Feng Mo to make his move. 80 million star credits, from VIP Box 2. An electronic voice echoed through the hall as Feng Mo raised the bid by a hefty 10 million. 90 million, from VIP Box 13, came another voice. Feng Mo's brow arched. He had hoped the sharp increase would deter challengers, but this rival was clearly unyielding. 100 million star credits. Feng Mo pressed forward, raising the stakes. 110 million. I'll step aside if you can go higher, the voice from Box 13 rang out, not through the automated bidding system but through the speaker, sounding youthful but assertive. 120 million star credits. Feng Mo called out, also through his box's speaker, amplifying his voice. The crowd fell silent, waiting to see if anyone else would challenge him. 120 million from VIP Box 2, Lian he announced, repeating it 3 times before lowering her gavel. The energy seed was Feng Mo's. In the remaining 14 items, there were 2 more treasures that caught Feng Mo's eye, 100,000 tons of raw dark matter and dark energy crystals. However, he was out of funds. The remaining 10 million in the Storm Star Systems account had to be saved for Tier 4 starship production, and even if he could use it, it wouldn't be enough. Finally, the event approached its climax, showcasing the 3 headline items, a quasi-Tier 5 battleship blueprint, a mysterious starseed, and Tier 5 combat armor. Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the highlight of this auction. The data for our final 3 items is displayed on the holographic screen. Let's begin with the first, the quasi-Tier 5 battleship blueprint, starting at 80 million star credits. Feng Mo shook his head. Guests on the ground floor had only received general descriptions of each item before the auction, without specific starting prices. Many looked disappointed, realizing the hefty starting price would push the final bid far beyond their reach. Several onlookers shifted their attention away, but others remained eager, understanding the immense value of a blueprint for a quasi-tier 5 battleship. 85 million star credits, a cold voice from Box 3 announced. 90 million, came a response from Box 13. Neither used the electronic system, opting instead to amplify their bids manually. As the bid hit 90 million, the hall fell briefly silent before a sultry voice cut through the air. Chapter 101, Tier 5 Combat Armor 1 billion star credits. Would a gentleman be kind enough to let a lady have this one? The sultry voice rang out across the auction hall. Feng Mo immediately recognized it, as did Chu Yunjian, who flashed him a knowing look. Feng Mo caught on instantly. It was the same lady who had quite notoriously taken 6 men to her chambers just the other night. A real powerhouse, he thought. Feng Mo couldn't imagine himself enduring a similar night of revelry unscathed. 7 or 8 centuries old and still calling herself a girl. Shouldn't she be home resting with all those life-extending treasures she bought yesterday, instead of stirring up a fuss here? The voice from Box 3 sounded smug and taunting. 1 billion, 200 million. Another voice echoed from the same box, escalating the already tense atmosphere. Feng Mo was taken aback to learn that the elegant voice he had heard was coming from a woman so old. The knowledge only deepened his respect for her formidable vitality. The 3 women beside him burst into laughter, the whole scenario a strange mixture of humor and scandal. Feng Mo couldn't help but grin at their amusement. Jin Kaifeng. Just because I don't show up often doesn't mean I don't recognize that voice of yours. So what if I'm 700 or 800 years old? I'm still as sprightly as ever, and I've been told I'm soft, gentle, and a delight in bed by more than enough people. And no, you won't be one of them. The woman's feisty response silenced the entire auction hall. Chu Yunjian leaned close to Feng Mo and whispered, "That's Hua Jinxiu, one of the oldest members of the Hua family. Back in the day, Jin Kaifeng was hopelessly infatuated with her. He courted her for years but was ultimately rejected, and now the two constantly badmouth each other in public. A true tale of spurned affection," Feng Mo mused. It seemed even the most esteemed figures had their share of the grievances and rivalries. Take your bickering elsewhere. This is an auction hall, not a playground for your childish antics. The calm, elderly voice from Box 1 quieted both Hua Jinxiu and Jin Kaifeng in an instant. Is that so? Fine, I'll put in my bid then, 1 billion, 400 million, the elder added, addressing the auctioneer with authority. 1 billion, 400 million from VIP Box 7. Any further bids? The auctioneer, Lian He, gave the customary 3 calls, then dropped the gavel. The first item was sold at a relatively modest price due to the disruptive exchange. Feng Mo had anticipated it would fetch at least 1.6 billion, but the interruption had deterred some bidders. Moving swiftly, Lian He introduced the second high-profile item, a mysterious Tier 5 grade stellar seed. With an initial bid of 1 billion, it eventually sold for 1.8 billion. Although the seed was technically Tier 5 grade, it remained unclassified in the Federation's records, warranting its sale here. Once purchased, Federation scientists would study and document its properties, adding it to the database. Had the seed's classification been established, its price would have likely exceeded 3 billion. Feng Mo's own Tier 5 stellar seed was worth at least 10 billion, given its authenticated status and known capabilities. And now, esteemed guests, our final item, the Tier 5 combat armor. The specifications are no mystery to any of you. Provided directly by the Federation, the starting bid is 2.4 billion star credits. As Lian He announced the initial price, the hall went silent. The staggering figure was beyond the means of the smaller families on the ground floor, even if they liquidated all their assets. Feng Mo had anticipated this number, but hearing it in person was a shock. He knew the armor was worth every credit, yet such an amount was unfathomable. If no one's going to start, then let me break the ice, 2.5 billion. A youthful voice echoed from Box 24. Chu Yunjian's expression hardened as soon as she heard it. Didn't expect to see you here, Hua Mingling. Did you really think 2.5 billion was enough for this Tier 5 combat armor? Try 2.6 billion, she retorted, her tone as sharp as her gaze. Ah, the infamous Miss Chu herself. Shouldn't you be busy protecting that boy toy of yours, instead of squabbling with me? What if he gets assassinated again? 3 billion. Come on, Miss Chu, how about 4 billion? Hua Mingling's voice dripped with mockery, his sneer all but visible through the speaker. Chu Yunjian gritted her teeth, ready to raise the bid, but Feng Mo gently held her back, calmly taking the microphone. 3 billion and 1, he said coolly. I have to say, Hua Mingling, living off others is an art that not everyone can master. However, those who lack, shall we say, staying power might find it even harder to enjoy their meals. And I'm not implying that's you, I'm making it clear. Feng Mo's rule was simple: if you're not on my side, you're the enemy. In that case, mercy was a foreign concept. He wasn't above calling someone out publicly, his only restraint was indifference to the auction setting. A mere provincial upstart, unrefined and uncouth. 3 billion, 100 million. Hua Mingling spat back, still raising the price. 3 billion, 100 million and 1, Feng Mo replied in an unhurried tone, making it clear he would add a single credit each time Hua Mingling raised the stakes. 3 billion, 200 million. Hua Mingling, visibly agitated, was barely containing his rage. 3 billion, 200 million and 1, Feng Mo responded, unfazed. At the outset of the auction, Feng Mo had been respectful, usually capping his bids with significant increments to end the contest amicably. But after learning of Hua Mingling's sordid deeds, his distaste had turned to loathing. Hua Mingling was no ordinary aristocrat. The notorious younger brother of one of the Hua family's most respected figures, he had carved out a reputation as a menace in high society. Arrogant behavior was one thing, but he was far worse, a true degenerate. His most infamous pastime was a twisted game he called Horse and Rider.